My world changed the day I awakened, not with some flashy power, but with the daily intelligence system. Suddenly, the secrets of the beast-taming world whispered in my ear, a constant stream of, intelligence. It began innocently enough. Snippets of information, like who had awakened the eye of insight talent and how to copy it, a drop of their blood on a 7-hole Linglong jade, apparently. Useful, sure, but nothing earth-shattering. Then the system told me Li Weiyan was going to be attacked at 5 p.m. I intervened, naturally. Saved a life, gained an ally. The system was proving its worth. It even helped me distinguish between 100-change silkworm and the far more valuable 1,000-change silkworm, a tiny gleam of jade light between the eyebrows. Who knew? But then it got personal. It revealed the deepest, darkest secret of Principal Lu Hang of Shinshan Middle School. His magnificent, flowing locks? A lie. The man was bald, desperately seeking a cure, obsessed to the point of madness. I held the power to expose him. Blackmail? Perhaps. Negotiation? Definitely. And the cherry on top? The system tipped me off about a 5th-level life spirit seed hidden in resource package number 38 at the school. A treasure meant for someone else, now mine. The daily intelligence system, it was more than just helpful. It was my cheat code to conquering the beast-taming world. And Principal Lu? Let's just say he and I need to have a little chat. He wouldn't want everyone knowing about his, shall we say, follicular challenges, now would he? Yi Bai stared out the window, daydreaming. After 996 days, the awakening ceremony was finally here. Awakening meant the good life, power, maybe even a pretty wife. His teacher, Ms. Zhang, walked in carrying a heavy, glowing rock. The boys called her Dream Love Snow. She was young, only in her 20s, but already a super smart professor. She'd trained her pet, a changing silkworm, into a powerful light goddess butterfly, winning a big award. Changing silkworms used to be called white jade silkworms, they were cute and white. But Ms. Zhang discovered their hidden potential and renamed them. Normally, they just turned into boring gray poison moths, covered in itchy scales that sent people to the hospital. They evolved easily, just by eating a lot. Ms. Zhang knew bugs changed quickly. She tested lots of them and found the changing silkworm could become many things. She took a special silkworm egg, raised it carefully, and used a rare lightstone to make it evolve into the amazing butterfly. Now, everyone studied changing silkworms. People found even more forms, like water, fire, and plant butterflies. Resources, like the lightstone, were ranked from 1 to 9, just like people's talent levels. Ms. Zhang was so famous, she could teach anywhere. She chose Shinshan Middle School, one of the best, with its own monster training area. The principal, Mr. Lu, even gave her a special lab. She put the awakening stone on her desk. Today changes your lives, she said. This stone awakens your pet space and your own special talents. Everyone who gets a pet space also gets a talent. Some talents are stronger, but all are useful. It's the trainer that matters. Talents are ranked from S, best, down to F, B level and above is rare. S level is almost unheard of. A skinny, nervous kid, Zheng Chang, touched the stone. Clear your mind, Ms. Zhang said. He glowed white for a moment, then the light faded. He'd failed. Successful awakenings left a glowing ring and showed the talent on the stone. Zheng Chang cried. Failing meant a normal life, separate from his classmates. He walked out, heartbroken. Ms. Zhang called the next name. Many kids glowed, a sign of success. She listed their talents: water affinity, D level. Fire enhancement, C level. Plant manipulation, C level. Over 10 students had awakened. Suddenly, the room went crazy. Eye of Insight, A level. Ms. Zhang announced. A level. I can't believe it, someone shouted. Eye of Insight, that lets you see how pets evolve, right? Amazing, Li Weiyang. The class star, Li Weiyang, also the prettiest girl in school, had the super rare talent. Yi Bai, your turn, Ms. Zhang said. Stay calm. Yi Bai walked to the stone and touched it. A cold feeling rushed into his head. His body tingled. Something clicked, like something breaking. A small, empty space appeared in his mind. A white and gold ball of light formed. Then, the white light around him vanished. Ms. Zhang wrote down his talent, photographic memory, D level. The class whispered. Photographic memory? That's useless. Just good for normal people. Worse than water affinity or fire enhancement. Yi Bai will ace every test now. Who cares about tests? What can he do in a real fight? Yi Bai ignored them. A screen appeared in his mind, showing strange messages. Someone with Eye of Insight can activate a special jade by bleeding on it, copying the talent. Li Weiyang would be attacked at 5 p.m., bleed a lot, and faint. 1,000 change silkworms look like changing silkworms, except for a tiny jade-like glow between their eyes. They make valuable silk. The principal, Mr. Liu, with his famous long hair, was secretly bald and obsessed with hair growth cures. A special seed was hidden in resource pack number 38. Yi Bai was thrilled. This secret information was powerful. This was like a golden goose. The messages seemed to refresh daily. He'd have to figure out when. Besides the screen, he felt the little space in his mind, 8 meters on each side. A glowing stone slab had 9 slots, 1 lit up, 8 dark. These were for pet contracts. He could only use one now. Most people only got one at awakening, but sometimes, talented people could control more. Yi Bai's eyes fell on his pure and innocent deskmate. Li Weiyang is a good name. Weiyang Palace was the emperor's main palace in ancient times, and it also symbolized that the imperial power would never decline, there would be no disasters, and longevity. Li Weiyang had the ambition to become a dragon and phoenix among people since she was a child. She has exquisite facial features, every detail is just right, and her eyes are deep and bright, as if she can see through people's hearts. Her skin is as white as jade, smooth and delicate, as if she can pinch out water. Her long legs and golden ratio figure can attract everyone's attention wherever she goes. Li Weiyang's smile is bright and charming, always making people around her feel warm and happy. She has won the first place in the school beauty ranking of Xinshan Middle School for 3 consecutive years, and is known as the most beautiful school beauty in the history of Xinshan Middle School. The personality of an inspirational girl and a genius research girl has brought many halos to Li Weiyang, which has also brought many benefits to Li Weiyang. Only Yi Bai saw through this innocent little white flower, who was actually a man-eating flower. Although they were deskmates and looked down on each other, they kept to themselves, even though Li Weiyang never beat Yi Bai in every exam. After the awakening ceremony, Li Weiyang was surrounded by people who flattered her. "Congratulations, Monitor, you will be the best in the future, please take care of me in the future." "Monitor, can you guide my pet's evolution route in the future?" "Monitor, you are really beautiful, your skin is so white, what mask do you use?" Li Weiyang glanced at Yi Bai provocatively, and at this moment she was like a peacock with its tail spread out. "Crazy woman." Yi Bai rolled his eyes with disdain. Although the talent of the Eye of Insight is rare, it is still not as good as his daily intelligence system. After all, this system can know a lot of confidential information. What is a mere Eye of Insight? Originally, Yi Bai's fame in the class was on par with Li Weiyang's. But after he awakened this gift of photographic memory, he was forgotten by everyone. Because everyone knew that this gift was really not very useful, and the best result was to stay in the laboratory as a researcher. If he went to the wild to expand his territory, it was basically impossible. Okay, those who have awakened talents, please follow me, let's go to the secret realm to choose pets. The new pets cultivated by the school have good talents. Zhang Lingxue raised her eyebrows. There were a total of 60 people in the class, and only 1/3 of them had awakened their talents. Those who did not awaken their talents could only be assigned to ordinary classes. They were no longer in the same class as the students who had awakened their talents. The school's secret realm was created by a powerful pet master who deprived his pet space before his death, used a large amount of space stones, and expanded it to this extent after several expansions and the efforts of successive principals. Because the secret realm is so large, it takes half an hour to drive through the entire secret realm. The head teacher Zhang Lingxue changed her outfit. She wore a white rabbit ear hat on her head, and the rabbit ears kept expanding and contracting, just like they were alive. Zhang Lingxue took out a notebook and began to recommend her favorite pets suitable for beginners. The secret realm of our school has been expanded over the generations and covers a large area. There are many pets cultivated in it. I have several pets for you to choose from. Zhang Lingxue clicked a few times on the tablet on the school bus, and the projector on the school bus immediately projected the image of a pet. This pet is as white as jade, like a giant silkworm, with 2 small horns on its head, and looks harmless to humans and animals. This is the 100 Changes silkworm, which is also the subject of my research. It is the main pet of Xinshan Middle School. It has almost no attack power. The only means of attack it has is the silk spinning skill. The silk spinning skill is like tickling when it hits people. It is not painful at all. But its defense is extremely strong. You can choose this pet as a transition in the early stage. Since the genes of the 100 Changes silkworm are not very stable, you can also study the evolutionary direction of the 100 Changes silkworm. The evolutionary directions of the 100 Changes silkworm known so far include the gray poison moth, the goddess of light butterfly I am studying, the magic water butterfly, the flame butterfly and the wood elves. If you can find the 6th evolutionary route of the 100 Changes silkworm, as long as you publish it and achieve reproducibility and stability, you can obtain the qualification of an intermediate researcher granted by the Yin Country Alliance. After talking about the 100 Changes silkworm, Zhang Lingxue tapped the tablet again, making a tapping sound. Another projection appeared. This is a fiery red stone. Its limbs are very short and its body is covered with holes. A few sparks emerge from the holes. This pet is called explosive stone. It usually lives in volcanic areas. Its personality is a little docile, but you have to follow its temper, otherwise it will teach you a lesson anytime and anywhere. At the beginning, the explosion power of explosive stone is not strong. The only skill it knows is rolling, but as resources are invested in cultivating explosive stone, its explosion range will become stronger and stronger. Powerful explosive stone can even produce an explosion similar to that of a rocket launcher. Its evolutionary route is also very clear, and it can be transformed into a more powerful pet in a short time, so it is worth cultivating. Then the class teacher changed another pet. This is a pet that looks like a little snowman. Its body is like a pile of snowballs. There are 2 branches inserted into its body. Its nose is made of carrots and its eyes are black. Although it looks like a randomly piled snowman, it is actually a pet. It is an ice pet. Its nose is a ruby carrot. It is said to be crispy and sweet. Don't look at this guy like this. It has multiple evolutionary routes. It is said to be quite popular with girls. However, the number of this kind of pet is very rare. Even in the secret realm of the school, it is a relatively rare pet. Everyone may be familiar with this pet called Snowball, which often appears in the school forum. It is rare and its evolution path is very clear. It is said that this year the school has specially opened 2 places for everyone to get Snowball. It is very worth cultivating. It can evolve into a tank blizzard man or a special attacker Snowball. Due to the shortage of people, Snowball is making a reverse selection. It is Snowball who chooses you, not you who choose Snowball. At this time, someone shamelessly raised his hand and asked Zhang Lingxue, "Teacher, if Snowball didn't choose any of them, can we choose on our own?" Zhang Lingxue rolled his eyes. "I said it was a reverse selection. No one was chosen, which proves that Snowball didn't like any of them. Naturally, there is no hope." Then Zhang Lingxue projected a pet called a hedgehog pig. This pet looks like a newborn piglet, with big nostrils and bright eyes. Its mouth also has 2 thumb-thick fangs, and its back is covered with 1 centimeter-long gray bristles. Its character is very timid. When it encounters danger, this hedgehog pig will curl up its body, and its bristles will become very hard to protect itself. If it is angered, it will rush forward regardless of everything. These 4 pets are recommended to all students by Zhang Lingxue. The advantage is that they are relatively docile. Of course, there are a lot of pets in the secret realm. There are poisonous small fangs. This is a small snake pet, 1 meter long, only thumb wide, with extremely sharp fangs above and below. It can spray venom with paralysis properties from its mouth to paralyze its prey. However, this pet has a bad character, which can be said to be particularly bad. It likes to inject venom into its pet master. However, this kind of pet with bad character has also been trained by some pet trainers with poisonous talents who are willing to cultivate this kind of pet. The school bus soon stopped in front of the secret realm. This secret realm is mainly composed of forests and lakes. In order to expand this secret realm, Shinshan Middle School invests a large amount of space stones every year to maintain the stability of the space. In order to facilitate the passage of students and teachers, Shinshan Middle School built a large area of flat asphalt in the secret realm. Zhang Lingxue had already reported the number of people entering the secret realm in advance. After passing the guard inspection, she led Yibai and others slowly into the secret realm. This secret realm is distributed with a large number of lakes, and the sun in the sky is composed of top-grade sun crystals, which shows the school's generosity. Using sun crystals as a light source can make young pets stronger. Under the warm sunlight, the lake exudes golden light like fish scales. The warm wind blew over, bringing the fragrance of green grass. The staff carefully set up road signs on the road, and each kind of pet has a special area, which is like a zoo. Okay, everyone go choose your pet. Remember that each pet has a different personality. You must cooperate with the staff before you can start the contract ceremony. You must ensure that the surroundings are safe before you can contract your pet. Due to the environment of the secret realm, you, the pet masters who have just awakened your talents, have a strong restraint. You only have 1 hour to choose your pet. You must come back here after 1 hour, otherwise your life will be in danger. However, you can also ignore my dissuasion and stay here. The watch on your hand will ring the moment you faint. If there are any sequelae, don't blame me for not reminding you, and the cost of treatment is also an astronomical figure. Zhang Lingxue continued. Okay, everyone disperse, and go choose your pet first. As soon as Zhang Lingxue finished speaking, almost everyone rushed to Li Weiyang, who had awakened the Eye of Insight. Squad leader, can you please pick a powerful pet for me? Squad leader, please. Sister Weiyang, I have never asked you to do anything, this is the first time I ask you, you won't refuse me. A group of people surrounded Li Weiyang, only Yi Bai stood alone. Yi Bai rolled his eyes, a group of licking dogs, licking until there is nothing left. Li Weiyang is a typical egoist, like the super rare talent of the Eye of Insight, every time it is used, it will consume her energy. How could she consume her energy to help others? I guess she just sent others away with a few words. He picked a path at random and wandered around like visiting a zoo. Yi Bai wandered around the breeding farm of the Little Fangs. The Little Fangs here were all aggressive and grinned at Yi Bai. These black little fangs spit out red snake tongues, and the dark blue snake pupils narrowed into a slit. Their tails are thin and long, and there is a thin horn on their heads. When they saw Yi Bai coming, they rushed over through the bulletproof glass. Boom! Many little fangs were knocked unconscious, while the staff beside them were calmly browsing their phones. Basic exercises, don't be silly. He had long been accustomed to it. Sometimes, if he didn't hear the thumping sound, he would still doubt whether there would be any problem with the little fangs. In fact, this is also a training method for the little fangs. After hundreds or thousands of collisions, their skulls can be as hard as steel. However, Yi Bai didn't seem to be very interested in this kind of pet. After all, the little fangs are small snake pets. Except for some special people, few people like this cold-blooded pet. Next, Yi Bai visited the hedgehog pig, boxing rabbit and other farms, but he never found a pet that suited his taste. He wandered aimlessly, and when pieces of goose feathers-sized snowflakes fell from the sky, he realized that he had come to the breeding farm of the little snowball. Li Weiyang and a group of people also happened to come here. Many of the students have already reached contracts with pets. Among them are boxing rabbits, hedgehog pigs, and versatile silkworms. There are more versatile silkworms. This kind of pet is usually lazy and can be contracted with as long as you have hands. Yi Bai still hasn't contracted a pet yet, time is running out. 40 minutes have passed, and we need another 10 minutes to get back to the square. Yi Bai, I advise you not to be too picky, otherwise you won't have a pet at all. The classmates talked about Yi Bai all the time. Yi Bai just ignored them. Look, it's the little snowballs. Suddenly a classmate pointed to the distance and said, 2 little snowballs came here like ice and snow elves. A panting staff member followed behind them. Slow down, wait for me. Have you sensed the pet master who can contract? The staff member was so tired that he was out of breath. The little snowballs turned into a large number of snowflakes and circled around Yi Bai. Then the snowflakes gathered in Yi Bai's hands, forming the figure of the little snowballs. The 2 little snowballs, one fat and one thin, happily circled around Yi Bai. Li Weiyang's eyes turned blood red, and she activated the Eye of Insight skill. Pet name, Snowball, Fat, Level, LV2, First Level, Second Level, Attribute, Ice, Skills, Collision, Snowmelting, Evolution Route, Blizzard Man, requires 3 ice cores, and completes evolution in an ice environment. Pet name, Snowball, Thin, Level, LV3, First Level, Third Level, Attribute, Ice, Skills, Collision, Snowmelting, Snow Spraying, Evolution Route, Ice and Snow Elf, requires 3 ice crystals and 3 eternal crystals, and completes evolution in an ice environment. Found it, the thinner snowball is the pet that Li Weiyang wants to contract. It has 3 skills in total, and has mastered the advanced skill of snow spraying. After evolving into an ice and snow elf, its strength will increase dramatically. But the pet is currently in Yi Bai's hands, and it seems to like Yi Bai more, so we have to think of a way to snatch the pet from Yi Bai. Li Weiyang's Eye of Insight has been awakened for a short time, so she can only see the basic information of her pets. As for the qualifications of her pets, she cannot see them at her current level. However, if the qualifications are not good, the resources can make up for it. Moreover, these are all juvenile pets. As long as the resources are sufficient, the qualifications can naturally be improved a lot. According to the knowledge Yibai has learned, the current levels of pets are divided into Level 1 to Level 9. Each level has 10 levels. There are new realms above the Level 9, but Yibai has not come into contact with them based on his current knowledge. In his mind, the Level 3 pets are already the ceiling of combat power. For example, the class teacher Zhang Lingshued is a Level 3, Level 8 pet master. If she hadn't been busy with research and wasted a lot of time, she would have become a Level 4 pet master long ago. Li Weiyan licked her face and approached Yibai. She showed her 8 neat pearly teeth and greeted the little snowball. She showed an approachable and easy to get along look, which was Li Weiyan's natural disguise. Unfortunately, the 2 little snowballs still circled around Yibai, not even paying a glance to Li Weiyang. Angry JPG. Li Weiyan's face showed a trace of loneliness, and she remained silent. Staring at the little snowball, she felt as if it was right in front of her, but a million miles away. Yibai, such a strong smell of green tea. Yibai, you can't always dominate the little snowball, you should have a spirit of great love, and don't block the monitor from choosing the little snowball. Seeing that Li Weiyan looked a little depressed, a righteous person, licking dog, immediately came forward to accuse Yibai and defend Li Weiyan. Like the little snowball, Yibai didn't even pay a glance to the licking dog, which made the licking dog He Qing Yuan look ashamed. Okay, Yibai, do you even look down on your fellow classmates? Are you so proud of yourself? Don't you want to talk to me? Listening to He Qing Yuan's chatter, the students around him all frowned. At this time, He Qing Yuan straightened his back and pointed to his pet, the boxing rabbit, with great pride. See? This is the boxing rabbit I carefully selected. It's a great guy. Boxing rabbit, stand up and say hello to your classmates. The boxing rabbit, as the name suggests, is a fat rabbit, half a meter tall, with big red eyes, and a mouthful of ugly buck teeth on its 3-petal mouth. When its fist is clenched, it looks like a boxing glove, so it is called a boxing rabbit. Boxing rabbits have a bad temper and are easily irritable. Especially when they are angry, they will ignore the instructions of the pet master and attack their opponents crazily. They like to bully the weak and fear the strong. When they meet a pet weaker than themselves, they will mock them wantonly. When they meet a pet stronger than themselves, they dare not even fart. So this guy is also called a rogue rabbit. However, since He Qing Yuan had just signed a contract with the boxing rabbit, it was not familiar with He Qing Yuan and naturally would not be willing to obey He Qing Yuan's instructions. The boxing rabbit yawned loudly, lay directly on the ground, scratched its butt with its hands, and looked uninterested. This scene fell into the eyes of many classmates, and He Qing Yuan was even more ashamed. His face turned red instantly. He didn't know whether it was because of anger or anxiety. Then he remembered the ruby carrot he had bought with his pocket money for 3 months. Ruby carrot is a special ingredient and a resource for breeding pets. It is rich in a variety of trace elements and nutrients, full of juice, and tastes sweet. The nose of the little snowball is made of ruby carrots, which is a renewable resource. Seeing He Qing Yuan take out the ruby carrot, the boxing rabbit was no longer sleepy. It got up from the ground and snatched the ruby carrot from He Qing Yuan's hand mercenarily. The ruby carrot was only the thickness of a thumb and about 2 centimeters long, looking like a dazzling gem. The boxing rabbit opened its mouth and ate the ruby carrot with a crunch. A strong fragrance spread out, and the onlookers were immediately refreshed. After eating the carrot in 2 or 3 bites, the boxing rabbit still looked unsatisfied. It showed an expression of "You are very smart, I am very satisfied," and clenched its claws and made a crackling sound. The boxing rabbit's legs suddenly bounced on the ground, swinging its fists and hitting a decorative stone on the ground. There was a click, and the stone broke into several pieces. Just as He Qing Yuan was enjoying the admiration of others, Yibai finally reacted. "What's wrong, Yibai, are you scared? Apologize to Li Weiyan quickly, otherwise I don't know if your head can be harder than the stone just now," He Qing Yuan said arrogantly. Yibai's face twitched. He had seen people who were courting death, but he had never seen someone courting death like this. Yibai looked at Li Weiyan, who was secretly gloating. To be honest, Li Weiyan had never been used to seeing Yibai's aloof look, and she wanted to take this opportunity to see how deep Yibai was. She had always been quite wary of Yibai, and she didn't know if it was because of Yibai's aura of a god of learning. Yibai shouted to the staff beside him, "Hello, teacher, he destroyed the flowers and plants in the secret realm, and he should be punished." Li Weiyang. He Qing Yuan. All the students present. "Yibai, you are still the worst." The staff member remembered that there was indeed such a rule in the secret realm rules, and he nodded. "Student, you have destroyed the public property of the secret realm." According to the rules, you need to be punished 10 times. After the staff member asked He Qingyuan's name, he issued the first ticket. He Qingyuan's face was as black as ink. He had a word in his mind that he didn't know whether to say it or not. At this moment, a black shadow jumped out from the side, and it hit the boxing rabbit not far from Yi Qingyuan like a cannonball. The boxing rabbit only felt a huge force coming, and its body flew backwards involuntarily. With a plop, it fell into the fountain next to it. Boxing rabbit! He Qingyuan exclaimed, and then everyone realized that the black shadow was actually the white and jade-like Bibian silkworm. Its body is slightly larger than the ordinary Bibian silkworm, and it is running away in a panic. The body jumped up and down, and the speed was extremely fast. Behind him, there was a group of staff holding a capture net, shouting to the silkworm, "Don't run, silkworm!" Suddenly, the ground cracked, and a steel drill mole with a steel drill on its nose appeared, staring at the silkworm with a fierce look. The silkworm was startled, and it looked in other directions. Some pets that were ready to fight had blocked its way. The desperate silkworm turned its eyes and fell on Yi Bai. It turned its eyes and looked at Yi Bai as if it was looking at a big piece of fat meat. The silkworm jumped directly into Yi Bai's hand, and Yi Bai felt like a 20-pound pig fell into his hand. The little snowball was startled and turned into countless snowflakes and flew out. Yi Bai saw that the silkworm looked silly on the surface, but in fact, there was a glimmer of brilliance in its eyes. The light of the sun crystal fell on the white jade body of the silkworm, and Yi Bai saw a flash of light between the eyebrows of the silkworm. Combined with the information provided by his intelligence system, Yi Bai immediately understood that this guy was not a 100-change silkworm, but a rarer 1,000-change silkworm. Yi Bai had checked the literature and found that the 1,000-change silkworm was very similar to the 100-change silkworm, but the 1,000-change silkworm was rarer. Among the millions of 100-change silkworms, there was not a single 1,000-change silkworm. The silk it spits out is very smooth and can be woven into fine silk. According to the tips of the intelligence system, the silk of the 1,000-change silkworm is said to be worth 1 ounce of silk. But few people know about it. Owning a 1,000-change silkworm is like having a chicken that lays golden eggs. In Yi Bai's eyes, it is no longer a 1,000-change silkworm, but a code for getting rich. A white light appeared between the eyebrows of the panicked 1,000-change silkworm, and it wanted to sign a contract with Yi Bai. At this time, the leading staff member came out. "I'm sorry, classmate, can you give us the 100-changes silkworm in your hand?" This guy came out of nowhere. It is not a pet cultivated in the secret realm. It is dangerous and uncontrollable. You have just awakened your talent. Signing a contract with this kind of pet will be very risky. And it has a very fierce personality and always likes to snatch the food of other pets in the secret realm. It made other pets complain. We couldn't bear it anymore, so we set a trap to catch it, but we didn't expect it to see through our trap and escape here. This time, the staff set up a net to catch it and expel it from the secret realm. It's just that he died before he could accomplish his mission, and the dangerous 100-changes silkworm fell into the hands of the students who came to contract. The leading staff patiently explained, and even Li Wei Yang stood up and persuaded Yi Bai to hand over the 100-changes silkworm in his hand. Although she didn't like Yi Bai, they were classmates after all. Sometimes she used him as a shield, which made many people back off. Yi Bai's awakened talent was not good, but Li Wei Yang felt that Yi Bai was not an ordinary person. If she didn't really want the little snowball in Yi Bai's hand this time, she would not signal the dog to offend Yi Bai. Li Wei Yang had a cordon on the point of propriety. She would never offend anyone who could not be offended. No need. It just so happens that I don't have a pet, so this is it. Yi Bai bit his finger while others were not paying attention, and suddenly pointed at the eyebrows of Qianbian silkworm. White light burst out instantly, covering Yi Bai and Qianbian silkworm. Blood outlined a strange rune in the eyebrows of Qianbian silkworm, and there was a vague connection between Yi Bai and Qianbian silkworm. A dazzling bead also appeared in the groove of Yi Bai's pet space. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Yi Bai could feel the hunger coming from Qianbian's heart, the burning feeling in his heart and lungs. Yi Bai resisted the hunger in his heart, and waved to the staff and said, "I have signed a contract with this 1,000-changes silkworm. According to the school's regulations, I can receive a month's worth of food for the initial pet." The leading staff nodded. Of course, there is such a rule. But most people can't afford to go and receive a month's worth of food for the pet. The leading staff clapped his hands, and another person came up immediately. He took out bags of pet food weighing 1 kilogram from his space backpack. These food rations are specially formulated according to scientific proportions, focusing on absolute nutrition, but the taste is not very good. Yi Bai tore a bag and threw the food in the bag to the Thousand Changes silkworm. This strange Thousand Changes silkworm was extremely fast. It rushed out like a cannonball, took the food in midair and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. A bag of food can meet the 3 meals a day of the young pet. The Thousand Change silkworm ate 5 bags of this kind of food, and it looked like it was really hungry. The Thousand Change silkworm, which had eaten its fill, showed a satisfied look on its face. Guyu lay on the ground, and immediately fell asleep. The Thousand Change silkworm's snoring like a drum could be clearly heard all around. It was born with a large appetite and could eat more than other 100 Change silkworms, so it always wandered among the various tribes in the secret realm to snatch food. Due to its extremely fast digestion, the Thousand Change silkworm has not had a full meal so far, and it always feels the pain of a burning stomach. So in order to eat, it uses up its life to eat, and for this it does not hesitate to provoke the resentment of some tribes. Sometimes it would even be beaten and scarred by a pet, so its ability to resist beatings has been raised to the extreme value. For the Thousand Change silkworm, ordinary physical attacks are like mosquito bites. After it made a contract with Yi Bai, it had its first full meal since birth. Seeing Yi Bai calmly choose a silkworm, Li Weiyan's expression was quite strange. Although the genes of a pet like a silkworm are unstable, there may be multiple evolutionary routes. However, this pet has no attack power at the beginning, and only has strong defense. However, once this defense encounters a fire pet, it is like paper and can be easily broken. Generally, students who choose a silkworm are from wealthy families, and their families have already prepared pets with good qualifications. Coming to the school secret realm is just a formality. In addition, the silkworms of Shinshan Middle School are of good quality. If they can find another evolutionary route of the silkworm, they will be famous in history. However, these students do not include Yi Bai and himself. Li Weiyang and Yi Bai are both from ordinary families, and they can only rely on themselves to fight for everything. But why did Yi Bai choose a mediocre silkworm with no attack power, and gave up the rare snowball? This puzzled Li Weiyang. If Yi Bai felt compassion for the 100 Changes silkworm, Li Weiyang would not believe it. After all, he and herself are the same type of people, both are egoists, and will not do anything that is not good for themselves. Driven by curiosity, Li Weiyang used the Eye of Insight as an exception. She wanted to know why. Her eyes turned blood red. Yi Bai felt a fascinating gaze looking at him, and he turned around and found that Li Weiyang's eyes turned blood red. It seems that Li Weiyang is activating the ability of the Eye of Insight. She must want to figure out her intentions and why she contracted this ordinary 100 Changes silkworm. Pet name, Thousand Changes silkworm, level, LV2, first level, second level, skills, impact, spinning, hardening, evolution route, Thousand Changes silkworm, materials required for evolution? Strange, the name of this pet is Thousand Changes silkworm, which only has one more collision skill than the 100 Changes silkworm. Why did it win Yi Bai's favor? From the appearance, it is almost the same as the ordinary 100 Changes silkworm. There is something strange, this is definitely strange. After looking at the data of the Thousand Changes silkworm, Li Weiyang felt even more confused. She always felt that something was wrong, and under the Eye of Insight, this guy could also evolve into a 10,000 Changes silkworm, but according to the 100 Changes silkworm, the 10,000 Changes silkworm did not have much attack power. What on earth was Yi Bai trying to do? But Li Weiyang did not think about it at this time, because she had more important things to do. After the thinner little snowball found Yi Bai's contracted pet, it flew over with a somewhat lonely look. It landed on Li Weiyang's fingertips, looking a little uninterested. Li Weiyang has been treating others as spare tires for so long, and this time it was the little snowball who treated her as a spare tire. Although she felt a little unhappy, the little snowball was the rarest of the pets. Even some big shots had been queuing for a long time, waiting for the little snowball's quota. If you don't want to contract yourself, there are people who will contract. Moreover, this little snowball can evolve into a rarer ice and snow elf, and has mastered the advanced skill of snow spraying. This pet has been the darling of ice and snow since its birth. I saw a flash of ice blue light between the little snowball's eyebrows, and Li Weiyang bit her fingertips and dripped blood on the ice blue light. At this moment, she finally signed a contract with the little snowball. The little snowball yawned a little tiredly, and the contract consumed a lot of its energy. Without even a greeting, the little snowball turned into a stream of light and rushed into the pet space that Li Weiyang had opened up when she awakened. After signing the contract, He Qingyuan's boxing rabbit crawled out of the pool, all wet. Its hair was tightly attached to its body, and it looked unusually thin. He Qingyuan looked at his boxing rabbit, which was wet and dripping with water, and his anger soared. Yi Bai, I want to challenge you. As soon as the voice fell, Zhang Lingxue came out from the path beside. A meaningful smile appeared on her vermilion lips. She had been hiding on the side just now, and saw the process of Yi Bai and Li Weiyang's pet contract. Zhang Lingxue, who was familiar with the 100 Changes silkworm, noticed that Yi Bai's 100 Changes silkworm seemed a little different. You want to challenge Yi Bai? Of course there is no problem. After we leave the secret realm, we can go to the battlefield to fight. It's getting late now, we have to leave the secret realm. The anger in He Qingyuan's heart never stopped. He was like a volcano about to erupt. When he returned to school, He Qingyuan issued a declaration of war to Yi Bai in public. But, I think such a battle, without a bonus, would not fall on your prestige as mastery. I remember that you seem to have obtained a second-level insect stone last week, so let's use this as a bonus. He Qingyuan hesitated for a moment. This second-level insect stone was a treasure. He also got the second-level insect stone by picking up a bargain on the street stall. Okay, I'll bet, but the bet needs to be of equal price. Yi Bai, what is your bet? He Qingyuan knew that Yi Bai was not rich, his parents were missing, and he ran a small pet store alone. The pets sold in the store were all inferior. My bet is very simple. If I lose the game, I will automatically move away from Li Weiyang and give up my seat at the same table with Li Weiyang, so that you can get what you want. After hearing the bet between the two, the classmates began to discuss. The second-level insect stone in He Qingyuan's hand is his favorite. I have seen He Qingyuan showing off the insect stone that he regards as a treasure more than once. I think Yi Bai's bet does not seem to be equal to He Qingyuan's value. You are stupid. Things are different now. What talent did the class monitor awaken? The A-level talent of insight. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. If you have a good relationship with the class monitor, she will use the insight eye to help you choose a gifted pet beast, and all the insect stones will be paid back. This is not a seat at the same table, this is simply a smooth road. To outsiders, Yi Bai's condition is simply a free-for-all. But in the eyes of a senior licker like He Qingyuan who is far-sighted, this condition really makes his heart beat. I agree. He Qingyuan agreed immediately. A group of people left the secret realm one after another, while Yi Bai looked at his watch with a frown. It was still a quarter of an hour before 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The intelligence system said that Li Weiyang would be shot. Where was the killer? However, from the intelligence prompted by the system, Li Weiyang would be seriously injured, which means that the attack was too sudden and the people protecting her did not react or did not arrive. At the time of awakening, the electromagnetic shielding of the whole school was already turned on, and then Zhang Lingxue took her classmates into the secret realm without stopping. Her light goddess butterfly was always detecting strange fluctuations. Li Weiyang, who had awakened the A-level talent, would definitely be protected by someone. Logically speaking, she should be very safe. It seems that there is an organization that is purposefully hunting down humans who have awakened rare talents. There must be undercover agents from other countries among the top leaders of the Yenguo Alliance, otherwise how did these people know such confidential information? Everyone on Blue Star has different awakened talents, but the talent of the Eye of Insight is among the best. Although the Yin Country Alliance only divides talents into S, A, B, C, D, etc. for everyone's consideration, it is easy to distinguish. But in the United States Alliance, the Eye of Insight is marked as a strategic talent, a talent that can affect the country's destiny. The class teacher has reported Li Weiyang's talent. It can be said that Li Weiyang, who has awakened the Eye of Insight talent, has already stood at the end of the starting line and stepped into the gate of the top school. After they leave the secret realm, Li Weiyang will be protected by the people sent by Yin Country. No one would have thought that someone would take advantage of the gap when Li Weiyang walked out of the secret realm to launch an attack. So if you want to get Li Weiyang's blood, this is the only chance. As for the bet that Yi Bai mentioned, Li Weiyang will probably not take it to heart. After all, she will be taken away by the people sent by the top school later. So Yi Bai is really making a fortune out of nothing, using a false promise to exchange for He Qingyuan's real money. Li Weiyang and Yi Bai walked out of the secret realm one after the other. The class teacher was late because he had to check the number of pets with the person in charge of the secret realm. At this time, it was only 1 minute before 5 o'clock. Yi Bai looked around with a vigilant face. He did not find any abnormalities for the time being. His palms were sweating secretly and he exhaled deeply. And in a high-rise building 1,000 meters away from the secret realm, a blue-haired beauty took the elevator to the top floor of the building. She used her hairpin to push open the wire mesh of the building and entered the rooftop. Her beautiful eyes searched around and found a suitable position. At this time, there were still 30 seconds until 5 o'clock. Very good, the time is almost up. Come out, bullet ant. A slender fiery red ant was summoned by the beauty. Its body is very slender, like a bamboo pole, with sharp eyes like knives, and a total of 8 long legs, which mainly play a supporting role. The bullet ant has a big belly, just like a pregnant woman, and inside is a huge ant nest. Its wings are as thin as cicada wings. It is 1.5 meters long and looks like a heavy sniper. The bullet ant is a rare pet that can spray thumb-thick drill ants and explosive ants from its mouth. The drill ants can penetrate the body of the prey like a bullet, while the explosive ants will explode the moment they hit the opponent. It's just that it's easier for bullet ants to breed drill ants, while the explosive ants take a longer time to breed. The beauty took out an 8-fold telescope and looked in the direction of the exit of the secret realm. Li Weiyang was just walking out of the secret realm at this time, followed by a handsome guy who seemed to be Li Weiyang's classmate. The two were close to each other. It's almost done, bullet ant, start attacking. For this kind of newly awakened minions, use drill ants, don't waste precious explosive ants. A blue light flashed in the eyes of the beauty, and she was sharing vision with the bullet ant through the contract. Then the bullet ant suddenly sprayed a bullet, drill ant, from its mouth, and a sound of breaking through the air sounded. A fiery red light flashed by. The ground where the bullet ant stood had several cracks, and a wisp of white smoke came out of its mouth. The beauty looked at Li Weiyang's face with pity. What a beautiful and charming woman, she is going to die like this. Don't blame me, blame you for awakening such a rare talent. It's also your fault that you were born in the Yinghua Alliance. We must eliminate every key factor that can lead to the strengthening of the Yinghua Alliance. This is the mission of our killers, sorry. It was only a few seconds before 5 o'clock. Yi Bai immediately noticed a fiery red light suddenly appearing in the distance. After awakening his talent, Yi Bai not only enhanced his memory, but also his 5 senses. Li Weiyang walked forward calmly, without feeling the danger approaching. Yi Bai, who awakened his talent of photographic memory, has a strong computing ability in his brain. He can infer the location where the bullet fell by the wind speed and the speed of the bullet. Just as the fiery red light was about to shoot Li Weiyang in the head. Be careful! Yi Bai pushed forward, and Li Weiyang immediately jumped forward. The armored ant deviated from its position and penetrated Li Weiyang's shoulder blade, scratching Yi Bai's arm. The blood from his arm dripped onto the ancient jade, which emitted a faint fluorescence. A large amount of blood gushed out from Li Weiyang's wound like a spring and sprayed onto Yi Bai's body. When Yi Bai didn't notice, the ancient jade hanging on his chest suddenly moved after touching Li Weiyang's blood, and a large amount of blood poured into the ancient jade. Then the ancient jade suddenly turned into a stream of light and sank into Yi Bai's chest. There was a faint tingling in his chest, but Yi Bai didn't notice it. The pain in his arm had already made him grimace in pain. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack, everyone quickly disperse. The classmates scattered like birds and beasts, and only Yi Bai and Li Weiyang were left at the entrance of the secret realm. Even Li Weiyang's licking dogs and fish in the pond abandoned her, especially He Qingyuan, who ran faster and didn't even notice that a shoe had fallen. They all showed a trace of guilt on their faces, but soon the guilt was replaced by a trace of relief. Humph! Licking dogs and spare tires are indeed unreliable, and they must be self-reliant. At the critical moment, Yi Bai, who he disliked, was not as reliable as him. Li Weiyang secretly made a decision that since he had awakened the talent of the Eye of Insight, he must be self-reliant. Are you okay? Yi Bai directly took out a white towel and pressed the wound on Li Weiyang's shoulder. A piercing pain came from his shoulder, and Li Weiyang grimaced in pain. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he succeeded. Li Weiyang's blood. Yi Bai will find a safe place later, freeze the blood, and put it in the cold storage. As long as he can find the 7-hole Linglong Jade, Yi Bai can get this rare level talent, the Eye of Insight. Let's go, we must leave here immediately. Li Weiyang said weakly. In fact, the guards of the secret realm have already reacted, and they rushed to Li Weiyang, hoping to protect Li Weiyang. This is the seed player of the Yin Country Alliance. He can't die here, but their reaction is still a step slow. Killer Z was very unhappy when she saw that her attack was intercepted. According to her prediction, Li Weiyang should have been shot in the head by the drill ant, but she was pushed away. Killer Z, who has a perfectionist personality, was very unhappy. She bit her lip and ordered the bullet ant to fire another shot. The bullet ant aimed at the direction just now and fired another shot. Yi Bai's eyebrows suddenly furrowed, his back felt cold, and a bad premonition emerged. He kicked Li Weiyang out without thinking. A dirty footprint appeared on her big white skirt, and blood came out from Li Weiyang's wound and dripped all over the ground. Yi Bai didn't care about the piercing pain. He rolled on the ground, trying to avoid the drill ant's attack. Bang! The drill ant directly hit a place not far from Yi Bai, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. But Yi Bai found that the drill ant was not dead yet, and the drill ant with a fierce look on its face rushed towards Yi Bai. Then Yi Bai summoned the 1,000-change silkworm from the secret realm in his body and blocked it in front of him. That was just a drill ant, which was slightly more powerful than ordinary bullets. And the defense of the 1,000-change silkworm was enough to resist the attack of the drill ant. Yi Bai was betting that the 1,000-change silkworm could resist the attack of the drill ant. At this distance, without the blessing of the bullet ant, the attack of the drill ant would at most cause a little damage to the 1,000-change silkworm. At this time, Yi Bai raised his voice and shouted loudly, "Teacher, help!" He was not worried that the 1,000-change silkworm would die because of this. Because the contract was just signed, even if the 1,000-change silkworm died suddenly, it would not cause much harm to Yi Bai. There are 3 ways for pets and pet masters to terminate the contract: the death of the pet, the death of the pet master, and the termination of the contract by mutual agreement. Bang! The drill ant landed on the body of the 1,000-change silkworm with a muffled sound. Under Yi Bai's surprised eyes, the 1,000-change silkworm opened its blood-red eyes. The 1,000-change silkworm, which was sleeping soundly, suddenly felt the piercing pain in its buttocks. It rushed upwards with a wail and a piercing scream. It fell from the air and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Bai found that there was a thumb-sized red ant with a twisted body and a mouth like a drill on the buttocks of the 1,000-change silkworm. The buttocks of the 1,000-change silkworm were only a little red and swollen, and the skin was not even broken. What an amazing defensive ability! Code Z saw that the second move of the bullet ant was also blocked, and her face was gloomy as ink. She gritted her teeth and fired the third shot again. At this time, Zhang Lingxue had walked out of the secret realm. She saw the 2 people covered in blood and was immediately furious. This was intercepted and killed in her own territory. It was her own carelessness. At this moment, a bright goddess butterfly with white holy light all over its body appeared in midair. It is about 2 meters tall with its butterfly wings spread out, and its big aqua blue eyes are full of compassion for all living beings. Every time it flaps its wings, milky white scale powder is emitted. The wings are covered with beautiful golden patterns. There is also a noble crown studded with gems on his head. This is a prop specially customized for pet beasts, which can increase the strength of pet beasts. Butterfly, goddess of light, use the protection of the goddess of light. Then use the forgiveness of the goddess of light. The order came from Zhang Lingxue. As soon as she came out of the secret realm, she saw her student being sniped, and she suddenly became furious. The goddess of light butterfly flapped her wings suddenly, and 2 milky white halos surrounded Yi Bai and Li Weiyang. At this time, a fiery red bullet slammed into the light curtain, and the light curtain shook and returned to calm. The diamond ant that fell to the ground was sat on by the 1,000 transformation silkworm, and the 1,000 transformation silkworm even specially twisted its buttocks, causing the diamond ant to crush it into pieces. Although the mouth parts of this drill ant are as hard as drill bits, the connecting parts of its body are quite fragile. With a little force, the body and head can easily separate. After Killer Z saw Yi Bai and Li Weiyang surrounded by a light curtain, he immediately understood that he had missed the best opportunity to attack. She gritted her teeth and waved her hand to send the bullet ant with white smoke coming from the corner of her mouth back to the pet space inside her body. Killer Z knew that she had missed the best moment of hunting, and her location was probably exposed, so now she could only take the best option. At this time, there were rapid footsteps at the door, and the person responsible for guarding Li Weiyang had already chased him. "Consider you lucky," she muttered, and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings emerged from her back. She jumped off the top floor like a fairy descending into the world. A group of men in black looked at Killer Z, who jumped down and nimbly shuttled through the traffic below. The leader of the man in black shouted, "Chase, we must catch up, otherwise it will be difficult to give the school an explanation. Protect Li Weiyang immediately and escort him to the imperial capital." The goddess of light butterfly had 2 white lights emerging from its tentacles. Gentle white light fell on Yi Bai and Li Weiyang. Yi Bai instantly felt a warm air spreading to his entire body. He seemed to be soaking in a hot spring, and the injuries on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. And all the blood stains on his body disappeared. Wait, the blood stains are gone. Yi Bai looked at the bloodstained towel in his hand, and it turned out to be as white as new. It's simply cleaner than the one I bought. There's blood. Where is the blood of Li Weiyang that he got at the risk of his own life? At this time, a group of men in black surrounded Li Weiyang, and Li Weiyang was picked up like stars holding the moon. Li Weiyang took a deep look at Yi Bai, then turned away resolutely. When Yi Bai was about to leave, he was stopped by men in black. They were all wearing suits and sunglasses. There is also a badge on the suit, which depicts a man in black robes, looking up at the endless starry sky. This is a special operations organization similar to the Dragon Group, called the Night Watch. They came here specifically to escort Li Weiyang to Imperial University. I just don't know why the Night Watchman didn't show up when Li Weiyang was ambushed just now. Sorry, I offended you. The leading Night Watchman waved his hand, and a large space appeared. A bang was heard, and a super-large Sharpei emerged from the space. It stuck out its tongue and sniffed Yi Bai. The pet beast shook its head directly at the leading man in black. The man in black nodded, and his subordinates made a way out, signaling for Yi Bai to leave. At this time Zhang Lingxue came over. Don't look, she has awakened the rarer level talent of the Eye of Insight, and has already locked in the highest school one step ahead. Those are the people who came to pick her up. Aren't you envious? Although the Eye of Insight is an auxiliary talent and does not help in combat, it can see the hidden evolutionary path of pet beasts. She will definitely further her studies in the future and go in the direction of research. The head teacher Zhang Lingxue came over and patted Yi Bai on the shoulder. Teacher, would you like me to tell you how the variety silkworm evolved into the light goddess butterfly? If you can study another evolutionary route of the variety silkworm, you can not only get the title of intermediate researcher, but also be able to lock in those top universities in advance. Recently, my light goddess butterfly has improved a bit, and I have learned the skill of purification. This is how the blood in your body is purified. Are you impressed? Teacher is also doing it for your own good. In order to prevent someone from collecting Li Weiyang's blood and using curse-like abilities, the blood stains left on the ground must be removed. Zhang Lingxue paused and continued, with a population of more than 1 billion in the Yin Kingdom Alliance, there are very few people who can awaken the Eye of Insight, so every one of them is protected. You saved Li Weiyang this time. It is estimated that the Yanghua Alliance will also give you a valuable gift. After some explanations, Yi Bai understood that even if the goddess of light dye didn't purify the bloodstains around her, the Night Watchman would take action. I was destined to not get Li Weiyang's blood through illegal means. Yi Bai used the tip of his tongue to touch his cheek, revealing a helpless smile. He had worked in vain. He was not destined to have this fate. After returning to school, Zhang Lingxue announced something to everyone. By the way, classmates, I have something to announce. The material boxes were originally distributed today, but because of what happened just now, the classmates are still in shock, so the school announced that it will be changed to tomorrow. After everyone heard this, they left one after another. Yi Bai also returned to his warm home, a two-story house next to the street, which is located in the village in the city. There was a sign with 5 big characters on the house, Fanyuan Cultivation House, but after being exposed to wind and rain, the dot on the square faded, and the sign became Wanyuan Cultivation House. At this time, a gray-skinned fat chinchilla heard the sound and opened the gate. It showed a simple and honest expression to Yi Bai. It once encountered some accidents and almost died. It was picked up by Yi Bai and became a member of Fanyuan Breeding House. Yi Bai also named this chinchilla Dahui. Dahui is good at housework. The whole Fanyuan Breeding House is well managed by Dahui. Its cooking skills are also very good. However, Dahui has a very serious shortcoming, that is, it will pick up some abandoned pets and bring them back to Fanyuan Breeding House from time to time. Dahui felt a little guilty when he saw Yi Bai coming back. His eyes were a little evasive. He blocked Yi Bai's vision with his huge body. Yi Bai held his forehead. He knew what abandoned pets Dahui had picked up and brought back to the breeding house. The full name of Dahui is Grey Night Chinchilla, which is a powerful pet. It is very strong and can lift tons of objects, but its personality is very gentle and it is usually used as a porter. Apart from its strength, Dahui is not outstanding, and it is also recognized as a pet without an evolutionary path on Blue Star, so few people would contract a Grey Night Chinchilla as their pet. When Yi Bai found Dahui, it was a night of heavy rain. He saw Dahui covered with wounds in the garbage dump. At that time, its hair was not gray, but snow white. It was a pet of a different color. Such pets can be sold at a high price in the black market. Yi Bai secretly glanced at Dahui. There were countless wounds on its body that were bleeding. The most serious one was the wound on its abdomen, and even half of its intestines were exposed. There were marks of shackles on its wrists and ankles. There was also a collar similar to a dog tag on its neck. It lay on the garbage heap, dying. Yi Bai thought that De Hui had just died. When he was about to avoid this trouble, De Hui's hand grabbed Yi Bai's ankle. Yi Bai looked down and met the big blue eyes. A trace of desire for life flashed in its eyes. Yi Bai understood what De Hui meant. It wanted Yi Bai to save it. The desire to survive in De Hui's eyes moved Yi Bai, so he wasted the only animal storage card in his hand and put De Hui in it. He also erased the path he passed and deleted all the surveillance on the road. From the dog tag hanging on De Hui's neck and the marks on his hands, it can be seen that this guy should be a pet that escaped from a private research institute. The rain was pouring down, and many traces would be erased by the roaring rain. When Yi Bai released De Hui from the animal card, De Hui was like a corpse, stiff all over. If it weren't for the slight breathing on his belly, Yi Bai would have treated it as a corpse long ago. Due to the crude treatment equipment in the breeding house, Yi Bai could only give De Hui a simple treatment, suture De Hui's wound, and inject it with the few antibiotics in the store. The rest could only be left to fate. The positioning system and the dog tag had been destroyed by De Hui, and the only remaining self-destruct function was also dismantled by Yi Bai. Originally, Yi Bai thought that De Hui would have a high fever at night, and he prepared some antipyretics and ice cubes. Unexpectedly, after only one night, De Hui's wound had grown granulation tissue, and it could open its eyes and climb out of bed to move around. 3 days later, De Hui's hair turned from snow white to gray, and the wounds on his body had scabbed and fallen off. The originally azure blue eyes also turned into turquoise, but occasionally under the reflection, the azure blue could be seen. It also lost most of its memories, and only remembered that it was abandoned. It forgot the memory of escaping from the research institute, including why it was so seriously injured. This immediately alerted Yi Bai, so he tried his best to hide De Hui's traces. Sure enough, after a few days, there were more strangers on the street. For this reason, Yi Bai also went on a long journey and forged a voucher for buying a gray night chinchilla, just to prevent someone from coming to his door one day. Because De Hui's hair and pupil color had changed, and Yi Bai hacked into the system to forge the voucher, those strangers came to check several times but did not find De Hui's true identity. Gradually, those people gave up the search, and they thought that De Hui must have escaped to another place. In this way, they lived in peace for 3 years. Because De Hui remembered that he was abandoned, he was sympathetic to those poor abandoned pets. These pets generally have their own defects. Like the thunder pig, it was originally a pet that could burst out a terrifying electric current, but it was abandoned because of problems with its own power generation organs. Like a chameleon, its scales can change with the surrounding colors, always keeping invisible, and it is very popular with some pet masters. Unfortunately, it was abandoned because of its own problems and could not be invisible. To eliminate the contract, the pet master needs to use a prop called Styx Water. This prop is expensive, with an initial price of 50,000 alliance coins. A pet abandoned by the pet master and actively breaking the contract cannot be contracted by the pet master again within 2 years. Yi Bai's breeding house is about to become a pet adoption center. Yi Bai has also changed from a student with a little extra money to a person who worries about his livelihood all day long. The monthly food expenses of the breeding house are an astronomical figure. He also thought about helping the pets in the store find a kind person to adopt them. However, because of the defects of the pets, no one is willing to take over, but let more people know that the pets in Yi Bai's breeding house have defects. If Yi Bai's shop didn't sell a very special violent potion, his breeding house would probably have closed down completely. Yi Bai looked at De Hui with a guilty look on his face, not daring to look him in the eye, and was suddenly speechless. De Hui lowered his head, his vision was blocked by his big belly, and it was useless to breathe hard. De Hui, how many times have I told you? Our breeding house is already running out of money, why did you pick up a pet again? The tall and strong De Hui was scolded by Yi Bai like a grandson. Hurry up, take it out and let me check it to see if there are any parasites or infectious diseases. Yi Bai said angrily, and a hint of joy flashed into Hui's eyes. It knew that Yi Bai was a cruel person, so it would bring the pet beast back to the breeding house again and again. Although he would be scolded by Yi Bai every time, the insignificant scolding would not make De Hui realize the seriousness of the problem at all. At this time, Da Hui took out a cardboard box from behind, and inside it turned out to be a newborn lightning cat. Lightning cat is a kind of thunder pet beast, which is relatively rare. It is usually golden yellow, and a few are black. The lightning cat in front of me is all golden. The pet beasts on Blue Star are mainly divided into attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, ice, wind, light, darkness, poison, fighting, dragon, and ghost. But when Yibai looked at the lightning cat, he was stunned. A stream of cool air flowed through Yibai's eyes, and a projection screen appeared in front of him, which turned out to be lightning cat-related data. Pet name, lightning cat, gender, male, attribute, thunder, character, lively, level, LV2, first level and second level, skills to master, impact, high-speed movement, claws, electric current radiation. Evolution Route 1, Lightning Leopard, Electric Soul Core 1, Electric Soul Grass 3, hit by thunder in thunderstorms, reaching the second level of peak strength. Evolution Route 2, Lightning Civet, Electric Soul Core 3, Ghost Grass 2, reaching the second level of peak strength. This guy actually has 2 evolutionary routes. Wait, the point is not this. Why can I see the evolutionary routes of pet beasts? Are there any mutations in my eyes? At this time, Yibai looked at the mirror, and he found that his eyes turned blood red at this moment, like fine red gems. When Li Weiyang used the Eye of Insight, his pupils were also red. Is there any connection between the two? At this time, Yibai's eyes were comparable to those of a certain wave of red eye disease. However, the blood-red eyes returned to normal after a few seconds, turning into deep dark pupils. He touched the ancient jade on his chest familiarly, the heirloom of the Yi family. Damn, where did my ancient jade go? The rope tied to the ancient jade was as thick as a hemp pole, and it was impossible for it to be stolen under normal circumstances. Combined with the strangeness of his eyes, Yibai could easily think that the ancient jade with a heart-like shape was the legendary 7-aperture delicate heart. Although he didn't know what level of treasure this was, Yibai guessed that it was at least legendary. This overwhelming wealth finally fell on him. Yibai's heart was thumping, and he felt a chill from his heart to his eyes at this time. The sore feeling in his eyes that appeared when he used the Eye of Insight just now disappeared in an instant. No wonder, I said Li Weiyang was so cautious when using the Eye of Insight. This should be the same reason why a certain group of ninjas will go blind if they use it too much. This should involve the issue of pupil power and replenishing pupil power. However, the Yen Kingdom Alliance has awakened the Eye of Insight, so they should have a countermeasure. Although the talent of the Eye of Insight is very rare, it is said that Duan Tao, the president of the Imperial Capital University, has awakened this talent. He has been researching for many years, and he should have developed a drug to relieve eye discomfort. Yibai muttered to himself. He looked at the lightning cat in the cardboard box, which was curled up in a corner of the cardboard box and shivering. The hair on its body was tightly attached to itself, and there was clear and transparent amniotic fluid on it, and its eyes were not open yet. Let's keep this lightning cat in the breeding house for the time being. De Hui, although this lightning cat has been abandoned, it doesn't have any major problems. We can find a suitable pet trainer to adopt it. When I was doing a physical examination on the lightning cat just now, I uploaded the data of the lightning cat. If a pet trainer sees this lightning cat and comes to adopt it, you must not be sad. After hearing what Yibai said, De Hui suddenly felt a little disappointed. He held the lightning cat in his palm, like holding a rare treasure. It has become an instinct for it to like to pick up pets and bring them back to the breeding house. It especially likes furry things. This lightning cat should be De Hui's favorite. Yibai looked at De Hui like this, and felt a little bit sorry. He patted De Hui on the shoulder. De Hui, don't worry, we will find someone for it to rely on. I think the level of the person is not bad. By the way, let me introduce this is my new partner who just signed a contract, Qianbian Silkworm. The white jade-like, one-emeteral Qianbian Silkworm emerged from Yibai's pet space. Qianbian Silkworm, this is De Hui, I treat it as my family, and the rest are pets in the store. Yibai did not intend to hide the traces of Qianbian Silkworm from the beginning, otherwise it might be interpreted as a scheming boy later. However, Yibai also subconsciously used the Eye of Insight on Qianbian Silkworm. Pet name, Qianbian Silkworm, level, LV2, first level, second level, skills, impact, spinning, hardening, evolution route, Wanbian Silkworm? Strange, the 1,000 changes silkworm evolves into the 10,000 changes silkworm, my god. Even the lightning cat has 2 evolutionary routes. Such a rare pet has such a single evolutionary route, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Did I get a castrated version of the Eye of Insight? No, the intelligence system revealed that it copied the Eye of Insight, which should be a 100% copy. I'll go to the library to check what kind of talent the Eye of Insight is. What are the limitations, so as not to be misled by rumors? Yibai only heard others say how awesome the Eye of Insight's talent is, and now it seems that it's just that. It's not as awesome as his own intelligence system. Even the news about the bald principal is known. The Thousand Changes silkworm was summoned by Yi Bai from the pet space. It had slept well and was full of energy. It looked at the pets around it like a curious baby. Before long, Shenbian's silkworm established good relationships with the pets around it. It was like it had social compulsion. Dahui looked at Shenbian's silkworm with a smile. It liked the lively appearance of the breeding house. Yi Bai mainly sold pets in a Buddhist way. All pets in the store had been filed, and their defects were explained clearly. He insisted that pets and pet masters must have a good impression of each other, otherwise he would not let the pets leave. The most sold pet in Yi Bai's store is the sunflower, which has the attribute of wood and is a plant pet. It looks like a large sunflower. It only needs to pour some water and expose it to the sun to survive. It is a very easy tourist plant pet. One of the ingredients of the violent potion sold in Yi Bai's store is the leaves of the sunflower. At the same time, the nectar of the sunflower is also a relatively precious tonic. There is also a sunflower as big as a millstone in Yi Bai's yard. It is the only second-level pet in the store. All the sunflowers in the store are bred by it. That night. It was just after midnight. Yi Bai saw lines of words appearing on his panel. Daily Intelligence Update. 1. According to scientific research, placing a sunstone at the root of a sunflower has a certain probability of allowing the sunflower to evolve into a sunflower king. The higher the quality of the sunstone, the higher the probability of the sunflower king appearing. 2. At 5:45 this afternoon, the only 10 yuan scratch card at the number 24785 lottery welfare station won $1 million prize. 3. Gray night chinchillas have an evolutionary path. According to scientific research, they need natural treasures with thunder attributes, such as thunder cores and thunder sources, to evolve into thunder chinchillas. 4. A third-level peak pig dragon in Jiaying City plans to become a dragon in 3 months, activate the dragon bloodline in its body, and advance to a 4th-level dragon. 5. Longteng Auction House will auction a piece of ore. Someone cut out a palm-sized sun crystal from the scraps of the ore. Sure enough, this intelligence system is refreshed every morning. Yi Bai's focus was on the second and third items. The former could solve the problem he was currently stuck with, and the latter could solve the problem of Dahui's evolution. For some unknown reason, Dahui became more and more sleepy, and now he had to sleep for about 12 hours a day. The treatment equipment could not find any problem with Dahui. But Yi Bai felt that something was wrong with Dahui. Thinking that Dahui was a pet that escaped from a private research institute, Yi Bai thought that there must be something wrong with its body. If some pets are about to reach the end of their lives, they will sleep to reduce their own consumption. Dahui is Yi Bai's family member who lives with him day and night, and Yi Bai does not want to watch Dahui's body have problems. That's why Yi Bai deliberately wanted to get the talent of the Eye of Insight. He wanted to understand what happened to Dahui's body. But Yi Bai's Eye of Insight did not work on Dahui. Dahui was a fog in Yi Bai's eyes, and he could not see anything. Yi Bai's eyes seemed to be burned by the strong light. He fell into a temporary blindness and recovered after a long time. I don't know if the 5th-level treasure, the Seed of Life, has changed Dahui's current condition. Shinshan Middle School always starts with the first place when selecting resource boxes. He was the first place last semester and was the first to choose the resource box, so the probability of him getting the number 38 resource box is very high. At dawn, the pets in the breeding house were all sleeping soundly, but Dahui suddenly opened his eyes and climbed up. It was huge, but its movements were very light. It picked up a rag and a bucket and wiped the entire breeding house spotlessly. Dahui also knew that he was sleeping longer and longer, and he often fell into a deep sleep while working. He could feel that his body was gradually becoming weak and powerless. He could easily lift tons of objects before, but now he couldn't lift them even if he tried his best. Dahui looked at the breeding house reluctantly. This was where he had lived for 3 years. Here, he spent a very happy day. It felt that he didn't have much time left, just like most gray night chinchillas. They would find a quiet place before they died and wait for the end of their lives. Dahui had found a place early, and tonight would be his last night in Fangyuan breeding house. The reason why Dahui found the lightning cat was because he wanted Yi Bai not to be too sad. After he left, the lightning cat would comfort Yi Bai's painful heart. The next day. In the sky, the rising sun gradually tore through the last trace of the night, and the golden red light gradually spread, rendering the eastern sky into a warm gradient color. The outline of the sun was looming behind the clouds, emitting a soft and warm light. As it slowly rose, the light gradually became stronger, coating the surrounding clouds with a layer of golden brilliance, and a new day arrived. Yi Bai stretched and yawned. The thousand-changing silkworm jumped on the ground. After a night of contact, the thousand-changing silkworm fell in love with this breeding house. It can eat animal food and drink water soaked in sunflower nectar. The nectar water is sweet and has a faint floral fragrance, which is better than ordinary sparkling water. At present, Yi Bai must first cure the malnutrition of the thousand-changed silkworm to avoid affecting its growth and development. After Yi Bai put on his clothes, he took the thousand-changed silkworm and rode away on his bicycle. De Hui waved to Yi Bai. Then he began to say goodbye to the pets in the breeding house. Everyone knew De Hui's final determination and waved goodbye with tears. Finally, De Hui came to the backyard. Just when he was about to say goodbye to the sunflower, he suddenly fell down. He smiled bitterly when he fell into a deep sleep. In the end, he couldn't leave decently. De Hui could feel that this was his last deep sleep. He might die in his sleep. It was a pity that he had soiled Yi Bai's territory. I don't know if he will cry to death when he comes back. On the way, Yi Bai checked the lottery welfare station number 24785 and found that this welfare station was next to his school. The scratch card was scratched out at 5:45 p.m. When he was in school, the lottery welfare station was not open yet, so he could only choose to go to the lottery welfare station after school at noon. Yi Bai came to his seat, and He Ching Yuan came over. His face was gloomy, and he was holding a box in his hand, which contained the treasure he had found, the intermediate insect stone. After he made this bet with Yi Bai yesterday, he completely regretted it, but he couldn't wipe his face. So today he looked grumpy, as if everyone owed him 2 million. Look at you, you are reluctant, why don't you just forget it? Yi Bai said, pretending to be generous, and the main point was not to force others. He Ching Yuan was relieved immediately, and when he was about to take this step to leave, Yi Bai leaned close to He Ching Yuan's ear and whispered another sentence. When Li Weiyang was attacked yesterday, you ran away faster than anyone else, and didn't even notice that one of your shoes ran away. I was in that position and saw it clearly. Do you think I should publicize it? These words were like a needle that pierced He Ching Yuan's heart deeply. Li Weiyang's awakening of the talent of the Eye of Insight has spread to He Ching Yuan's family, and the attitudes of the elders changed instantly. They praised him for his good performance and for building a good relationship with a future strong man in advance. The elders also proposed to buy him a pet with good qualifications as a gift. If this matter was publicized, he would instantly become an abandoned child of the family. Other classmates would definitely keep this news secret out of consideration. They all made the same move as him to abandon Li Weiyang. But this guy in front of him would not. He Ching Yuan's face became quite ugly. His fists were clenched tightly, making a crackling sound, and the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. If his eyes were like knives, Yi Bai would have been cut into pieces long ago. He Ching Yuan was so angry that he laughed but calmed down. His brain was thinking rapidly. Yesterday, the family rewarded a fighting stone and the skill bead of heavy punch. After a night of practice, the boxing rabbit has become a pet of the first level and third level. It also practiced the skill of heavy punch. Although it was just getting started, it could still produce a punch of hundreds of pounds. Moreover, the one Yi Bai contracted was a versatile silkworm, which had little attack power. He had a high probability of winning this round. If he could become Li Weiyang's deskmate, he would benefit a lot. This would make the elders of the family more convinced that he had a good relationship with Li Weiyang. At this time, He Ching Yuan nodded. Okay, I agree to your bet. At this time, Zhang Lingxue walked in. Your challenge will be later. We have to gather at the playground to distribute supplies now. If our class arrives too late, the principal will probably punish me. You don't want to watch the teacher being lectured by the principal. Besides, the old principal who has retired for many years is here today. He personally presided over this resource distribution ceremony. Zhang Lingxue gave a death stare, and the students around him shrank their necks. The class teacher's aura suppressed these fledgling students, and it was accurate. Now, those who have awakened their talents, please come to my place and gather. We will go to the playground together. The rest of you will wait in the class. After the resources are distributed, we will redivide the classes. The students filed out and came to the playground. Those who can come to the playground are all pet masters who have awakened their talents. Students who have not awakened their talents will enter the ordinary class of Shinshan Middle School and become a member of society. Zhang Dashan, the old principal of Shinshan Middle School, was originally the president of the Pet Beast Union of Yandong Province. After being injured in the beast tide, he retired to the second line and voluntarily became the principal of Shinshan Middle School. Lu Hang was his former disciple, so he was standing beside him with a smile on his face. He touched his cold hair, wondering if the wig was worn properly. If the wind blew through my hair, I wonder if it would mess up my hairstyle. Zhang Dashan saw that Lu Hang's attention was attracted by the wig on his head, and he coughed a few times. Lu Hang stood up straight and didn't dare to say a word. Zhang Dashan was satisfied. His pet was a titan hellfire as tall as a mountain. Zhang Dashan was seen floating in the air, and countless boxes were floating in the air with a circle of black light. The boxes were also made up of numbers with black flames. After seeing that everyone was there, Zhang Dashan clapped his hands. Classmates, I am Zhang Dashan, the former principal of Shinshan Middle School. After so many years, I just had a sudden impulse to host the resource distribution ceremony for you today. This time I specially took out an extremely precious treasure from my treasure house, and it depends on whether there is a destined person who can get it. First, please invite our first place in the last semester's exam, Yi Bai, to come on stage to receive the resource box. Yi Bai walked out quietly. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Bai. Yi Bai awakened a talent of photographic memory. What's the use of such a talent? I think he is useless. Yes, with such a talent, I guess he can't even go to the battlefield, and can only do logistics for the rest of his life. Alas, the former high-cold male god, after awakening his talent, there is a world of difference between me and him. Everyone was whispering, but Yi Bai didn't take it to heart at all. After all, this talent is the strongest talent from another perspective, which can be regarded as a comprehensive strengthening of the brain. It was just that the students were not broad-minded enough, so they naturally did not realize the power of this talent. Yi Bai walked up and said bluntly, Principal Zhang, I want resource box number 38. Zhang Dashan's eyes fell on Yi Bai. He looked at Yi Bai for a long time, and a satisfied smile appeared on his wrinkled face. You are Yi Bai. You did something brave yesterday. Li Weiyang sent a message saying that she voluntarily gave up the selection of Shinshan Middle School and gave you the opportunity to choose this time. Are you willing to accept it? Zhang Dashan asked symbolically. There is such a good thing? Yi Bai raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. Although Li Weiyan will not lack resources after entering the Supreme Academy, the resources of Shinshan Middle School are still considerable. The materials in the resource box can at least increase the strength of the pet beast, at least it can increase the pet beast by several levels. As for whether it can break through to the second level, it depends on whether the resources inside are powerful enough. I didn't expect Li Weiyan to give up like this. Yi Bai had to admire Li Weiyan's courage and determination. If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Don't miss the things that are delivered to your door. Yi Bai immediately nodded, indicating that he agreed. So Yi Bai can choose 2 resource boxes this time. After hearing this news, the classmates were shocked and began to discuss on the playground. Yi Bai is so lucky, he just saved Li Weiyang and got the resource box as a gift. Yes, although the resource box of Shinshan Middle School is a blind box, the resources inside are not bad. This is equivalent to Yi Bai getting 2 resources. I am really envious. Hey, if I had known earlier, I would have gone to save Li Weiyang. I would have shown off by blocking the bullet with my bare hands. It is said that the strength of that bullet is very weak, and Yi Bai's variety silkworm can easily block it. I heard that it didn't even break the skin. Many classmates didn't know that Yi Bai took a huge risk at the time. They all thought it was just an ordinary bullet blocking. The key is that the variety silkworm blocked the bullet without breaking the skin, which deepened their misunderstanding. They looked at Yi Bai with jealousy and envy. The classmates who ran away in a hurry at the time probably regretted it now. Some students had a gleam in their eyes, and they looked at Yi Bai as if they were looking at a big piece of fat meat. They secretly sent a message out. Please tell me your choice. Principal Zhang asked kindly. He had investigated Yi Bai's resume and found that he was the first in the school for 2 years in high school. It's just that the awakened talent is relatively ordinary, a level talent of photographic memory. But it doesn't matter. Yi Bai, who got 2 resource boxes, should be able to make rapid progress in a short time. Then let's do 38 and 13. Yi Bai gave his answer. Zhang Dashan laughed, and the flames on the resource box with the number designated by Yi Bai scattered, and the resource box slowly fell from the air to the ground. The length, width, and height of this box are all 1 meter long. Yi Bai waved his hand and put the 2 boxes in the pet space. He could feel the majestic life energy surging out of one of the boxes, which should be the life spirit seed mentioned in the intelligence, and the other box contained a breath of thunder. Yi Bai smiled. This is an unexpected gain. Oh my god, Yi Bai is a bit of a hidden talent. The awakened pet space is quite large. I feel like my pet space can't even fit a resource box. I heard that his awakened talent is very ordinary, destined to be a scientific research talent. What does he do with such a large pet space? Said a classmate who said grapes are sour because they can't eat them. Oh, I'm so envious. Yibai didn't expect that his action would cause heated discussions among classmates. After all the students got the resources, Zhang Dashan nodded to Principal Lu Hang. The wind on the playground was a bit strong. Lu Hang covered his hair, fearing that the wig on his head would be blown away by the wind, and he would become a big joke in Shinshan Middle School from then on. Thank you, Principal Zhang, for distributing resources to everyone. Thank you, students, for your hard work. Our Shinshan Middle School will become better and better. During this period, everyone should get familiar with their pets. The Fengshu Cup and Yulin Cup will start soon. Please sign up actively. The Fengshu Cup and Yulin Cup are similar to the Olympic Games in the real world. Only high school students can sign up, and one person can only sign up once in his lifetime. There is a strict review process. These competitions are divided into city competitions, provincial competitions, and national competitions. Schools must also conduct pre-selection before entering the city competition. The Fengshu Cup is a combat competition, while the Yulin Cup is a pet research competition, which is a bit like a pet knowledge competition, and of course there is a practical part. Yibai's original goal was the Yulin Cup. As long as he could get the third prize or above in the Yulin Cup national competition, at least he would be admitted to a first-class university in the Yenghua Alliance. The college entrance examination mainly tests written tests and practical work. Practical work is mainly tested through talent tests and actual combat. Yibai's talent is not dominant, and his insight eyes and intelligence system cannot be exposed, otherwise he will definitely be targeted. But with this intelligence system, Yibai planned to sign up for both competitions. This way, he could maximize his benefits. After the students left, Hiqing Yuan came over. Homeroom teacher, Yibai and I are going to have a bet. If I lose, my resource box and insect stone will be given to Yibai. If Yibai loses, he must give up his seat at the same table with Li Weiyang and give me his resource box. Hiqing Yuan was obviously eyeing Yibai's resource box. After all, resources were king. After hearing the terms of the bet proposed by Hiqing Yuan, Yibai smiled coldly. You think I'm stupid, why should I agree to your request? Yibai also mouthed the word escape silently, and Hiqing Yuan's face turned livid. This was a lifelong shame. Yibai, you will agree to bet with me, look what this is. Hiqing Yuan took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yibai. Yibai opened his eyes and saw that his pupils were trembling. Rectification notice, Fengyuan Pet Store is involved in illegal collection of pet animals. After being notified by the street management office, Fengyuan Pet Shop will be closed for 1 month for rectification. All pets from Fengyuan Pet Shop will be sent to the adoption center of the street management office for temporary storage for 1 month. Yibai. Hiqing Yuan quietly walked over. You said that if something happens to your pet animal in the shelter, there's nothing you can do about it. Yibai only felt a nameless anger welling up from his heart. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. This was the first time in a long time that he had been threatened. His fingertips were trembling slightly. Ah, Yibai, you are angry, this is your weakness. Don't think I'm despicable, but you taking 2 resource boxes by yourself is a bit too conspicuous, you know? Even if I don't take action, others will. If you want to blame it, it's because you don't have a good parent who can protect you. At this moment, Hiqing Yuan was in a very happy mood, and the depression in his heart was swept away at this moment. Do you accept my request for a bet? Hiqing Yuan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looking like a polite scumbag, and looked at Yibai with a joking look. Just now, after learning that Yibai had received 2 resource boxes, the family behind him directly paid attention to the resource boxes and deliberately found connections to play a dirty trick. But it was limited to underhanded tactics. If Yibai's pet beast was caught and threatened by Yibai, and was investigated by the Pet Beast Union, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. After all, the laws of the Yen Kingdom Alliance are no joke. As for the little tricks done by the Yi family, although Yibai could ask the school to provide justice, the school didn't want to meddle in it once it happened too often. There were only 0 and N threats, so Yibai had to cut off the stretched out hand this time and beat these people to pain, so that he wouldn't want to take advantage of his pet shop. Otherwise, if the overt thing doesn't work, it's very likely that the dark thing will come, and it will be hard to guard against it. Since you agreed to the bet, just sign the agreement. Yibai took a look at the agreement written by Hiqing Yuan. This agreement was quite satisfactory. Yi Bai used Li Weiyang's seat at the same table and 2 resource boxes as bets. He Qingyuan used the second-level insect stone and a resource box as bets. The dispute between the second-order insect stone and the seat at the same table has been discussed long ago. If it is not written down, it will be talked about. Apart from these, there are no other additional conditions. When Yi Qingyuan handed the agreement to the class teacher for review and approval, Zhang Lingxue shook her head seriously. The stakes are not equal, 2 resource boxes are exchanged for 1 resource box. Yi Qingyuan, either you increase the stakes or this game is cancelled. After hearing what Zhang Lingxue said, Yi Qingyuan knew that Zhang Lingxue preferred Yi Bai, so he gritted his teeth and took out an invitation letter. Teacher, if you add this invitation letter to the dragon auction, the bets will be equal. Yi Qingyuan looked determined to win. At this moment, Zhang Lingxue had nothing to say. The invitation letter from Longting Auction House required 1 million alliance coins to be spent there to be eligible to issue the invitation letter. The number of invitations issued by Longting Auction every year is limited, and there should not be many invitations sent to the Yi family. Yi Qingyuan was bleeding heavily this time. She did not hesitate and signed her name on the agreement, and the bet was established. Come on, come with me to battlefield number 2 of Shinshan Middle School. Students, if you want to watch the pet beasts fight, just come with me. Shinshan Middle School has a total of 6 large-scale battlefields. Each battlefield can accommodate thousands of people to watch the game. There is also a super large screen recording the battle process. This is to prevent someone from refusing to admit after losing the game. He lost the game. On the battlefield, Yi Bai and Yi Qingyuan stood on both sides, and 2 whirlpools appeared beside them. 2 pet beasts rushed out of the whirlpool. On one side is the majestic thousand-change silkworm. Its originally thin body has become rounder. At this time, it was jumping on the battlefield with its big eyes open, and white light emitted from time to time between its eyebrows. It was constantly strengthening its defense. Like the variety silkworm, the thousand-change silkworm is a pet beast that does not have much attack power, but its defensive power is much stronger than the variety change silkworm. Just being hit by the diamond ants without breaking the defense shows how terrifying the thousand-change silkworm's defense is. On the other side is a boxing rabbit with scarlet eyes and a 3-petal mouth. After being improved by the fighting stone, its strength increased rapidly. A lot of muscles appeared in the arms, and the powerful legs were jumping on the ground, making noises. Judging from the momentum, Shenbian Silkworm was confused, as if he didn't know he was fighting, while Boxing Rabbit was secretly accumulating strength. It clenched its fists tightly and was breathing heavily. Let me be the referee for this game. Zhang Lingxue walked out. She was wearing professional attire, with a pair of silver-rimmed glasses on her eyes, a pointer in her hand, and her long legs wrapped in black silk. The competition takes the form of a betting battle. When one side's pet beast is unable to fight, the other side wins. The winning party will be able to obtain the items that the losing party bet on. Okay, the game has officially begun. Zhang Lingxue blew the whistle. Yi Qingyuan pushed up his glasses and looked at Yi Bai strangely. He was in a great mood at this time. He just likes to see Yi Bai displeased with him and unable to kill him. Yi Qingyuan opened his mouth and educated Yi Bai. Yi Bai, what's the use of studying well? When you come out, you need to talk about power and connections. It's a pity that there are none of these people. Even the advantages you were proud of were wiped out the moment your talent was detected. Come on, Boxing Rabbit, punch hard. Boxing Rabbit clenched his hands into fists, and 2 white lights converged on Boxing Rabbit's fists. It jumped forward with its legs and swung its fist towards the thousand-change silkworm. Shenbian Silkworm's eyes were wide open, and it seemed a little curious as to why Boxing Rabbit raised its fist to hit itself. It looked at it intently, looking cute. Thousand-change silkworm, use hardening. When Yi Bai's words came out, everyone was stunned. What did Yi Bai say just now? Isn't this a versatile silkworm? He said thousand transformations silkworm? Did I hear correctly? Could it be the nickname Yi Bai gave to his pet beast? The classmates were talking, but Zhang Lingxue was struck by lightning. Yi Bai's words gave her inspiration, and she had a flash of inspiration, and she suddenly figured out some key points that she hadn't expected to understand. By the way, I thought Yi Bai's variety silkworm was weird before. It was different from the ordinary variety silkworm. It turned out to be a thousand-change silkworm. Zhang Lingxue figured it out instantly. The thousand-change silkworm is very rare and is rarely seen in Blue Star. Legend has it that only one family has cultivated the thousand-change silkworm. Zhang Lingxue had never seen a thousand-changes silkworm in her life, so she naturally failed to recognize the Thousand Changes silkworm at the first time. She had always regretted it, but she didn't expect to see a living Thousand Changes silkworm today, which made her overjoyed. Zhang Lingxue crossed her arms and looked at Yi Bai's Thousand Changes silkworm infatuatedly. She felt that every side of the Thousand Changes silkworm looked extremely handsome. The Thousand Changes silkworm suddenly felt a chill coming from the side. It turned its head and saw a terrifying woman staring at it intently. The desire in her eyes made the Thousand Changes silkworm feel a little scary. Oh my god, I was scared to death. I felt like I was about to be burned by her gaze. Oh, my damn charm that has nowhere to go. The Thousand Changes silkworm shrank its neck and moved 2 steps to the right to avoid Zhang Lingxue's burning gaze. At this time, a black shadow hit the ground where the Thousand Changes silkworm was originally standing. Some stone fragments fell on the Thousand Changes silkworm, and dust came out from the ground. When the dust cleared, the students saw that the right hand of the boxing rabbit was deeply inserted into the ground. It tried its best but couldn't pull it out. Good opportunity, take advantage of his weakness to kill him. The Thousand Change silkworm uses impact. The Thousand Change silkworm moved on the ground with a thumping sound, and rushed towards the direction of the boxing rabbit. The boxing rabbit, who couldn't dodge in time, was directly knocked into the air, and its body swung involuntarily, and it let out a piercing scream. The boxing rabbit fell heavily to the ground, and it felt as if it had been run over by a train, and it was sore all over. It was so painful that it couldn't speak. The boxing rabbit stretched out its finger and trembled to point at the Thousand Change silkworm. The Thousand Change silkworm stretched out its tongue and slapped its butt with its tongue, making a slapping sound, and it made a provocative gesture. Its huge nostrils were raised high, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of its mouth, revealing 8 neat pearly teeth, as if mocking the boxing rabbit. The boxing rabbit was instantly stimulated by Qianbian silkworm's ridicule. Its eyes became brighter red, exuding a coquettish light, and its fists were clenched tightly, making a clicking sound. The dull pain on its body subsided at this moment. His muscles bulged and his whole body was full of strength. Originally a skinny rabbit, now he is almost like a muscular man. He Qingyuan was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something, and mocked Yi Bai. Yi Bai, this boxing rabbit has entered a state of madness. This is a state that can only be entered with a probability of 1 in 1,000. Sorry, I won this game. He Qingyuan looked arrogant. Come on, boxing rabbit. The boxing rabbit was in a state of madness. It felt that it was in great shape. It clenched its fists and walked towards the Thousand Change silkworm step by step. The Qiandian silkworm stood motionless, its big eyes rolling around. It seemed a little confused as to why the boxing rabbit in front of it suddenly changed in size. This boxing rabbit looked delicious, and a stream of unsatisfactory liquid flowed out from the corner of the Thousand Transformation silkworm's mouth. Qianbian silkworm's inaction, in He Qingyuan's eyes, was that it was captured by the aura of boxing rabbit. Ha ha ha, your pet beast has been shocked by the aura of boxing rabbit. I'm so scared that I'm drooling. It's really disgusting. He Qingyuan showed a disgusted expression, as if he had seen something dirty. You're about to die, boxing rabbit, punch hard. Boxing rabbit's fist emitted a thin layer of white light, and it swung hard at the head of the Thousand Change silkworm. A sound pierced through the air, with a faint white light, and some students couldn't bear to close their eyes. They were afraid of seeing the scene where the Thousand Transformation silkworm was punched in the head by the boxing rabbit. Boom! Boxing rabbit punched down, severe pain came from its fist, and its body flew backwards involuntarily. Everyone has studied physics. According to the principle of relativity, the greater the force, the greater the reaction force. The boxing rabbit was like a tattered bag. It rolled around on the ground several times and was covered in dust. It finally fell to the ground with smoke rising everywhere. A sarcastic smile appeared in Yi Bai's eyes. He Qingyuan, I told you, you must listen carefully in class. The head of the ever-changing silkworm is the hardest part of the body, and the same is true for the ever-changing silkworm. What position did you choose? It was the head of the Qianbian silkworm. Just kidding, the defense power of the Thousand Change silkworm is several times that of the Thousand Change silkworm. Not even the diamond ants can break through the Thousand Change silkworm's defense. How can this first level and third level boxing rabbit do it? From the beginning of the bet, Yi Bai predicted the outcome of the game. He Qingyuan's pupils opened wide. Defeated? Boxing rabbit actually lost? A huge fear surged into his heart. Not only did he fail to defeat Yi Bai, but he also lost his insect stone and resource box. This is not the most important thing. The invitation letter from Longting Auction House is important. He secretly took out the invitation from his father and showed it off to his classmates. In the end, he lost to Yibai as a bet. Annoyance and regret swallowed up He Qingyuan like a tsunami. He held his hair tightly with both hands and hunched his back. If the family knew about this, his status in the family would definitely plummet. The promised resources in pet beasts may be gone, and without the resource box, he will miss the early development opportunities. This is not the most fatal thing. He lost the invitation letter from Longting Auction House and he will be beaten to death by his father. His eyes were red. At this time, he was like a gambler who lost his eyes. You must have cheated. Otherwise, how could an ever-changing silkworm defeat a boxing rabbit that had transformed into a madman? After hearing what He Qingyuan said, the students were in an uproar. He Qingyuan cannot afford to lose. There were so many pairs of eyes watching the game from all angles, and high-definition cameras recorded the entire battle. He Qingyuan insisted that Yibai cheated? Consider them dead. He Qingyuan, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. You are a naked slander. You said I cheated. Do you think all the classmates present are blind? If you can't afford to lose, don't open your mouth and bark. The students felt stung hard by Yibai's words. This is when Zhang Lingxue stepped forward. She knelt down and checked the condition of Boxing Rabbit. It was obvious that Boxing Rabbit had fallen into a coma. This game was won by Yibai and his 1,000-change silkworm. In the gambling battle, Yibai won. According to the rules of the gambling battle, classmate He Qingyuan, you need to hand over your resource box and the middle grade insect stone. And an invitation letter from Longting Auction House. Zhang Lingxue said calmly with her hands on her hips. To be honest, she didn't pity He Qingyuan, he asked for it. Although Yibai's awakening talent is not good, he is a good candidate for scientific research and can be regarded as the seed player of Shinshan Middle School. Principal Lu Hang planned to let Yibai participate in the Yulin Cup and get a certificate. If the family behind He Qingyuan had not coveted Yibai's resources and used dirty tricks to force Yibai to take out the resource box to participate in the gambling, He Qingyuan might have lost only the second-level insect stone. The resource box rewards of Shinshan Middle School are quite generous. Even if you dig up the bottom, you can get a pet out of its larval stage, not to mention that there may be treasures from Principal Zhang Dashan's treasure house in the resource box. Their family is betting that Principal Zhang Dashan will secretly hide the good things in the resource box and compensate Yibai for Yibai's first place in the school and saving Li Weiyan's life. As a result, they shot themselves in the foot, and He Qingyuan lost more than he gained. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Zhang Lingxue's eyes. Shinshan Middle School is a sacred school, and there must be no such things. This method of threatening students with family members must be stopped. Ha ha ha. He Qingyuan looked like a madman. Yibai, even if I lose, your pet store has been closed down by the people in the street management office. I just lost a resource box and an invitation letter, but you lost your most precious things. I advise you to hand over the resource box on your hand, otherwise the pets in your pet store may not come back. He Qingyuan shouted. He was stimulated by the mocking smile on Yibai's face, and the words in his heart blurted out. He Qingyuan is crazy, he dared to say such a thing in public. Are you planning to rob openly? The school doesn't care? He Qingyuan's words were like a huge stone smashed into a calm lake, knocking out the diving fish below. Some students with no background clenched their fists tightly, and their palms were sweating. Will they also be robbed of resources by various means like Yibai? If they watch coldly when it's their turn, will others also stand idly by? This completely touches the interests of others. Zhang Lingxue stood up and said loudly, Students, please rest assured that no one can take away your resource boxes. The school will pay close attention to this matter. Once such a thing is found, the school will stop it. No one can threaten you. The school will always be your support. You can always believe that the school is on your side. As for He Qingyuan, you voluntarily used your resource box as a bet and lost it to Yibai. At that time, I confirmed it with you again and again, but you didn't take it seriously. Now that you have lost, according to the content of the agreement, your resource box and other bets will be handed over to Yibai. Zhang Lingxue said firmly. This time, the Yi family's move was also a taboo for Zhang Dashan. He would severely punish the Yi family and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He Qingyuan was about to say something when his cell phone rang. He saw that it was a call from his father. His hands were shaking, but he didn't dare not answer it. He Qingyuan, get back here quickly. You actually stole my invitation letter from Longting Auction House and caused such a big thing. I'll skin you alive. An angry voice came from the phone. He Qing Yuan was like a bereaved mother, and released the resource box from the pet space. He didn't even look at the boxing rabbit, and walked towards the school gate with a swaying motion. There was another lost person in the world. This boxing rabbit seemed to be abandoned by him on the spot. Zhang Lingxue released the goddess of light butterfly, and the milky white light fell on the boxing rabbit, and it made a crackling sound all over its body. After a while, it opened its eyes and woke up. It looked around, but didn't see He Qing Yuan, and was in a low mood. At this time, a white light flashed across the boxing rabbit's eyebrows. He Qing Yuan was angry at the boxing rabbit. He actually proposed to cancel the contract between him and the boxing rabbit. Although the boxing rabbit was a little disappointed, the white light in its eyebrows dissipated into countless light spots. The two parties reached an agreement and took the initiative to cancel the contract. Zhang Lingxue sighed. After obtaining the consent of the boxing rabbit, she put it into a beast card. He Qing Yuan abandoned his pet in public, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and he would be punished by the school. This boxing rabbit will most likely be sent back to the secret realm to select a new pet trainer. There is no shortage of market for boxing rabbits that have awakened the berserk skill. Don't worry, Yi Bai, your pet store has not been closed down. He Qing Yuan was just trying to scare you. At the same time, our school also assures you that such a thing will never happen again. The school will protect your legal rights from infringement. Zhang Lingxue said quickly. She was comforting Yi Bai to avoid further conflicts and social conflicts. Yi Bai looked deeply at his class teacher and seemed to know something. The Yi family should have been warned by Shinshan Middle School. They would not resort to tricks in the short term. He looked at his watch. It was almost noon. The Thousand Changes silkworm looked wilted. It was so hungry that its chest was pressed against its back. It was looking at him with a sad look. It wanted to eat a lot of food. Qian Biancan, wait a moment, we will go back to the pet store for dinner soon. Yi Bai hurried to the welfare station and bought the only 10 yuan scratch ticket there. After confirming that he had won the prize, he left the lottery welfare station silently and went to the pet store. There were a few more white dots at the door of the pet store, which were traces left by tearing the seal in a hurry. This showed that the Yi family was not joking and really planned to seal up the pet store. A hint of coldness appeared in Yi Bai's eyes. Dahui did not open the gate to greet him when he heard the footsteps as before. And the pet store usually has noisy sounds, but it seems quite quiet today. Could it be that Dahui and the others were really captured by the people from the street management office? Or were they scared by the people from the street management office and hid? Yi Bai calmly opened the iron gate of the pet store with the key. The store entrance was empty. The thunder pig, who usually liked to lie on the ground and hum, disappeared. Even the chameleon, who usually liked to pretend to be invisible, disappeared. Yi Bai felt something was wrong. His eyebrows were throbbing wildly, as if something bad had happened. He hurried to the backyard, where the pets in the pet store were surrounded in a circle, and in the center was Dahui. Dahui was thin, his hair was falling off in clumps and he had lost his former luster. The pets all lowered their heads, tears silently shed in their eyes, forming small puddles. The lightning cat adopted yesterday had opened his eyes, and it was licking Dahui's fluffy cheeks with its little tongue. It meowed, seeming to be confused as to why Dahui fell to the ground and didn't get up. He didn't even open his eyes to look at himself. Dahui lay on the ground motionless, his body stiff, his eyes closed. Its hair has turned white, just like when Yi Bai first met Dahui. It looked quite embarrassed now, unlike the clean one before. Its hair was messy, there was a bleeding wound on its forehead, and there was a trace of scattered dirt on its face. It was like a shabby toy, lying quietly on the ground, with a warm smile on its mouth. Yi Bai walked over step by step, as if he didn't believe that Dahui had left like this. He didn't believe that Dahui would leave without saying goodbye to him. There was a crack in the sunflower pot. It seemed that Dahui wanted to say goodbye to the sunflower he had taken care of for the longest time, but he fainted and hit his head on the pot. The pets all helped Dahui to turn over. Only then did Yi Bai realize that Dahui was so thin. Under the thick fur, he was skinny. A trace of memories flashed in his eyes. Yi Bai quietly hugged Dahui, wanting to accompany Dahui on his last journey. Suddenly, Yi Bai raised his head abruptly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Dahui still had a faint breath, and the breath was very weak, as if Dahui would die in the next second. Dahui is still alive. Dahui can still be saved. Yi Bai raised his head with a look of surprise. That's right, life spirit seed, life spirit seed. Yi Bai couldn't care about anything anymore, he released the resource box. This square box took up some space in the yard. A life spirit seed emitting emerald green luster appeared in Yi Bai's hand. It contained a magnificent energy. But when the life spirit seed was taken out, Yi Bai fell into confusion again. He had no idea how to use this legendary treasure. Oh, the Eye of Insight. Yi Bai, who was usually very calm, didn't care about the risk of blindness. He forced the Eye of Insight open, and his pupils turned blood red. The big ash in front of him was still shrouded in layers of gray mist. Yi Bai felt a dazzling light piercing his eyes. But he still persisted, and blood flowed from his eyes. He could feel the mist dissipating, and at the same time, the breath of the big ash became weaker and weaker. Finally, at the moment when he closed his eyes, he got the information he wanted. Please vote. Yi Bai wiped the blood flowing from his eyes. His eyes were burning with pain and were blurred by blood. Even his vision was limited. But Yi Bai knew that if he didn't act, De Hui would be completely irreparable. He just got two key pieces of information. Life Spirit Seed, level 5. A pet that can provide huge vitality and die within 10 seconds can come back to life after fusing with Life Spirit Seed. P.S. Living towards death is the way to use Life Spirit Seed. Pet name, Thunder Chinchilla, De Hui, gender, male, personality, cheerful, level 3, level 1, strength is declining, mastered skills, brute force, lightning claw, thunder shield. Evolution Route 1? Status, it has been cursed with life, and its soul is surrounded by endless death. Only death can finally free it. Thunder treasures can help De Hui restore its thunder power. A stream of cold air surged from his heart and flowed into his eyes. His vision was recovering rapidly. Yi Bai wiped the blood stains from his eyes with his clothes, and he could see the surrounding scene again. At this time, a large amount of black gas came out of Da Hui's body. The black gas gathered together and condensed into a black crystal stone that fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The ground made of Dakinjian was smashed into pieces by the black crystal stone. At this time, the lightning cat curiously wanted to touch the enchanting black crystal stone with its claws, but was stopped by Yi Bai loudly. Lightning cat, don't touch it, it's dangerous. The lightning cat was frightened, and all the hair on its body stood up, crackling in the air. It hid behind the thunder pig and meowed. If the lightning cat had touched the black crystal stone just now, it would probably trigger the death curse again. Yi Bai strode forward and placed the life spirit seed on Da Hui's head. The emerald green light carried the breath of life, and even the sunflowers beside it stretched out after being illuminated by the light, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The flower fragrance was like catnip, making the lightning cat collapse on the ground with a happy smile on his face. A faint arc of electricity surged from the thunder pig's body. Most of the chameleon's body could be invisible. This legendary treasure provided life energy that Yi Bai could not imagine. Yi Bai felt a warm current flowing in his eyes, and his pupil power that was lost due to the forced use of the Eye of Insight was quickly replenished. His eyesight was very good now, and he could even see the fluff on the small ants on the ground clearly. A black gas emerged from Da Hui's body again, and this black gas condensed into a black skull in midair. A blue-green light emerged from its eyes and floated in the air, but this black skull looked at the life spirit seed with fear. The strong light emitted by the life spirit seed formed a halo, covering Da Hui. The black gas was the death curse that was wrapped around Da Hui's soul. After Da Hui died, the curse should have dissipated along with it. But Da Hui was resurrected by the life spirit seed. Because he was resurrected too quickly, the curse had not completely dissipated, so it was squeezed out by the powerful vitality of the life spirit seed. The black skull had no choice but to pour into the black crystal and sank. Black gas flowed on the black crystal, corroding the floor made of large blue stone. Da Hui's gray hair began to shine, and the life spirit seed merged into Da Hui's eyebrows. Its complexion gradually improved, and its heart beat. Da Hui began to breathe, and two turbid air sprayed out of its nostrils. At this time, Da Hui opened his big blue eyes and touched his head. What happened to him? Didn't his life reach the end? He remembered that he fainted when he said goodbye to the sunflower. Is this heaven? Why is Yi Bai here too? Da Hui looked at the pets around him in confusion. Thunder pigs, chameleons, lightning cats, etc. Everyone is here, so he is not dead? Da Hui blinked his big eyes. Welcome home, Da Hui. The scene of their first meeting flashed in Da Hui's eyes. When he woke up from the operating table, Yi Bai also said, welcome to the breeding house. From now on, you will be my family. Yi Bai hugged Da Hui fiercely, feeling its fluffy hair and its strong heartbeat. The heart was beating. A trace of tenderness flashed in Da Hui's eyes. He put his huge hand on Yi Bai's head and rubbed it, with a doting look on his face. He knew that Yi Bai must have paid a huge price to save him from the brink of death. Da Hui noticed 2 strings of dried blood in the corners of Yi Bai's eyes at this time. He stretched out his big hand and took Yi Bai into his arms. Its strong embrace almost made Yi Bai breathless. But Yi Bai's eyes were full of smiles. But what should he do with the crystal stone with a black skull lying on the ground? If it is left on the ground, will it cause trouble to the surrounding environment? The black air is highly corrosive, and white smoke is coming out of the ground made of large blue stone. Da Hui seemed to see Yi Bai's confusion, and it waved its hand, and the black crystal stone was tightly bound by an emerald green light. The wailing of evil spirits came from the crystal stone, and vines grew out of the ground, weaving into a small box with exquisite workmanship. The sound of evil spirits disappeared completely, and the small box fell to the ground. Is the black crystal stone sealed? How did Da Hui become so powerful? Da Hui picked up the box on the ground with his furry hands and handed it to Yi Bai. His big eyes were rolling, and he was signaling Yi Bai to accept the small box. It seemed that Da Hui had suppressed this thing, and Yi Bai put it into the pet space. By the way, Da Hui, this thing should be useful to you. Yi Bai took out a stone emitting thunder light. This was the high-level thunder stone from another resource box. Da Hui reached out and picked up the thunder stone. He exerted force with both hands, and the thunderstone was directly broken into a large number of fragments. Countless thunder breaths poured into the air, and Da Hui suddenly opened his big black mouth and swallowed the thunderstone like a whale. At the end, it burped a lot. When it saw that everyone was looking at it, a faint blush appeared on its face. A faint lightning flashed on Da Hui's body, and blue arcs spread on its body. It mastered the skills of lightning without any instruction. The lightning formed a shield floating in the air. At this time, Da Hui was very majestic. It seems that Da Hui's past was not simple, and Da Hui must not be exposed. There may be enemies hiding in the dark, looking for Da Hui's traces. When Yi Bai was treating Da Hui, he realized the power of the Eye of Insight, which could even identify the information of a 5th-level treasure. Now he finally understood why the Yen State Alliance was so eager to have the Eye of Insight. This talent not only allowed him to see the evolutionary path of pets, but also the relevant information of items. This was of great help to the research work of the Yen State Alliance. It could even promote in-depth research on the evolution of Yen State pets. As a 1st-level little Karami, Yi Bai was lucky enough to identify a 5th-level life spirit. If it weren't for the life spirit feeding back the life essence to Yi Bai would have been blind. Of course, not all the information of the life spirit was displayed, and a large part of it was covered by the gray fog, which required Yi Bai to improve his strength before he could see it clearly. The same reason was why Da Hui couldn't identify it before. Its strength was too high and it was cursed with life, so Yi Bai couldn't see Da Hui's data. Moreover, Yi Bai found that when he used the Eye of Insight to identify items, it seemed that part of the essence on the items would flow into his eyes. In order to verify whether it was true, he took out a 1st-level thunder stone from the resource box. His eyes turned blood red and he looked at the thunder stone. He saw a layer of gray fog wrapped around the thunder stone. With a thought, the gray fog disappeared instantly, and the relevant information of the thunder stone appeared in his eyes. A cool breath then sank into his pupils, filling the loss of pupil power. His pupil power was instantly filled, and at this time, it was full and could overflow. His vision was like being washed by water, and he could see the leaves far away, and even the veins of the leaves were clearly visible. Then he took out the 2nd-level insect stone that He Qing Yuan lost to him in a bet. This time, he used all his strength to break the fog wrapped around the insect stone. On the contrary, because of the excessive consumption of pupil power, his eyes showed symptoms of soreness and unbearable pain. It seems that I can only identify 1st-level items relatively easily at present. 2nd-level items are still a little difficult. If they are not identified, the consumed pupil power will not be replenished. Just now I was able to see the information of the life spirit seed. It should be that the treasure has spirits and it took the initiative to disclose its information. Otherwise, with my 1st-level strength, how could I see the breath of Big Gray in the life spirit seed? Yi Bai is self-aware. As for the black crystal stone with a skull, Yi Bai can see that the gray fog covering it is much more than the insect stone. It seems to be a treasure. A secret research institute in High City. A group of white coats are busy conducting experiments. There is a row of cultured dishes behind them. There are gray night chinchillas in it. It's just that they are locked tightly in the culture dishes with huge chains, and it is very difficult to move. When they inject the prepared reagents into the bodies of the gray night chinchillas, the eyes of these gray night chinchillas will be wide open and their bodies will swell rapidly. Bright lights emerged from their hair, and finally exploded into countless pieces with a bang. The petri dish was relatively strong, and the shockwave caused by the explosion only made the flesh and blood stick to the petri dish. After a long sigh, everyone pressed the cleaning button of the petri dish. A stream of rushing water rushed out, cleaning the flesh and blood adhering to the wall of the petri dish. A man standing in the center of the laboratory was leaning on a huge crutch, and he was looking through the recent experimental data. Anger appeared on his face. It had been 3 years, 3 whole years, but unfortunately no experiment had been successful. The man slammed the experimental record on the table with a bang. The loud noise stopped the busy researchers. It's been studied for so long. Hasn't the evolutionary route of the gray-night chinchilla been studied yet? The only gray-night chinchilla leader who succeeded in the experiment escaped again. It's missing now. I'll give you another 3 months. If you still can't produce results, don't blame me for being rude. The man said angrily, and left here on crutches without paying any attention to the researchers' excuses. He looked out the window of the corridor at the bright starry sky. He sighed. The evolutionary route of the gray-night chinchilla is a topic he personally set up for research. According to his research, the gray-night chinchilla is large and strong. If it can evolve, it must be very powerful. If he can create an invincible army, he can enter that secret realm and bring back his pet. He looked at the starry sky and fell into deep memories. The man regretted the scene of that day countless times. At that time, he was crushing the 5th-level treasure thunder crystal to make Thunder Source, and injected the liquefied Thunder Source into the heart of the Grey Knight Totoro through a huge pinhole. A violent electric current burst out from the Grey Knight Totoro, smashing all the culture dishes in the laboratory. It turned into a 3-meter-high thunder giant and rushed out, wreaking havoc in the laboratory. The man could only summon his pet, the Hell Death God, to stop it. The Hell Death God held a worn-out sickle in his hand, which was covered with black air, and countless wailing souls were entangled in his black cloak. You can never see its face through the cloak, you can only see 2 red lights. The Grey Knight Chinchilla fought harder and harder, and even though he was hit by the sickle of the Hell God of Death, he still attacked madly. Even though the sickle cut a deep hole in his belly, he kept fighting. In desperation, the man could only let the Hell God of Death use his own death origin as a curse, and cast a curse at the cost of falling below 1 level. As a result, as soon as the death curse fell on this guy, he broke through the ceiling and walked out. It was raining heavily that night, and it was very fast, and soon disappeared in the rainy night. His Hell God of Death was seriously injured, and he sent many people to search for the whereabouts of this guy, but unfortunately they had been looking for 3 years and couldn't find him. He also went out to look for him several times, but he didn't sense the guy's trace. It seemed that the source of thunder injected into his body had been fighting against the death curse, and finally covered up the guy's trace. Until recently, his Hell Death God was restored to its original rank, but he sensed that the death curse had completely disappeared, so he was so angry. I don't have much time left, I must hurry up and do research. A strand of white hair appeared on the man's dark hair, and his vitality was being devoured by a Hell Death God. Because Yibai had classes in the afternoon, he asked Dahui to take care of his home. Dahui waved at the door, holding the lightning cat in his hand. Dahui, whose hair was originally white, turned gray again. At this time, Yibai could feel the majestic vitality of Dahui. But it quickly restrained itself. Yibai gave Dahui a meaningful look and took Chenbian Silkworm to school. Although he doesn't know what level Dahui is now, Yibai knows that Dahui's strength is definitely not weak, and ordinary cats and dogs are not Dahui's opponents. If someone comes to provoke, Dahui can crush them. When he arrived at the school gate, Yibai was stopped by someone. He Qingyuan followed a middle-aged man reluctantly and walked out of the car. This middle-aged man looks a lot like He Qingyuan and seems to be He Qingyuan's father. He patted He Qingyuan on the back. Go, don't wait any longer. What did I tell you when I came here before? You have to say it word for word. Then the middle-aged man looked at Yibai seriously. I am He Qingyuan's father, He Guangda. I asked He Qingyuan to come over and apologize to you this time. He used his connections to attack you without our consent. I have already severely reprimanded He Qingyuan. Hey, this is putting the blame on He Qingyuan's head. Yibai thought about it with his but and knew how could He Qingyuan, a little brat, know someone from the street management office. The He family must have done it secretly, but this matter was exposed by He Qingyuan in public, and the He family's reputation was severely damaged. Then we have to put all the responsibility on He Qingyuan. He Qingyuan, hurry up and apologize. He Guangda patted He Qingyuan's shoulder again. He Qingyuan blushed and made a sound like a mosquito. I'm sorry, I shouldn't threaten you. He Qingyuan felt that his self-esteem had been severely hit. I didn't hear it. Yi Bai said jokingly. He Qingyuan clenched his fists tightly, with veins on the back of his hands exposed, obviously feeling that he had been humiliated. Sorry. He Qingyuan finished shouting with a stubborn look on his face, turned around and left. Hey, this kid. By the way, since He Qingyuan has apologized, let's talk about the invitation letter from Longting Auction. He Guangda pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This was the main reason why he came to see Yi Bai today. He Qingyuan stole this invitation from me and showed it off to his classmates. It's not his property, so it's not appropriate for him to use it as a bet. Of course he loses, so naturally we can't go back on our word. Our He family wants to lose face. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. What he said meant that the Yi family had done many shameless things. He Guangda ignored Yi Bai's eyes and continued. How about we come up with 100,000 alliance coins to purchase this invitation letter in your hand? 100,000 alliance coins is enough for you to finish your senior year of high school. He Guangda took out a freshly written check from his pocket. The numbers on the check were freshly written. Just go to any bank window and you can exchange it. Not so good. Yi Bai might have accepted it if he hadn't won 1 million alliance coins. Longting Auction House was a mixed place, and he didn't want to reveal that he had an eye for insight. Now He Guangda's bargaining chip cannot impress Yi Bai. Yi Bai's smile faded and he stated his conditions. If there is a third-level sunstone, I can consider it. Otherwise, I can go to Tinglong Auction House to visit. Yi Bai said with a smile. What a difficult little fox. He Guangda cursed secretly in his heart. But now the initiative is in Yi Bai's hands, and He Guangda can only hold his nose and admit it. Otherwise, their He family would become a joke in Jiaying City. He happened to have a third-level sunstone in his hand, which was provided to Yi Guangda by the people below. The Yi family has more pet beasts with earth attributes. Although third-level sunstones are rare, invitation letters are more important to him. So he took out a box from the beast space and handed it to Yi Bai. This was an exquisitely crafted box. Yi Bai took it and opened it. The third-level sunstone exudes dazzling golden light. After he confirmed that it was a third-level sunstone, he put it into the pet space. This is an invitation letter from Tinglong Auction House. We are done with it and everything is settled. Yi Bai waved his hand and walked towards the school gate. He Guangda cleaned up his collar and looked like an elite. He pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Under the glasses was a smile that did not reach his eyes. This little fox, my things are not that easy to get. He turned and walked towards his car. As soon as he opened the car door, He Qingyuan looked at He Guangda with a stubborn expression. Qingyuan, you did 3 things wrong this time. First, you shouldn't have been unable to bear the excitement and took out the invitation letter to make a bet. Second, you shouldn't abandon that boxing rabbit in public, and it's still a boxing rabbit that can use crazy skills. Third, you should not tell our plan. This will bring a huge blow to the reputation of our He family. This time, you should be taught a lesson. Fortunately, I used the treasure to exchange the invitation letter back, otherwise we would be the sinners of the family. He Qingyuan's face flushed. Yi Bai slapped our He family in the face. Why don't we take some action to retaliate? He Guangda smiled leisurely. I asked someone to check, and the house rented by Yi Bai's cultivation house is about to expire. We will buy the house directly and drive Yi Bai out. At the same time, we will also warn others not to rent the shop to Yi Bai. What do you think of this plan? It will definitely make Yi Bai busy. This is a small punishment for offending our He family. Learn more from me in normal times, play open tricks, don't use those disgusting little tricks, or just crush people to death with a stick. In Jiaying City, the person who can bully our He family has not yet been born. He Qingyuan said in an extremely domineering manner. After Yi Bai entered the school, he went directly to the library. He seemed to have seen an introduction to the talent of the Eye of Insight in a book. However, he had just read 1 page when the book was taken away by the librarian. A big shot needed to read the book. Now he didn't know if the book was still in its original place. He recalled the location of the book and walked over along the number of the bookshelf. Sure enough, there was a yellowed ancient book in the corner. Yi Bai took out the ancient book and turned the pages quickly. His gift of photographic memory directly memorized the contents of the ancient book. Under the effect of his gift, the words in the book jumped into his mind as if they were alive. He immediately showed a thoughtful expression. The ancient book that Yi Bai read was strange. From the literal content, it was about talent, and it only roughly explained that there was a talent called Eye of Insight. If most people finished reading this book, they might put it back. But Yi Bai, who had a photographic memory, found that this was actually a book that hid the beginning and showed the end. The first words on each page of the book were connected together, and the words formed were the instructions for using the Eye of Insight and the opening chapter. The second words on each page of the book were connected together, and they were the next words. And so on. If Yi Bai did not have a photographic memory, it would be difficult to detect the mystery in it, and he would only think that this was a simple book introducing talent. After all, who has so much time to check every word? So this ancient book has been flipped through by countless people, and no mystery has been discovered until now. The person who wrote this book has a very high level of education, otherwise he would not hide the content. Pet beasts have appeared on Blue Star for 300 years, and there are many knowledgeable people who study talents. Wild pet beasts are called exotic beasts. The author of this book has done a very in-depth study of the Eye of Insight. The Eye of Insight is only the initial form of the Eye of True Vision. As the strength of the pet master increases, the talent will gradually develop. Some external emotional stimulation is also needed. Why does Yi Bai look more and more like a certain wave of red eye disease? Except for the different functions, other aspects are somewhat similar. And if you use it too much, your eyesight may deteriorate or even go blind. There is a sentence specifically recorded in the ancient books, that is, you must not identify treasures or observe the detailed information of pets across levels, otherwise it may cause irreversible damage to your eyes. Unless some treasures are spiritual and can feel your strong beliefs and determination, they will cooperate appropriately to reduce the difficulty. However, the identification is also basic knowledge. Thinking of the process of identifying life spirit seeds, Yi Bai also felt the same. At the beginning, he was determined to move forward, even if he had to pay the price of severe vision loss. He had to save Dahui. When he was about to give up, the life spirit seeds took the initiative to let him identify successfully. The ancient book also gave a recipe that could relieve eye discomfort in a short time, but some of the herbs in this recipe are already on the verge of extinction. In addition, he also gave a guess, which is to find a very special treasure, so that the Eye of Insight can run all the time like a perpetual motion machine. Yi Bai had already discovered that someone was quietly monitoring him from behind. Since awakening his photographic memory, Yi Bai's 5 senses have been strengthened. He recognized the old man who managed the library, and the ancient book was snatched away by the old man. The old man was specifically guarding this ancient book to see if anyone had read the book and understood anything from it. All those who had read the book had to report to a certain leader in the school. The man saw Yi Bai flipping through it quickly and quickly stuffed it back in less than 10 seconds, because the ancient book was very thick, with hundreds of pages, and it was impossible for ordinary people to finish reading a book in such a short time. So the old man thought Yi Bai was fooling around, and since he was drunk, he naturally didn't take it seriously, and naturally didn't think of reporting it. So Yi Bai luckily escaped the surveillance once, and didn't reveal that he had mastered the Eye of Insight. Yi Bai walked out with the 1,000 changes silkworm. It jumped up and down, and a circle of crystal clear liquid was wrapped around its long red tongue. When Yi Bai returned to the class, he found that the class was empty and the classmates he was familiar with were gone. After asking around, it turned out that the class was divided, and he was transferred to the rocket class from then on. When he looked at the class division table, he found that he and Li Weiyang were actually sitting at the same table. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows and was very curious. This is a good match given by God. No, it can be regarded as a fateful match. Ever since Li Weiyang awakened the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai didn't want to sit with Li Weiyang. It's too troublesome and too conspicuous. Sitting next to her is like sitting on a big glowing light bulb. This was somewhat contrary to Yi Bai's desire to keep a low profile. However, after confirming with the class teacher, Yi Bai realized that Li Weiyang's student status had not yet been transferred, and her training would be carried out in the Supreme Academy. She was just a name at Shinshan Middle School, and after the college entrance examination, her student status would be transferred to the imperial capital. In other words, she was at peace during this year. He Qing Yuan has applied to drop out of school. I asked around and found out that he transferred to Jiaying No. 1 Middle School. He wanted to get back the crazy boxing rabbit, but was directly rejected by the boxing rabbit. Although we have severely warned the He family, we are also afraid that the He family will pretend to obey and secretly use some means. Why don't you move to the school? Yi Bai shook his head. No, I still have a breeding house. Although they are all stray pets picked up by Dahui, or pets abandoned by others, I still treat them as family members. I will not abandon them and cause secondary damage to their hearts. Zhang Lingxue hesitated. How about I apply to the principal to put the pets in your store in the secret realm for breeding? This is no different from being in your breeding house, and there are special people to take care of them. Yi Bai spread his hands. This is actually not much different from me abandoning them myself. Teacher, I appreciate your kindness. If I have any difficulties, I will come back to you. Yi Bai's words were full of rejection, and Zhang Lingxue couldn't say anything at all. By the way, there will be a practical class later that you must take. You don't need to take the cultural class at all. The principal has given special approval. After awakening the gift of photographic memory, taking exams is just a small case. There is also a course that I personally took to cultivate the evolution route of pet beasts. I have added your name to it. I will keep an eye on you in public. If you don't come any time and don't give me a reasonable reason, I will count you as absent from class. If you fail the exam then, don't blame me. Zhang Lingxue gathered her hair. Her long black hair was like a waterfall. There was a tear mole in the corner of her eye, and her bright red lips looked very full. She showed the unique charm of a mature woman. Yi Bai looked at Zhang Lingxue without squinting, and whistled at the end, which made Zhang Lingxue smile coldly. It seems that he is itchy. Even the teacher dares to tease him. Why don't we go to the battlefield and let's play a game? Yi Bai shook like a rattle, greased the soles of his feet and ran away. He came to his new seat and checked the class schedule. After entering the rocket class, there is not much to learn, and most of it is time for practical exercises. After all the classmates had arrived, Zhang Lingxue walked in with Hentiango on. She walked in with a thick stack of lesson plans in her hands. There is also a work badge hanging around his neck. She placed the lesson plan heavily on the podium. Boom! The podium shook. Her emerald white hands pressed down on the lesson plan, showing off the aura of a strong woman. Everyone should know me. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. In the next year, I will let you get to know me well. Zhang Lingxue showed a shuddering smile, and many students shuddered. Teacher, this is so scary. Next, let's do the practical training. Please follow me to arena number 6. Zhang Lingxue led everyone to the arena. Yi Bai found that Zhang Lingxue had changed into casual clothes at some point, and she also tied her hair into 2 ponytails, making her look like a basketball girl next door. But the male classmates liked it very much, and they all whistled. Of course, Yi Bai was not among them. Instead, he took a few steps back and distanced himself from these people. He had seen people teasing Zhang Lingxue and being beaten very badly. He just dared to do so because he was Zhang Lingxue's favorite disciple. But from Zhang Lingxue's ruthless eyes sweeping over these people, and finally falling on himself, Yi Bai knew that Zhang Lingxue was going to deal with him as well. Okay, future pet masters, let me see the mental state of your pets. The name of today's course is How to Correctly Understand Pets. After listening to the head teacher's words, everyone released their pets. What surprised Yi Bai was that he saw the boxing rabbit abandoned by He Qing Yuan, standing with a chubby classmate. From time to time, this classmate took out a ruby carrot and a golden carrot from his pocket and threw them to the boxing rabbit. The boxing rabbit looked very happy, and there was no sadness of being abandoned. Oh, this is a long-term meal ticket. Both the man and the rabbit were eating, and there was a sound of clacking in the arena. The key is that Yi Bai's Thousand Changes silkworm was not willing to be lonely, and jumped over and circled around the classmate, looking flattering. After a while, the fat classmate found that there was a white and fat Hundred Changes silkworm under his feet, its tongue hanging on the ground, and drooling. The fat classmate subconsciously handed over a gilded golden carrot. Want it? The fat classmate made a muffled sound. The Thousand Changes silkworm nodded like pounding garlic, and his eyes were almost glued to the golden carrot. Then I'll give it to you. The fat classmate stuffed the golden carrot into Qianbian's silkworm's mouth. The Qianbian silkworm subconsciously bit through the skin of the golden carrot, and a wonderful taste bloomed in his mouth. At this moment, Qianbian silkworm felt that if he had wings, he would be so moved that he would fly up. It looked at the fat classmate with burning eyes as if this guy was a walking reserve of food. Yi Bai silently held his forehead, wondering if he was short of Qianbian silkworm or something. Why was it so delicious? Originally, one person and one rabbit were eating with a crunching sound, and after Qianbian silkworm, a big eater, joined in, the chewing sound became even louder. Zhang Lingxue looked at Yi Bai with a sad face, and signaled Yi Bai to take care of his pet. Yi Bai spread his hands and showed a helpless expression. Unless Qianbian silkworm is completely full, no one can disturb Qianbian silkworm's meal. There is no need to endure it anymore. Zhang Lingxue's fists are hard. Biancan suddenly felt that something was staring at him. His back felt cold. He looked up in confusion and was frightened to death. It was the woman who was lecherous towards him. Biancan, is the food delicious? You will be the first to demonstrate it to everyone. Zhang Lingxue showed a sinister smile. With her good looks, she looked like a witch who was making medicine for Wu Daolan, or rather, a witch who was making medicine in the forest. The fat classmate and the boxing rabbit were still immersed in the delicious food and couldn't extricate themselves. Zhang Lingxue sighed. The fat classmate's name was Li Chen, the son of Li Difu, the richest man in Jiaying City. Because he was abused by his nanny since he was a child, he developed paranoia. He felt that someone was hurting him anytime and anywhere, and only eating could make him forget everything. In order to treat his condition, Li Difu took him to see Mr. Charles, a world-class psychologist. After the examination, Mr. Charles told Li Difu that he was just a little lacking in love. If he met a suitable pet, the situation would probably improve. Li Difu found many pets, but Li Chen would tremble with fear when he first met a pet. When the staff of Xinshan Middle School called Li Difu to ask when Li Chen would adopt the school's pet, Li Difu took the attitude of giving it a try and let Li Chen enter the secret realm to choose a pet. And Zhang Lingxue, as her future class teacher, received them throughout the whole process. As a result, Li Chen was so scared that he couldn't move his legs when he entered the secret realm, and he huddled in the car and refused to get out. But when he came to the boxing rabbit breeding farm, he saw a lonely rabbit that stood out from the crowd. This rabbit was skinny and felt like it would fall down if the wind blew. It trained alone on a wooden stake, smashing the stake to pieces with its fists. That boxing rabbit was abandoned and was wary of people, but it awakened a very special skill, frenzy. It hasn't eaten for several days in a row, just to save its own face, and it won't listen to the staff's persuasion. Zhang Lingxue introduced to everyone. Li Chen could feel the unwillingness, loneliness, and solitude of the rabbit, just like himself now. So Li Chen walked over for the first time, even though he was very scared, he walked over step by step. Wait, it will be very dangerous to walk in rashly, the boxing rabbit is still quite aggressive. Zhang Lingxue reminded Li Chen heard it, but ignored it. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on the boxing rabbit. The boxing rabbit in training could feel Li Chen approaching. It raised its head and raised its eyebrows, as if to say something. Li Chen saw an indelible sadness in the boxing rabbit's red gemstone eyes, and his heart was touched again. The boxing rabbit was so thin that even its jawline was exposed. Its fists were full of sawdust, and blood flowed out and dripped down the back of its hand to the ground. There were countless scars on the fists with new and old wounds, and there were dried bloodstains on the ground. What a coincidence, I don't have a contracted pet yet. Do you want to be my friend? I can promise that I will never abandon you in my life. Li Chen scratched his head and asked the boxing rabbit. I don't know which of Li Chen's words touched the boxing rabbit's sadness, and tears couldn't stop falling down, dripping on the ground bit by bit. The snot and tears were mixed together. You'll feel better if you cry. Li Chen stretched out his chubby hand and gently wiped boxing rabbit's tears. Do you like ruby carrots? I also have sapphire carrots and golden carrots. Li Chen stuffed a bulging backpack into boxing rabbit's hand. Try it quickly, this is something I carefully selected and I think is delicious. A strong fragrance came from the backpack, and the boxing rabbit's nose twitched. After smelling this pleasant smell, the fatigue of the past few days was also dispelled. When I am unhappy, I like to eat. Eating makes me forget all my troubles. I know you have been abandoned, and you are very unwilling, but you should not hurt your body. You should stand in front of him again and defeat his next pet in public. Let him feel that abandoning you is a choice that he will regret for the rest of his life. This is to slap him in the face. Don't you think it's more interesting? These words are like a beam of light that tears through the endless darkness and shines into the dry heart of the boxing rabbit. Yes, why should I hurt my body for this breath? The body is my own, and too much damage will hurt the foundation. This runs counter to the path of pursuing martial arts at the beginning. I am living such a bad life, maybe the person who abandoned me is still laughing at my stupidity. No, I must cheer up, take care of my body, and then defeat my opponent with this pair of iron fists myself. The boxing rabbit raised his fist, and a gray metallic light flashed by. If Bai was at the scene, he would find that in addition to the berserk skill, the boxing rabbit also mastered the skill of iron fist. After the boxing rabbit's heart knot was untied, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Gurgle, gurgle. The boxing rabbit then realized that he had not eaten for a long time. It opened its backpack, picked up a very good ruby carrot and began to chew it. It choked because it ate too fast. His face flushed instantly. Come and drink this, golden coconut water. Li Chen took out a golden-laced bottle from the space bracelet, which was filled with crystal-clear liquid. Looking at the interaction between one person and one pet, Li Defu showed a gratified smile on his face. Master, this boxing rabbit was abandoned not long ago. It must have been greatly traumatized. Do you suggest that the young master change it? The housekeeper on the side said with some concern. Li Defu shook his head. No, it's him. This is the first time I see a warm smile on Li Chen's face. To abandon such a good pet, that person's vision is problematic. So Li Chen contracted the boxing rabbit and became its pet master. Li Chen's awakened talent is called fearlessness, which sounds very high-sounding, but this talent is not very useful. Fearlessness means courage. However, according to scientific research, this talent can only be used on oneself. That is to say, this fearless aura can only be used by oneself, and even pets cannot share his talent. So this talent is rated as an A-level talent, one level lower than Yi Bai's photographic memory. The sigh ended here, and it can only be said that the boxing rabbit and Li Chen have a very high degree of fit. Zhang Lingxue summoned a second-level rattan cat. This pet has a circle of vines around its neck, and white flowers bloom on the vines, which look like a lion's mane from a distance. Its two big eyes look as clear and bright as the finest emeralds. This is the pet I just cultivated, the vine cat. A second-level pet, but don't worry, I won't let it burst out to attack you with all its strength. The vine cat looks very well behaved, and it is licking its claws on the ground. Then its claws scratched a lot of holes on the ground, and it can be seen that its claws are quite sharp. If it falls on the Thousand Changes silkworm, it may leave a deep wound. The vine cat is very cute. Girls are born to like this kind of fluffy things, and they have no resistance to cuteness. There are very few vine cats. Where did teacher Zhang capture them? This should be given by the research institute above. After all, teacher Zhang discovered Li Weiyang's talent and gave her this vine cat as a reward. This possibility is very high. Zhang Lingxue is currently a third-level pet master, and can generally contract 3 pets. Compared to the cuteness of the rattan cat, Yi Bai's Thousand Changes silkworm is much more vulgar and feels very vulgar. Suddenly one of the girls spoke up and turned her attention to Yi Bai's pet. Yeah, isn't it self-destructive for Yi Bai to choose this Thousand Changes silkworm? Drooling and smacking his lips, it's disgusting, said the girl next to him. I can't stand how desperate I would be if I had such a pet. Another girl added. The heartless Thousand Changes silkworm didn't listen to a word. It rubbed its half-full stomach with its tongue, intending to make a quick decision. The Thousand Changes silkworm was afraid that if it took too long, Li Chen would finish eating all the carrots in his hand, and he would cry to death. It raised its eyes as big as copper bells and stared at the rattan cat with a fierce look. Burn, my little universe. It was this guy in front of me who disturbed my meal, otherwise I could ask for a few more carrots from Fei Lu Li Chen. Although the Thousand Changes silkworm didn't know how much these carrots cost, it knew that this thing was not cheap. With the current wealth of the pet trainer, it is estimated that he can't buy many carrots. Anyone who blocks my meal will die. The soul of the eater awakens. The aura of the Thousand Changes silkworm is infinitely rising, and the rattan cat feels that 2 knives are piercing his body. It swallowed its saliva involuntarily. It was a second-level pet, but it was actually frightened by the momentum of a first-level little Kalemi. This was a bit too much. Zhang Lingxue could see that the momentum of the rattan cat was suppressed by the Thousand Change silkworm, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Could this be the hidden ability of the Thousand Change silkworm? Rattan cat, use the spray seed. Test the defense of the Thousand Change silkworm. This battle was also a good opportunity for Zhang Lingxue to test the physical data of the Thousand Change silkworm. She wanted to find out what the difference was between the Thousand Change silkworm and the 100 Change silkworm. Rattan cat opened its black mouth and sprayed a stream of green seeds from its mouth. The speed of the seeds was extremely fast, and before the Thousand Change silkworm could react, it hit the Thousand Change silkworm. There was only a clang. When everyone thought that the Thousand Change silkworm was going to be defeated, the Thousand Change silkworm scratched the place where the sprayed seeds had just hit with its tongue. There was not even a trace of white mark. Just now, it secretly pinched a cold sweat. This move looked very powerful and full of momentum, but in the end, it was just like a mosquito bite. No, the whole body was itchy and it wanted to scratch itself. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Thousand Change silkworm lay on the ground, rubbing its back against the ground, and a comfortable expression appeared on its face. The seeds that were ejected were deeply embedded in the wall, and a wisp of white smoke came out at the same time. Everyone looked incredulous. It must be a lie. This pet has such a strong defense? What move is it to lie on the ground and start rubbing its back? Is it to deepen its defense through this move? After hearing the discussion of his classmates, Yi-Bai silently supported his forehead. After these few days, he already knew the nature of the thousand-change silkworm. Can I tell you that the thousand-change silkworm just wants to scratch? Do I still have the face to save in this case? Can I still stay in Shinshan number 1 middle school? He could only nod and smile, revealing an expression that everything was under control. Otherwise, he would have to awkwardly dig out the magic fairy castle with his toes. Vine Cat, use the vine whip. The eyes of the vine cat turned emerald green. A green light appeared on its body. The ground cracked. 4 or 5 vines emerged from the ground at a very fast speed. The vine whip made a snapping sound when it was whipped in the air. Zhang Lingxue showed a malicious smile. She wanted to use this skill to test how terrible the defense of the thousand-change silkworm was. By the way, teach the thousand-change silkworm a lesson. If the vine cat can go all out and manipulate 16 vines, it can compete with the 3rd level first-level pet. If the attributes are restrained, such as the pets of the earth and water attributes, they will be beaten to pieces by it. Don't look at its small appearance, its strength is extremely strong. It is a pet specially cultivated by the Yen Country Alliance. There are very few of them, and they are usually only awarded to people who have made great contributions to Yen Country. When Xianbian's silkworm saw the vines extending from the ground, it immediately had a bad premonition. It stepped back several steps, and suddenly a green flash hit the place where Qianbian's silkworm's original body was standing. Bang! Smoke and dust splashed. The remaining vines were also controlled by the vine cat, like upright pythons looking for an hunting prey. They turned into a stream of light and flew away. Bang bang bang! There was a slight vibration from the ground. The smoke spread and instantly filled the entire arena. Ahem, with such a violent attack, can the thousand-change silkworm survive? I don't think it's possible. Not necessarily. The spray bullets of the vine cat are comparable to regular bullets. The thousand-change silkworm can take it. There is no reason why it can't take the attack of the vine whip. Although I am a little unwilling, I also think that the thousand-change silkworm should not be that simple. What a big dust. We can only find out after the smoke clears. The others said sternly. At this time, Li Chen and the boxing rabbit stopped at the same time, and they looked at each other. You can also feel it, boxing rabbit, that guy is unscathed under this high-intensity attack, you deserve to lose. This guy's defense is very abnormal, probably close to the level of the 2nd level and 4th level. It is our friend, not our enemy. Your real enemy is the one who abandoned you. Although Li Chen has persecution delusion, his IQ is really not low. In addition, he has the fearless talent and can see many invisible details. After listening to Li Chen's analysis, the boxing rabbit breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that the defense of the thousand changes silkworm is abnormal, it will train harder and use its hot iron fist to defeat the thousand changes silkworm once. It doesn't have as many twists and turns as humans, so come and fight if you don't agree. As the smoke gradually dissipated, everyone saw the scene inside and showed a look of surprise. The thousand changes silkworm was not hurt at all, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in Zhang Lingxue's eyes. If it was the 100 changes silkworm, it would not be able to resist the attack of the vine cat. The defense of the 100 changes silkworm can only defend against pets of the same level at most, and the vine cat itself is a 2nd level pet. When it goes all out, its strength is comparable to that of the 3rd level. Zhang Lingxue thought secretly. She was originally an authority on the study of the 100 changes silkworm. During this period, she even studied other advanced routes of the 100 changes silkworm, and the results have been obtained. Now all that is left is the reproducibility and stability experiments, and a new evolutionary route can be announced. This shows that the defense ability of the 1000 change silkworm is several times that of the 100 change silkworm. But this is not a good thing. When the insect-type elves advance, there will be an evolutionary step, which is to spin silk and make cocoons. If their shells are too hard, they may suffocate in the cocoon. This is not good for Yi-Bai. Since physical attacks have no effect on the 1000 change silkworm, let's try special attacks. Vine cat, use sunlight. Spots of light appeared on the petals of the vine cat. It opened its dark mouth, and spots of light rushed into its mouth. The 1000 change silkworm saw the vine cat's aggressive look, and beads of sweat oozed from its forehead. It is now eager to know whether it is considered an industrial injury now that it has been hit by the sunlight and seriously injured. If Yi-Bai knows the thoughts of the 1000 change silkworm, he may directly slap it, which is simply giving you face. Eat my food and drink my food, and still think about whether it is considered an industrial injury. At this moment, Yi Bai suddenly said, "Thousand changes silkworm, charge forward." The thousand changes silkworm jumped forward at a very fast speed. But although the rattan cat was concentrating the sunlight, it was always observing the movements of the thousand changes silkworm. It manipulated the rattan whip to entangle the thousand changes silkworm fiercely. Thousand changes silkworm, roll up. After hearing Yi Bai's order, the thousand changes silkworm hesitated for a while, wondering if this would affect its glorious image. But seeing the rattan whip getting closer and closer, the thousand changes silkworm gritted its teeth. "Fight, I'll fight you." The thousand changes silkworm rolled on the spot and rolled up. So that's why. I was wondering why the thousand change silkworm rubbed its body against the ground. It turned out to be to make itself smoother. What a terrifying calculation. How come its speed has increased so much in such a short time? Everyone was talking about it. Zhang Lingxue clenched her hands and felt very surprised. Does this thousand change silkworm have a killer trick? Just as Zhang Lingxue was curious, she saw an amazing scene. The thousand change silkworm came in front of the vine cat. It stretched out its tongue and hit the vine cat. Seeing the saliva covered with liquid coming over, the vine cat wanted to die. With only a snapping sound, the vine cat almost fainted from the stench. It was severely whipped by the thousand change silkworm's tongue. The place where it was hit was probably red and swollen, and it was burning. The sun's rays were interrupted, and the energy that was hard-earned turned into stars and scattered into the air. It was equivalent to the vine cat's efforts being in vain after being beaten. The thousand change silkworm showed an honest smile. The rattan cat glared at the thousand change silkworm with an extremely unhappy expression. "Be careful, thousand change silkworm." The rattan cat jumped high, waving its claws and slashing forward heavily. The claws emitted a cold light under the sunlight. The claws slashed on the body of the thousand change silkworm, and a series of sparks emerged. "Oh my god, this can't break through the defense of the thousand change silkworm." Zhang Lingxue gritted her teeth unwillingly. "Stop it, rattan cat. The mutual exchange ends here. Today is also a test for basic knowledge. And the examiners are me and you. Yi Bai's thousand changes silkworm has a very strong defense and passed this assessment. Who's next?" Many students were eager to try and summon their pets. They also wanted to show off in front of everyone. Most of the pets summoned by the students present were pets like hedgehog pigs, boxing rabbits, and hundred changes silkworms. Among them, there were also uncommon small fangs, fluorescent jellyfish, etc. Fluorescent jellyfish is a rare pet. It has 5 tentacles and its body can emit strong light. And the color of its body is different depending on its mood. When it is happy, it is green, and when it is happy, it especially likes to stay on the head of the pet trainer. This was made into a joke and posted on the internet, and was jokingly called a green hat. And the pet trainer of this fluorescent jellyfish is a cool and handsome hip-hop female classmate. It is said that she just transferred to Shinshan Middle School from another school. "Teacher, let me go first. My variety silkworm's defense is also quite amazing. It's not worse than Yi Bai's pet." One person raised his hand to indicate that he wanted to show off his variety silkworm and establish his position as the top brother in the class. After investigation, he knew that Yi Bai usually kept to himself and rarely participated in class activities. So Yi Bai would not compete with him for the position of the top brother in the class. "Okay, Wang Hu, you come up." Wang Hu was a teenager with a square head and thick eyebrows and big eyes. There is a gleam in his variety silkworm's eyes, which is different from Yi Bai's stupid guy who likes to cheat for food and drink everywhere. At first glance, it is the style of a strong soldier. Wang Hu's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said loudly, "My name is Wang Hu, my talent is Clevel Talent Defense Enhancement, which can increase the defense of the pet several times. Go on, variety silkworm, use hardening to enhance your defense." White light appeared on the variety silkworm's body, and just when it was about to complete the enhancement, the white light instantly increased several times. This is Wang Hu's talent activated. Pet masters can enhance pets through contracts. Everyone nodded after seeing this. This guy should be reliable. It is estimated that he can easily pass the assessment. Zhang Lingxue raised her eyebrows. "Oh, this guy doesn't think that the attack of the rattan cat is easy to catch. The talent of defense enhancement can only be used at a high level. The higher the level, the more obvious the enhancement. Just like Wang Hu's Baibian silkworm, a small karami, even if it is fully enhanced, it can't withstand the random attack of the rattan cat. This is the difference in level. Rattan cat, spray seeds. The emerald green light flashed by, and the face of the Bibian silkworm, who was originally full of confidence, showed a horrified expression. It was about to split. This level of attack, how could a small broken silkworm like it catch it? Judging from the full, symmetrical, and majestic energy emanating from this seed, it can't be caught, really can't be caught, the concubine really can't catch it. Pet master, why are you hurting me? Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the changing silkworm. It is a baby, why should it bear the weight of life? At this time, Wang Hu was still cheering and encouraging. Come on, changing silkworm, you can do it. A lot of sweat oozed from the forehead of the changing silkworm. The pupils dilated sharply. Come on, Sister Jia and I. Don't put me on the fire, it's really bad luck to make a contract with you. The sprayed seeds turned into a stream of light, and everyone's palms were sweating. From Wang Hu's confident expression, it can be seen that the changing silkworm should have no problem blocking this attack. Little did they know that the light ball hit the changing silkworm. There was only a bang, and the body of the changing silkworm drew a complete parabola in the air like a baseball. It fell from the sky like a tattered bag and rolled several times on the ground. The changing silkworm was covered with dust and had many wounds on its body. The whole audience was silent. Wang Defa. This skill called spraying seeds is so terrifying? Then why did Yi Bai's pet catch it so easily? At this time, everyone suddenly realized that the defense of the thousand changes silkworm was even stronger than they had imagined. Zhang Lingxue said to Wang Hu, quickly put your 100 changes silkworm into the pet space. The pet space can help the 100 changes silkworm recover quickly. Wang Hu waved his hand, and a vortex appeared on the ground, taking the 100 changes silkworm back. At this time, the 1000 changes silkworm was sitting next to Li Chen, eating carrots left and right. The happiness on his face was full, almost overflowing. The 1000 changes silkworm, which was a little wretched at the moment, felt a little cute in the eyes of those female classmates. Wang Hu, good defense, passed the assessment. Zhang Lingxue took the assessment form with some lack of interest. Wang Hu walked down with a dark face, and when he passed by Yi Bai, he glared at Yi Bai fiercely. Yi Bai knew that Wang Hu hated him. Wang Hu's versatile silkworm and defense enhancement talent, the two together, the defense is really good. But with the 1000 changing silkworm as a benchmark, Wang Hu's versatile silkworm was outdone. Sure enough, in the next assessment, everyone's pets were slightly injured. Only the girl who contracted the fluorescent jellyfish and Li Chen's boxing rabbit caught the attack. This attracted Yi Bai's attention. To participate in the Fengshu Cup, you need to form a team of 3. It is absolutely difficult to do it alone. So Yi Bai plans to choose his own teammates. Okay, let's stop the assessment. Next, everyone must practice diligently after returning. You must grasp the relationship between yourself and your pet. Pet masters are our friends, not our enemies. Yi Bai stay. Others, disband. Yi Bai was quite curious about why Zhang Lingxue asked him to stay. However, he saw his Qianbian silkworm out of the corner of his eye, jumping and running after Li Chen happily. Yi Bai's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but harden his fist. You bastard, come back here, come back here. Qianbian silkworm ignored him and followed behind him like a fascinated person. Yi Bai pinched his fingers, and it seemed that he had to use his trump card. A huge vortex appeared behind Qianbian silkworm, and Qianbian silkworm, who was jumping and jumping, suddenly felt a huge suction coming from behind. It looked at Li Chen's departing back with tearful eyes and made a deep sound. It is the listener who sheds tears and smells the sadness. It is like Romeo without Juliet. Like salt soda without salt. Yi Bai looked calm and summoned the 1000 changes silkworm back. The 1000 changes silkworm is used to being wild and can climb up the pole if given a little pull. This guy must be taught a profound lesson. Yi Bai, I am conducting a reproducible experiment on the 100 changes silkworm recently. I need a hand to help. I hope you can go to the research institute with me and help me temporarily. Yi Bai nodded. He just wanted to learn about the knowledge of pet breeding in this way to increase his confidence for the future Young Lin Cup. Without further ado, Zhang Lingxue took Yi Bai to her research institute. My research institute is located at the back of Shinshan Middle School. I provide part of the ever-changing silkworms in the ever-changing silkworm breeding farm. This was the condition the principal gave me when he asked me to teach at Shinshan Middle School. Although Shinshan Middle School is a school with a long history, they have not achieved top 8 results in the Young Scale Cup and Fengshu Cup for a long time. I was the champion of the 80th Young Scale Cup. After learning that I had developed the bright goddess butterfly, Principal Zhang Dashan took action and offered me a price that I couldn't refuse, and poached me. Although Zhang Lingxue is a faculty member, she has great authority, and the school will not arrange for her to do other things except necessary teaching. Xinshan Middle School is determined to achieve a good ranking in the Fengshu Cup and Yulin Cup. Zhang Lingxue now put on a white coat again, covering her beautiful figure, giving her an ascetic demeanor. She took Yi Bai to the heavily guarded research institute. The patrolling machines had infrared rays on their heads, and after scanning the identities of the two people, they were automatically released. I have entered your information into the system, so these patrolling robots will treat you as one of their own. My research institute is mainly used to study the evolutionary path of the ever-changing silkworm. According to my current research, the variety silkworm can also evolve into a dark butterfly. At this time, a piercing sound fell from high altitude and fell into Zhang Lingxue's arms. This is an extremely petite black butterfly. Its wings are as thin as gauze, like the best dark night glass in the world. The wings emitted a faint fluorescence in the darkness. This is the dark butterfly, and it is also the second pet beast I contracted. Its characteristics are that it can be invisible in the dark and can share vision, allowing me to see in the dark. The military was very interested after hearing this, and the Night Watch was also very interested and wanted to buy my evolution formula. The key point now is that the reproducibility experiment cannot be performed. No matter how many times the experiment is repeated, at the critical moment, the versatile silkworm will only evolve into a great poisonous moth. Originally, I wanted classmate Li Weiyang to help me take a look, but I was picked up before I even opened my mouth. It is said that he was protected by someone and will not come back. Zhang Lingxue told Ji by the bottleneck of the current research. This is where I cultivate the ever-changing silkworms. As soon as Zhang Lingxue opened the door, Yi Bai saw groups of white and fat silkworms. They are eating a very expensive feed. These guys eat better than me for research results. Here, all kinds of silkworms, large and small, are well cultivated. The body of the silkworm is as white as jade and exudes a faint fragrance. Let me see what's wrong. By the way, he also wanted to see the limitations of his own eye of insight. He naturally had a judgment standard in his mind. After absorbing part of the essence of life spiritual seeds, Yi Bai always felt that the eye of insight had changed. If your eyes feel a little sore, you must stop and cannot continue, otherwise it may affect your eyesight. Yi Bai opened his eyes of insight. In order to avoid being discovered, he put on color-changing eyeglasses early on. Pet name, Variety Silkworm, Level, LV2, First Level and Second Level, Skills, Impact, Silk Spinning, Hardening, Evolution Route. Flame butterflies must devour fire-type natural materials and earthly treasures before they can evolve. If they fail to evolve, they will turn into great poisonous moths. Pet name, Variety Silkworm, Level, LV2, First Level and Second Level, Skills, Impact, Silk Spinning, Hardening, Evolution Route, Great Poisonous Moth. Yi Bai checked a dozen of the versatile silkworms at once, and he discovered a problem. That is, if the variety silkworm fails to evolve, it will fail to evolve into the great poison moth. And the attribute energy in each variety silkworm's body is different. Only by taking natural materials and earthly treasures with suitable attributes can we guide them in the correct direction of evolution. Pet name, Variety Silkworm, Level, LV2, First Level and Second Level, Skills, Impact, Silk Spinning, Hardening, Evolution Route. The dark butterfly needs many dark-type materials and treasures, and evolves at night, otherwise it will turn into a great poisonous moth. Yi Bai finally saw a versatile silkworm that could evolve into a dark butterfly. Teacher, have you ever tested the attributes inside the variety silkworm? The genes of the variety silkworm are very complex and contain many mutant genes, so testing the attribute energy has become a top priority. I know what you want to ask. You want to know if I have done any tests. Is it because of the wrong feeding of unsuitable materials that led to the wrong evolution of the great poisonous moth? I have tested the attributes of every versatile silkworm here. There is no such thing as what you said. Zhang Lingxue has thought about every detail that he can think of, and has tried it all, but it still doesn't work. Instead, it made her brain confused, making it even more difficult. In this way, even if she detects the variety silkworm with dark attributes, she will not dare to take action. By the way, teacher, why is there no one in this research institute? Yi Bai turned around and found no one there. He asked curiously. I use intelligent management here and use robots entirely. After all, the more people there are, the easier it is for mice to sneak in. If my research results are stolen, I will cry to death. Yi Bai nodded. It seems that the teacher also trusts him 100%, so he brought him here. This is my research data on the dark butterfly. Take a look at it to see if there is anything to add, including the case of evolution failure. I also put it in there. Take a closer look and tell me if there is any result. I am a little tired after staying up late. I will go to sleep first. The head teacher yawned deeply and walked towards the lounge. Yi Bai took out the head teacher's experimental record and flipped through it quickly. After a while, he closed the book. Yes, he already knew why Zhan Lingshue's research failed, because she chose the wrong time. The lack of the night factor. This is the reason for the failure. Seeing the large number of Bibian silkworms eating food and making a rustling sound, Yi Bai also smiled. Zhan Lingxue woke up after sleeping for an hour. She came out in high spirits. Yi Bai, what great discovery have you made? This was equivalent to Zhang Lingshue's assessment of Yi Bai. If Yi Bai couldn't answer, he would lose Zhang Lingshue's impression points. Yi Bai naturally didn't want to leave a bad impression in the eyes of the head teacher. Teacher, I really found a key point. Zhang Lingxue was immediately refreshed after hearing this. Tell me what you think. Yi Bai already had the answer, so he naturally had to use the answer to reverse what he said. He pondered for a moment and said to Zhang Lingxue, Teacher, for the evolution of the dark butterfly, do you think the environment has any special meaning? For example, evolution needs to be at night. I found that your data lacks a consideration of the environment. You make sense. Zhang Lingxue thought about it. She really didn't consider the impact of the night environment on the dark butterfly. Thinking of the characteristics of the dark butterfly, most of which are related to the night, Zhang Lingxue showed a hint of joy in her eyes. It was indeed the right choice to bring Yi Bai here. Yi Bai took a look at the information and opened his mind. This gave Zhang Lingxue enough inspiration. The information you provided, Yi Bai, is very useful. If you follow your thinking, the environment has a great impact on the 100 changes silkworm. This is a major discovery. It just so happens that I have the last evolution material, which can be used to verify your idea. The evolution of each pet beast requires different evolution materials, which requires researchers to conduct various studies and hundreds of experiments to be able to be adjusted. And the Eye of Insight can directly see the materials needed for evolution, and the direct start is Rome. Zhang Lingxue suddenly became more energetic. She walked into the group of 100 changes silkworms and selected the 100 changes silkworm that Yi Bai saw with the Eye of Insight that could evolve into the dark butterfly. I have spent a lot of money to test the properties of the versatile silkworms here. I know every one of them well. All the versatile silkworms here were hatched by me personally. Each one has its own name. Even when they evolved into gray tussock moths, I did not abandon them. After my research, I extracted a useful active substance from the scale powder of gray tussock moths, which can be used to treat immune diseases. This research has not yet entered the clinical stage. Once successful, the gray tussock moth will also change from a pet that everyone fears to a pet that can produce life-saving medicine. Zhang Lingxue said from the bottom of her heart. She was fighting for the progress of all mankind. The versatile silkworm in her arms arched, and seemed to be very dependent on Zhang Lingxue. Xiao Shi, I need you to cooperate with the experiment today. This is the name of this versatile silkworm. Come on, I will take you to transform into a new form. Zhang Lingxue brought Yi Bai to her core laboratory. Here, Yi Bai saw a lot of high precision and cutting-edge equipment, many of which were not even available in the school's laboratories. All the equipment here comes from the Imperial Capital Research Institute. By the way, there is one more thing I need to ask for your opinion. At this time, Zhang Lingxue cleared her throat and said in a very formal tone, Yi Bai, are you willing to be my direct disciple? Zhang Lingxue threw an olive branch to Yi Bai. She observed for a long time. Yi Bai is low-key and profound. He is a good material for research. After awakening the scientific research talent of photographic memory, he observes so carefully. He is a good candidate. Yi Bai was slightly stunned. Is he so fierce right from the start? Does he trust his own character so much? Zhang Lingxue seemed to understand Yi Bai's surprise and explained, Yi Bai, I have observed you since you were in the first year of high school. You are very calm and can deal with anything calmly. You are a good candidate for scientific research. Just from the information I handed you, you can find that the environment has a profound impact on the Bibian silkworm. It can be seen that you are very careful and can unravel the mystery. And your grades are the first every semester, which proves that you are not stupid. You risked your life to be sniped to save Li Weiyang and saved important talents for the Yin Kingdom Alliance. It can be seen that you are a person of character. Another key point is that your background is very clean, and I don't have much background. It just so happens that I also need a direct disciple. When Zhang Lingxue said this, Yi Bai stretched out his hand. Teacher, please give me more guidance in the future. She smiled. This is a sensible little guy. The two hands touched lightly and then quickly let go. She casually filled the information of her direct disciple into the system of Yanguo Alliance and asked Yi Bai to confirm it on the spot. After seeing the successful authentication, Zhang Lingxue breathed a sigh of relief. In Yanguo Alliance, direct disciples need to be registered and uploaded to the system of Yanguo Alliance. Don't worry, our information is confidential. When others check your information, it will only show that you have become a disciple. As for who you have become a disciple, others cannot see it. This is the operating manual of the laboratory instrument. My requirements are not high. You can learn it within 3 days. She pointed to the operating manuals piled up like a mountain and said to Yi Bai calmly. Yi Bai walked over and began to flip through them quickly. Countless words jumped into Yi Bai's mind and were being arranged quickly. When he finished flipping through the last one, he had completely learned how to operate all the equipment. How about it, try it, and learn it within 3 days. Yi Bai shook his head. Teacher, it doesn't take 3 days, I have already learned it. Looking at Zhang Lingxue's surprised expression, Yi Bai smiled, and he successfully turned the game back. Okay, if you're so arrogant, you need to have the same skills. Then turn on this grinding mill and crush the ghost iron ore. I need to crush it to the nanometer level. And absorb the ghost iron from it. Zhang Lingxue pointed to the fist-sized, low-key, luxurious and connotative black ore and said. Ghost iron ore is a dark ore, and the ghost iron contained in it is a main material that promotes the evolution of dark pets. However, it is very difficult to purify. The phantom iron ore is very hard. If you want to grind it into nanoscale particles, you need high-precision grinding equipment. The separation and purification of nanoscale phantom iron is a problem. It is difficult to purify the ore and phantom iron mixed together. The purity of phantom iron is related to the success rate of pet evolution. But these are not a problem for Yi Bai at all. He has already known the various operating steps of the equipment. He carefully checked the grinding device and replaced the drill bit of the impact drill after confirming that there was no problem with the protective device. Then he used the machine hook to pull up the phantom iron ore. The phantom iron ore looks only the size of a fist, but it has a high density and is definitely not light. This fist-sized phantom iron ore actually weighs 50 kilograms. Yi Bai had to break the phantom iron ore into pieces first, smash it first, and crush it for the first time. He carefully observed the size of the phantom iron ore and drew a circle at the place where he was going to drill with a white pen. After arranging the phantom iron ore, Yi Bai started the crushing and grinding device. The impact drill tapped several times in the position where Yi Bai drew a circle, and the dark iron ore cracked and split into several pieces. Zhang Lingxue watched Yi Bai operate the equipment very skillfully, like a veteran, purifying the dark iron ore, and finally forming a finished product the size of a thumbcap. Asking for votes, Zhang Lingxue poked her cheek with the tip of her tongue and grinned. Where did this monster come from? You know, it took her a day to figure out how to use the grinding equipment. As a result, Yi Bai learned it after reading a book for a while. Fortunately, this monster is from her family. When Yi Bai handed the test report to Zhang Lingxue was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Damn, does this guy know the shadow clone technique? When did he turn on the test equipment? Why didn't I know? Yi Bai gave Zhang Lingxue several critical hits, and now Zhang Lingxue was so excited that she couldn't speak at all. She then turned her eyes to the test report, and the purity of this ghost iron reached 90%. You did a good job. Next, we will prepare the evolution source liquid. After Zhang Lingxue prepared all the materials, she took a deep breath and started to make the evolution source liquid. This is a skill that must be mastered as a pet breeder. With Yi Bai's help, Zhang Lingxue finally produced 2 bottles of evolution source liquid after an hour. The liquid was as dark as the night and emitted a little bit of star blue light. Very good, it finally succeeded. Thanks to your cooperation, only one material was used this time to produce 2 bottles of evolution source liquid. Zhang Lingxue breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Bai looked at the 2 bottles of evolution source liquid curiously. The psychedelic color was really fascinating. The quality is good, it has reached the 2nd level upper grade. After the production was completed, it was almost night. Zhang Lingxue poured the evolution source liquid to the changeable silkworm Xiaoshi, who was already waiting impatiently, and then the two waited for Xiaoshi's evolution in the laboratory. Teacher, can you open the skylight? If you can see the starry sky, will it be more helpful for the evolution of the changeable silkworm? Yi Bai made another suggestion. Zhang Lingxue nodded. This seemed to make sense. The skylight slowly opened, and the stars came into view. In order not to affect Xiao Shi's evolution, Zhang Lingxue deliberately turned off the lights in the laboratory. The night vision recorder in the laboratory is recording Xiao Shi's entire evolution process. A strong light of evolution burst out from its body, which looks very blazing. Then the light of evolution began to converge, and the body of the 100 Changes silkworm became as dark as ink. The evolution source liquid it just took is stimulating the deep genes in its body. So far, everything is still going smoothly. At this time, the mutation suddenly occurred. The starlight in the sky was pulled and fell on the body of the 100 Changes silkworm. Zhang Lingxue's heart thumped, and there was a variable. This is not good news. Did the evolution fail again this time? She and Yi Bai watched the evolution of the 100 Changes silkworm intently. A crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the 100 Changes silkworm, and a star blue light was injected into the body of the 100 Changes silkworm. A wet pet struggled to crawl out of the shell. Its wings have not yet spread, but Yi Bai can obviously make Zhang Lingxue breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Bai was a little confused, but Zhang Lingxue used her eyes to signal him to be patient. Her eyes were full of excitement. She had accidentally unlocked another evolutionary route of the 100 Change silkworm. The starlight gathered on the pet, and its wings began to stretch out. Its body was also bathed in the starlight. When the starlight gradually weakened, the true appearance of the pet was revealed. These wings were as bright as the galaxy, and they were emitting starlight all over the sky. Its eyes were like dreamlike gems. Every time it flapped its wings, star-blue scales fell from the air. Compared to the dark butterfly, the butterfly-shaped pet in front of him was twice the size of the dark butterfly and slightly larger than the goddess of light butterfly. The pet flapped its wings and landed on Zhang Lingxue's back. Zhang Lingxue had an extra pair of butterfly wings, like a butterfly fairy who had strayed into the mortal world. Her white jade-like neck and swan-like neck, and the beautiful butterfly bones made her cold appearance even more prominent. Yi Bai, this new evolutionary route was discovered by both of us, so you can name this pet. Yi Bai thought for a moment and said, why not call it Xinglan butterfly? 10 miles of Xinglan, the butterfly flower is like a dream. Xinglan butterfly, a good name. Xiao Shi. From now on you will be Xinglan butterfly. Zhang Lingxue tapped Xinglan butterfly's eyebrows lightly and signed a contract with Xinglan butterfly in public. This was Yi Bai's turn to be dumbfounded. Everyone knew that Zhang Lingxue was a third-level pet master. Generally, a third-level pet master could only sign 3 pets. And Zhang Lingxue has already signed more than 3 pets. Seeing your puzzled expression, you must be wondering if I am a third-level pet master. Theoretically, I am a third-level pet master, but in reality I am not. I am already a 5th-level pet master. In fact, I did not hide it on purpose. It's just that because of the teaching tasks and immersive research, I have no time to go to the pet union to change the pet master certification. Zhang Lingxue stroked her hair. Yi Bai, your guess is right. The versatile silkworm has high requirements for the environment. My dark butterfly did not open a skylight during the evolution process. So we accidentally discovered another evolutionary route of the versatile silkworm. When the reproducibility experiment is okay, I plan to write your name on it as well. Yi Bai shook his head like a rattle. Teacher, let's just write your name. After all, I just suggested opening the skylight. 99% of the whole process was completed by you. I was just a witness. Adding my name in it is a bit of a reputation seeking. Zhang Lingxue thought calmly. Yi Bai was right. If Yi Bai was exposed too early, it would be easy to send him to the forefront. Besides, teacher, I am confident that I can take the initiative to dig out a new evolutionary route for the 100 Changes silkworm. Yi Bai had a look of wisdom. Okay, you are already my direct disciple. If you need anything, you must come to me. At this time, Yi Bai was a little embarrassed. Teacher, there is really one thing, but it's a little hard to say. 3 question marks slowly appeared on Zhang Lingxue's forehead. Half an hour later, looking at the 1,000 Changes silkworms that were devouring, Zhang Lingxue covered her forehead. No wonder you are embarrassed to speak. This 1,000 Change silkworm eats too much. It eats as much as more than a dozen 100 Change silkworms. With this big eater, I guess you can't afford it. In the afternoon, Zhang Lingxue watched this 1,000 Change silkworm eat with its small group. His mouth never stopped. I have a lot of high-quality feed here. You can come and get some from time to time. This is a special benefit for becoming my direct disciple. But I don't have more. You can only find a way yourself. After all, the landlord's family doesn't have surplus food. The Thousand Changes silkworm looked at Yi Bai with resentful eyes while swallowing the animal food in big mouthfuls. I'm starving. Just now, the Thousand Changes silkworm was so hungry that it wanted to rush out of the pet space to eat. It was the critical moment of the experiment, and Yi Bai didn't dare to let this fool out. This guy can probably tear down the laboratory. This Thousand Changes silkworm is like a husky that destroys the house. He is interested in everything. By the way, master, it's late at night. I'll go back first. You should also go to bed early. As soon as he walked out of the school gate, it started to rain heavily in the sky. After a while, a rain curtain formed. Yi Bai stopped and hid at the school gate to avoid the rain. If it was a light rain, he could still rush out, but if it was a heavy rain, he would have no choice. A simple and honest figure holding an umbrella came out from the rain curtain. Da Hui, why are you here? Da Hui grinned and handed the umbrella in his hand to Yi Bai. It turned out that he had sent me an umbrella. Let's go home. Da Hui nodded heavily. One person and one pet walked side by side in the heavy rain with an umbrella, looking particularly warm. Back home, Da Hui brought the prepared meals to the table. It didn't make much, but each dish was very delicate. Yi Bai was sharing interesting things about school with Da Hui, and Da Hui was listening quietly while washing dishes. This has been a habit of one person and one pet for many years. As soon as it was past 12 o'clock in the morning, the intelligence system began to refresh automatically. 1. The cultivation house at the gate of Shinshan Middle School closed down due to poor management. It was sold at a very low price this afternoon. The owner's psychological price was 900,000 alliance coins. 2. 3 days later, a secret realm crack will appear in the northwest of Jiaying City, and a large number of first-level moles will appear. There are third-level ground gems in the secret realm. 3. Some gray tussock moths have hidden evolutionary routes. There is a trick to judge this kind of gray tussock moth. Just look at the color of its wings under the sun. Will it have a purple halo? 4. A comb made of purple crystal would appear in the second-hand market in Jiaying City. Someone found it 2 days later. 5. The day before the auction, Longting Auction House will recruit cleaners, and the reward is not cheap. After seeing these 5 pieces of information, Yi Bai thought for a while. There are several breeding houses in front of the school. Which one is the system talking about? Yi Bai lay on the bed with his head in his arms, thinking quietly. This shop was rented by his parents, and they have prepaid the rent for 3 years in advance. In another half a month, the lease will expire, so he might as well buy the breeding house in front of the school. The public security of Shinshan Middle School is quite good, and the students are a stable passenger flow. Yi Bai also has a purpose, which is to entrust the pets in the breeding house. After all, the breeding house is just a place for Yi Bai to earn a living. When he is admitted to the university, he will take Da Hui away from here. The pets in the breeding house will become unattended. He wants to take this opportunity to select the right people and send them out. The next day, Yi Bai got up early, had a good breakfast, and rushed to school in the morning sun. He had already checked the class schedule. The morning classes were all cultural classes, so he didn't have to go. On the way here, he had already checked the breeding houses at the school gate with his mobile phone. There are a total of 4 stores. They are Longting Breeding House, Chitsai Breeding House, Angel Breeding House and Wuji Breeding House. Among them, Longting Breeding House is a chain store established by Longting Group, so Yi Bai ruled it out at the first time. Chitsai Breeding House has been operating for so many years, and its reputation has always been good. It also has a stable customer base. The main reason is that Yi Bai also knows the owner of Chitsai Breeding House. They are an old couple running the business. Their style is relatively conservative. They don't like to toss when they are old, and it is impossible for them to fall into a business crisis. In this way, only Angel Breeding House and Wuji Breeding House are possible. Yi Bai checked the information of these 2 companies. They were founded about a year ago. Zhao Wuji, the store manager of Wuji Cultivation House, was once a lecturer at the University of Toronto. Because he didn't know the specific situation yet, he planned to make an on-site inspection. If he settled on the cultivation house early, he would have a safe home. He came to the school gate. The school was still open at this time. The birds chirped in the early morning. They were on the branches, pecking at the leaves with their beaks. Yi Bai first came to the door of Angel Cultivation House. The fallen leaves at the door were cleaned very cleanly, and the door plates were wiped clean. The goods inside were neatly arranged. But Wuji cultivation house was different. There was a layer of fallen leaves at the door, and a layer of dust on the doorplate. The shelves inside were basically empty, and the ground was full of packing boxes. At this glance, Yi Bai knew it in his heart. Wuji cultivation house was going to be sold. At this time, a dejected young man came over. His chin was covered with beard, and his clothes were a little wrinkled. His eye sockets were dark, as if he had not rested for a long time. Yi Bai recognized at a glance that this was the owner of Wuji breeding house, Zhao Wuji. At this time, he had long lost the ambition to point out the world. Now he just wanted to sell the breeding house, which was a hot potato. If you don't open a breeding house, you don't know the ins and outs of it. The water inside is too deep, and he can't hold it at all. Now he is heavily in debt. Otherwise, every minute this breeding house stays in his hands, the money will slip away, and his debt will increase. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and couldn't hold on any longer. He must get rid of the breeding house as soon as possible. 3 days later, the open recruitment fair for specially appointed associate professors at the University of Toronto began. As a former lecturer at the University of Toronto, he has published many papers and has a high probability of being appointed as an associate professor. So even if he loses money, he must sell the breeding house. The key is that he has to pay off his debts, and he still has a sum of money to rent a house and maintain expenses for a certain period of time. A rough estimate is at least 850,000, but if he suddenly sells it, let alone 850,000, it will be difficult to get 500,000. Well, if there is 900,000, I will sell the operating qualifications of the breeding house and the equipment in this house together, and never come back for the rest of my life, and concentrate on academic research at school. When Zhao Wuji was thinking about it, the door creaked open. Yi Bai looked at the overall layout of the room. From the outside, there are 3 floors in total, each floor is about 100 square meters. It is much bigger than the house he lived in before. Although the breeding house is now full of dust, the decoration design inside is still okay. Boss, I heard that you want to sell the breeding house. Let's discuss the price. Yi Bai showed a smile like a little fox, and Zhao Wuji shuddered immediately. An hour later, Zhao Wuji came out with a red face. He held a card in his arms, and he felt relieved. I didn't expect that my luck was so good. Just when I had this idea, a buyer came to the door, and sold it at my psychological price. Asking for votes, Yi Bai was also very satisfied. Unexpectedly, when his bid reached 900,000, Zhao Wuji actually transferred the business license of the cultivation house to him. This business license has been issued for more than a year and is valid for more than 3 years. This transfer can be filed electronically online. With Zhao Wuji's cooperation, it can be passed in seconds. Otherwise, Yi Bai would have to apply for a new cultivation house business license, and his previous cultivation house business license was about to expire. Ready-made conveyancing is much easier than reapplying. If you go and apply for it, it won't be possible for less than 10 days and half a month, especially if someone gets stuck in your process, it will take even longer. Moreover, the large-scale equipment in the cultivation house was all purchased by Zhao Wuji himself and is 90% new. Considering that there would be equipment depreciation charges for disposing of the equipment, Zhao Wuji thought about it and left it all to Yi Bai. I made a lot of money, and I bought so many things with 900,000 yuan. Moreover, this house is a freehold property. In normal times, I wouldn't be able to buy it with 1.5 million yuan, let alone so many equipments given away. Now that the house has been bought, we should seize the time to clean it out and move in tonight. Yi Bai took some time to go back to the Fangyuan cultivation house and packed everything. Since Dahui cleans the foster house spotlessly every day, there should be no damage assessment when the house is rented out. He put the pet beasts and the breeding house into the prepared animal cards, and then carefully took off the plaque of the Fangyuan breeding house. This plaque has been weathered, but it is a symbol of Fangyuan nurture house. It is still carved from fine Wangwali. Father Yi once said that this plaque is the root of the Yi family. Even if nothing is taken away, the plaque must be taken away. With the plaque, there was the Fangyuan nurturing house. After everything was packed, Yi Bai took Dahui to their new home. Not long after Yi Bai left, a luxury car drove in. He Qingyuan walked out holding his nose. He seemed to dislike the surrounding environment. Is this where Butler Wang is? A football-sized bird-shaped pet appeared on He Qingyuan's shoulder. This bird-shaped beast is gray-black all over, with fierce eyes like an eagle, a sharp beak and amazing claws, which can instantly open a hole in a person's body. This is the Gale bird, the pet beast that the family found for him after He Yuan abandoned the boxing rabbit. It is the darling of the wind, coming and going like the wind. Ha, Yi Bai, it's thanks to you that I can have such an excellent pet beast. He Yuan couldn't wait to see Yi Bai being kicked out of the street. Steward Wang, inform Yi Bai that we will terminate the contract in advance. We will pay him the liquidated damages in advance. I want him to find no fault. Butler Wang nodded, took out his phone and called Yi Bai according to the number left by the original landlord. Drip, drip, drip. Yi Bai suddenly saw a strange phone call coming from him. Hello? An old voice came from the phone. Are you Yi Bai? I want to pay you here. Before Butler Wang finished speaking, Yi Bai felt that this was a scam call. Yi Bai quickly replied, I'm not, you called the wrong number. Then he hung up the phone. Hey, luckily I'm alert. Most of these cold calls are sales or scam calls. Once they get started, the calls will never end. It is better to reject them simply and stop others from thinking about them. It also saves the liar from having to spend so much time talking, but he can't get a dime out of him. Toot toot. Butler Wang held his cell phone with a dark expression on his face. I called, and the person on the other end said he was not Yi Bai, and then hung up on me. The two looked at each other, and He Yuan took out Yi Bai's mobile phone number that he had obtained from his classmates. They were a pair, that's right. Suddenly, the two of them were puzzled, and they were a little puzzled. Steward Wang, keep calling, I won't believe it, he won't answer. He Yuan gritted his teeth and continued. Butler Wang had no choice but to make another dozen or 20 calls, but no one answered. At this moment, he suddenly thought that his phone might have been blocked by someone. Master, could it be that my phone has been blocked? He Yuan was furious. Block, how dare he, we are his landlord, he won't accept it, right? Steward Wang edited a text message and sent it to Yi Bai directly, explaining clearly to him that we are the new landlord and for some reasons, we need to take back the house in advance. Not only did we pay the penalty, but we also returned the deposit to him, but their things will be cleared away directly by me today. We're sorry he has to find another rental. He Yuan smiled gloomily. When that time comes, I will see his embarrassment in looking for a house. Butler Wang asked curiously, can't he find a relationship and live in the school dormitory? He Yuan shook his head confidently, it's possible for others, but he won't. He's used to being a loner, and since he lived in the dormitory, no one has taken over his pet beast. He loves the pets in his breeding house very much, especially the gray night chinchilla. I remember that the franchise license of Yi Bai Nurture House will expire soon. Then I will try to find a way to get it blocked by the relevant departments. When the license expires, the pet animal in his hands will be illegal. We also have reasons to capture those pet beasts. He Yuan's face was full of anger. Yi Bai, my resource box is not so easy to get. You made me lose face, I will make you unhappy for the rest of your life. Butler Wang looked at He Yuan's ferocious face and silently shouted Dian Gong in his heart. Yi Bai soon received the bank card transfer. He silently looked at the transfer notes and felt ashamed that he had blocked the new landlord. I'm sorry. The new landlord kindly told me to clear the items in the room and gave me the penalty and deposit. What a good person. I thought it was a scam call. He should slap himself a few times to apologize. The original landlord was a difficult old man, known as the living granddad, and he was suppressed by his parents' pet master status. Yi Bai thought he had to fight with granddad for several rounds before he could get his deposit back. Yi Bai walked towards his new home happily. There are many good people in this world. After arriving at the new home, Yi Bai released all the pets. Dovui looked at the gray room and brought a bucket and a rag, while the chameleon and Thunderpig pulled the weeds in the yard. The sunflowers were placed on the balcony on the 3rd floor. Pairs of white birds of paradise carefully wiped the high glass with rags. Xiao Bingbei jumped out of the pool and sprayed a trickle. Lightning Cat used its sharp claws to unpack the packed boxes. Cluck Chicken flapped its wings and flew to the roof, clucking loudly, looking thriving. 1:1:45 p.m. The nursery is still being cleaned up. Yi Bai had already changed into a white coat and led Shinbian Silkworm towards the school's experimental building. This afternoon's class was specially held for the Yulin Cup. It mainly explained the cultivation of pet animals. Students who are determined to move into research positions are eligible to participate in these courses after being screened by the school. It's like starting a small show with students. The goal of Shinshan Middle School is also very clear. In previous years, they failed in the large-scale competition of the Young Scale Cup. In the provincial competition, they could not even enter the top 3. After learning from the experience, they spent a lot of money to poach Zhang Lingxue. In order to increase students' enthusiasm for participating in the Yulin Cup, the rewards from Shinshan Middle School have also been increased. As long as they can enter the Yenghua competition among the top 3 at the provincial level, they will be rewarded with third-level resources. Enter the Yenghua competition as the first in the provincial level and be rewarded with optional third-level resources. Won the third prize in the Yenghua competition and be rewarded with fourth-level resources. By analogy, as long as they can achieve excellent results, principals in the past generations will use their own money to give rewards. The rewards are so generous that even those at the level of Principal Lu Hang are excited when they see the rewards. The Young Scale Cup and the Phoenix Cup are not held at the same time. The Young Scale Cup comes first, followed by the Phoenix Cup. Because the Young Scale Cup focuses on nurturing, including the injury, treatment, and advancement of pet beasts, the preparation time for the preparation team will naturally be longer. If you achieve good results in the Yulin Cup, you will be more likely to be admitted to popular training majors when you go to college. Excellent breeders can easily earn millions a year, which is why the Eye of Insight is so highly regarded. They are born in Rome. There were only 20 people coming for the training this time, but there were 4 teachers who came to teach. Zhang Lingxue was the organizer of this event, so she stood up and introduced it to many students. Hello everyone, this course is specially open for those who participate in the Young Scale Cup. The school does not charge any fees for the entire course. Now let me introduce to you the professors who teach you. The person standing on my right is Ms. Suna. She is the Logistics Management Director of the Secret Realm of Shinshan Middle School. She is good at treating various emergencies of pet beasts. She is also a third-level breeder. Ms. Suna has a serious expression, a head full of long orange hair, and a little freckles on her face. She wears a carefully woven wreath on her head. She nodded slightly, forced out a smile, and followed behind her was a pet beast that looked like a clay puppet. The back of this pet beast was actually filled with all kinds of rare fruits and vegetables. It was like a moving vegetable patch. The second person standing on my right is Mr. Guan Yuxing. He is the person in charge of the Secret Herb Center. He is good at all kinds of herbal knowledge. As a cultivator, you need to know the combination of various herbal medicines to prepare the right medicine. At the same time, he is a 4th-level pharmacist who is good at making potions that can relieve various negative conditions. Guan Yuxing was about 40 years old, dressed quite casually, and was a gentle and handsome man. Behind him stood a 2-meter-tall tree spirit. Dryads are pet beasts that are mutated from mutated plants. They have a high affinity for plants and are known as forest rangers in the forest. They usually have good personalities, but once they encounter deforestation or forest fires, the tree spirits will become very irritable. The teacher standing on my left is Director Xie Yuan, the dean of our Shinshan Middle School. He is known as a walking encyclopedia and a knowledgeable person. He is responsible for setting exam questions and explaining them to everyone. The dean had a hooked nose and a stern face, looking like he was not to be trifled with. He waved to everyone without saying much, which made everyone extremely nervous. They are afraid of leaving a bad impression on the dean. Finally, Zhang Lingxue introduced herself to everyone. My name is Zhang Lingxue. Many people must know me. I am responsible for explaining the evolution of pet beasts. If you have any questions in this area, you can come to me to solve them. In the first class today, we mainly let everyone meet the instructor and get to know each other. Every tutor is usually very busy, so every class is very precious. We will teach on time. If you don't understand anything, just ask other students to copy it. Okay, I'll leave the time to Director Xie Yuan later. Director Xie, the students will be left to you. If you have any questions, please come to me to discuss them in detail. Mainly, this assault class was only established this year, so there may still be some problems. Zhang Lingxue and the other 2 teachers walked straight out. Only Director Xie stayed, and he already had the resumes of many classmates in his hands. Xie Yuan wore a pair of silver-rimmed glasses and looked like a hero. His voice was hoarse and slightly dull. Classmates. Xie Yuan suddenly raised his head and glanced at everyone with his sharp eyes. If you don't work hard today, you'll sleep on the floor tomorrow. Success is 100% made of sweat. If you want to achieve good results in the Young Scale Cup, you must first be knowledgeable. These are the real questions for each Young Scale Cup competition that I have carefully prepared and compiled, as well as the scope of the test questions. Please take it down and take a look. Xie Yuan grinned, like a devil's grin, and Yi Bai seemed to see the waving inverted triangle tail behind the dean. Why did the dean suddenly become so excited? He seemed to have a silly temperament that was out of place. The pet beast in charge of carrying books distributed thick books to each student. A thick wall of books was piled on Yibai's desk. Yibai randomly took out a book and looked at the cover. 5 years of young scales, 3 years of simulation. He flipped out another book, Young Scale Test Taker, and looked at the 12-volume thick encyclopedia that the dean praised as knowing everything about astronomy and geography. Everyone's faces showed expressions that were more bitter than bitter melon. If the dean was not still standing on the podium, everyone would probably cover their heads and be emo. Classmates, only those who endure hardships can become superior people. I have a real question bank here. I can promise that anyone who can pass the question bank can skip my class. After hearing this, Yibai's eyes lit up. And Xiaoyuan felt a chill on his back. He felt as if he was being stared at by something. Strange, why do I suddenly feel a chill on my neck? Xiaoyuan touched his neck and muttered softly. At this time, Yibai put down the book in his hand. He had just read it all, so he raised his hand high. Director Xia, I apply for the real test question bank. Please vote. What? Everyone's eyes fell on Yibai. Some students were gloating, some students were full of curiosity, and some students were quite speechless. Yibai, right? I remember you were the first in every semester, but don't underestimate the question bank of the Yulin Cup. There are many tricks in it. The questions and materials I gave are the key, and many of them are not in the textbooks. Xiaoyuan had a good impression of Yibai, a student who ranked first in every semester, and tried to persuade Yibai to read the materials carefully before taking the exam. Dean Xia, you should have read my materials. Materials? Why did Yibai suddenly mention this? Is there something special about him? After all, the Dean of Teaching is not Yibai's class teacher, so he naturally doesn't know what talent Yibai has awakened. He couldn't look through Yibai's materials in public, which would make him seem unprofessional as the Dean of Teaching. Director Xia could only nod slightly, saying that he knew on the surface, but he kept muttering in his heart. Since Yibai insisted so much, he could only let Yibai hit the wall, and when he gave up, he would stand up and say that Yibai was arrogant. Perfect student pool plan. Then he had an idea. Do you mind if I project the questions so that everyone can see your strength? Yibai nodded to a director. If I can pass the assessment, I don't have to attend your class? He confirmed again. Yes, only if you have thoroughly understood these questions can you pass the assessment. You don't have to attend class if you pass the assessment. The Dean of Teaching said with a fake smile. He repeatedly confirmed with me, really thinking that I, the Dean of Teaching, have no temper. Okay, in that case, I'm relieved. The exam questions of the Yulin Cup are all multiple choice questions. There are 30 single choice questions, 30 multiple choice questions, and 40 open-ended multiple choice questions. Each question is worth 1 point, a total of 100 points. Before everyone even read the questions clearly, they were switched to the second question. Yibai's speed was getting faster and faster, his hands were like flipping flowers. Director Xia's face froze. Was Yibai kidding himself? There were not only memory questions in the question bank, but also many calculation questions. It was impossible to choose the answer in less than a second. There were many questions in it, and even I had to think hard for a while before I could calculate it. Director Xia sighed, and his eyes changed when he looked at Yibai. Yibai was fooling around. After it was over, I must scold him loudly. Director Xia closed his eyes tiredly, with a lonely expression on his face. In the blink of an eye, Yibai finished the test. Many students were in an uproar because a score of 100 appeared on the screen. It's a lie. He must have memorized the answer. A classmate muttered to himself. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. A classmate looked incredulous. What's so difficult about this? His awakened talent is to remember everything he sees. That means exams have no effect on him. Those who know Yibai's background naturally know how outrageous it would be if this talent was used in exams. At this time, Director Xia opened his eyes. He did not look at the score, but instead had a preconceived idea that Yibai had not passed the exam. Yibai, you should be humble and calm in the future. Study hard before taking the exam. Xiaoyuan waved his hand, motioning Yibai to go down. But Yibai stood there motionless. Teacher, I have passed the exam. Yibai emphasized. At this time, Xiaoyuan opened his eyes a little irritably. He had already given Yibai a chance, but he was still unyielding. He planned to see how many points Yibai got in the exam, and then talk to Yibai. Little did he know that when his eyes fell on the screen showed 100 points. How could it be? Xia Yuan was so shocked that he could stuff a salted duck egg into his mouth. He suddenly thought of something and pulled out Yi Bai's information from a thick stack of information. When he saw the talent of photographic memory, he immediately understood everything. He felt ashamed of what he had done just now. Yi Bai reminded himself again and again, but he didn't take it seriously at all. Now he had to slap himself in the face. "Thank you, Director Xia." Yi Bai clasped his hands together, saluted, and walked out leisurely. He still had to go back to the breeding house to help, otherwise he would have to sleep on the floor tonight. When he returned to the breeding house, he was surprised to find that De Hui had cleaned all 3 floors spotlessly by himself. The glass was wiped to reflect light, and the things in the breeding house were tidied in an orderly manner. The first floor was a shop, the second floor was a laboratory, and the third floor was a living room. The pets were celebrating, it was so lively. At this time, a phantom Rolls-Royce appeared at the door of the breeding house. The bodyguard rolled out a red carpet and opened the car door. A beautiful blonde holding a bunny stuffed doll walked out of the car. She was wearing a high-end white dress, expensive jewelry on her hands, and her long hair was tied into a bun, revealing her fair neck. Her tall legs were covered by the white dress, and her plump white toes were exposed in the exquisitely crafted diamond-studded sandals. The clean and bright shop attracted the favor of the blonde girl. Her big blue eyes stared at Dahui's fluffy hair. She wanted to touch it so badly. The young lady's eyes were all on Dahui. The housekeeper on the side saw that his young lady was looking at Dahui for so long. He took a closer look and suddenly realized. So the housekeeper walked up and knocked on the door. "Excuse me, I'm so rude to come to your house. Our young lady Sophia has taken a fancy to the lightning cat in your Grey Night Chinchilla's hand. Please bear with it." Grey Night Chinchilla. Yi Bai. Blonde young lady Sophia. Grey Night Chinchilla held the lightning cat in his arms, and it didn't want to let go. Yi Bai patted Dahui on the shoulder. "Dahui, let go, this lightning cat is still young, it still needs the company of the pet master. If you really miss it, you can also let it come to the breeding house often." Dahui's eyes were reluctant to leave, and Yi Bai was like a wicked mother-in-law forcing Dahui. But Yi Bai was right, the lightning cat was still in its infancy, and its talent could not be wasted. It was best to find a pet master to contract it. Thinking of this, Dahui reluctantly handed the lightning cat to the blonde beauty Sophia, and kept looking back every 3 steps. The lightning cat fell into Sophia's arms and meowed. It can be seen that the lightning cat is also reluctant to leave Dahui. Can I come here often? I mean, when the lightning cat misses your pet." Sophia saw that everyone's eyes were on her, and she quickly explained with a red face. "Seeking votes, of course, no problem." Yi Bai nodded. "The beauty in front of me looks like someone who is not short of money. Lightning cat is able to be well cared for in her home." Sophia touched the head of the lightning cat. Although it was soft, it did not feel like a heartbeat. When she accidentally touched the back of Dahui's hand, the soft marshmallow-like touch was like a strong electric current hitting her spine. My whole body felt numb, and I found it a heart-pounding feeling. Dahui grinned, making Sophia feel the warmth of spring breeze. She lowered her head and her ears turned red. "The eldest lady is very happy." The housekeeper wiped the tears from his eyes and said with a moved face. Sophia winked at the butler, who then handed over an anonymous black card. "This is 1 million alliance coins, we bought this lightning cat." Just as Yi Bai was about to shake his head and say that there is no need for so much, the housekeeper seemed to see what Yi Bai was thinking. "Store manager, my eldest lady has not been so happy for a long time. Although this money is not much, it is still a small kindness, so just accept it. Buy some delicious food for the pet beasts in your breeding room." Now that the words have reached this point, Yi Bai feels that he would be a little ignorant if he doesn't accept them. Sophia turned around, hugged the lightning cat and left, followed closely by the housekeeper, and a group of people left in a grand manner. "I'm sorry, we've already received a big customer before we even put up a sign." Before Yi Bai finished speaking with emotion, he was interrupted by the rapid barking of a dog. "Woof woof woof. Why are there sudden puppy noises in the room?" Yi Bai said with a strange expression. That direction happened to be where Dahui was standing. Dahui lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Yi Bai. He even used his huge body to step back in an attempt to block Yi Bai's sight. Yi Bai suddenly had a bad feeling. "Dahui. Let me see what pet beast you picked up again." In the breeding room, Yi Bai's angry voice came. At the former site of the Fangyuan nurturing house, Butler Wang had been lonely all morning. He Qing Yuan had already become impatient with waiting and left early. Before leaving, he told butler Wang to record Yi Bai's annoyed and ashamed look. He didn't know whether Yi Bai was upset or not, but butler Wang was quite upset anyway. This shabby house had no air conditioning and poor ventilation. After staying there all morning, butler Wang felt like he was sweating profusely. It's all going to go rancid. I was in an extremely irritable mood, but I had to make my own decisions on everything big and small, and the phone kept ringing all the time. Butler Wang sighed for the 10,086th time. This family would have to break up without me. His ass was getting impatient with waiting, and he was so hot that he wanted to run away from home. Forget it, wait a little longer. If the task cannot be completed, the little bastard will say that he will take me, the housekeeper, to be buried with him. At this time, Yi Bai appeared outside the Longting auction house, holding a recruitment notice in his hand, which stated that he was looking for a temporary cleaner. The intelligence system has mentioned Longting auction house many times and revealed how to enter Longting auction house. Yi Bai felt that he needed to go to Longting auction house to take a look. After all, the system will not hit the target without aim. With Yi Bai's rich experience in cleaning under Dahui for many years, he was honored to apply for the job of cleaner at Longting auction house. Food and accommodation are included, and the price is 500 alliance coins per day to keep clean and tidy during the auction. If a customer takes a picture of a rough stone and needs to cut it on the spot, he is also responsible for cleaning up the broken rough stone. Yi Bai's goal is to clean up the original stones. He wants to get the sun crystals in them. After he applied for the job as a cleaner, the auction house will start the auction tonight. This is his best chance to capture the sun crystal. At night, the dignitaries of Jiaying City began to stream into the splendidly decorated Longting auction house. At the entrance of Longting auction house, there is also a giant dragon made of gold with fangs and claws. We can see the net worth and heritage of Longting auction house. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the auction officially begins. A host wearing a red suit and a smiling face mask appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good evening, I am the host. I will be hosting the auction tonight. Everyone must be familiar with tonight's auction. Then I won't say much and get to the point immediately. The host clapped his hands, and then a young lady with a good figure wearing a high-cut cheongsam came up carrying a tray. The first thing we want to auction is the cub of the one-horned demon wolf. They were discovered by our hunters before they even opened their eyes. The pet beast was obtained after a lot of fighting. Starting at 100,000 alliance coins. Each price increase shall not be less than 10,000 alliance coins. After hearing the host's words, the VIP's eyes became extremely hot. The one-horned demon wolf is a 4th level pet beast, and its descendants can also reach the 4th level if nothing unexpected happens. If he is properly cultivated, there will be another 4th level strong man in the family. I will offer 110,000 alliance coins. Someone shouted loudly. You poor guy only has 110,000 alliance coins, I have 120,000. Someone rolled his eyes and said with disdain. Soon, the price of the unicorn wolf cub reached 500,000 alliance coins, but at this price, the growth momentum was much lower. Although the unicorn wolf is good, if it reaches 500,000, we have to consider whether the premium is too serious. After all, it takes a lot of natural treasures to cultivate a unicorn wolf cub. In the end, the unicorn wolf was bought by an old man at the price of 550,000 alliance coins. Very good, a good start, everyone is very enthusiastic. Now please invite the next auction item. Time passed little by little, and in the blink of an eye it was the second half. At this time, the much-anticipated rough stone was finally brought up. Hello everyone. This is the rough stone that our Longting auction house has worked hard to find. From the appearance, there are valuable natural treasures in it. But we don't know what it is. After all, only by cutting the rough stone yourself and revealing the answer yourself can you feel the ups and downs of pleasure. The starting price is 10 million alliance coins, and each bid must not be less than 1 million alliance coins. The host finally called out the price. Higuanda looked at the huge 5-ton rough stone with excitement. The rough stone was rugged, but it had a majestic momentum, and it was covered with green moss. Brother, if we take a picture of such a large rough stone and cut a treasure from it, our He family will definitely be able to go beyond Jiaying City and open up the huge market of Yandong province. Higuanda's elder brother Higuangwei calmly sipped his tea, sitting in a wheelchair. He raised his eyebrows at the appraiser beside him, and the appraiser immediately understood what Higuangwei meant. Mr. He, we also detected this rough stone on the spot, and it is indeed a good treasure. Higuangda, you have to think about it. This raw stone is so big, it must be worth a lot of money. If our He family wants to buy this raw stone, it is estimated that half of the working capital will be withdrawn. If it collapses, our He family will be very passive. In doing business, the most feared thing is the problem of capital chain. He Guanwei said slowly, and he put the teacup he drank on the table. To be honest, he was not optimistic about this plan. It's just that the old patriarch was in seclusion, and temporarily gave the authority of the acting patriarch to He Guangda. Now He Guangda is the acting patriarch, and he has the right to make decisions. I guess He Guangda will not take his opinions to heart. On the contrary, he may feel that I am humiliating him. He Guangda is stubborn and self-righteous. If it weren't for his disabled legs, the position of acting patriarch would not have fallen into his hands. Sure enough, He Guangda looked impatient after hearing what He Guangwei said. He clenched his fists, with veins on the back of his hands exposed, and said to He Guangwei, "Brother, I am the acting head of the family now. I don't need your doubts about the decision I made." He Guangwei pushed the wheelchair out and said calmly, "Since you have already made a decision, why bother calling me over? I will go back first and not join in the fun." He Guangda was annoyed that He Guangwei was not tactful, and the appraiser hurried forward and expressed his point of view. "Head of the family, I have seen this rough stone. There is a big commodity in it. It is not a loss. It is impossible to collapse. It's just a matter of how much profit you make." After listening to the appraiser's persuasion to protect his capital, He Guangda finally made up his mind. He planned to participate in the competition for the rough stone. But he didn't see the slightly upturned smile on the corner of the appraiser's mouth. "Okay, everyone has been waiting for a long time. I believe that everyone has observed for so long and has an answer in their hearts. The rough stone auction officially begins." Everyone raised their cards. At this time, Yi Bai discovered another use of the Eye of Insight. His Eye of Insight can detect first-level items, and the second-level and above items are completely invisible. What he sees is the gray fog that cannot be dissipated. When he opened the Eye of Insight, he found that the gray fog was entangled in several places on the raw stone. In other words, there are only a few places on the raw stone with things, and the range of the fog is not large. Whoever bids for the raw stone will probably suffer a big loss. And the fog is entangled in the corners. Yi Bai's eyes showed a sarcastic expression. This raw stone is obviously a game. Whoever buys it will suffer a loss. But those people didn't see through it and still bid enthusiastically. Unexpectedly, I came to the auction house and found an additional use for the Eye of Insight. That's right, valuable items will be entangled with gray fog. If there is no gray fog, it is guaranteed to be a fake. And in this state, the pupil power of the Eye of Insight is consumed very little. 11 million alliance coins. Someone immediately raised a sign to indicate. I'll add 2 million, 13 million alliance coins. Someone else followed suit and placed an order. I'll add 3 million. The price of the raw stone was quickly pushed up by the enthusiastic crowd. It soon broke through 100 million alliance coins. Everyone was arguing so hard that they refused to give in. In the end, the He family won the raw stone at a price of 300 million alliance coins. Master He, congratulations, with this raw stone, you can go out of Jiaying City and expand to Yandong Province. Yes, if the He family becomes rich, don't forget us little people who fight for you. Before, someone offended the He family, and Master He turned his hand and suppressed the person immediately. He Guangda was surrounded by flatterers, and he was flattered. He probably didn't even remember his weight, surname, or name. Yi Bai looked at He Guangda's flushed face and grinned. Let you be proud for a while, you will soon feel the pain from heaven to hell. After swiping the anonymous black card, He Guangda came to the raw stone with many bodyguards. The host smiled and asked He Guangda, Mr. He, are you going to open this raw stone on the spot, or? He Guangda was full of pride. Open it here, I want to see what treasure I have won in the auction. Okay. The host nodded, and he immediately stretched out his hand and clapped. A space ripple appeared, and an extremely ferocious four-armed mantis appeared. This four-armed mantis has 4 blade arms that can cut iron like mud. Each blade arm is 1 meter long, and the huge mouthparts are like a sickle with fangs and claws, which looks quite fierce. It has 2 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings, and its body is covered with sharp barbs. This four-armed mantis is full of ruthless aura and exudes a faint smell of blood that cannot be dissipated. This is my four-armed mantis. It has a strong attack power. Cutting the rough stone is like playing. Come on, Mr. He, draw the line, and my four-armed mantis will cut the rough stone according to the line you draw. He Guangda then winked at his appraiser, and the appraiser casually drew a thin white line on the rough stone. The four-armed mantis raised its cold blade arm and chopped the rough stone heavily. A flash of cold light flashed by, and the original stone was directly divided into half. The cut was very smooth, enough to see how terrifying the attack of the four-armed mantis was. This should be a pet beast of level 3 or above. With the help of the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai saw the process of the four-armed mantis move. After the smoke cleared, everyone discovered that it was actually white marble. There wasn't even a piece of ore in it. The four-armed mantis continues to divide the rough stone. As the original stone became smaller and smaller, it turned out to be just marble inside, and it collapsed completely. How can this be? He Guangda's eyes opened wide. He grasped the appraiser's collar tightly with his hands. Didn't you tell me that this rough stone is of great value? I spent most of my fortune buying this rough stone because I believed in you. You actually lied to me. He Guangda's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely angry at this time. The appraiser's eyes dodge. I just said that there may be a large amount of goods. If it can't be released, there is nothing I can do. He shrugged his shoulders, looking disapproving. After all, appraisers also have time to look. After that, half of the Yi family's working capital was ruined by himself, and the eldest brother was right about all this. 300 million, a whole 300 million. Unable to accept it, He Guangda waved his fist towards the appraiser's nose. At the moment when the two of them were fighting, Yi Bai also took advantage of the chaos to walk to the position he had chosen early in the morning. He planned to pocket the fragments of rough stone wrapped in grey mist. Ask for votes. Yi Bai's current location is a hidden blind spot, blocked by a thick curtain. Even the surveillance camera cannot see this location. He has already investigated everything nearby clearly by taking advantage of his job as a cleaner. Including the location of the camera, the angle of the camera, etc., even his appearance at the auction table at this time is allowed. According to the rules set by Longting Auction House, when encountering the on-site cutting of raw stones, the cleaners must be ready to rush to the auction table at any time to clean up the residues dropped by the raw stones to avoid delaying the next auction item. Facing this fight scene, other cleaners hid far away. Only Yi Bai hid in this curtain and observed. In this blind spot of the surveillance camera, a ripple appeared on Yi Bai's body. Xianbian's silkworm crawled out of the ripple. It seemed that it had not woken up yet. It rubbed its big belly and smacked its mouth, as if it was recalling something. Thousand Changes silkworm, come alive, quickly spit out transparent silkworms, and drag the treasures I mentioned little by little. Yi Bai's action is very risky, and he must fight quickly. If he is discovered by the people of Longting Auction House, he will definitely not be able to escape. Treasure? I am not sleepy anymore. In the mind of the Thousand Changes silkworm, treasures are equivalent to several plates of delicious meals. It also wants to eat delicious food every day like the boxing rabbit. The Thousand Changes silkworm looked left and right, but did not see the treasure. It looked at Yi Bai with a puzzled face, as if saying, I have little education, don't lie to me, where is the treasure? Ha, Thousand Changes silkworm, those treasures are in those gravels. You spray silkworms in the direction I said. I will treat you to delicious food later. The Thousand Changes silkworm showed a fake expression. Yi Bai looked at the Thousand Changes silkworm with a sincere face, and his eyes seemed to say, when have I ever lied to you? The Thousand Changes silkworm was defeated by Yi Bai's sincere eyes. It opened its mouth and a crystal clear silk spurted out of its mouth. Finally, it fell not far from the two of them. The silk of the Thousand Changes silkworm is very tough. Yi Bai has tested it before and found that it is no problem to use it to drag dozens of kilograms of things. As the silk continued to pull, the fragments of the original stone wrapped in grey mist moved over little by little. Thanks to the four-armed mantis, the huge original stone was cut into countless palm-sized pieces. It was also thanks to the chaos caused by the fight between the two. Everyone's eyes fell on the two people, and no one looked at these worthless original stones, which gave Yi Bai the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. When the silk was moved to his feet, Yi Bai immediately put the original stone fragments into the pet space. Very good, well done. Thousand Changes silkworm, and that fragment. The Thousand Changes silkworm spit out silk and put the original stone fragments into its bag little by little. Just when dragging the last piece, there was a slight problem. The fragments of the raw stone fell to the ground and made some noise, but the fight between He Guangda and the appraiser attracted everyone's attention. In the end, Qian Biancan still pulled the raw stone fragment emitting grey mist over without any danger. Before jumping into the space ripples, Qian Biancan used his tongue to rub his hands, telling Yi Bai to remember his bloody contribution. It wants delicious food, lots of delicious food. After a long time, when the two were almost done fighting, He Guangda and the appraiser were finally pulled apart. The two were bruised and swollen because of the fight. He Guangda's gold-rimmed glasses were directly knocked crooked, and the whole suit was wrinkled. At this time, he was endlessly annoyed, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he was completely different from the gentle and elegant look before. He was now a gambler who lost red eyes, and his mind was full of thoughts about how he had lost 300 million alliance coins. Second master, do you want me to pack these things and take them back? Maybe there are hidden things inside after cutting them. This rough stone was the last auction item, and the host had time to appreciate He Guangda's embarrassed look. Do you want me to cut it for you on the spot? The host asked casually. Cut it, why not cut it? At this time, He Guangda was very anxious. Now as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would hold it tightly in his hands. There was a hopeful look in He Guangda's eyes. If he could cut some treasures, it would be fine to get some money back. The four-armed mantis kept cutting, and the dust was flying, but He Guangda was getting more and more disappointed. The stones with treasures had long been picked up by Yi Bai, and the remaining stones could not cut anything at all, so in the end He Guangda sat on the ground like a gambler who had lost all his property. He grabbed his hair fiercely with both hands, and became very decadent from a high-spirited middle-aged man. It's over, it's completely over. He had just become the acting head of the family when such a thing happened. When he returned to the family, he might be immediately removed from his position. He might even be asked to pay for the 300 million deficit, and his life became bleak. He Guangda slumped on the ground and was carried away. Yi Bai swept the stone fragments on the ground bit by bit with a broom. When he finished his work, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He moved his body, which was a little sore and numb, and his joints made a crackling sound. The salary here is not bad, but the labor intensity is very high. Most people can't bear it, especially when He Guangda was desperate to cut the stone thoroughly. He and the cleaner beside him seemed quite helpless, as their workload suddenly skyrocketed. I watched a farce tonight. I guess He Guangda will no longer be able to trouble me after tonight. This can be regarded as clearing an obstacle for me. I wonder how much useful information will be after the information is updated tonight. Snap, snap. Butler Wang, who was still swatting mosquitoes at the old site of Fangyuan cultivation house late at night, knew in his heart that Yi Bai would not show up. He already knew what happened at Longting auction just now. The plan against Yi Bai has come to nothing. Now the Yi family has encountered a bigger problem. If it is not handled well, the Yi family may break its capital chain. What a sin, a full 300 million yuan is just wasted like no money. This news may cause an uproar in the Yi family, and the internal struggle is expected to be more intense. Butler Wang is now considering whether to change to a new job. To be honest, he has not smiled for a long time since he entered the Yi family. A mad man who always yells that he wants everyone to be buried with him. A mad woman who always wants to run away from home. And a mad master who always wants to make others cool down. Butler Wang has had enough. This time, no one can humiliate me, even if it's a lot of money. It must be a huge amount of money to make me bow down. Please vote. Wait until Yi Bai returns to the breeding house. The signboard of the breeding house has been wiped clean and hung up. Hanging up the signboard of the breeding house means that the breeding house is officially open for business. This is a good start. Davui did not show a happy expression on his face. Instead, he paced on the ground with his hands behind his back. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and he looked very anxious. Something seemed to have happened to the sunflowers in the breeding house. It was fine in the morning, but in the afternoon, the leaves of the sunflowers fell one after another. The leaves of the second-level mother plant began to wither in a large area. At present, only a small cluster of tender green leaves remain. The flower disc began to wither, which shows that the current state of the sunflower mother plant is not very good. After being affected by the mother plant, the first-level sunflowers all look sickly. The nectar of the sunflower is an important source of income for the breeding house. Dehui was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. It had never encountered such a situation and didn't know what to do. After seeing Yi Bai coming back, it seemed to have seen a life-saving straw, and hurriedly dragged Yi Bai to the sunflower mother plant on the second floor. Yi Bai has been taking care of this sunflower mother plant for many years. He saw at a glance that the state of the sunflower mother plant was advancing. It was also in this state when it was promoted from the first level to the second level. Yi Bai also rushed to the veterinary hospital with the sunflower. The doctor told Yi Bai that this was because it lacked enough energy and the cells in its body had begun to autophagize. It was necessary to supplement the sunflower with a large amount of energy to ensure that the sunflower could advance smoothly. There was no other way. Yi Bai could only treat the dead horse as a living horse and gave all the energy potions in the cultivation house to the sunflower. The sunflower remained in a state of neither death nor life until 2 months later when it completed the advancement. From that time on, it could reproduce the first-level sunflower through side buds. Yi Bai opened the eye of insight and saw that the gray mist on the sunflower mother plant began to increase gradually, which proved that Yi Bai's idea was correct. The advancement of sunflowers requires a lot of energy. It just so happened that I extorted a third-level sunstone from He Guangda last time. Otherwise, I would be helpless in the face of the advancement of sunflowers. But how did the sunflower suddenly advance? The sunflower has no combat power, and it is impossible to improve its level by killing wild beasts. Usually, it just basks in the sun. It must have come into contact with something to make it evolve towards the third level. Dave Hui, help me dig a hole in the flower pot. I want to put the sunstone into the roots of the sunflower to help it complete the final evolution. Hui stretched out his sharp claws and poked the position of the flower pot. A fist-sized hole appeared in the soil of the flower pot. Hui, help me again and crush this sunstone. Hui picked up the sunstone and exerted force with both hands. The sunstone in his hand immediately turned into powder. He poured the powder in his hand into the hole, and the originally withered flower disc began to stretch out. The rhizomes surged out of the soil in the flower pot, just like countless earthworms wriggling in the soil. The sunflower is absorbing the energy of the sunstone, and it seems to have awakened from the state of autophagy. Golden stripes appeared on the body of the sunflower. The sunflower is like a large light bulb at this time, emitting warm and gentle light. Its huge flower pot was completely blown up, and countless rhizomes as thick as thumbs burst out. At this time, Yi Bai discovered the piles of white bones wrapped under the rhizomes. The claws of these white bones are like sharp drills. Yi Bai discovered the identity of these white bones: the first-level alien beast, the mole, which has the attribute of earth and digs holes everywhere. The skulls of the bones were pierced by a single blow. Combined with the sunflower's roots that are as tough as steel, Yi Bai finally knew how the sunflower advanced. It should be that this blind mole accidentally broke into the territory of the sunflower while digging a hole, and was directly strangled by the sunflower with its roots. The sunflower has made great progress by strangling the mole day by day. After a while, the sunflower king appeared with more colorful flowers. Its fallen leaves grew back and became more vigorous. The petals are golden yellow, looking full of vitality and vigor. A strong floral fragrance came out from the petals of the sunflower. The thousand-changing silkworm smelled the refreshing fragrance and drooled. It wanted to eat it so badly. The thousand-changing silkworm relied on its strong defense to taste the honey of the sunflower king. It jumped up suddenly and opened its bloody mouth in the direction of the sunflower king. As a result, in midair, the sunflower king waved its sharp whip and lashed the thousand-changing silkworm fiercely. The thousand-changes silkworm fell to the floor with a thud, and the whole floor shook slightly. The thousand-changes silkworm raised its head suddenly, and a deep red mark appeared on its face, and it felt a burning pain on its face. The thousand-changes silkworm, who didn't believe in evil, directly used the hardening skill, and a trace of silver flashed on the surface of its body. It rushed forward fiercely, and only heard crackling sounds. The thousand-changes silkworm was beaten black and blue by the sunflower king, and fell to the ground and fainted. Thousand-changes silkworm, I saw that I was too milky. Hui and Yi Bai looked at each other in bewilderment. The sunflower king opened its petals, revealing golden nectar. The nectar exuded a rich fragrance, and the thousand-changed silkworm opened its eyes at the smell, and then it fainted again with a snap. The thousand-changed silkworm and the sunflower king were completely at odds, and even when Yi Bai forcibly put the thousand-changed silkworm into the pet space, the thousand-changed silkworm rushed out again. All night long, Hui and Yi Bai heard a snap, and then a sound of awe. On the second day, both the man and the pet had 2 dark circles under their eyes, and their expressions were a little dazed. And Yi Bai suddenly discovered that the sunflower king's steel-like vine whip fell on the thousand-changed silkworm's body, and a series of sparks appeared. Now the thousand-changed silkworm needs the sunflower king to use 4 or 5 vine whips to block the thousand-changed silkworm's actions. Could it be? Yi Bai used the eye of insight on the thousand-changed silkworm. Name, thousand-changed silkworm, gender, male, mastered skills, silk spinning, proficient, hardening, mastery, impact, beginner, evolution route 1, thousand-changed silkworm. The defense will become more and more terrifying, with more evolution routes, the conditions are unknown. Evolution route 2, sun god butterfly, sun crystal 1, flame crystal 1, insect crystal 1, grind these 3 crystals into powder and expose them to strong light at noon, 1000 change silkworm needs to reach the peak of the second stage. Please vote the 1000 change silkworm and the sun god butterfly. Neither of these two evolutionary routes is easy to follow. But the two evolutionary routes have one thing in common: they both require the 1000 change silkworm to reach the peak of the second stage. The 1000 change silkworm is the first pet beast that I have contracted. The stronger it is, the stronger Yi-Bai will be, and the ability of the Eye of Insight will also be improved. There are two ways for pet beasts to improve their own strength. One is to defeat or kill other beasts, and the other is to take natural treasures. The more precious the natural treasures are, the better the improvement effect will be. And the intelligence system has a reminder that a crack in the secret realm will appear the day after tomorrow, and a large number of moles will come out of the crack to wreak havoc on the world. This is a good opportunity to improve the strength of the 1000 change silkworm. By the way, I haven't read today's daily intelligence yet. The main reason is that the screams of the 1000 change silkworm demon sound were heard all night yesterday. Da Hui and I didn't sleep for almost the whole night. Even if we blocked our ears with our hands, it didn't help. Daily Intelligence Update 1. 1 year later, a crack in the 4th level secret realm will appear in Guishan City, Yanqi Province due to an 8 magnitude earthquake. This secret realm has both benefits and risks. Be careful when entering, as the 4th level treasure Guisho fruit will appear. 2. The nectar of the Sunflower King has extremely high nutritional value. Newborn or juvenile pets can accelerate their growth by drinking nectar. Pets that are seriously ill or unwell can stabilize their injuries after drinking sunflower nectar. Cracked pet eggs soaked in the honey of the Sunflower King can promote the healing of cracks. 3. According to scientific research, the skill proficiency of pets is divided into 5 stages: entry, proficiency, mastery, control, and perfection. When a skill reaches the mastery level, other skills may be derived. For the first place in the city-level Fengshu Cup competition will be rewarded with a 4th level flame crystal. 5. 1 month later, Xinhuang Technology has developed a new 2nd level awakening potion, which is currently preparing to enter the clinical trial stage. It is reported that the first batch of 2nd level awakening potions tested has the best effect. Awakening potion is to provide huge energy to help pets break through bottlenecks, which is equivalent to the foundation building pill in the world of immortal cultivation. If a bottle of awakening potion can be used when the sunflower is advancing, the effect will be much better, and there is no need to waste a 3rd level sunstone to help the sunflower advance. Of course, there are many awakening potions, and the most recognized one is the awakening potion produced by the Xinhuang Group. The success rate of breakthrough can reach 80%, and of course the price is the most expensive. The price of a bottle of awakening potion is almost 200,000 alliance coins. If the intelligence system is correct, the Xinhuang Group should have developed an awakening potion with a better breakthrough effect. If they want to enter the market, they must do clinical trials. And the trial drug not only provides the potion for free, but also gives a considerable reward. Yi-Bai thinks that he can bring Qianbian Silkworm to sign up, provided that Qianbian Silkworm's strength can reach the peak of the 1st level in a month. Today, the school has a practical class. Yi-Bai brought Qianbian Silkworm, who was still energetic after tossing all night, to the school's training room. Zhang Lingxue has changed into a combat suit, and the goddess of light butterfly is floating behind her. Today, she wears a diamond-studded headband, and one side of her hair is tied into a small braid. She looks like a beautiful and cool queen. Today's course is very simple. It is to explain to everyone how to be a good pet master. Everyone has signed a contract with a pet. And the first pet you sign is also called the natal pet. Their strength is linked to everyone's strength. The stronger the natal pet is, the stronger your pet master level will be. Pets and humans complement each other. Zhang Lingxue waved at the goddess of light butterfly, and this beautiful and holy butterfly flapped its wings and landed on Zhang Lingxue's shoulder. After we make a contract with our pet, we can randomly get a skill from our pet. And the skill I got is the healing of the goddess of light butterfly. You can also calm down and communicate with the pet space in your body to see what skills you have obtained. In addition, there is one thing I want to tell you in public. After discussion with the school's top management, the school will select contestants for this year's Fengshu Cup. In order to maintain the principle of fairness and justice, we plan to adopt the method of defending the ring. Our school has a total of 8 arenas. 8 contestants will be selected through live broadcast. Then the top 3 will be selected from these 8 contestants to represent our school in the team and individual competitions of the Fengshu Cup. During the challenge, each person can only challenge once in each ring. Those who succeed in the challenge will stay to defend the ring. Those who fail in the challenge can change to another ring to continue the challenge. This defending ring activity is expected to start in a week.
Zhang Lingshue's sharp eyes swept across many classmates in the class.
Yes, my little fireball is out. One of the boys said in surprise, and a palm-sized fireball appeared in his hand. But the fireball soon disintegrated, forming sparks, and disappeared in the air.
Hey, what I summoned is a water ball, which is not bad if it lives in the wild. Another girl sighed and said.
Yi Bai tried it. He opened his palm, and saw that his hand became even whiter like jade, without white silkworm silk, and the strength did not change at all.
Could it be that he inherited the hardening skill of the 1,000-change silkworm?
This skill is quite useless to Yi Bai. At this time, a figure caught Yi Bai's attention. This is a boxing rabbit with well-proportioned muscles. It held a ruby carrot in its left hand and a sapphire carrot in its right hand, chewing non-stop.
It wore a pair of black sunglasses on its face and a big gold chain hanging around its neck.
If it had another scar on its face and looked more fierce, it would be a rogue rabbit collecting protection fees. Unexpectedly, the thin boxing rabbit, after following Li Chen for a period of time, became like a string, and now its height seems to be 1 head taller than the average boxing rabbit.
Yi Bai, I'm looking forward to the Fengchu Cup's defense match.
I want to see whether my boxing rabbit's fist is more powerful or your Qindian silkworm's defense is terrifying.
If I lose, I will pay for Qindian silkworm's meals for this semester.
If you lose, just apologize to your Qindian silkworm and my boxing rabbit.
Li Chen said with a smile like a Maitreya Buddha.
The optimistic spirit of the boxing rabbit changed Li Chen's mental state.
No problem. Yi Bai is now worried about Qindian silkworm's meals. Since there is a rich man willing to contract Qindian silkworm's meals for a semester, why not do it? Anyway, if he loses, it's just a solemn apology. This deal is worthwhile.
The main thing is that Yi Bai also knows that Li Chen is generous and has a pattern, unlike He Qingyuan, who is a sinister villain.
Seeking votes, speaking poisonously. In the next 2 days, Yi Bai went to the black market and got the purple crystal wood. This kind of wood exudes a faint fragrance and is usually used as a sedative. As for the sunflowers in the cultivation house, because the second-level sunflowers have been upgraded to the third-level sunflower king, some of the subplants have become second-level sunflowers. This has greatly improved the quality of the sunflower nectar produced by the cultivation house. However, Yi Bai also remembered the special effect of the sunflower king nectar that the system specifically reminded him of. Therefore, the nectar produced by the sunflower king was retained by Yi Bai and De Hui and was not sold. The cultivation house has been doing good business these 2 days, and the Thunder Pig was taken away by a retired prosecutor. Because the Thunder Pig's sense of smell is very sensitive, even if its organ that can generate electricity has problems, the Thunder Pig can still smell the smell of special medicines. The chameleon was bought by Sophia's housekeeper, who turned out to be a heavy reptile control. He likes reptiles very much, especially the feeling of cool scales wrapped around his neck. And under Yi Bai's guidance, Qindian silkworm has mastered a magical rolling skill.
The intelligence updated by Yi Bai's intelligence system in the past 2 days revealed more details about the beast tide invasion and preventive measures.
1. The beast tide invasion is in the northwest corner of Jiaying City, near the river. 2. After swallowing a lot of flesh and blood, the mole will be promoted to a second-level bloodthirsty mole. They are extremely eager for blood and easily enter a frenzy. The blood core in their body can be used to make a bloodthirsty potion. The formula of the bloodthirsty potion is as follows: blood core *10, bloodthirsty grass *5, purple crystal wood 10 grams. The formula is extremely detailed, and various operating steps are listed on it. 3. After swallowing a lot of steel, the mole will be promoted to a second-level steel mole. Their claws are as sharp as steel and have strong defense. Their nose is their weakness. For among every 100 moles, there is a slightly larger leader who commands them. Killing the leader can cause the moles to fall into chaos for a short period of time. 5. Wang Jinin, the president of the Pet Beast Union of Jiaying City, has an encrypted mailbox 126 at 45, and emergency information will be sent to him through this mailbox. 6. The moles invaded the periphery of Shinshan Middle School and were expelled by a mysterious strongman. The second-level sunflower is the nemesis of the moles. The nectar of the sunflower can stop the moles in their tracks. 7. The space crack in the mole secret realm is opened and will last for 1 day. After 1 day, the space crack will automatically repair, and the coordinates of the secret realm will also be captured by the strong men of the Pet Beast Union. 8. The blood core can accelerate the growth of the 1,000-changing silkworm,
and there is a certain probability that the thousand-changing silkworm can comprehend the skill of frenzy. 9. The reproduction capacity of moles is very strong.
As long as there is sufficient food, they can start to reproduce.
A pair of moles can give birth to 7 to 9 pups within 12 hours.
The pups can mature in 2 days and reproduce after 1 day. Moles have very low requirements for the environment and can even survive in a water-filled environment.
10. There are very special mutant individuals among moles. They are thin and can emit high-frequency sound waves from their mouths to destroy communication equipment. A very special spiritual power crystal core will be born in their bodies, which can enhance the spiritual power of pet masters.
Since it is a beast tide, it would be better to notify the authorities.
This will prevent more disasters from coming.
But you can't reveal your identity. Yi bypassed some confidential information through the president's email through multiple IPs. Jiaying City Pet Union. President Wang Jinin was processing the union's documents, and a huge steel-armored rhinoceros was swinging its tail beside him in boredom. The size of the steel-armored rhino is the size of a hill.
Its back is covered with sharp sword armor, its tail is like a huge meteor hammer, and its horn looks like a sword out of its sheath.
This pet is born for fighting.
At this moment, Wang Jinin suddenly received a mysterious encrypted email with the letters SOS written on it, which quickly aroused Wang Jinin's curiosity.
Who would send this email from? There are very few people who know my email address. Wang Jinin clicked on the email, which contained detailed information about the beast tide.
His pupils shrank sharply.
Beast tide. Secret realm crack. These keywords are shaking Wang Jinin's heartstrings.
The beast tide will start from the northwest corner of Jiaying City, near the water. Although the scope of the beast tide has been reduced, the workload is still very large.
Wang Jinin paced on the ground with his hands behind his back. Although this has not happened yet, the many things described in the email make Wang Jinin feel that this is true.
He pressed a button on the table. Secretary, help me gather the senior members of the Pet Beast Union.
We need to hold an emergency meeting.
Many yawning senior members came to the conference room.
When they saw Wang Jinin with a serious face, they knew the seriousness of the situation and sat in their seats silently, waiting for Wang Jinin to speak. When everyone was gathered, Wang Jinin projected the received email on the big screen. Everyone, take a look at this email I just received.
After seeing the email, the faces of the high-ranking members of the Pet Beast Union also became solemn. The beast tide is an indelible pain for mankind. When fighting against the beast tide, how many ancestors died in the beast tide?
What they least want is a beast tide in Jiaying City. How many people will die?
But, President, how can we confirm the authenticity of this email?
What if the person who sent you the email was just joking? One of the bald heads, the third-level Vajra monk Fa Yuan, asked. Wang Jinin did not directly respond to Fa Yuan's question. Instead, he asked everyone a question in public. My email address is extremely hidden. Ordinary people, including you, don't know my email address.
And that person told us all the details of the beast tide and the general location of the secret realm.
What does this mean?
It means that his talent may be a super rare talent, predicting the future.
He can see what will happen in the future.
So, if my guess is correct, this person should have seen what will happen in Jiaying City in the future. In order to avoid the tragedy from happening again, he told us through this email address.
Otherwise, how did this guy know my email address? Wang Jinin's words shocked everyone present.
At this moment, Wang Jinin's secretary hurried over and whispered a few words to Wang Jinin.
Wang Jinin's face showed an expression of, as expected. Please vote. The person who sent the email was very cautious and used multiple IPs as springboards. We can't find his real IP address. I will report this matter to you.
The most important thing for us now is how to minimize the impact of the beast tide.
Wang Jinin said with a serious face.
I suggest searching for the location where the beast tide appears, and controlling it as soon as the beast tide appears. At the same time, a level 1 red alert was activated, and citizens were notified through major media and street offices not to go out for the time being.
In addition, the entire Pet Beast Union must be mobilized.
Once an abnormality is discovered, we must solve it immediately to minimize the loss. Immediately, the top leaders of the union put forward 3 suggestions. I would like to add that once there is a beast wave, we should immediately seek help from the provincial trade union.
We must minimize the losses in Jiaying City. Wang Jinin finally made a decision.
Everyone in the Jiaying City Pet Union immediately took action, working in groups of 2, and began searching toward the northwest corner of Jiaying City. In the early morning of the third day, the northwest corner of Jiaying City.
This is a large vacant warehouse in Jiaying City.
It is empty, the walls are covered with mold, and the air is full of dust. A man in black robes flashed over to the warehouse, holding something like a compass in his hand. The man in black robe wears a smiling mask. The compass in his hand was actually alive, with two big eyes, one black and one white, and underneath the compass were wriggling roots. I saw that the compass pointer pointed to one side of the warehouse.
Finally found the large secret place hidden in Jiaying City.
Two red lights flew out from the two huge eyes of the compass. The red lights met at a point in midair and fell into a void in the warehouse. Only a few clicks were heard, and spider-web-like cracks appeared in the originally peaceful space. The man in black robe picked up the compass and lightly smashed it against the crack. Only a series of cracking sounds were heard, and a crack appeared in the space that could accommodate the passage of two people. Countless green lights emerged from the cracks, and at the same time there was a squeaking sound.
Strange beasts as big as basketballs emerged from the cracks.
They look somewhat like mice, but are larger, have long beards, and have tails that are coiled together like a spiral. Their claws are like sharp little drill bits.
Ha, this secret realm is full of moles.
Very well, Gopher, let's cause chaos.
What I want should be in the secret vault of the Pet Guild in Jiaying City. But I have to add some information to you, so that you will be willing to become a chess piece in my hands.
The man in black robe took out a bottle of black potion from his pet space and threw it into the crack. The potion immediately burst, forming a large amount of black mist that spread. All the burrowing rats who inhaled the black mist instantly had scarlet eyes, their eyes widened, and their claws became sharper. These burrowing rats rushed towards the direction of the black-robed man, and they wanted to tear the black-robed man into pieces. However, when the burrowing rat was about to come into contact with the black robe, the man in black robe directly turned into countless black smoke and spread in the air.
Little mice, go crazy and do your best to turn the entire Jiaying City upside down.
The man in black robe said sternly, and he completely turned into black smoke and dissipated. These burrowing rats had a fierce look in their eyes. They opened their fangs and began to gnaw at the surrounding buildings crazily. The sound of grinding wood came from the warehouse. At this time, the people from the Beast Guild had just arrived, and they were shocked to see the burrowing rats spreading like a tsunami.
The beast tide has appeared.
As soon as Yibai got up, he saw the emergency news pushed on his mobile phone.
A large number of gophers have appeared in vacant warehouses in the northwest corner of Jiaying City.
After investigation, it was found that these burrowing rats came from a large secret place, and expert research showed that the burrowing rats seem to be infected with an unknown virus. They have become extremely aggressive and will attack moving creatures like crazy. Many innocent passers-by have been involved in them, eating them until only the bones are left. It is reported that many burrowers have dispersed to Jiaying City, and it is hoped that the residents of Jiaying City will not go out for the time being. After discovering any movement, call the police immediately for help, and people from the Pet Guild will arrive immediately.
Yibai turned on the TV, and the host inside had a serious face. Now there is an emergency message.
Currently, a space crack has appeared in our city, and a large number of burrowing rats have emerged from it. These burrowing rats are extremely aggressive, and Jiaying City has now entered the red level 1 alert level. The whole city is suspended from work and classes. Please don't walk around casually.
People from the Pet Union will be patrolling every block. Citizens should call the Pet Association for help as soon as they notice any unusual movement.
Currently, many schools such as Shinshan Middle School have opened emergency shelters.
You can go here to take refuge if necessary.
At this time, the head teacher Zhang Lingxue also told everyone in the group, "Students, we have received an emergency notice that the school is closed today. The school's shelter is open at all times. If necessary, you can go to the school's shelter to escape this disaster." Yibai soon received another private message from Zhang Lingxue.
"Yibai, it's not very safe where you are. You'd better come to the school, it will be safer."
If it were normal, Yibai might have gone to school. But now, with the Sunflower King and De Hui who had recovered his strength, Yibai was not afraid of these pets that were only at the first level.
In Yibai's eyes, these moles were just moving experience packs.
Maybe he could take this opportunity to upgrade all the second-level sunflowers to Sunflower Kings.
De Hui, our chance to eliminate violence and protect the good has come. The Sunflower King climbed onto De Hui's head on tiptoe, and a blooming sunflower appeared on De Hui's head. Yibai took enough nectar and rushed towards the road.
The road was deserted, and the doors of many shops were closed.
There was a rustling sound on the street.
Yibai looked up and saw several moles gnawing around a trash can. The trash can made of pure iron was like a teething stick in front of the moles. There was a crackling sound on the street.
Come out, Qianbian's silkworm. Yi Bai released Qianbian's silkworm from the pet space. This was Qianbian's silkworm's first battle. Qianbian's silkworm rushed out yawning.
After sensing the breath of a stranger, the moles with red eyes raised their heads. Their claws like drills exuded a cold chill under the sunlight, and their red eyes gave off a fierce look.
Ha, I listened to the advice, so chapter 35 is the new content added today.
It's really embarrassing to say the three moles were shining with metallic light, and their bodies were slightly larger than those of ordinary moles. It seemed that they had eaten a lot of metal and were about to advance. After sensing the breath of the moles, the Sunflower King lying on the top of the big gray seemed a little excited.
It was a professional in hunting moles.
It began to wriggle, but after being comforted by the big gray, it regained its composure. The mole pounced on the thousand-change silkworm with its teeth and claws. The thousand-change silkworm looked white and fat, and exuded a pleasant smell, which made the mole crazy.
Thousand-change silkworm, use hardening.
The body of the thousand-change silkworm appeared white light, and its defense was greatly improved.
Roll.
The thousand-change silkworm curled up its body into a ball, and it rolled on the ground, raising a lot of dust. The mole jumped high, and its sharp claws slashed towards the thousand-change silkworm. At the moment when the claws touched the thousand-change silkworm, a lot of sparks came out. The mole felt a pain in its claws, and it was crushed by the thousand-changes silkworm before it could dodge. Blood gushed out of the mole's eyes, nose, and ears, and it howled miserably.
Its life was slipping away quickly.
At this moment, a sound of breaking through the air came, and the crystal-clear silk pierced through the mole's eyebrows and nailed it to the ground. Blood flowed out of the wound, and its body was shaking violently.
Finally, its head tilted and it died.
The mole, who died with his eyes open, was staring at the thousand-changes silkworm with his lifeless eyes.
Star blue light gushed out of the mole's body and merged into the body of the thousand-changes silkworm.
The death of its companion did not make the mole flee in panic. Instead, the smell of blood stimulated the other two moles. Their eyes were wide open, and their teeth made a clicking sound.
The mole rats are omnivorous beasts. They eat everything.
When they are starving, they will even attack their companions. Their eyes reveal a bloodthirsty light.
The blood-red evil spirit entangles them, and a layer of blood mist permeates them.
Yi Bai's eyes were stimulated and turned blood red, but the color of the pupils was covered by the black pupils that Yi Bai specially customized. The Eye of Insight identified the current state of the mole rat. Name, mole rat, gender, male, level, LV9, level 1, level 9, skills, madness, proficient, steel claws, proficient, 9, entry, status, about to enter the state of madness, their attack power will increase exponentially. Evolution Route 1, blood rat, devour a large amount of flesh and blood, reach the peak of the first level, and condense a blood core in the body to complete the advancement. Evolution Route 2, steel mole rat, devour a large amount of metal, reach the peak of the first level, and complete the advancement. Name, drill rat, gender, female, level, LV9, level 1, level 9, skills, frenzy, proficient, steel claw, proficient, iron head, entry, tearing claw, proficient, status, about to enter the frenzy state, their attack power will increase exponentially. Evolutionary route, blood steel rat, devour a large amount of flesh and blood and a large amount of metal, reach the peak of the first level, condense blood cores in the body, and then complete the advancement. Their hair will become as hard as steel. After seeing the data of one of the drill rats, Yi Bai was stunned.
This drill rat actually has another evolutionary route.
He immediately had an idea, which was to promote the two drill rats in front of him from the first level to the second level. Killing a second-level alien beast can gain much more experience than killing a first-level alien beast.
A second-level alien beast has experience comparable to 10 first-level alien beasts. More importantly, a second-level alien beast will give birth to a crystal core.
Crystal cores are like hard currency, which can be used to enhance the strength of exotic beasts or to exchange for goods. Anyway, he has the third-level Sunflower King and the more powerful Big Gray as protection behind him, so Yi Bai is not afraid of any accidents. Thousand-change silkworm, throw the body of the mole out. The thousand-change silkworm pulled the silk fiercely, and the body of the mole drew a parabola in the air. The body fell heavily in front of the two moles, and blood flowed all over the ground. The two moles' noses twitched, they felt hungry at this time, and their stomachs were rumbling. The mole that was killed by the thousand-change silkworm was also on the verge of evolution, and its flesh and blood were rich in abundant energy. Stimulated by the blood, the two moles could no longer hold back. They opened their black mouths and revealed their sharp teeth. The sound of swallowing and gnawing bones came from the scene. Before long, the whole mole was eaten up. The level of these two moles also reached LV10. They were shaking violently, and they were about to advance. One of the moles was glowing with blood, and a circle of blood-red evil spirit was wrapped around its body. The blood mist spread out, and it seemed to be corrosive, corroding the ground into pits. Its blood-red eyes stared at the Thousand Changes silkworm, and a whirring sound came out of its throat. It looked like a skinned mouse at this time, and it looked extremely ugly. This is a second-level blood-raging rat. It is extremely cruel by nature and will swallow its prey alive while it is still alive. It likes to hear the wailing of its prey. Very good, Qianbian silkworm uses the spinning skill. The Qianbian silkworm suddenly spurted out crystal-clear silk from its mouth, which was wrapped around the lamppost on the roadside. The Qianbian silkworm smashed the blood-raging rat like a big pendulum. The blood-raging rat sneered ferociously, waving its claws emitting blood-red light, intending to pierce the body of the Qianbian silkworm. Bang! The moment the blood-raging rat touched the Qianbian silkworm, its claws were hit violently and broke into pieces. It only felt as if it was hit by a heavy truck, and its body flew backwards involuntarily and hit a wall heavily. Spider-web-like cracks appeared on the wall, and the place where the blood-raging rat was hit was deeply sunken. If it were an ordinary mole, it would have died, but after advancing to the second-level bloodthirsty rat, its vitality has become much stronger. The heart area is continuously supplied with blood, and the sunken parts of its body are gradually recovering. Thousand Change silkworm, use silk spinning. While the bloodthirsty rat has not recovered yet, the Thousand Change silkworm spews out silk from its mouth that can cut through iron like mud. There is a sound of breaking through the air, and when it is about to pierce the heart of the bloodthirsty rat, a black shadow blocks the bloodthirsty rat. This is a strange beast covered with long metal thorns, and the metal armor on its body exudes a bloodthirsty light. Greedy eyes stare at the Thousand Change silkworm, as if the Thousand Change silkworm is a piece of good fat meat. Asking for votes, the black shadow was the bloodsteel rat, another evolutionary route of the drilling rat. After devouring the flesh and blood of its own kind and gnawing on enough metal materials, the drilling rat finally completed its final evolution. Its defense is comparable to that of the steel drilling rat, but its offensiveness is higher than that of the steel drilling rat. The two second-level beasts fought against the Thousand Change silkworm together, which immediately put a lot of pressure on the Thousand Change silkworm. In particular, the claws of the blood-violent rat can secrete a deadly poison. As long as it is hit by the claws of the blood-violent rat, it will fall into a deadly poison state. Facing the covetous eyes of the two second-level beasts, Yi Bai is very confident in the Thousand Change silkworm. After all, this guy has a very strong defense. Even the third-level Sunflower King needs 7 or 8 vine whips to defeat it. And these two drilling rat have just evolved to the second level, and are in the stage of just condensing the crystal nucleus. They have not yet adapted to their evolved bodies. This is the best time to kill them. The blood-violent rat swoops over with its claws waving, and a trace of purple venom seeps from its claws. The blood-steel rat was about to move, but its limbs were tightly bound by the sudden vines. It turned out that the Sunflower King had taken action and blocked the blood-steel rat's movement. Da Hui scratched his face honestly. He slapped the two second-level beasts and turned them into a ball of blood-red meat. He felt that there seemed to be a big guy hiding in the distance. Thousand Change silkworm, use rolling. Thousand Change silkworm curled up again and avoided the attack of the blood rat by rolling at high speed. The blood rat's claws inserted into the lamppost next to it. The lamppost made of superalloy was actually pierced by the blood rat with a hole the size of a bowl. It pulled out its claws and looked at the Thousand Change silkworm with blood-red eyes. The blood-red mist spread from the blood rat's body. Its muscles began to swell, and it stood up at the same time. Thousand Change silkworm, kill the blood rat first. The blood rat had just evolved, and its outer skin was still soft and blood-red. As time went by, its outer skin would be oxidized by the air, turning dark red, and its defense would be enhanced several times. The Thousand Change silkworm still lacks some means of attack. The Thousand Change silkworm used the same trick again, spewing out a large amount of silk from its mouth, and these silks that could cut iron like mud rushed towards the direction of the blood rat. But the blood rat had a sarcastic look in its eyes. The moment the silk came into contact with the blood mist, a large amount of white steam came out. These blood mists are extremely corrosive. The blood rat grinned, and it had discovered the weakness of the Thousand Change silkworm's insufficient attack. This guy has strong defense, but his means of attack are very poor. It's okay to deal with the first-level beasts, but it's not enough for them who have been promoted to the second level. Thousand change silkworm, aim at the lamppost, spit out silkworms, and pull hard after fixing it. Yi Bai continued to issue instructions. Although the thousand change silkworm did not understand why it had to do this, it still spit out silkworms according to Yi Bai's instructions. The silkworms were wrapped around the lamppost, and the thousand change silkworm pulled it hard. With a sound of teeth grinding, the lamppost actually fell down. And it fell in the direction of the bloody rat. The bloody rat, which could not dodge in time, was hit by the lamppost weighing dozens of kilograms, and most of its body was pressed under the lamppost. It struggled desperately, making a squeaking sound in its mouth, but still could not break free. The thousand change silkworm jumped in front of the bloody rat, and it suddenly sprayed out sharp silkworms from its mouth. The crystal clear silkworms directly nailed the bloody rat to the ground. As the thousand changes silkworm pulled violently, a beating blood-colored core appeared on the ground. This was the blood core of the blood rat, which was also a kind of existence similar to the crystal core of the alien beast. After losing the blood core, the eyes of the blood rat became dim, it looked up to the sky and let out a mournful cry, and died. The thousand changes silkworm sniffed the blood core with its big nose, and it smelled a good smell on the blood core. Then it looked up at Yi Bai eagerly, and saw Yi Bai nodded, yes, this can be eaten. So, the thousand changes silkworm stretched out its long tongue and rolled the beating blood core into its mouth, just like eating a crispy corner, and a crackling sound came out of its mouth. Not long after, a warm breath rushed from the stomach of the thousand changes silkworm to the direction of its limbs. The physical strength consumed by the thousand changes silkworm just now recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Yi Bai suddenly found that this text suddenly appeared in the skill column of the thousand changes silkworm. Frenzy, 1 out of 100, not yet started. He suddenly showed a surprised expression on his face. Oh my god, this is the abnormality of the thousand changes silkworm. It can actually comprehend skills by swallowing the crystal core of the alien beast. The blood steel rat rushed over it this time. It looked at the corpse of its companion with endless sorrow in its eyes. Just now, it was bound by the vines of the Sunflower King and could only watch its companion being killed by the thousand changes silkworm. The angry blood steel rat decided not to hold back. The spikes on its body stood up, emitting a cold light under the sun. The blood-red evil spirit emanating from the steel spikes increased the ferocity of the blood steel rat. The blood steel rat then took a deep breath, and the steel spikes flew out like a rainstorm of pear blossoms, intending to kill the thousand changes silkworm. Thousand changes silkworm, roll at high speed. The thousand changes silkworm curled up and rolled on the ground like a heavy tank, and the ground it passed was covered with sharp steel spikes. These steel spikes also contain corrosive substances. The Jiaying City Pet Beast Union, the union's top leaders all gathered together. Wang Jinin's face showed a trace of relief. Before the beast tide broke out, they found the location of the space crack in time. After a fierce battle, some of the moles were killed by them, and the other moles escaped. Although there were still a steady stream of moles pouring out of the space crack, everything was within control. I have reported it to the Pet Beast Union in the provincial capital, and they will send a more powerful pet master to solve this matter. As for the escaped moles, we will send someone to clean them up and minimize the losses in Jiaying City. In addition, the Pet Beast Union in the provincial capital sent a message, asking us to find the person with the talent to predict the future at all costs. Such a person is very important to our Yin country alliance. Wang Jinin said firmly. President, now that the beast tide has been controlled, do we still need to maintain a level 1 red alert in the entire city? Please vote, keep it up. The whole city will be under martial law for at least 2 days. We have to make sure that no gopher can escape. The burrowing rats have a very strong reproductive capacity. Once a small number of burrowing rats escape and are given time to reproduce, it is very likely that another wave of beasts will form. Especially the viruses infected by these burrowing rats have increased the possibility of another animal tide. Our top priority now is to find ways to close the cracks in the secret realm. Although the email stated that it will take a day for the cracks in the secret realm to be repaired automatically, but closing it earlier will reduce the risk a lot. The existence of cracks in the secret realm will cause a steady stream of burrowing rats to emerge from the secret realm. Although the people of the Pet Beast Guild immediately killed the burrowers that came out of the secret realm, killing so many burrowers at the same time might make the people of the Pet Beast Guild miss the point. In particular, the burrower is a rat-like animal that is good at pretending to be dead when it encounters danger and is also good at digging holes. If the escaped burrowers form a tide again, the previous warning will become a joke.
The reason why the beast tide is feared by people is because during the beast tide, the alien beasts will go crazy and devour all living creatures, leaving no grass in their path. In this process, their levels will increase extremely quickly without bottlenecks. It is very difficult for ordinary alien beasts to break through from the first level to the second level, but in the process of the beast tide, it is much easier to break through from the first level to the second level. This is a very special phenomenon. According to the research of experts and professors, it is possible that the alien beasts will secrete a special signaling hormone during the beast tide. Under the stimulation of signaling hormones, the cells of the body of alien beasts will generate a desire, and they will devour things that are beneficial to them at all costs, thereby achieving the effective life transition. Wang Jinin once sent people to sneak into the secret realm to investigate. It turned out that the mountains and plains of the secret realm were filled with ground rats, and they had eaten away the entire secret realm. Even their cubs have become their food. This shows that the reproduction of burrowing rats has exceeded the load capacity of the secret realm itself. Even if there is no space crack, these burrowing rats will kill each other, thus restoring the balance of supply and demand in the secret realm. Therefore, in this process, the burrowing rats will attack at all costs. Even if they die, their flesh and blood will become nourishment for their companions. In this process, it will be easier to spawn high-level alien beasts. The emergence of space cracks diverted the attention of the burrowers who were fighting each other, and they set the target of their fight to the outside world. These burrowing rats are infected with an unknown virus, so they will become more bloodthirsty and crazy. They have completely lost their minds. All they have is primitive attack and desire to reproduce. They eat a lot and then make the leap of life. I'm worried that high-level alien beasts will appear. So we must kill these burrowing rats at all costs to avoid having too much impact on Jiaying City. You should ask those new pet masters who join the pet union to be careful. After the burrowing rats advance into the second-level blood-violent rats, they will become difficult to kill. If we don't hit them hard with one blow, the blood rats will recover quickly. If these guys swallow enough flesh and blood, they will probably break through to the third level. Wang Jinin warned again and again. There will definitely be many burrowing rats in this beast tide that will be promoted to the second level, and may even break through to the third level. Jiaying City is not rich in ores, so the probability of a gopher rat evolving into a blood rage rat is higher. What is the current evacuation situation of Shinshan Middle School and other major middle schools in Jiaying City? Wang Jinin asked his secretary. All major middle schools have opened shelters, and middle school teachers are patrolling to prevent the invasion of gophers. Now we have developed an infrasonic patrol car that only targets gophers based on their characteristics. We are now working in pairs and patrolling the neighborhood. The gopher heard the infrasound sound, which was like countless nails being hammered into its head. They will come out of hiding and attack patrol cars with great agitation. Sir, don't worry. Wang Jinin rubbed his twitching eyebrows. I always feel like I've neglected something. I've always had a bad feeling. It's strange. We have done everything we should do. Wang Jinin felt a little uneasy in his heart. He rarely felt this uneasy. In addition, we should speed up the process of finding the person who has the talent to predict the future. He is extremely important to us and even the entire Yin Kingdom. We must find him and protect him. Predicting the future is an S-level talent. Wang Jinin said decisively. Usually, when people in the Yenguo Alliance are 16 years old, that is, in their third year of high school, they will test whether they have the space to awaken pet beasts and become pet masters. At the same time, they will also test what talents everyone has awakened. According to research by scientists, it becomes very difficult to awaken after the age of 16. But it is not ruled out that some people will awaken their pet space and talents after they are 16 years old. This person who has awakened to predict the future may have suddenly awakened his talent and became a beast pet master, which is why it was not recorded in the Yenguo Alliance. On the other side, the blood steel rat was knocked out by the Thousand Changes silkworm. At this time, its body was bare and its back was covered with blood holes. It just sprayed out the steel thorns on its body in one breath, but none of the steel thorns hit the Thousand Changes silkworm. The blood steel rat was so angry that it almost jumped up. The steel thorns on its body are all disposable. Now it must replenish enough metal substances to make the steel thorns on its back grow back. But Yi Bai will not give the blood steel rat this opportunity. The blood steel rat is now like a toothless tiger, and it can't pose any threat to the Thousand Changes silkworm. The Thousand Changes silkworm gives the blood steel rat the last blow, use rolling, and hit the blood steel rat. The Thousand Changes silkworm rolled over the blood steel rat's body like a heavy chariot. The blood-steel rat spurted out a mouthful of blood from its mouth with a puff, and it felt that its internal organs were squeezed into a piece. It fell to the ground, and the air out was more than the air in. The last blow. The thousand-change silkworm slammed its butt on the blood-steel rat, completely knocking it out. The star-blue energy poured directly into the body of the thousand-change silkworm, and the thousand-change silkworm broke through the bottleneck at this time, and its level was raised to LV7, first order, 7th level. At this time, a vine emerged from the ground, and it searched the bloody head of the blood-steel rat for a while, and picked out a silver-white crystal core. The vine wrapped around the crystal core and handed it to Yi Bai. Yi Bai also threw the crystal core to the thousand-change silkworm who was looking at him eagerly. After swallowing the crystal core, the thousand-change silkworm's skill bar suddenly added a tempering skill, 1 out of 100, that had not yet been introduced. Just the next second, Yi Bai was surprised to find that the proficiency of this tempering skill was rapidly increasing. The proficiency level of the tempering skill quickly became familiar, and the thousand-change silkworm's hardening skill completely disappeared, replaced by the tempering skill. That is to say, after the thousand-change silkworm devours the crystal core, the skills it comprehends will automatically merge with the same low-level skills? This is a bit outrageous. Yi Bai blinked his eyes and showed an incredible expression. Please vote, and by the way, explain why the protagonist does not reveal the Eye of Insight. First, the Awakening Stone detected that the protagonist's awakening talent is photographic memory at the beginning. If he suddenly has the talent of the Eye of Insight, he will definitely be targeted and investigated. How did this talent come from? Second, if he reveals this talent, he will be hunted by other countries and fall into Li Weiyang's situation. Yi Bai has been in the martial arts world for so many years, previous life plus present life combined, and he has never seen such an outrageous thing. The thousand-change silkworm can not only devour crystal cores to learn skills, but also replace higher-level skills of the same kind. The tempering skill can make the whole body as hard as steel, greatly improving its own defense ability, and the hardening skill can make the whole body harden and improve its own defense ability. The tempering skill is an advanced version of the hardening skill. If Yi Bai did not have the Eye of Insight, he would not be able to detect this subtle abnormality at all, and naturally he would not be able to detect the special features of the thousand-change silkworm. If all skills can be replaced in this way, then the thousand-change silkworm would be awesome. Yi Bai's heart was pounding, but the premise is that the thousand-change silkworm itself has many skills. Thousand-change silkworm, use the tempering skill, and then use rolling. The thousand-change silkworm's body glowed with a metallic light. When it curled up and used the rolling skill, the asphalt road was pressed by the thousand-change silkworm and spiderweb-like cracks appeared. It hit an iron fence hard, and the iron fence was deeply dented and deformed by the thousand-change silkworm. After using the toughening skill, the defense of the thousand-change silkworm has increased several times, and its weight has also increased several times. The impact force of the rolling skill has increased a lot. Yi Bai was quite satisfied with this. At this time, the manhole cover was bounced into the air with a bang, and many moles came out of the sewer. It's strange. I have already sent an email to the Pet Beast Union. Logically, the moles should be controlled. Why are there so many moles? Yi Bai was puzzled. Jiaying City's large frozen warehouse is close to the largest dock in Jiaying City. The frozen warehouse stores a large amount of frozen meat, enough to supply all the citizens of Jiaying City for a month. A cargo ship docked at the dock. Many people unloaded the frozen meat on the cargo ship. The dock became very busy in an instant. Hurry up, we must take advantage of the time when Jiaying City is under martial law to store our smuggled frozen products. A social figure wearing sunglasses and a gold necklace around his neck shouted to everyone. Brother Long, I heard that there is a beast tide here. Our business will not be affected, right? A bald man said to the social figure Brother Long. He was a little worried about the impact of the beast tide on Jiaying City. Brother Long, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, stared at his younger brother. The timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. We can't suspend our business just because of the beast tide. What's more, according to the information sent by my insider, the beast tide has been controlled. So we can take this opportunity to transport hundreds of tons of uninspected frozen products outside the country. We will use Jiaying City as the center and distribute the frozen products to other cities. As long as this batch of frozen products is fully digested, we can at least make tens of millions of alliance coins this time. What's there to be afraid of the beast tide? What we are most afraid of is having no business to do. I wish there would be a beast tide every day. Brother Long laughed, and at this moment, screams came from the cargo ship. What is this? Go away. Help, someone, help. It's moles, so mmany moles. Bang, bang, bang.
A few gunshots rang out, and then it returned to silence.
Brother Long winked at his men, signaling them to go and see what was going on.
The men swallowed their saliva, grabbed the pistols hanging on their waists, and walked towards the freight ship step by step. As soon as these people stepped onto the ship, they saw many reed moles gnawing on the bodies of the crew members on the freight ship. They gnawed the flesh and blood with their sharp teeth, making a chilling chewing sound. The blood gas emanated from the moles, forming a corrosive blood mist. Brother Long's men were instantly horrified, and when they were about to leave, they were discovered by the moles. Screams rang out, and then there was no sound on the ship. Brother Long heard the screams, but he was reluctant to leave a ship of goods after all. So he plucked up his courage, grabbed an AK-47 and rushed onto the ship.
Isn't it just a group of moles? I don't believe they can withstand bullets.
As soon as he reached the deck, Brother Long immediately regretted it. Looking around, the cargo ship was swarming with moles. They were gnawing at the entire cargo ship with their sharp teeth. The containers on the ship had several holes bitten out, and the moles took out a lot of frozen meat from the containers and were gnawing on them. Many white bones wearing crew clothes appeared on the ground. These white bones were scattered all over the ground. When the moles felt the breath of living people, they rushed over like a tide with red eyes. Brother Long grabbed the AK-47 and fired wildly. The bullets fell on the moles, and many moles fell down, but more moles rushed up. They seemed to be fearless of death, and pounced on Brother Long with their teeth and claws.
Don't come over, help me.
A mole jumped onto the back of Brother Long's hand and bit his hand holding the gun fiercely. Brother Long felt a piercing pain, and the gun in his hand was thrown out directly. Just as Brother Long wanted to pick up the gun on the ground, the moles surrounded Brother Long. Brother Long soon lost his voice, and the sound of chewing came from the scene. Not long after, the moles dispersed with a bang, and a white skeleton that was gnawed clean appeared. The big gold chain on the skeleton was devoured by the moles. The skull looked at the sky full of dark clouds with a blank look. The patrol drone in Jiaying City soon discovered this anomaly and reported it to the Pet Association of Jiaying City. Bang! Wang Jinin slapped the table heavily with his hand.
He was very angry at this time.
He finally stopped the beast tide according to the prompt of the email, but despite all the precautions, some daring people took advantage of this gap to smuggle frozen products. The beast tide that had been controlled originally had a tendency to revive again.
It's bad, President.
According to our investigation, there are hundreds of tons of zombie meat stored on this ship. If the moles get a lot of blood and flesh, they will grow rapidly and quickly advance to the second-level blood rats. There is a large frozen warehouse near the dock, which stores a lot of frozen products.
If the moles find it, the consequences will be disastrous. The entire Jiaying City will face a catastrophe. We must send someone to stop it immediately.
The secretary's face turned pale. She knew the seriousness of the problem. I didn't write that the protagonist is a dog. Let's assign some people to guard the frozen warehouse. No, forget it, I'll lead the team myself.
Wang Jinin suddenly changed his mind.
Now the secret realm needs people, and the frozen warehouse also needs people, which is a bit stretched.
I was wondering why my eyebrows were throbbing. I always felt that I had neglected something.
I forgot that a large cold storage dedicated to frozen meat was built in the suburbs of Jiaying City.
However, how did the mole escape our key investigation and escape to the smuggling freighter?
Wang Jinin's brain was tingling, and he felt that his brain was not enough at this time.
I think I guessed the reason.
The secretary pushed her black-framed glasses. I checked the driving records of the smuggling freighter.
The freighter once passed the waters where the secret crack is located.
It should be at that time that some of the escaped moles climbed onto the cargo ship.
Although moles are Earth-attributed beasts, they can swim.
Our drones use a temperature sensing system. Those moles hid in the refrigerated container and naturally avoided the detection of drones. In an environment with sufficient food, the reproduction capacity of moles will be increased several times. The secretary answered the president's doubts.
Most of the manpower has been sent out. Now I am afraid of emergencies. Wang Jinin sighed deeply.
He felt that he had sighed all the sighs he had never sighed in his life in the past few days.
Beast tide, that is a beast tide.
Those who have experienced the beast tide know that the beast tide is very terrifying. In the fourth-level beast tide that broke out in Jiaying City 10 years ago, the then chairman of the Jiaying City Pet Beast Union blew up his main pet explosive rock to stop the beast tide. He sacrificed himself to stop the beast tide.
Xiao Wang, why are you sighing? I can hear you sighing from a distance. A loud voice came from outside the door. After hearing this voice, Wang Jinin's face suddenly lit up. The helper is here. Principal Zhang pushed the door open and said, "What's the situation now? I heard that something happened again.
Even Shinshan Middle School was attacked by a group of moles, and they were killed by all of us." Zhang Dashan hated the beast tide very much. His main pets died in the process of resisting the beast tide. Heartbroken and seriously injured, Zhang Dashan immediately gave up the position of the president of the Yandong Pet Union. He came to Shinshan Middle School to cultivate talents for the Yangui Alliance. The cracks in the secret realm have been controlled, but the escaped moles have climbed onto a cargo ship smuggling frozen goods and have multiplied wildly. After being nourished by a large amount of flesh and blood, the first-level moles will directly advance to the second-level blood violence rats. What we are worried about now is whether this will trigger another beast tide. Wang Jinin quickly stood up and explained. It's okay. The risk of the second-level blood violence rats can still be controlled. We must now focus on checking slaughterhouses and other places to ensure the safety of citizens. We must completely suppress this beast tide. Some teachers from Shinshan Middle School and I will help. With the help of Principal Zhang, Wang Jinin's pressure was greatly reduced. He personally led the team to the large cold storage, hoping to wipe out all the moles. Not long after Wang Jinin left, the stone lion statue at the entrance of the Union was a stone lion with bared fangs and claws. It was carved from a huge piece of marble. At this time, the shadow of the stone lion suddenly stretched and a man in black robe emerged from the shadow. Finally, I left. My plan went quite smoothly. Although they discovered the crack in the secret realm early in the morning, the result was still carried out according to my plan. I hope what I want is in the secret library of the Pet Beast Union. Otherwise, I will really work in vain. The legendary 7-hole Linglong Jade can copy the 7-hole Linglong Jade of talent. If it falls into my hands, my position in the organization will definitely be improved. The black-robed man said to himself. After Wang Jinin left, the black-robed man felt that no one in the Pet Beast Union could stop him at this time. He could come and go freely in the Pet Beast Union. The black-robed man's body then turned into countless black shadows and dissipated on the ground. At this time, Yi Bai had already arrived at one side of Jiaying City Central Park. The moles that appeared along the way were easily solved by Qianbian Silkworm. Tempered plus rolling attack, making Qianbian Silkworm a high-speed road roller. Wherever it passed, there were moles that were crushed into meat patties. The level of the 1000-change Silkworm was also rising rapidly, and it soon reached the peak of the first level. However, at this time, no matter how much energy it absorbed, it was difficult to break through the bottleneck of the first level and enter the second level. Because when the pet advances from the first level to the second level, the sea of consciousness, that is, the location of the brain, will condense a crystal nucleus. This process is quite dangerous. Either you need natural materials and treasures to help the pet break through the first level, or you use various awakening potions. Due to the special evolutionary route of the 1000-change silkworm, Yi Bai was afraid that the 1000-change silkworm would eat something wrong and directly evolve into a grey poisonous moth, and he would cry to death. The 1000-change silkworm is a variant of the 100-change silkworm. Its genes are more complex and there is a certain probability that it will evolve into a grey poisonous moth. Now Yi Bai is waiting for the Xinhuan group to conduct public clinical tests, and take advantage of this opportunity to make the 1000-change silkworm 100% break through to the second level. At this moment, a voice broke through the air. Yi Bai? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go to school for safety? Zhang Lingxue sat on a huge purple moth and flew down from the sky. This moth was very large, with 2 huge eyes on its wings. Every time it flapped its wings, countless purple powders would fall from the sky. Its huge tentacles were like sharp sickles, and its huge purple compound eyes were staring at Yi Bai. Teacher, this is the grey poisonous moth. Yi Bai looked at this huge pet curiously. He could feel a terrifying pressure from this pet like the abyss of the vast sea. The pupils of the big grey turned azure blue, and blue arcs began to emerge from its body. Xiaozi, please calm down your pressure. This is my direct disciple Yi Bai. Yi Bai, this is Xiaozi. She is a grey poisonous moth. She is my first pet. She evolved into a grey poisonous moth because of a failed experiment. But it is different from ordinary grey poisonous moths. With my careful training, it is very strong. Yi Bai immediately understood that this was Zhang Lingxue's 5th-level pet. At this time, Yi Bai noticed the purple color on the grey poisonous moth and fell into deep thought.
The intelligence system once suggested that some gray poisonous moths have the ability to evolve, and their characteristic is that their wings are purple. Zhang Lingxue seems to have a very good relationship with the gray poisonous moth. The gray poisonous moth dances in the air, and the purple scales fall from the air like snowflakes. The wings of the gray tussock moth emit a purple halo under the golden sun. It is like a noble queen at this time.
My gray tussock moth is the most powerful and qualified of all my pets. If it hadn't evolved into a gray tussock moth by accident, it might have already broken through the 6th level. It would be great if we could find an evolutionary route for the gray tussock moth.
Yi Bai didn't dare to reveal to Zhang Lingxue in person that Zhang Lingxue's gray tussock moth could indeed evolve. But how could Yi Bai explain how he knew it? This would inevitably arouse Zhang Lingxue's suspicion.
After all, a 20-year-old professor has an IQ of 160 if not 150, and the big trick can't fool her. Unless there is Naruto's other mouth. However, Yi Bai's strength is still very weak at present. He is only a first-level pet master and can't see the data of the gray tussock moth as high as the 5th level. So at present, Yi Bai can only pin his hopes on the intelligence system to see if the system can reveal some useful information.
Teacher, why are you here? Why don't you stay in school? What are you doing here? Yi Bai started by blaming someone else. Zhang Lingxue was so angry that she laughed.
This guy must have grown wings.
He dared to talk to his teacher like this.
But when she saw Devui standing aside without saying a word and with a sunflower on his head, Zhang Lingxue immediately understood what Yi Bai relied on. He had 2 third-level pets, so he was naturally not afraid of the first-level mole rats. Even the second-level blood rats were easy to deal with. According to the information she had read before, sunflowers were the natural nemesis of moles. Their roots like steel could instantly pierce the heads of moles.
Didn't I tell you to find a safe place to hide during the beast tide?
Zhang Lingxue said unhappily with her arms folded across her chest.
Don't think that the 2 third-level pets behind you can protect you.
Once the beast tide breaks out, even I will have to flee in panic. At this time, dozens of second-level blood-violent rats have quietly surrounded Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue. There was greed in their eyes. In the eyes of these blood-violent rats, these 2 people were fat meat on the chopping board. Especially the aura emanating from them, the blood-violent rats could feel that if they could hunt the 2 people, they could get great benefits. Where did this blood-violent rat come from?
Zhang Lingxue frowned.
It takes a lot of blood and flesh for a mole to evolve into a blood-violating rat, and the residents nearby have been evacuated.
Are there more residents hiding?
Yi Bai shook his head. Teacher, have you forgotten the group of fat koi fish raised in the artificial lake in Central Park? They are all fed like pigs waiting to be slaughtered, and each weighs several hundred pounds. One fat koi fish can help a mole evolve into a blood-violating rat, let alone a group of them.
By the way, teacher, has the beast tide been suppressed now? Yi Bai asked what he wanted to ask. Zhang Lingxue's identity is not just a simple teacher at Shinshan Middle School.
Yi Bai thinks she must have other identities, but he doesn't know it yet. The beast tide has been suppressed, but there are still sporadic moles escaping. You also know the characteristics of moles, they are good at playing dead and digging holes. At the moment when the beast tide broke out, because there were too many moles, the people in the Pet Beast Union were too busy, so many moles escaped. Now there is another big trouble.
Zhang Lingxue sighed.
She didn't intend to tell this matter. But Yi Bai is not an outsider, so Zhang Lingxue told Yi Bai what happened in the freezer.
Frozen meat.
A cargo ship smuggling frozen goods. Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat. This may indeed trigger another beast tide. Now Wang Jinying, the president of Jiaying Pet Beast Union, has led a team to the frozen warehouse. Because of the lack of manpower, our teachers at Shinshan Middle School also shouldered part of the work of cleaning up moles.
As a result, she met students wandering around. Does this guy know how terrible the beast tide is?
Although this is only a second-level beast tide, it is possible that high-level beasts will appear.
Zhang Lingxue has been on the beast tide battlefield. The beast tide is comparable to a meat grinder.
When a beast tide led by a high-level beast appears, many pet masters will not be able to survive. The blood-violent rats looked at the 2 people talking and felt that their dignity was challenged. The leading blood-violent rat raised its head and screamed, and the other blood-violent rats took action. They bared their teeth and claws and pounced on Yi Bai. The color of the blood-violent rats was dark red, and it was obvious that they had broken through for a while. A black shadow rushed over and knocked the blood-violent rats out. The blood-violent rats fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. At this time, Zhang Lingxue saw that the black shadow was Yi Bai's thousand-change silkworm. The body of the thousand-change silkworm was silvery white, and two thick white steams were sprayed from its nostrils. The thousand changes silkworm, which was originally so high-spirited, immediately became timid when it saw Zhang Lingshue's inquiring eyes, wanting to slice it into pieces. It quickly hid behind Yi Bai, not daring to look directly at Zhang Lingxue. Yi Bai laughed in his heart. This thousand changes silkworm, which was fearless, became as timid as a mouse seeing a cat when it met Zhang Lingxue. At this time, the blood rats crawled out of the artificial lake, and a lot of blood mist filled their bodies. These blood mists are corrosive, and the marble steps under their feet are corroded by the corrosive blood mist, making a sizzling sound.
Xiao Zi, kill them.
The gray poisonous moth flapped its wings, and purple powder flew out from its enchanting wings. After the powder fell on the blood rats, these guys' eyes widened, as if they were bulging. They pinched their throats tightly, and their tongues spit out. Only a few wailings were heard, and these blood rats fell to the ground one after another, and they died soon. Moreover, their bodies were corroded into white bones at a very fast speed, revealing the crystal-clear blood core.
Qianbian silkworm looked at the blood core greedily, and the saliva at the corner of his mouth could not be hidden.
Does your Qianbian silkworm need these blood cores?
Zhang Lingxue noticed the change in Qianbian silkworm's expression and asked curiously.
Yi Bai nodded. The blood cores of these blood rats seem to be able to enhance the defense of the thousand-change silkworm. And it can also enhance the recovery ability of the thousand-change silkworm. After hearing this, Zhang Lingxue said, then let the thousand-change silkworm swallow these blood cores. Yi Bai, the thousand-change silkworm is a mutant of the hundred-change silkworm. It is very precious research material. You must observe its evolutionary path carefully. If it evolves into a gray poisonous moth, you will lose a lot. The wild pet beast is changed to an exotic beast, and the whole article will be revised later.
Yi Bai nodded. He agreed with Zhang Lingshue's point of view.
It would be a pity if Qianbian silkworm evolved into gray poison moth.
After all, this guy has two evolutionary routes, Wanbian silkworm and sun god butterfly, which has extremely high research value. Qianbian silkworm is a very good research topic. If it can evolve into a new pet, it will be a great addition to your resume. The Qianbian silkworm stretched out its big tongue, rolled up a piece of blood core and ate it with a crunch. This blood core has a very high nourishing effect on Qianbian silkworm, and the body of Qianbian silkworm is emitting a jade-like light. At this time, Qianbian silkworm is a bit like a night light.
At this time, a drone fell from the sky and landed behind Zhang Lingxue.
Teacher Zhang, after detection, the bloody rats here have been cleared.
There are no traces of burrowing rats around. Now please go to the frozen warehouse immediately. There is an abnormal situation there. A large number of burrowing rats have evolved after devouring a large amount of blood and flesh on the freighter, and have initially formed a second-level beast tide.
We need urgent support now. To prevent the bloody rats from breaking through the defense line and entering the frozen warehouse.
Once the frozen warehouse is lost, the tragedy 10 years ago is likely to reappear. The sound from the drone made Zhang Lingxue narrow her eyes. I understand, I will go to the frozen warehouse immediately.
Zhang Lingxue nodded.
She can easily control a second-level alien beast, but it is not so easy for her to clean up a large group of second-level alien beasts that form a beast tide. Every time she kills a second-level alien beast, her companions will swarm up and turn their companions' flesh and blood into part of themselves.
This is very easy to give birth to higher-level alien beasts. Teacher, I want to go with you.
Yi Bai expressed his needs at this time.
Stop fooling around. Do you know how dangerous the freezer is? There are countless second-level blood rats, like a tide.
They will all rush over without regard for their lives. They will tear apart all living creatures when they lose their minds. That's why when a beast tide occurs, the alien beasts can advance quickly.
This is because they lose their minds and potential.
It is very likely that after they advance quickly, they will never be able to break through the third level in their lifetime, but they are too numerous.
Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If high-level alien beasts are born, the entire Jiaying city may face a catastrophe. The beast tide actually coexists with risks and opportunities.
As long as you can defeat the beast tide, you can get huge gains, the crystal cores in the bodies of a large number of alien beasts. I know, but this is also an opportunity for me to improve my strength.
Teacher, I don't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. Don't worry, I will leave automatically if I encounter danger.
Yi Bai looked at Zhang Lingxue stubbornly. Now the sun has gradually set below the horizon, and the light has dimmed instantly. The street lights gradually lit up. The thousand changes silkworm, which emitted a faint light, attracted countless tiny mosquitoes. It stretched out its tongue and used it as a fly swatter, slapping it. Zhang Lingxue was defeated by Yi Bai's stubborn eyes. Okay, I'll take you there. But remember what you said before, evacuate quickly if you encounter danger. Zhang Lingxue then blew a whistle, and Xiaozi flew down from the air. Remember what you said, I can take you there, but if you encounter danger, you must avoid it immediately. Yi Bai then used the beast card to collect De Hui and Sunflower King. He lay on the back of the gray poisonous moth, while Zhang Lingxue sat on the back of the goddess of light butterfly. The two pets flapped their wings and flew into the air. A gentle breeze blew, and Yi Bai looked down at the bright lights, which were the lights of thousands of homes. On the other side, outside the frozen warehouse, a line of defense had been built with sandbags. The pet masters of the pet union summoned their pets. Countless bloody rats came like a tide, attacking in waves. The situation was very critical, and many bloody rats had already broken through the defense line and were knocked out. Wang Jining crossed his arms, and the steel-armored rhinoceros was standing not far from him. He closed his eyes tightly and was concentrating. As the mainstay of the beast tide, he would only take action when the most dangerous moment came. At this time, the secretary came not far from Wang Jining. President, the moles in other parts of Jiaying City have been cleared. I have notified the pet masters to gather outside the cold storage. When the time comes, we will work together inside and outside, and we should be able to eliminate this wave of beasts in the bud. As for the crack in the secret realm, our people have increased their defense and set up a barrier within the secret realm. As long as a mole escapes, it will be sensed by our pet masters. Wang Jining opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Well done, as long as we can survive this wave of beasts, Jiaying City will be safe. Are the barriers set inside the cold storage? I don't want the bloody rats to sneak into the cold storage by digging holes while we are fighting fiercely here. The secretary nodded. President, everything is done according to your instructions. We have asked the pet masters who have mastered the talent of turning the ground into steel to turn the ground of the entire frozen warehouse into thick steel plates. The barrier has been arranged inside the frozen warehouse. Even if the blood violence rat breaks through the steel plate, it will collide with the barrier in the first time. At the same time, we have also increased the monitoring range of the temperature sensing system of the frozen warehouse, covering every corner of the frozen warehouse. Once a blood violence rat enters the frozen warehouse, the temperature sensing system will be activated. The pet masters responsible for patrolling the frozen warehouse will freeze the blood violence rat into an ice statue that is deader than dead. After listening to the secretary's arrangement, Wang Jining was quite satisfied. Okay. If the blood violence rats want to enter the frozen warehouse, they must step over our corpses. Wang Jining said decisively. In the Jiaying City Pet Association, countless black smoke condensed into the shape of a black-robed man. After searching for a while, he finally found the sealed inner library of the Pet Association. Ah, seven-hole Linglong Jade, here I come. The black-robed man laughed. The pet masters guarding the inner storehouse had been knocked down by the black-robed men, and their shadows spread out countless dense black lines. These black lines controlled the pet masters' bodies, preparing to open the inner storehouse. You finally showed your hand. You are from the Gospel Society. Since your pet can control the shadow, you should be the most mysterious shadow in the Gospel Society. You opened the crack in the secret realm. A figure emerged from behind, and a hellfire with black flames all over its body appeared beside him. Please vote. So what if I did it? Shadow turned around and let out a teasing laugh. Through the dim light, Principal Zhang could see that the face under the black robe was dark. He raised his eyebrows. Why, I'm surprised. I'm used to hiding my face. Now, I can't even remember what I looked like originally. Shadow spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and looked carefully at Zhang Dashan's face. Looking at the silver-white hair and face full of wrinkles and age spots, Shadow couldn't help but taunted, is there no one in the petting beast guild? Why send a rotten old man like you who is half dead to guard this place? Shadow said with disdain. He seemed not to take Principal Zhang into his eyes at all. At this time, countless black shadow threads stretched out from Principal Zhang's shadow, tightly binding Principal Zhang and other beasts hellfire. You didn't expect that my shadow warrior could bind you and your pet beast unexpectedly. Feel despair. The shadow warrior's shadow restraint can block your actions. No one can break free from the shadow. You just have to watch and wait for death to come. Shadow looked like he had a pearl of wisdom in his hand. What is your purpose? To create a tide of beasts and cause chaos, and to sneak into the secret vault of the Pet Beast Union unscrupulously. What are you looking for? That unknown virus was probably spread by you. Principal Zhang didn't struggle at all, he told the Shadow's intention on the spot with great calmness. Shadow's hearty laughter came from under the black robe. I didn't expect that you, a bad old man, have such a strong reasoning ability. You can see through my plan at a glance. It's a pity that smart people don't live long. The Shadow hooked its hand, and the shadow threads that bound Zhang Dashan spread to his neck, like a pair of big hands tightly squeezing Zhang Dashan's throat. Don't forget to tell Lord Hell that I am the one who killed you. Shadow snapped his fingers, and the shadow threads immediately shrank and tightened. But Shadow saw the smile on the old man's face, and he didn't panic at all. You are obviously about to die, why are you laughing? Shadow said angrily, he felt that Zhang Dashan was laughing at him. This is something that the self-respecting Shadow cannot accept. At this time, black flames spread from the old man's body, burning the shadow threads one by one, and a large amount of black smoke spread into the air. In the blink of an eye, the old man, Hellfire and the controlled beast master escaped from the trap one after another. How is it possible? How could my shadow threads be burned by the flames? It is obviously an invisible thing, how could it be burned away like a thread? Shadow's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Shadow Warrior, do it quickly. After hearing the Shadow's instructions, the old man's shadow began to stretch and lengthen, forming a knight whose whole body was covered in shadow. It was 2 meters tall, wearing bright black armor, and its head was shrouded in black mist. The Shadow Warrior held 2 black shadow spears in his hands, and stabbed the old man fiercely. There was a sound of piercing the air, and a large number of black arcs appeared on the spear. The old man stretched out 2 fingers, clamped the tip of the gun, and let the black arc pour into his body, making a crackling sound. No matter how hard the Shadow Warrior tried, he couldn't pull the spear out of the old man's fingers. Black flames burst out from the old man's fingertips and spread along the black spear to the Shadow Warrior's body. In the blink of an eye, the Shadow Warrior's body was covered with black flames, and it howled and turned into countless black smoke that dissipated in the air. No! Shadow stretched out Erkin's hand, and he could clearly feel that his contract with the Shadow Warrior was broken. The Shadow Warrior was instantly killed by black flames? How can this be? The Shadow Warrior is an invisible beast. How could it be burned alive by the flames? Hellfire, take this man down. Green flames burst out from Hellfire's body, and it moved its legs and made a thumping sound. The road surface it passed through cracked, and the ground burned with green flames. Hellfire swung his huge fist and smashed into Shadow's head. Shadow's body instantly turned into countless black smoke. Zhang Dashan's eyes flashed, Hell's fire. Countless black flames appeared in midair, and the black smoke made a harsh howling sound after contacting the fire of hell. Zhang Dashan watched all this coldly, and only after the black smoke disappeared did he look at the door of the secret vault of the Pet Union. The people in this evangelical society must have been targeting something, so they dared to take risks and create a tide of beasts. I don't know what the current situation of the beast tide is. I hope no accidents will happen. At the gate of Jiaying City Pet Union, next to the stone lion, black smoke gathered together, and a shadowy figure appeared. If I hadn't had a pet beast like the scapegoat, which consumed the life of the scapegoat, I might have been killed by that old man long ago. Shadow said with lingering fear. His plan had completely failed. He had lost his wife and lost his troops, which made Shadow feel very frustrated. Forget it, I'll let you go this time. After I recover from my injuries, I'll secretly plot for the 7-aperture delicate jade. This is just a small setback. The Shadow staggered out and disappeared into the darkness. At this time, Yi Bai followed Zhang Lingxue to the vicinity of the frozen warehouse. Before they got close enough, they heard a series of rapid gunshots. From time to time, there were explosions, and it seemed that the battle was very fierce. The blood-raging rats were like a tide, attacking the first line of defense. Many pet trainers picked up heavy weapons and began to shoot at the blood-raging rats. Each bullet could hit a blood-raging rat, and a strong smell of blood filled the air, but the injured blood-raging rats would soon be eaten by their companions. Blood rats are really disgusting. We can't kill them all. We can't count them. Yes, the key is that the blood of blood rats is poisonous. So many blood rats have died, but we haven't caught any for a long time. The cost performance is too low. Even the blood cores dropped from it, dogs don't want them, let alone whether they can sell them for a good price. Another person from the Pet Guild said very depressed. The blood cores contain violent energy. They just dug out the blood cores and planned to give them to their pets to improve their strength. But none of their pets were willing to swallow the blood cores, and they all showed expressions of wanting to vomit. Just kidding, since following the pet master, they have lived a good life of eating meat every day. These crystal cores covered with bloodstains are not as attractive to them as a bag of animal food. Please vote, it's so pitiful for the author. I went out for something in the morning and just returned home. Zhang Lingxue felt bad when she saw that everyone did not dig out the blood core of the blood rat in time after defeating it. The blood core is the energy core of the blood rat, which contains extremely violent energy. Ordinary pets cannot absorb the energy. Only the 1000-change silkworm is an exception. If we can figure out how the 1000-change silkworm absorbs the energy of the blood core, we can turn waste into treasure. Yi Bai, you stay here, I'll let Xiaozi stay to protect you. Xiaozi is the most powerful pet in Zhang Lingshue's hands. With it here, it is enough to protect Yi Bai's safety. The goddess of light butterfly took Zhang Lingxue to find President Wang. Come out, Sunflower King. Yi Bai took out the beast card and released the Sunflower King. Help me take out all the blood cores scattered on the ground. The people in the pet association felt that the blood core was not very useful, so they were too lazy to dig out the blood core of the blood rat in the interval between killing the blood rat. If this phenomenon is not stopped, in the long run, the energy contained in the blood core will be absorbed by other blood rats, which will definitely give birth to more powerful third-level monsters. The Sunflower King is born to be the nemesis of the mole, but when the mole evolves into a blood rat, Yi Bai is a little unsure. The Sunflower King fell from Yi Bai's hand to the ground, and it used its thick roots to firmly penetrate into the ground. Then its body began to expand rapidly, forming twice its size. It felt like a bean sprout turned into a fat broccoli. The blood rat, which was attacking vigorously, suddenly felt a sharp thorn piercing deep into its abdomen, and the thorn spread in its body. The blood rat died before it could warn. The blood core in its body was directly taken away, and the essence of its flesh and blood was also swallowed up by the Sunflower King. When other blood rats found it, only a skin as thin as a cicada's wing and a pile of white bones were left. The Sunflower King was extremely fast. Its roots emerged from the ground. In less than a second, it took out the blood core from the dead blood rat. After a while, the ground where the Sunflower King was located cracked, and many blood cores like fine rubies emerged from the ground. What surprised Yi Bai was that there was a blood core as big as a fist and as red as pigeon blood. Oh no, could it be that the blood rat has evolved into a third-order form? This is not good news. He is now looking forward to the arrival of 12 o'clock in the morning, so that he can see if he can find useful information from the intelligence system. After that ship of smuggling freighters, all the moles advanced to the second-order blood rats. And the alien beasts they reproduced at this moment will only be second-order blood rats. The people of the Jiaying City Pet Beast Union have been here for so long, and the number of blood rats has not decreased, which shows the extremely terrifying reproduction ability of blood rats. In fact, the most frightening thing about the beast tide is not the alien beasts themselves, but the reproduction power of the alien beasts. During the beast tide, their reproduction rate will increase several times. And with a lot of blood and flesh to nourish, a young blood rat only needs 8 hours from birth to adulthood. 12 hours later, it has the ability to reproduce. Teacher Zhang, you are here. President Wang naturally knows Zhang Lingxue. All the moles in other parts of Jiaying City have been wiped out. Now there is only this place left. As long as it can be controlled, the beast tide will naturally end. But I didn't expect this blood rat to be so tricky. President Wang rubbed his throbbing eyebrows. They are fearless of death, and their claws are poisonous. Many pet trainers in our pet guild have been injured by the poison, and their combat effectiveness has been greatly reduced. Even with the antidote, the situation has not improved. And the blood rats can use the skill of frenzy, their bodies will double in size, and their attack power will increase exponentially. Once the blood rats die, their flesh and blood will become food for their companions. President Wang had a headache at this time. I saw that the people in the pet guild did not take away the blood rats' blood cores after killing them. If this continues, I am worried that it will give birth to high-level beasts. Zhang Lingxue raised the question. There is no way. We are short of manpower, and if we want to obtain the blood core, the pet masters will definitely be imprisoned. I have requested support from the pet union in the provincial capital. As long as we hold on for 4 hours and wait for the support of the provincial union, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Now I can only guard the frozen warehouse to prevent the blood rats from getting in. Teacher Zhang, I remember that your goddess of light butterfly is very good at detoxification. I wonder if you can help the pet masters who have been poisoned by the blood rat toxin. After they were poisoned, they all had a high fever, and their heads seemed to be pierced by tens of thousands of needles.
It's useless to take the detoxification potion.
I'm afraid that if they are not treated in time, they may have sequelae. Zhang Lingshu sighed, okay, where is the patient? I'll let the goddess of light butterfly treat him quickly. Yi Bai is protected by Xiao Zi, so there should be no problem for a while. The most important thing now is to increase the combat effectiveness of the pet union, and treating poisoned pet masters has become a key issue.
Humans and bloodthirsty rats have become bloodthirsty.
The ground was covered with a thick layer of bloodstains, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The Sunflower King was like a mouse that had sneaked into a granary, feeling very happy. With a casual blow, its steel-like roots pierced through the head of the blood rat and pulled out the blood-red crystal core from it. And because it had absorbed too much blood and flesh essence, the originally golden Sunflower King was now shining bright red like Munsa Juhua in hell. Another golden flower grew on one side of its body, and Yi Bai knew that this was how the Sunflower King reproduced. Not long after, the golden flower grew roots and then fell to the ground. It opened its big eyes and looked at the surrounding scene with curiosity.
This was a newly born second-level sunflower.
Under the control of the Sunflower King, it launched a fierce conflict with the blood rat.
The Provincial Capital Trade Union. President Zhang Yafeng received an urgent message from Jiaying City.
A beast tide broke out in Jiaying City, and the situation is now somewhat unstable, requiring emergency support.
Zhang Yafeng looked at the map on the screen inside.
In just a few days, small-scale beast tides broke out in 4 or 5 cities in Yandong province. All his men had been sent out, and he had to stay in the provincial capital and could not leave easily. Please vote at this time. Zhang Yafeng's assistant walked over quickly. President Zhang, the old president just sent a message.
He is now in charge of Jiaying City.
Please rest assured, if the beast tide reaches an uncontrollable level, he will personally take action to suppress the beast tide. There was a hint of joy on the assistant's face. She knew the strength of the old president. At his peak, he was even more terrifying than the current President Zhang, and he had ended hundreds of beast tides, large and small.
But the sadness on President Zhang's face was not relieved.
He sighed deeply and raised his head to look at the bright moon in the sky. Secretary Li, when the old president abdicated, you were not here yet.
There are a lot of things you don't know.
You only know the great achievements of the old president, but you don't know the current situation of the old president. President Zhang turned around, the sadness on his face became even more intense. The old president's main pets were all killed in the tide of beasts, and he himself was seriously injured. Over the years, instead of healing, his injuries have gradually worsened. Many famous medical experts are helpless to deal with the injuries sustained by the old president. Every moment he experienced the pain of thousands of ants gnawing at his bones and burning his body in fire, but he did not show it in front of outsiders. If he goes all out this time, it may cause the injury to continue to worsen. When that time comes, I'm afraid even the Daluo gods will be unable to save themselves. President Zhang clasped his hands behind his back, his face full of worry. The old president was his mentor. Back then, he was just an orphan who was fed by hundreds of families. It was the old president who discovered him and trained him. His current achievements are inseparable from the vigorous cultivation of the old president. But now that the beast tide is breaking out everywhere in Yandong province, he must stay here to take charge. This is his responsibility as the president of the Yandong province Pet Beast Union. At this time, he felt that this responsibility was heavy and very hot.
We can't let the old president fight alone.
Let's do this. Assistant Li, you will take my pet beast Stormcrow to Jiaying City to provide support.
Feedback anytime if there are special circumstances. Zhang Yafeng waved his hand, and a huge vortex appeared.
A large crow with a height of 3 meters and a wingspan of 6 meters appeared in this extremely huge whirlpool.
Its wings are dark black, emitting a metallic light like black iron. The light blue eyes are full of wisdom, and the beak and sharp claws are yellow.
It flapped its wings lightly, and a large amount of strong wind rushed to its wings. Stormcrow lowered his head and gently pecked the back of Zhang Yafeng's hand with his beak. Zhang Yafeng touched Stormcrow's head. Brother Crow, there is a task that you need to handle urgently.
My assistant will take you to Jiaying City in a moment.
You must obey the assistant's instructions, do your best to support Jiaying City, and defeat the beast tide in Jiaying City.
Stormcrow nodded obediently.
Assistant Li, go sit on the Stormcrow. I hope to hear the good news that the beast tide has subsided. Zhang Yafeng rubbed his twitching eyebrows. Now is a troubled time, and the outbreak of beast tides has brought a lot of pressure to him. Assistant Li nodded immediately and climbed onto Stormcrow's body neatly.
By the way, say hello to the old president for me.
Zhang Yafeng added one last sentence. Soon, 12 o'clock in the morning passed. Yi Bai's long-awaited intelligence system was immediately refreshed. 1. There is a certain probability that the second-level blood-violent rat clan will give birth to a fourth-level blood-violent rat king. It can produce a treasure called blood essence. This blood essence is equivalent to a fourth-level secret treasure and can improve pets. The beast's qualifications allow it to have more evolutionary routes, and it can also prolong life and treat hard-to-heal injuries. 2. 6 hours later, under the command of the blood-violent rat king, the blood-violent rats dug a huge hole underground. The foundation of the entire freezing warehouse was hollowed out. The freezing warehouse fell, and the blood-violent rats obtained after sufficient flesh and blood, they reproduce in large numbers. 3. 12 hours later, a third-level beast wave broke out in Jiaying City, and Jiaying City was completely occupied. Zhang Dashan, the former president of the Beast Union, used it as a sacrifice to summon a super-large hellfire, and followed it. The beast tide died together, preventing this disaster. 4. The evolution of the 1000 transformation silkworm into the 1000 transformation silkworm requires the blood essence of the blood-violent rat king *1, the mental power crystal core of the third-level blood-violent rat king *10, the blood core of the blood-violent rat *100, and the 1000 transformation silkworm. After swallowing these evolutionary materials, it will sleep for 3 days and evolve into an ever-changing silkworm. 5. Zhang Dashan was severely injured in the last beast wave. In addition to the irreparable physical injuries, he even had problems with his mental power. The essence of blood and mental power crystal cores can alleviate Principal Zhang Dashan's injuries. Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat when he saw the new information. The news took a turn for the worst. Jiaying City is about to fall. How is this possible? Didn't Jiaying City ask the Yandong Provincial Trade Union for help? Could it be that the message was intercepted? Or were they simply too late to support? As for finding a way to evolve the 1000-change silkworm into the 1000-change silkworm, that's good news. However, this news became insignificant compared to the news that Jiaying City was about to fall. No, Jiaying City is the place where I was born and raised. We can't just be destroyed by the beast tide. If Jiaying City falls, many innocent citizens will die. This is not what I want to see. Yi Bai's fists clenched tightly and made a clicking sound. At this time, his brain was spinning rapidly. The information in the intelligence system is only what will happen in the future, not a specific destiny, and can be changed. He has obtained the information in advance, and as long as he can change it, it will not become a reality. But, how should we change it? Combined with the information collected at the scene and a lot of information from the intelligence system, Yi Bai came to the following 2 important conclusions. 1. The outbreak of the beast tide was due to the fall of the freezing warehouse. The blood-violent rat king led many blood-violent rats to hollow out the underground of the freezing warehouse. This was the reason for the failure of the defense. The frozen warehouse plunged deeply into the unfathomable underground, bringing many unstable factors to this beast tide. The people of the Pet Beast Guild would also be helpless due to the sudden collapse of the ground, so they gave the blood-violent rat time to develop. Therefore, the key time point is the next 6 hours. The current blood-violent rats, led by the blood-violent rat king, have begun to dig deeper. If at this time, if you can use earthquake and other skills, you will definitely be able to kill the huge blood rat group without leaving any trace behind. It can also reduce the pressure on the pet union. 2. Principal Zhang is very strong, at least level 6 or above, but his strength has declined because of his injuries. If he could obtain the blood essence of the blood-violent rat king and the mental power crystal core of the third-level blood-violent rat king in advance, Principal Zhang should be able to exert 80% of his strength. In this way, even if there is another accident in this beast tide, Jiaying City will have Principal Zhang in charge, and its safety will be greatly guaranteed. Yi Bai planned to convey the news of the imminent collapse of the freezer to President Wang Jinin first. As for the subsequent outbreak of the beast tide, he does not intend to inform it now. After all, if the freezer had not collapsed, what happened next would not have happened. He took out the notebook from the pet space, and tapped the notebook quickly with his green-white hands, making a clicking sound. Yi Bai once again passed the information to President Wang through various jumps. Please vote. I went out for something today. I just came back. The next chapter will be updated soon. Yi Bai cleverly inserted a virus into the email, which could detect whether Wang Jinin had read the email. After all, the beast tide was going on, and Yi Bai was not sure that Wang Jinin would have time to check the email at this time. At this time, Wang Jinin, who was resting with his eyes closed, heard a series of hurried footsteps. His secretary ran over breathlessly. President. That mysterious Y suddenly sent an email. President Wang suddenly opened his eyes and asked anxiously, "What did the email say?" The secretary handed the notebook to President Wang with an ugly look on his face. "Why, the 4th level Blood Rat King has been born in this beast tide. Why, the 3rd level Blood Rat King will have a mental variant. They are thin and good at mental attacks. Why, the Blood Rat King is leading the Blood Rat Rats to dig secretly under the cold storage warehouse, intending to hollow out the soil below and directly collapse the cold storage warehouse. Why, if it is not stopped, a very terrifying beast tide will break out in Jiaying City." After seeing the information sent by Yi Bai, Wang Jinin's face became very bad. "Convene the top leaders of the Pet Beast Union, we must hold a brief meeting immediately. Also, call teacher Zhang over, I want to hear her opinion." After everyone was gathered, Wang Jinin projected the information sent by Yi Bai on the big screen. "Is this true or false, President? If it is true, the situation is quite bad for us. Yes, I didn't expect this bloody rat to be so smart and thought of a way to dig through the bottom of the frozen warehouse. This is the horror of the talent of predicting the future." Zhang Lingxue narrowed her eyes calmly. This was an email written by the person with the talent of predicting the future. This guy is too powerful. If this guy can be found, the national fortune of the Yen State Alliance should be greatly improved. Disasters can be predicted by predicting the future, and talents can also be selected for the Yen State Alliance by predicting the future. Everyone started talking about it, and Wang Jinin clapped his hands. A sturdy man walked in from outside the warehouse. This man's name is Wang Shi, and his talent is Blevel Talent, Earth Control. His talent can detect whether there is any abnormality in the land below. As long as he steps on the ground, he can continuously use the power of the earth to strengthen himself. Wang Shi touched the ground with both hands, and khaki ripples spread out. His pupils turned khaki, and the veins near his temples were exposed. He was looking at the underground of the freezer to see if there was any mystery. Beads of sweat oozed out from his forehead bit by bit, fell on the ground, and soon condensed into ice. He was injecting his mental power into the ground, and it continued to spread downwards. At this time, Wang Shi's body trembled violently, and he seemed to see something incredible. "President, it has been confirmed that part of the underground has indeed been excavated. A large number of blood-raging rats are transporting soil. There is also a huge blood-red rat like a calf underground, and it is staring at us. And there are dozens of thin blood-raging rats around this big rat. They are like guards, surrounding the big rat. It should be the mental variant of the blood-raging rat king mentioned in the email." Wang Jinin showed an expression of as expected. "Wangan, can you use your talent of pointing to the ground as steel to increase the overall weight of the frozen warehouse? And make the frozen warehouse more indestructible, even if it falls from the ground, there will be no damage. Since the blood-raging rats have already started to sneak into Chinsong. Let's just take advantage of the situation and give these blood-raging rats a surprise gift package." Wangan is a thin man, he pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. "President, there is no problem with your request. My talent can increase the weight of the frozen warehouse tenfold. And my talent of turning the ground into steel can make the entire frozen warehouse solid as a rock. But I need a lot of energy potions to activate my talent. Every time a pet master activates a talent, he will consume a certain amount of energy and become very tired. And energy potions can replenish the energy consumed by activating talents. It is not a small project to increase the weight of such a large frozen warehouse tenfold." Wang Jinin nodded. "Wang Shi, your earth control talent, combined with your earth bear, can you cause a major earthquake on the ground where the frozen warehouse is located?" Wang Shi nodded. He is professional in creating major earthquakes. "Well, let's proceed with our plan." Wangan uses the finger-to-thigh ground-to-steel skill to increase the weight of the warehouse, and then Wang Shi creates a major earthquake. We must take advantage of this opportunity to bury the blood violence rats deep underground. This battle is the key to whether we can completely defeat the beast tide. I will destroy the blood violence rat king, and the mutated blood violence rat king will be left to you. According to Y's prediction, these mutated blood violence rat kings have a very special mental attack, so everyone must be careful. President Wang reminded. After seeing President Wang read the email, Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, the best way to solve the problem of frozen warehouses is to transfer thousands of tons of frozen products directly. But there are very few pet masters who have mastered the talent of space. It is very difficult to transfer so many frozen products at one time. At this time, Zhang Lingxue came over hurriedly. Yi Bai, something happened. The blood rats dug a huge hole in the ground. We will fight to the death with the blood rats later. Xiao Zi will take you away from here later. Zhang Lingxue said firmly. She didn't want her students to be in danger. Seeing Zhang Lingxue's determined look, Yi Bai nodded. I know, teacher, I will find a safe place to hide. Yi Bai received Dahui into the beast card, and he kept the Sunflower King. The Sunflower King is the nemesis of the blood rats, and after devouring the blood and flesh essence of the blood rats, the Sun King can automatically split into a second-level clone. Yi Bai didn't want to miss this opportunity, and he also wanted to make some contributions to Jiaying City. Let's go, teacher, take care of yourself. Yi Bai sat on Xiao Zi's back, holding the Thousand Changes silkworm in his arms, and waved to Zhang Lingxue. But halfway, Yi Bai asked Xiao Zi to put him down. Xiao Zi's huge compound eyes stared at Yi Bai, and it seemed that it didn't understand what Yi Bai meant. Xiao Zi, your most important task now is to go back and help your pet master. You are the teacher's most powerful fighting force. I have hands and feet, and I will find a safe place to hide. And the place where the beast tide broke out is not here, so you don't have to worry about my safety. Xiao Zi was confused by Yi Bai's words. But it was indeed worried about Zhang Lingxue's current situation, so it nodded, showing a cautious expression, and flapped its wings and flew away. Dahui, Qianbian Silkworm, let's go back. How can we miss the opportunity to improve the beast tide? What's more, if Qianbian Silkworm wants to evolve into Wanbian Silkworm, the blood essence of the Bloody Rat King and the spiritual core of the mutant Bloody Rat King are important evolutionary materials. If we don't take this opportunity to collect them, it will be difficult to collect them in the future. Yi Bai said as he strode towards the location of the cold storage. Asking for votes, Yi Bai sneaked back to a place not far from the frozen warehouse and hid in a hidden place. Through this place, he could clearly see the scene over there. Blood rats rushed out one after another, but the number was less than before. It should be that some of the blood rats, led by the Rat King, went underground. At this time, he saw that a quarter of the frozen warehouse was emitting a silvery white metallic luster. Yi Bai immediately understood the intention of the Pet Beast Union. They wanted to increase the weight of the entire frozen warehouse and turn it into a very heavy metal material. The frozen warehouse originally had thousands of tons of frozen products. If the weight of the frozen warehouse was increased, the frozen warehouse would be equivalent to thousands of tons of huge rocks. If the foundation below was hollowed out or there was an earthquake, the frozen warehouse would fall down under the action of gravity. In this way, the spacious underground passage dug by the Blood Rats King and the many blood rats would become their graves. However, Yi Bai wanted to use this opportunity to collect a large number of blood cores. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. Since the prompt system has given the evolutionary route of the 1,000 change silkworm to the 10,000 change silkworm, Yi Bai felt that this was an opportunity. Although the name of the sun god butterfly sounds very domineering, Yi Bai is worried that the evolution into the sun god butterfly will be the end because it is too domineering. This will waste the 1,000 change silkworm's talent of such a terrifying devouring skill. Yi Bai has a vague premonition that if the 1,000 change silkworm evolves into the 10,000 change silkworm, its strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. This should be the correct evolutionary route for the 1,000 change silkworm. Come out, sunflower. Yi Bai took out a piece of beast card and released some of the sunflowers. These sunflowers are equivalent to the clones of the Sunflower King. Yi Bai spoke to the clone, and the Sunflower King's body could also hear it. Sunflower King, control your clones to hunt more blood rats and seize the crystal cores in their bodies. Absorb the blood and flesh essence of the blood rats to speed up the reproduction process. After hearing the command, the body of the Sunflower King gradually expanded. It completely released its restrictions and began to absorb the blood and flesh essence of the blood rat unscrupulously. The remaining tyrannical aura in the blood and flesh essence had no effect on the Sunflower King. After having enough blood and flesh, the Sunflower King split a large number of clones at a speed visible to the naked eye. It soon attracted the attention of the Pet Union staff. Report to the president, for some reason, many sunflowers have grown outside the front. Should we eradicate the sunflowers? Sunflowers are a very common wood-type pet, and almost every household will raise a pot as an ornamental plant. This kind of pet only needs to be exposed to the sun and watered, and it is very easy to raise. At night, the sunflower will release the sunlight absorbed in the morning, just like a desk lamp. This is why the Pet Union staff can find Yi Bai sunflowers. The appearance of sunflowers is also an unstable factor. Or, President Wang was about to order the sunflowers to be eradicated, but Zhang Lingxue suddenly interrupted.
President Wang, those sunflowers are my students' pets. He left them here to better resist the impact of the blood rats and contribute to Jiaying City. It seems to be working well so far.
Zhang Lingxue's words were so clear that President Wang instantly understood what Zhang Lingxue meant.
Since they are friendly forces, let's keep them.
At this time, everyone was surprised to find that the number of blood rats was decreasing.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. What is going on?
The members of the pet association looked at each other.
There must be some conspiracy. Let me explain. Sunflowers are the nemesis of blood rats. Don't look at the harmless appearance of sunflowers.
Its rhizomes are as hard as steel.
Once someone saw a second-level sunflower as big as a millstone in the wild.
Because of road construction, they dug up the sunflowers and planned to transplant them to other places. They saw a large number of white bones of moles entangled under the rhizomes of the sunflowers.
Zhang Lingxue walked out from the side and explained to everyone.
She won the favor of many pet masters because she treated many pet masters urgently and expelled the poison in their bodies.
So Zhang Lingxue's words were believed by everyone.
But Zhang Lingxue was a little puzzled.
How could the number of sunflowers increase so much in the blink of an eye?
At the same time, Zhang Lingxue also found that the blood-violent rats did not dare to approach the place where the sunflowers were. Her eyes suddenly lit up. She found a way to defend the cold storage and expel the blood-violent rats. As long as the blood-violent rat king can be killed, the entire blood-violent rat tribe will be leaderless, making it easier for the Pet Master Union to defeat them one by one. Everyone, please see that the blood-violent rats intentionally or unintentionally avoided the place where the sunflowers were. This shows that the sunflowers can emit a smell that can make the blood-violent rats very disgusted.
If we can surround the cold storage with sunflowers, can we prevent the blood-violent rats from entering the cold storage to the greatest extent?
In this way, we can finally destroy the beast tide.
Our Jiaying City can also restore its former peace.
Papa.
President Wang came out from behind.
Teacher Zhang, your observation is quite sharp. Now there is a problem, that is, how can we have enough sunflowers to protect the frozen warehouse?
And against the second-level blood rat, there should be enough second-level sunflowers.
Otherwise, the current sunflowers are not enough to surround the frozen warehouse. Unless the current scale of sunflowers can be expanded several times.
Currently, Yi Bai is also considering the issue of expanding the scale of sunflowers.
Since the Sunflower King is not Yi Bai's contracted pet, it is currently impossible to communicate with each other. Dahui came over with a thump, holding a huge flower pot in his hand, which turned out to be sunflowers taken from the breeding house. They all emit bright light, like little suns.
Where can there be enough sunflowers? Let me think about it.
Yi Bai's brain started to work at high speed.
Oh, I remember that in the secret realm of the school, a sunflower field was planted in order to make it green.
This was also the reason why Yi Bai had nothing to do before contracting a pet, so he visited the entire secret realm. Otherwise, he would not have discovered the blooming sea of sunflowers.
However, the sunflowers there are basically second level, so it should not be a big problem to fight against the second level blood rat. Yi Bai's Sunflower King is third level, which has a rank suppression on the second level sunflower.
If the operation is good, it is bound to be able to obtain the evolution materials for the 1000-change silkworm to evolve into the 10,000-change silkworm at one time. Please vote.
Starting tomorrow, the update will resume at noon.
After thinking it over, Yi Bai took out his phone and sent a private message to Zhang Lingxue. Zhang Lingxue has the strength of the 5th level, so her words are somewhat useful in the pet association. Yi Bai, teacher, I found that the fragrance of sunflowers has a great restraint on blood violence rats. I remember that there is a large field of second-level sunflowers in the secret realm of the school. Zhang Lingxue received Yi Bai's message at this time, and she immediately raised her eyebrows.
Coincidentally, a pillow was delivered just when she was sleepy.
Just now, President Wang was still worried about where to find a large number of second-level sunflowers, but it turned out to be right under his nose.
If Yi Bai hadn't reminded him, he really wouldn't have remembered it. The sunflowers in Shinshan Middle School were only planted to purify the air in the secret realm, and they didn't have many uses. But now those sunflowers have become popular. This is a weapon that can effectively deal with blood violence rats. She raised the phone in her hand. I know where there are enough sunflowers. Time passed by minute by minute.
When the moon was at the top of the third pole, the entire frozen warehouse was coated with a layer of silver white.
Countless sunflowers surrounded the entire frozen warehouse.
The blazing white light on them made the area within a kilometer as bright as day. At the same time, the fragrance of the sunflowers made the blood violence rats retreat. The pressure on the pet beast union became less and less. After eliminating the blood violence rats left on the ground, President Wang knew that the next step was to solve the beast tide. This key determines whether Jiaying City will have a more terrifying beast tide or whether the beast tide will subside. This time against the blood violence rat king, he is the main force. Are you all ready? Now is the moment of the decisive battle. If anyone quits, please stand up. I won't make things difficult for you. President Wang's eyes swept across, and everyone stood straight, and their eyes flashed with an extremely determined look. They will not quit, everything is for the people. As early as the moment they joined the Pet Beast Union, they had already put their own life and death aside. There must be a big country before there can be a small family. Without the country, personal safety becomes insignificant. Very good, everyone has a very high level of awareness. On behalf of all the citizens of Jiaying City, I thank you for your efforts. You are the pride of Jiaying City. President Wang bowed deeply and paid tribute to these heroes. At this time, President Wang's eyes fell on Wang Shi. Wang Shi, how much have the blood rats dug? Wang Shi's eyes turned khaki again. A deep pit has been dug below, and now is the best time to launch a major earthquake. President Wang nodded. After preparing for so long, it's time to start the action. Wang Shi, launch a major earthquake. Now is the time for us to fight to the death with the Blood Rat King. Come on, everyone, I hope no one will be left behind. Wang Shi summoned a huge rock giant. It waved its huge fist and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom boom boom. There was a violent shaking from the ground. Yi Bai felt a strong tremor at the place where he was, and the surrounding objects fell down one after another, but were directly blocked by Dahui. It started. Yi Bai looked at the spider web-like cracks on the ground of the frozen warehouse, and the surrounding ground began to fall apart. With a click, the frozen warehouse fell straight down. At this time, the huge Blood Rat King raised his head, and it felt a strong tremor coming from above. What are humans planning to do, and what conspiracy they have? As the king of the Blood Rat clan, my Blood Rat King has a good IQ, at least he is a beast with a brain. A large number of rocks fell from the sky. Many blood rats were hit by huge rocks and died on the spot. The Blood Rat King roared to the sky, and a lot of mental power appeared in the eyes of the mutated Blood Rat King next to him. They tried to comfort their panicked fellows, but it didn't work. Their fellows were completely scared. A large number of blood rats piled up together, causing a serious stampede. Blood was all over the ground. At this time, there was a rumbling sound from the sky. Under the influence of the strong earthquake, a huge rock in the sky began to fall straight down. Danger is approaching step by step. The Bloody Rat King showed a grimace. You know, this is all his bloody rat army. If the rock falls completely, they are likely to become meat buns. It's too frustrating to die like this. And his own army will be only 1 in 10. What a terrible plan. The Bloody Rat King had the idea that his plan was seen through. It took him a lot of effort to become the king of the Bloody Rat clan, and he couldn't die here. As for other members of the clan, I'm sorry for you. Seeing the rocks in the sky begin to fall, the already panicked bloody rats completely lost their minds. They planned to escape to the ground through the excavated channel. But the channel they excavated was so big in total. Now they are crowded together and want to squeeze out. How can it be so easy? The Bloody Rat King also wanted to escape, but he found that all the passages were filled with bloody rat. His class suppression of the bloody rat was no longer effective. The Bloody Rat King snorted at the mutated bloody rat kings beside him, and the eyes of these rat kings turned purple. A huge mental force surged out, and the heads of the bloody rat kings that blocked the Bloody Rat King burst open like watermelons, and the white brains scattered all over the ground. After finally killing his way out of a bloody path, the Bloody Rat King was completely dumbfounded when he came to the cave entrance. The cave entrance was only half the size of its body, and it couldn't get in at all. Seeing that the rock was falling faster, the Bloody Rat King was anxious at this time. It was not easy for it to become the king of the Bloody Rat clan, and it didn't want to die here. The living space was further compressed, and countless bloody rats were directly crushed into meat paste by the rocks. This place has completely become the grave of the Bloody Rat clan. The horrible smell of blood spread, and blood poured out like a tide. The Bloody Rat King stretched out his hands, trying to use his flesh and blood to ease the trend of falling. But unfortunately it failed. A look of fear appeared in its eyes. It crawled on the ground, and the muscles of its body kept spasming.
Is it really going to die here?
It felt the greatest crisis in its life. Just when the bloody Rat King thought he was dead, the trend of the boulder falling slowed down. It opened its eyes and saw that it was the body of its own people stuck in the gap of the boulder. The bloody Rat King, who escaped death, took this opportunity to call on the mutated bloody Rat King to leave here by digging a hole.
Wang Shi, focus on monitoring the movement underground to see what the casualties are like below? Please vote and read.
Wang Shi's eyes turned khaki again. He touched the ground with both hands, and what came into view was a scene like a sea of blood and corpses. Most of the blood violence rats turned into a pool of blood and flesh. Only a few of them were still alive, but they were dying. Most of the blood violence rats turned into blood and flesh under the weight of thousands of tons. Currently, only a few of them are alive, and most of them are missing arms and legs. But I didn't see any traces of the blood violence Rat King and the mutated blood violence Rat King.
After hearing what Wang Shi said, President Wang was immediately happy. The most terrifying thing about the beast tide is the number of alien beasts.
Now most of the blood violence rats have been eliminated, and a mere 4th level blood violence Rat King is not a problem at all. Wang Shi, search vigorously for the location of the blood violence Rat King. If you find its traces, notify us in time.
The blood violence Rat King is a 4th level alien beast. It is not so easy to die. 4th level alien beasts generally have some special abilities. Found it.
The bloody Rat King is rushing towards us. The rock wall broke open, and a huge bloody Rat King rushed in. Its entire body was blood red, and a crown of thorns appeared on its head. The bloody Rat King's claws were full of venom, and its back was covered with hair like steel. Under the light of the sunflowers, the bloody Rat King narrowed his eyes. It could sense a stench emanating from a distance, a stench that could cause it strong psychological discomfort.
Finally it came out.
If you are dealt with, the entire beast tide will be completely over. President Wang walked out of the crowd, and the steel-armored rhino beside him was scanning his opponent with sharp eyes. Zhang Lingxue looked at the bloody Rat King with a serious face, and she always felt that something was wrong. This bloody Rat King had the aura of the 4th level, extremely powerful vitality, and looked like a 4th level beast. What was wrong with it? Zhang Lingxue believed in her intuition very much. Suddenly, she had an idea.
Oh, right, what about those mutated blood Rat Kings? As the Rat King's attendants, they couldn't possibly not stay by his side.
Those blood Rat Kings who were proficient in mental power would not be eliminated so easily. The remaining blood rats recovered after eating the flesh and blood of their companions. They swarmed out along the escape passage left by the blood Rat King, and it was crowded in an instant. These blood rats have reached the peak of the 2nd level, and their bodies are a circle larger than ordinary blood rats. If they suddenly break through at this time, they may be promoted to the 3rd level blood Rat King. Their blood red eyes stared at the direction of the freezer. They knew that whether their tribe could reproduce or not depended on whether they could break through the human defense line and enter the freezer.
There are still so many remaining blood rats? President Wang showed an incredible look. My goodness, the reproduction ability of blood rats is really abnormal. President Wang, you should be thankful.
If it weren't for wise reminder, I'm afraid we would be facing a group of blood violence rats 10 times more than this.
Zhang Lingxue showed a lucky expression.
Xiaozi flapped her wings suddenly, and endless poisonous scale powder poured into the blood violence rat group like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. All the blood violence rats that were contaminated with the poisonous powder wailed and turned into a pool of blood. Cleaning the blood and flesh of blood violence rats is still a troublesome thing.
If it is not cleaned in time, so much blood will flow directly into the Jiaying River, dyeing the Jiaying River red.
The blood of blood violence rats is highly toxic, and the rotten flesh and blood will also cause the spread of plague. At this time, the sunflowers crawled down from the warehouse one after another. They stretched out their roots like steel and plunged directly into the blood. They greedily absorbed the essence of the blood and flesh of blood violence rats and began to reproduce. More and more sunflowers appeared, and the rich floral fragrance made more and more blood violence rats feel disgusted. They wanted to escape from here, but without the order of the Rat King, they dared not leave at all. This was the suppression from the bloodline. Under the command of Yibai Sunflower King, the sunflowers rolled up the blood cores left by the blood rats and hid them. The battle was in full swing here, and Yibai and Dehui watched the ground crack on the other side. A bloody head of a bloody rat emerged from the ground. The bloody Rat King was secretly lucky at this time. It awakened an exclusive skill called Clone, which can use powerful flesh and blood to create a clone with similar strength to itself. The duration of the clone is 12 hours, and the higher the quality of the flesh and blood, the longer it lasts. For this reason, it did not hesitate to kill the mutated Bloody Rat King who was loyal to it. This mutated Bloody Rat King is not common. There are tens of thousands of them, and only these dozen were born. The current Bloody Rat King has become a lonely person. It brought the spiritual crystal core of the mutated Bloody Rat King to its body to shield humans from detecting it. Damn human, if I can escape this time, give me enough time, I will definitely bring the Bloody Rat army and turn this city into ruins. The Bloody Rat King with a melancholy face saw the figures of Dahui and Yi Bai. Its eyes lit up. It is you, become the nutrients for me to embark on the road of revenge. The Bloody Rat King was about to drill out from the ground. Blue arcs suddenly appeared on Dahui's body, and it was covered with a layer of thunder armor. The violet lightning fell from the sky and landed directly on Dahui's body. At this time, Dahui was 3 meters tall, like a thunder beast. The lightning on its body made Yi Bai feel particularly dazzling. Its momentum was comparable to Zhang Lingshua's grey poisonous moth. Before the bloody rat could react, Dahui's claws full of violent electricity slapped heavily on the head of the bloody rat. Once, twice, 3 times. Dahui didn't know how many times he slapped. At the beginning, the bloody rat king would make a shrill scream. Gradually, the bloody rat king was silent. When Dahui stopped attacking, the bloody rat king's head was deeply sunken, and the main hit was a bloody mess. Dahui, drag this bloody rat out. This bloody rat is unlucky and fell into our hands. After Dahui transformed into the thunder state, its strength increased a lot. It raised its hips and pulled the bloody rat king out of the ground just like Lu Zhishan uprooted a willow. Seeing the bloody rat as big as a cow, Yi Bai fell into silence. Could this be the bloody rat king that caused this beast tide? How could it be so big? Just now, most of its body was underground, so Yi Bai thought this guy was an ordinary bloody rat. Seeking votes, I saw another friend who wrote about beast control, and cut the book, Epsilon Sadface Omicron asterisk. Alas, beast control is really a cold frequency. I can empathize with the desolation. He was once the 11th on the new book list. Dahui's sharp claws pierced the chest of the bloody rat and pulled out a heart that was slightly larger than a basketball. The heart was still beating. A strong fragrance spread out. After Yi Bai smelled it, he felt refreshed, as if all the cells in his body were cheering. This is probably the legendary blood essence. Then Dahui found the crystal core of the bloody rat king and more than a dozen white transparent stones that were as bright as diamonds. Yi Bai touched the crystal core of the bloody rat king and looked at it. It seemed like a fine pigeon blood ruby, and there was a burst of great energy coming from it. He then picked up the diamond-like stones. These stones were 2 centimeters in diameter. Yi Bai could feel a great mental power. This should be the crystal core of the mutated bloody rat king. The bloody rat king should have killed them and then used their huge mental power to shield his own breath. Unexpectedly, he got the biggest gain of this beast tide. As the flesh and blood of a 4th-level beast, it can also be sold at a high price on the black market. Yi Bai quickly took out a treasured space card, which was a high-level card left by his parents, with a space of about 2 meters in size. He stuffed the body, blood essence, and crystal core of the bloody rat king into it at once. Yi Bai became the biggest winner of this beast tide. Sunflower King, collect all the crystal cores of the bloody rat, use the blood and flesh of the bloody rat to reproduce yourself with all your strength. After Yi Bai gave this order through the sunflower in his hand, he followed Dahui and left here. After the dust settled and the bloody rat king died, the beast tide was completely over. On the other side, President Wang's steel-armored rhinoceros hit the bloody rat king heavily. This bloody rat king seemed to have lost his mind from just now, leaving only the beast nature. Its sharp claws pierced through the indestructible defense of the steel-armored rhinoceros. The steel-armored rhinoceros instantly entered a state of poisoning. Its 4 hooves softened and it fell to the ground. Oops, the armored rhino has entered a state of poisoning. President Wang felt something was wrong. Just as the bloody rat king was about to kill him, a black shadow fell from the sky. Its sharp beak pierced through the bloody rat king's body and took out a beating heart. However, the heart turned into blood-red blood and disappeared in a few seconds. Even the huge body of the bloody rat king turned into a pool of blood. This made everyone feel incredible. President Wang went up to him with excitement. He saw a familiar person sitting on the back of the Storm Crow. Secretary Li, did President Zhang ask you to come and support Jiaying City? Secretary Li jumped down from the back of the Storm Crow handsomely. President Wang, I'm sorry, I'm late. On the way here, I encountered obstruction from a mysterious person. This time, it's not just Jiaying City. There are 4 or 5 cities in the entire Yandong province where the beast tide has broken out.
President Zhang must be in the Pet Beast Union. He can't get away, so he can only send me here.
At this time, the Sunflower King tiptoed to the place where the Blood Rat King turned into pus and blood. It could feel that if it could absorb the essence of blood and flesh, it would definitely bring great benefits to itself. Storm Crow, kill all the blood rat here. The Storm Crow flapped its wings violently, and endless gusts mixed with many transparent wind blades blasted towards the direction of the blood rat. Everywhere it passed, all the blood rat fell to the ground, and there was a thumb-sized blood hole between their eyebrows, and blood was flowing out continuously.
President
Wang Shi hurried over.
It's bad.
We found another passage connecting to the ground. I'm afraid some of the blood rats have escaped. President Wang waved his hand. Don't worry, the Blood Rat King has been killed. The frozen warehouse has been saved. The remaining blood rats can't withstand any storms in this beast tide. At this time, President Wang's secretary ran over. President, the secret realm has been completely closed, and the coordinates of the secret realm have been located by us.
As long as we bury the space stone in the secret realm, this secret realm will become the property of our Jiaying City Pet Beast Union.
The burrowing rats inside will become the best training objects for our union members.
This is good news. After all, the secret realm has the complete evolution chain of burrowing rats. The rest is the work of cleaning and sweeping. However, how should so many blood rats be dealt with?
The blood and flesh of blood rats are highly toxic and cannot be digested by ordinary pets. After Zhang Lingxue saw the sunflowers absorbing blood and splitting themselves, she immediately had an idea. Since the sunflowers can absorb the essence of the blood and flesh of the blood violence rats, let's let the sunflowers deal with it.
I will bring the reproduced sunflowers back to the school secret realm.
Otherwise, when the blood and flesh of the blood violence rats rot and stink, it may have an unpredictable impact on the ecology of the entire Jiaying city. After hearing what Zhang Lingxue said, President Wang nodded and waved his hand. Just do as Teacher Zhang said. More and more sunflowers came out of the warehouse, and they inserted their roots into the blood and flesh and began to absorb. As for the blood core of the blood rat, no one mentioned it at all. The extremely chaotic consciousness in the blood core made the blood core a hot potato. None of the pet masters present proposed to collect the blood core on the spot. Now they just want to take a good bath and wash away the bloody smell. Soon, the sunflowers cleaned up the surroundings, and the pungent smell of blood disappeared, leaving only a faint floral fragrance. Under the arrangement of the Sunflower King, the sunflowers rushed to the underground, where they cleaned up the bulk of the cleaning and the best opportunity for them to reproduce.
Leave a few people here to monitor. If there is any problem, report as soon as possible.
Everyone, let's patrol Jiaying City again to make sure that no remaining blood rats escape. Now the only thing President Wang is worried about is that the blood rats secretly fell into the Jiaying River and began to reproduce secretly. But after killing the Blood Rat King and ending the beast tide, it became quite difficult for the blood rats to advance.
It is not so easy to form a beast tide again. President Wang resisted the fatigue and took the members of the Pet Animal Union for a tour.
They actually found a group of escaped blood rats. After killing these blood rats, President Wang announced that this beast tide had completely ended. The rising sun broke through the dawn, and the sun shone on everyone's faces.
Although they were extremely tired, they won and successfully defended Jiaying City.
The cleanup work of this beast tide will continue for a while, cleaning the environment and placing the frozen products in the frozen warehouse.
It is also necessary to collect personnel information and comfort the affected citizens. However, Yi Bai ignored all this.
What he is most concerned about now is the evolution of the Thousand Changes silkworm. According to the detailed information provided by the intelligence, he released the prepared evolution materials.
The Thousand Changes silkworm looked very interested.
It jumped onto the blood core at the first time and swallowed it one by one. Every time it swallowed, a trace of blood-red mist appeared on its body. After the crystal core was swallowed, Yi Bai asked Dahui to cut the heart of the Blood Rat King. The heart was still beating, and every time it beat, a drop of blood the size of a thumb would drip from the rupture. The Thousand Changes silkworm ate a total of 9 drops, and it burped loudly, with sleepiness clearly visible on its face. Blood-red silk threads spewed out of the mouth of the Thousand Changes silkworm, and soon formed a giant cocoon. Only then did Yi Bai realize that the crystal core of the bloody Rat King had disappeared.
Damn, how could such a big crystal core of mine disappear?
Please vote, Yi Bai's suspicious eyes fell on Dahui. Just now, Dahui was the only one standing next to the crystal core.
Could it be that De Hui was greedy and ate it? After all, De Hui was the only one who could bear the 4th level crystal core. De Hui waved his hands frantically, shaking his head like a rattle, and he showed an aggrieved expression. He opened his mouth wide, revealing his sharp teeth, and was about to stuff Yi Bai's head into his mouth to see if he had stolen the crystal core. Yi Bai smiled awkwardly. How could he wrongly accuse De Hui? It had been with him for so long, and it was not such a pet. Okay, don't be wronged. I don't mean anything else. Yi Bai said with a smile. Now there are only De Hui and Qianbian's silkworm in the breeding house. Since De Hui didn't eat it, there is only one truth. The culprit is Qianbian's silkworm. You bastard, you damn 1000-change silkworm, how come you were so fast? You swallowed the 4th level crystal core when I wasn't paying attention. You are just a 1st level pet, but you dare to swallow the 4th level crystal core. You are really brave. Spit it out, it's a 4th level crystal core. You can buy many good things with it. Yi Bai looked at the blood-red cocoon indignantly. When you break out of the cocoon, I will let De Hui beat you hard and let De Hui vent his anger. Look how wronged De Hui is. However, Yi Bai now thought of another problem, that is, how to contract De Hui. De Hui can kill the 4th level Blood Rat King with his own hands, which proves that De Hui has the strength of 4th level or above. Now Yi Bai is only a 1st level little Karami, and he can't contract De Hui at all. He can only use the portable beast card to bring De Hui with him. In fact, with De Hui's loyalty, whether or not to sign a contract with De Hui will not have much impact. After the pet is contracted, the pet will enter the pet space and slowly heal its own injuries. As the pet master's strength grows, the pet space will grow larger and larger. If it can obtain natural materials and treasures to expand the space, it can even evolve into a small secret realm. The school's secret realm was formed when a pet master who was about to die voluntarily separated his pet space. If Yi Bai wants to break through his own bottleneck, he can either find natural materials and treasures to enhance his own mental power, or use his natal pet to break through. The strength of a pet master is closely related to his first contracted pet, and the first pet is also called his natal pet. Of course, if you are not satisfied with your natal pet, you can use the water of the sticks to replace it, and replace the pet with a higher qualification with your natal pet. After breaking through the realm with the help of the natal pet, such as breaking through the 2nd level, you will consolidate the strength of the 2nd level, and you will not have to start from scratch because of changing the natal pet. When the sun was high in the sky, the Jiaying City Pet Animal Union announced the lifting of the 1st level red. The school also issued a notice to resume classes, and only the sunflowers were still working diligently and increasing their efforts to reproduce their own population. The Sunflower King also became the leader of this group of sunflowers, and it also changed its overall appearance. The original Sunflower King was a sunflower the size of a millstone, with 2 big eyes. The current Sunflower King has shrunk a lot, and there are 2 light elves floating in the sky on its flower disk, sprinkling the sun's glory. The leaves and flower stems are like fine jade, and its roots and stems seem very slender, but they are actually as hard as iron. Thousands of sunflowers gathered together, emitting a blazing light, and they also emitted an intoxicating floral fragrance. Under the command of the Sunflower King, these sunflowers walked towards a farther distance. All the blood rats that were not dead would be stabbed by them, and their blood and flesh became their tonic. After President Wang and other high-level members of the Pet Beast Union returned to the Pet Beast Union in Jiaying City, they found that Principal Zhang was sitting in the conference room with a serious face. They immediately stood in awe, just like children who made mistakes, shrinking their heads. This is the natural suppression of teachers on students. Wang Jinin, after you left, I encountered a pet master from the Gospel Association sneaking into the secret vault of the Pet Beast Master Union. He seemed to want to steal something, but was burned to ashes by my Titan Hellfire. He said in public that he deliberately caused this beast tide, and even the special virus in the blood rat was deliberately spread by him. Principal Zhang told Wang Jinin the intelligence he had investigated. He coughed a few times, and his expression was full of fatigue. After hearing this, President Wang was immediately furious. What on earth do those bastards want to do? These rats hiding in the gutter always think about destroying the world first and then creating the world? President Wang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had been worried about for several days, but it turned out to be the trick of the Gospel Association. This made him feel extremely angry. This is playing a joke with human life. Cough, cough, the old principal coughed a few times, and there was an indelible fatigue between his eyebrows. Zhang Lingxue walked quickly behind Principal Zhang, and the goddess of light butterfly appeared in the air, and soft and holy light fell from the butterfly wings,
covering Principal Zhang completely. After a while, Principal Zhang was more energetic. She frowned and said softly, "You are in a very dangerous situation now, so you should rest in the sanatorium. You haven't closed your eyes for a few days." I said, "Leave the beast tied to us, don't worry. If your condition continues to deteriorate, there will be no cure." The old principal stood up shakily and said stubbornly, "I know my body well. Can I sleep when a beast tide breaks out? Every time I open my eyes and close them, I see my companions who died in the beast tide. Even the spirit of my old friend in heaven tells me to keep going. Don't worry, I'm very tough and won't die in a short time. Even if the king of hell wants to take me, he has to step over my dead comrades and pets before he can see me." At this time, the old principal couldn't listen to a word. He knew very well that his body had reached the stage of exhaustion. So he didn't have time. He must take advantage of this time to find the Gospel Society's lair, summon the super-large Titan Hellfire, and perish with it. Otherwise, the Gospel Society will continue to do evil and artificially create a beast tide, which is very detrimental to the stability of the Yin Country Alliance. Zhang Lingxue was also worried about Principal Zhang's health, but the treatment of the Goddess of Light Butterfly was simply a drop in the bucket for Principal Zhang's injuries. Principal Zhang was poisoned by a special toxin, which reduced the activity of his cells, and his body's self-healing ability became extremely poor. His blood was highly toxic. Now he was relying on his own huge mental power to support himself, but his mental power was also tainted. Unless a secret treasure that can enhance cell activity and a mental power crystal core that can remove the tainted mental power can be found, please vote. A mighty army of sunflowers appeared on the road from Shijiao Wharf to Shinshan Middle School in Jiaying City. The Sunflower King was surrounded by countless sunflowers and walked towards Shinshan Middle School. Major media reported the scene of the great migration of sunflowers, and emphasized the great contribution of sunflowers in a beast tide. They participated in killing the bloody rats, and also cleaned up the blood and flesh of the bloody rats, preventing the blood flow of Jiaying River, the mother river of Jiaying City. They also prevented the outbreak of the plague. They are heroes worthy of admiration. The media also reported that Wang Jinin, the president of the Pet Beast Union, turned the tide at the critical moment, and Shinshan Middle School also sent excellent teachers to stop this beast tide. In the report, they are all great heroes who are worth singing and crying. But no one noticed that many of these sunflowers sneaked away before entering Shinshan Middle School and came to the Fangyuan breeding house next to them. They spit out the collected blood cores from their sturdy flower discs, and then find a place in the Fangyuan breeding house, and take root and turn into a sunflower that floats in the wind and is harmless to humans and animals. The prototype of the sunflower is the sunflower, so their flower disc has large and small spaces for storing sunflower seeds, which is also their most special feature. However, these spaces are generally not large, and the research value of sunflowers is not high, so researchers have not studied them in depth. However, these spaces are just convenient for sunflowers to collect blood cores. Not long after, Yibai's breeding house was piled with blood cores the size of a hill. These blood cores are large and small, the big ones are as big as a fist, and the small ones are as big as a ping-pong ball. They are all blood red, but there is no bloody smell, but a faint fragrance comes from them. There are also crystal clear spirit crystal cores like diamonds. When Yibai saw these crystal cores, he had a faint surprise. This is the spiritual power crystal core of the mutated blood violent rat king. The blood core of the blood rat has an extremely chaotic aura, but the Thousand Changes silkworm can devour these blood cores to enhance its own strength. Yibai was wondering if the 100 Changes silkworm could also devour these blood cores and give birth to a new form. As for the chaotic aura in the blood core, Yibai also has a way. Just like being bitten by a poisonous snake, there must be an antidote within 100 steps. The spiritual crystal core of the mutant blood rat king is the antidote. However, this ratio must be grasped well, otherwise the 100 Changes silkworm may suddenly evolve into a grey poisonous moth, and then it will be too late to cry. Zhang Lingxue followed the sunflowers back to the secret realm of the school. She was responsible for sending these sunflowers back to the secret realm and resettling them. The Sunflower King climbed onto the head of the grey poisonous moth and formed an ornament for the grey poisonous moth. At its command, all the sunflowers present stretched out their roots and inserted them into the ground. They then turned into a sea of sunflowers, and the rich floral fragrance even spread throughout the secret realm. After everything was settled, the Sunflower King took a step, patted his butt and left. It staggered back to Fangyuan cultivation house, and after seeing Yibai, its flower discs suddenly became larger. The Sunflower King, which was originally as big as a millstone, became even larger after absorbing a lot of blood and flesh essence. The rich flower fragrance came out, and 2 drops of golden and clear dew emerged from the leaves of the Sunflower King, like the best golden pearls. At this time, Yi Bai's eyes had a strong desire, as if he had encountered something indispensable. The dew floated in the air, and at this time Yi Bai's eye of insight had opened, and the dew turned into golden mist and sank into his eyes. Yi Bai only felt a cool and comfortable breath sinking into his eyes, and even the blood essence that was jumping, also partially turned into blood mist, becoming the nutrient for the evolution of the eye of insight. The breath of life drawn from the life spirit seed was also fully invested in it, prompting the eye of insight to evolve. His heart felt cold, and he could feel his heart beating like a drum, so fast that Yi Bai felt that he was not a normal person. After the eye of insight changed, Yi Bai found that his eyes had returned to a dark black color, like dark night glass, with a faint pattern inside, but it was impossible to see clearly. Looking around, Yi Bai could see even the dust in the air clearly. The mist on the Sunflower King gradually dissipated. Detailed data appeared in Yi Bai's eyes. Name, Sunflower King, leader aura, features, sunlight, bathed in the sun, with skills can be amplified by 1.5 times. Skills, Thorn Whip, proficient use roots as hard as steel to attack the enemy, which can bind the enemy tightly or penetrate the enemy's body. Sunlight, proficient release strong light like daylight through the sunlight collected during the day, producing a blinding effect. Self-healing, beginner damage received can be quickly recovered under sunlight, and can be used in conjunction with the skill of sunlight. Storage space, skill of the Sunflower Clan create a fist-sized space in the petals. As the level of the Sunflower King increases, the space that can be created will become larger and larger. Clone, skilled quickly create a clone that is 1 level lower than yourself. With a large amount of blood and flesh essence, you can create unlimited clones and become independent individuals. Evolution route, Sunflower King, level 4 Sun Crystal, become the leader of Sunflower, already satisfied, level 4 Beast's Flesh and Blood Essence, already satisfied, find a place where you can bathe in the sun at noon of the beginning of summer, 12:0014:00. After the evolution of this Eye of Insight, you can see the detailed information and evolution route of level 3 pets. When Yi Bai's eyes fell on Dahue, the gray mist on it was still like a nail house, resisting stubbornly. It seems that I still can't see above level 4, but I can identify treasures below level 4, which is good news. Thank you, Sunflower King. A blush flashed across the face of the Sunflower King, and he looked quite happy. I didn't expect that I, an ordinary little Karami, could be so powerful and become a hero who saved Jiaying City. The Sunflower King poured out all the crystal cores he collected from the flower disc. Its space is not small, and the crystal cores poured out are equivalent to the sum of the sunflowers poured out. Yi Bai found another beating heart, but it was only the size of a football and looked a little underdeveloped. It should be that a Blood Rat King advanced after the Blood Rat Emperor died, but for some reason, it was strangled by the Sunflower King. This is why the blood and flesh essence of the 4th level alien beast has been met in the conditions of the Sunflower King's evolutionary route. Please vote, please vote. It's just right. I can use this excuse to explain to the teacher how I found the blood essence. The source can be explained clearly. I hope to send the blood essence to Principal Zhang through the teacher's connections. I just don't know if there is any special connection between the Zhang and teacher Zhang and the Zhang and Principal Zhang. Otherwise, how could a top professor in his 20s choose to come to Shinshan Middle School to be a small class teacher? Just because the teacher has developed the 100 Changes Silkworm and laid the foundation for the basic research of the 100 Changes Silkworm, he is very popular in any university. Why would he condescend to come to Shinshan Middle School? Principal Zhang ended hundreds of big and small beast tides, and even his main pets died in battle. This kind of hero who serves the country and the people, Yi Bai does not want him to end up like this. If the stubborn disease in Principal Zhang's body can be cured, the Yin Country Alliance will not lose a patriot who serves the country and the people. The intelligence system mentioned Principal Zhang's physical problem, probably because it wants him to do something meaningful. This is a very warm intelligence system. As for the current Principal Liu Hang's baldness, Yi Bai thought he should make good use of it. Principal Liu, you don't want your baldness to be known to all the teachers and students in the school. Zhang Lingxue came to her laboratory exhausted. What happened recently made her feel very bad. Especially the matter of the old principal, she was really worried about the old principal's injury. But she soon found out that something was wrong. It seemed that someone had come to the institute. The lights in the laboratory were on. There is a thief. He broke through the tight defense and entered the laboratory. Is he trying to steal my research results? This was Zhang Lingxue's first reaction. In order to prevent hackers from stealing research results, Zhang Lingxue usually writes experimental data by hand. She also has a computer dedicated to recording experimental data, but it has never been connected to the external network. But she forgot that there was another person who could enter the laboratory smoothly, that is, her own disciple Yi Bai.
Okay, you dared to steal my head. Don't you see whose territory this is? The depressed Zhang Lingxue roared loudly and rushed in with the great poisonous moth Xiaozi.
As soon as she rushed into the laboratory, she saw Yi Bai holding a test tube with a surprised look on his face. Yi Bai slowly put down the test tube and raised his hands high, and...
Oh! I made a mistake, try again.
Zhang Lingxue coughed a few times calmly, and then walked into the laboratory leisurely.
Teacher, this is testing your reaction ability. If someone deliberately breaks into the laboratory, you must keep your experimental data as soon as possible. Instead of raising your hands high.
Zhang Lingxue changed the subject. She suddenly saw the pile of blood cores and a football-sized heart beating in the center of the laboratory. The heart beat rapidly, making a thumping sound, as if it was still alive.
When did her laboratory have so many strange things? Yi Bai, this is it.
Yi Bai pointed to the pile of blood cores and said, "These are the crystal cores collected by the Sunflower King in the Beast Tide. As for this heart, I don't know where it came from. I am also very curious, so I took a drop of blood for analysis. The blood in the heart has a very strong cell activation effect, and can release a special substance to slow down the cell division rate. I guess it should be from the Rat King above the 4th level.
This is equivalent to a secret treasure.
Teacher, take a look at the blood test report." Yi Bai handed the blood test analysis report to Zhang Lingxue.
Zhang Lingxue read the entire test report excitedly.
This blood has a very strong ability to activate blood and flesh, which can slow down cell division and reduce the rate of cell aging. This is exactly what Zhang Lingxue is currently looking for, but she didn't expect that Yi Bai would find it.
Is this intentional or unintentional?
Zhang Lingxue looked Yi Bai up and down, and then she grinned.
What does it matter?
Anyway, they are all her own disciples, and it is normal to have some small secrets. The key is that the blood essence found by Yi Bai can help Principal Zhang, that's enough. In addition, I also found a white crystal core in this pile of crystal cores. According to the detection of the instrument, the crystal core has extremely pure spiritual power. According to my speculation, it should be able to help people whose minds are polluted to eliminate the polluted part. Although Yi Bai didn't know how to use these spiritual power crystal cores, the information provided by the intelligence system would not be wrong. The blood essence and spiritual power crystal cores can help Principal Zhang alleviate the current symptoms and prevent the condition from getting worse.
Isn't there a secret realm for burrowing rats?
If more blood essence of the blood-violent Rat King is needed, you can use that secret realm to cultivate. Anyway, as long as the burrowing rat has enough blood and flesh, it can be advanced to a blood-violent rat. But now there is no Beast Tide, I don't know if the blood-violent rat can still advance quickly. Yi Bai saw a flash of joy in Zhang Lingxue's eyes, and knew that she had a relationship with Principal Zhang. When Zhang Lingxue heard Yi Bai report the white crystal core, she immediately noticed that this should be the crystal core of the mutated bloody Rat King that Y had mentioned in the email. The rat with a thin body and a big head can emit terrifying mental power, which solves Zhang Lingxue's worries. The old principal is saved. After filtering, centrifuging and purifying that drop of blood, I got 2 bottles of nutrient solution without impurities. The effect is quite good. According to the data detection, it can activate cells and fight aging. If it is combined with some natural treasures, the effect may be better.
Teacher, you are professional in this regard. Yi Bai flattered Zhang Lingxue a little and put 2 bottles of blood-red potions in Zhang Lingxue's hands.
Zhang Lingxue carefully did a test. Sure enough, just as Yi Bai said, in the instrument simulation, it can activate cells and enhance immunity. In order to ensure the effect, Zhang Lingxue also injected one of the drugs into her body. Sure enough, the fatigue of the past few days was swept away, her face became pink and tender, and her skin was as smooth as jade. If this thing is developed, it is estimated that it can become a holy product for beauty care. In order to solve the stubborn disease of the body, Principal Zhang has seen countless famous doctors. The problem that so many doctors are helpless to solve was actually solved by Yi Bai. Please vote. Although it cannot completely cure the stubborn disease, it gives Principal Zhang a way to prolong his life. In this way, Zhang Lingxue can spend more time looking for the antidote for this toxin or cultivating a pet that can absorb this toxin. Zhang Lingxue almost cried with joy, but she still held back in front of Yi Bai.
Teacher, I have a question now. that is, how should I deal with the blood cores collected by these sunflowers? Should I hand them over to the Pet Beast Union? Yi Bai showed a very distressed look. These blood cores are actually the spoils of the Pet Beast Union. Just pretend you don't know anything. Anyway, I think the people in the Pet Beast Union don't care much about the blood cores. Many people will think that the blood cores are absorbed by the sunflowers. If you give some to the people in the Pet Beast Union, they will think you have more in your hands. Zhang Lingxue sneered, revealing her swan-like white neck. She smiled, revealing two sweet dimples. People are greedy. If you take out all the crystal cores, you will offend everyone. Isn't this asking for trouble? Just keep this to yourself. If you don't say it and I don't say it, no one will know about it. Zhang Lingxue is not a pedantic person. This is the harvest that his disciples risked their lives to get. Why give it to others? And when she asked Wang Jinin looked down on those blood cores. The attitude of the staff of the Pet Beast Union also shows that they don't care about the retention of blood cores. The blood cores are full of violent consciousness, and pets are unwilling to absorb them. Otherwise, when cleaning the battlefield, they would not leave with their noses pinched, and leave all the cleaning work to Sunflower. If there is an idea of collecting blood cores, someone would have proposed it long ago. Would it be Sunflower's turn to pick up the leak? Wouldn't it be a waste of trouble to hand in the blood cores at this time? Anyway, no one except Yi Bai can enter his own research institute, so it is still safe to put the blood cores here. Yi Bai had just used the Eye of Insight to look through all the silkworms in the research institute. He unexpectedly discovered that 3 silkworms were relatively compatible with the blood core in his hand. Name, silkworm, gender, female, personality, optimistic, skills, impact, silk spinning, evolution route 1, gray poison moth. It can naturally evolve into a gray poison moth when the time comes. Evolution route 2, blood poison moth, 100 grams of 3rd order spiritual power crystal core, 10 2nd order blood cores, and the flesh and blood of 2nd order alien beasts. The higher the level of the flesh and blood, the higher the success rate of evolving into a blood poison moth. The evolution success rate is 68%. Since the Eye of Insight evolved, Yi Bai found that he could actually see the success rate of evolution, which is really too strange. The initial success rates of the remaining 2 silkworms were 72% and 83%. According to the information that the higher the level of the flesh and blood, the higher the success rate of the blood poison moth evolution. Yi Bai knew very well that the flesh and blood of alien beasts played a key role in the evolution of the blood poison moth. Yi Bai, this blood essence and these spiritual power crystal cores will be of great use to the teacher. Those things can be considered as the teacher borrowing them from you. Zhang Lingxue knows the value of these things. Yi Bai waved his hand at this time. Teacher, we are a family, so let's not talk about two sides. You said this, it is clear that you don't regard me as a direct disciple. It just so happens that I haven't given the apprenticeship gift yet? These things can be considered as the apprenticeship gift. Teacher, I will see if I can research another evolutionary route for the 100 changes silkworm during this period of time. I will not go to some unimportant courses. Except for practical classes and experimental classes, Yi Bai basically does not need to attend other classes. As long as it is a course involving memory, he can naturally remember everything with his gift of photographic memory. By the way, there is something I need to inform you about. Your Sunflower King organized the sunflower to clean the blood and flesh of the bloody rats, preventing the blood from flowing into the Jiaying River and preventing the plague from appearing. So the Pet Beast Union of Jiaying City plans to give your Sunflower King a Jiaying City Excellent Pet Beast Medal. In addition, Principal Lu decided to set up the arena at 10 a.m. 3 days later, which is Thursday, to select talents for the city-level Phoenix Cup. Remember not to miss this selection. Otherwise, the school will not open a back door for you. After Zhang Lingxue finished speaking, she put the remaining potion, the heart of the 4th-level Bloody Rat King, and the spiritual power crystal core into the pet beast space. Then she ran out in a hurry. With the blood essence, the teacher should be able to mix a more advanced potion. Even if the stubborn disease cannot be completely eliminated, it should be able to make the old principal live more comfortably. Yi Bai immediately began the evolution experiment of the 100 changes silkworm. He found that although he could see the evolutionary route with the Eye of Insight, there were many details that the Eye of Insight did not reveal. One of them was the order in which the evolutionary materials were put in, which would affect the results of the experiment. With the gift of the Eye of Insight, the research process was much smoother, but experimental experience was still very important. But before that, Yi Bai hurried back to the breeding house. He still had the corpse of the Bloody Rat King in his hand. If he took it out in the research institute, Zhang Lingxue would definitely know about it. If the blood core could be pushed to the Sunflower King, how could he explain the corpse of the bloody Rat King? This was not explainable at all, and it would also expose Dahui. If the organization that had been looking for Dahui knew that Dahui was still alive, they would definitely do whatever it took to catch Dahui back.
After returning to the breeding house, the Sunflower King was lazily basking in the sun.
The cluck chicken was standing on the roof with its head tilted and clucking.
Two little snow dogs were chasing each other's tails, and their destructive power was comparable to that of Era. This guy was the pet that Dahui had picked up some time ago. Yi Bai was actually quite curious about why Dahui could always pick up strange pets.
This little snow dog was almost the same value as the little snowball, and its evolved form, the Blizzard Wolf King, was famous for being handsome.
Yi Bai locked the door of the breeding house and made sure that no one had entered the breeding house. Then he took out the beast card from his arms and released the headless body of the bloody Rat King. With a plop, the body of the bloody Rat King, which was as big as an adult bison, fell to the ground, and blood flowed all over the ground.
Sunflower King.
Yi Bai frowned and shouted to the Sunflower King.
The Sunflower King ran over happily. It could feel the blood in front of it had a great attraction to it.
Please vote. Sun Cao's eyebrows were curved, showing a beautiful, not a typo, expression. The blood of this bloody Rat King feels like drinking Shadaozi wine, which is very exciting. When Yi Bai's father was still alive, he would occasionally have a drink with sunflower, which was the most common Shadaozi wine. One person and one flower sat side by side, listening to the man talking about his experiences. The breeze blows gently, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of wine and the slight fragrance of flowers. It's a pity that things have changed. The dripping blood was absorbed by the Sunflower King, leaving a layer of bloody smell wrapped around its body, but it soon turned into the fragrance of flowers. Sun Cao absorbed the life crystal dew condensed from essence and blood, which was of great help to Yi Bai's evolution of the Eye of Insight. It's a pity that the amount is too small, and Yi Bai hasn't used instruments to detect the ingredients. However, this crystal dew of life requires a large amount of flesh and blood to be condensed. Only the level of the beast tide can gather enough flesh and blood to condense the life crystals. Perhaps, I can set up a company called Sunflower Cleaning Company to clean up the remaining traces of the beast tide. It just happened that the news in the next city was also reporting that small-scale beast tides broke out in surrounding cities at the same time. They will definitely discuss how to clean up the corpses of alien beasts after the beast tide breaks out. The high-level ones must have been taken away by the Pet Beast Guild and sold. As for the low-level ones, it is very likely that they will be burned on the spot or hired by a professional company to clean them up. Every time an animal tide breaks out, there are some places that cannot be cleaned, the stench is high, and a plague may break out. But sunflowers can clean it completely and emit a floral fragrance that is harmless to humans and animals. The more Yi Bai thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible. When Zhang Lingxue came back, he planned to mention it to his teacher first. Relying on her huge network of connections, she established the Sunflower Cleaning Company. This has three major benefits. First, the local animal trade union has benefited from efficient and pollution-free cleaning methods at the lowest price. Second, Yi Bai got benefits. During the cleaning process, the sunflower will take away all the crystal nuclei that no one has taken away, and secretly hide the treasures left on the alien beasts in its own petals. In this way, when I conduct experiments with Zhang Lingxue in the future, I will not be short of basic materials, and I can also make a small fortune. Thirdly, the Sunflower Group will also advance one after another during this process. Yi Bai can also purchase sunstones from outside to promote the evolution of the Sunflower Group and achieve a virtuous cycle. This is a method that kills 3 birds with 1 stone and is beneficial and harmless. Anyway, there are so many second-level sunflowers in Shinshan Middle School, which are just idle for display in the secret realm. They might as well do something meaningful. It can also promote the reputation of Shinshan Middle School. Shinshan Middle School is very famous in Jiaying City, but not many people know it outside of Jiaying City. Daigui, help me cut up the body of this bloody Rat King. First remove its limbs, and then chop the remaining torso into small pieces. The meat of the alien beasts is mainly concentrated in the limbs and trunk. Yi Bai plans to use the trunk parts and internal organs to feed the versatile silkworms. The limbs were sold on the black market. Dahui waved his big hand and popped out claws as sharp as daggers. I only saw a flash of cold light, and the body of the bloody Rat King, as hard as steel, was torn into pieces. The limbs were completely removed, and the torso was divided into palm-sized pieces.
Blood flowed all over the ground, and the Sunflower King stretched out its rhizome and cleaned up the blood and essence of the blood-violent Rat King. The petals on its body are delicate and green, exuding a warm light like jade. Yi Bai can feel that the Sun Cow King is in a good mood now. Now we have to wait for time to allow you to evolve. Yi Bai whispered to the Sun Cow, who was the elder of the Fanyuan Nurture House. The Sunflower King shook the petals slightly in response. According to the evolutionary route provided by the Eye of Insight, the Sunflower King needs to take Sun Crystal at noon on the day of beginning of summer to complete the final evolution and officially become the king of the Sunflower clan. Generally speaking, the 4th level Sunflower is basically finished, unless there are other evolutionary routes. This is also the reason why very few people in the entire Blue Star have contracted with Sunflower, because they believe that Sunflower has insufficient potential and is at the 4th level, unable to become a top powerhouse. If they knew that the Sun Cow could condense a treasure like Life Crystal, they would definitely flock to it. Little Snow Dog, help me. Yi Bai walked over and patted the little Snow Dog on the head. The little Snow Dog slowly raised his head, showing a confused expression. Do Saha? The two of them look a little silly. The ground was covered with paper torn by them, and the wall was covered with twisting scratches. It looked like the proud work of these two little guys. Help use the cold air to freeze the meat of these exotic beasts. After Yi Bai repeated this several times, the two little snow dogs finally nodded slowly. They opened their mouths so wide that they could hardly breathe, and then they blew out streams of cold air from their mouths. The cold air turned into white gas upon contact with the hot air, and fell on the alien beast's body. The meat of the alien beast gradually became frozen, and traces of white frost appeared on the meat. After using the skill for a while, the little snow dog was exhausted and panting. Seeing this, Dehui felt very distressed. He quickly held the two little snow dogs in his arms and stuffed 2 drops of nectar produced by sunflowers into the little snow dogs. The nectar of sunflowers is very good for newborn elves. It can restore physical strength. Eating more can also strengthen the body. Yi Bai knocked on the frozen beast meat and made a clanging sound. It seemed that it was frozen solid. He put the frozen beast meat into the space card, and the door of the breeding house made a dong 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 sound. Yi Bai opened the door and saw that it was a huge big-mouthed pelican. This is a very common pet animal. Because it has good physical strength and strong endurance, it is often hired by logistics companies to deliver express. The big-mouthed pelican carries a black and white vest on its back. Its big mouth is yellow. Just now, it knocked on Yi Bai's door with its beak. The big-mouthed pelican handed Yi Bai a beautifully crafted letter, and then threw out the QR code on his chest. This big-mouthed pelican was also an old acquaintance of Yi Bai. He used to be a courier who specialized in delivering to Fanyuan Breeding House. It is said that its business ranked first in the entire area, and it has won the medal of the best courier for many years. This is after Yi Bai moved here. The big-mouthed pelican also followed. After Yi Bai scanned the QR code, the big-mouthed pelican tidied up his hair, flapped his wings and flew away. Asking for votes at this time, Yi Baizi saw the detailed information of this big-mouthed pelican. Name, large-billed pelican, also known as shark-billed pelican, gender, male, character, stubborn, level, 2nd level peak, LV20, skill, downwind, proficient gently flap the wings to generate 2 wind masses to assist flight. Scream loudly, skilled open your big mouth and let out a sharp and harsh sound. Wing flapping, skilled use strong and powerful wings to flapping the enemy to achieve a sure hit effect. Space capsule, the natural skill of this big-mouthed pelican. A fixed-size space is formed in the mouth to store supplies. The space will expand as the strength of the big-mouthed pelican increases. Evolution Route 1, Storm Pelican, 3rd level wind attribute Crystal Core *3, Storm Essence *3, enter the location of the tornado, feel the power of the strong wind, and complete the final evolution. It is the darling of the wind, and the evolution success rate is 63%. Evolution Route 2, Thunder Pelican, 4th level Thunder attribute Crystal Core *1, Thunder Essence *1, rush into the Thunder Valley covered with dark clouds, withstand the attack of 9 wild thunders, the evolution success rate is 52%. Evolution Route 3, Space Pelican, 1/4 order Space attribute Crystal Core, 1 Space Crystal, and 10 drops of Life Crystal dew produced by the 4th order Sunflower. Enter the place where the space is broken and understand the space cutting. Skills can be evolved, and the evolution success rate is 33%. A large-mouthed pelican actually has 3 evolutionary routes, which really shocked Yi Bai. No wonder this big-mouthed pelican is the fastest delivery pelican in this area. It turns out that it has a space in its body, but I don't know how big it is. Judging from these 3 evolutionary routes,
The third evolutionary route has the lowest success rate, but it is also the strongest. Regardless of the success rate, it is also difficult to find the evolution materials.
There are very few pet beasts with spatial attributes, and the most famous one is the void jellyfish. This is a very terrifying beast. Wherever it passes, the void will be split apart. And this kind of void jellyfish only lives in places where space cracks appear. They absorb the space energy from the space cracks and thrive. As for the space crystal, it is the concentrated essence of the space stone. This kind of thing is extremely rare.
Even if there are 10,000 space stones, there may not be even one space crystal. As for the life crystal dew produced by the fourth-level sunflower, it is estimated that a large number of beasts are needed to produce a sufficient amount.
Sometimes, it does not mean that having the eye of insight is equivalent to having everything.
The difficulty of obtaining evolutionary materials must also be considered. Most of the evolution materials are really difficult to obtain.
Blue Star has experienced the era of invasion by alien beasts.
As the two planes merged with each other, Blue Star's territory expanded more than 10 times. The land area of Yen Kingdom has also expanded more than 10 times, and nearby small countries have joined Yen Kingdom and established the Yen Kingdom alliance led by Yen Kingdom. The larger the land area, the greater the scope of defense.
Preventing the invasion of alien beasts has become the top priority of the Yen Kingdom alliance. Many evolution materials are either obtained from the beast tide or from the forests where alien beasts live.
Zhang Lingxue hurried to where Principal Zhang was.
This is a 3-story hut that looks very simple from the outside. There are 2 clones of hellfire guarding the door.
Their bodies were burning with black hellfire, and they were like 2 door gods guarding the door, one on the left and one on the right, to prevent unscrupulous people from rushing in.
After seeing Zhang Lingxue's arrival, hellfire gave way to the gate. Principal Zhang was resting with his eyes closed.
The tide of beasts in recent days had made him exhausted. He was old, and he had never felt that time pass so quickly, but he no longer had the energy to see the great mountains and rivers of the Yenguo alliance.
Principal Zhang released a barrier in the hut. As soon as Zhang Lingxue entered the hut, he opened his tired eyes. He looks older and older now.
He originally looked like he was only in his 40s. Don't be irritated, high-level beast masters can slow down aging, but now he is a thin, senile old man, as if a breeze has blown by.
Able to blow him to the ground. Xiuxue, if you don't stay well at school, why are you here with this bad old man like me?
Principal Zhang said angrily that he had already said that there was no need to come here unless there were special circumstances, so as not to delay Zhang Lingxue's research. Grandpa, I have made a great discovery, which may be able to cure the stubborn diseases in your body.
Zhang Lingxue took out the nutritional potion made by Yi Bai from the pet space.
The dark red potion shimmered in the glass bottle, exuding the color of top-grade pigeon blood rubies.
Xiaoxue, don't waste your efforts again.
I know my body, but so many famous doctors are unable to do anything about the stubborn diseases in my body. Principal Zhang let out a long sigh. I know you care about me, but I hope you can put your energy into research and contribute to the development of the Yenguo alliance.
If you can do this, Grandpa, I will very happy. I was the one who dragged you down.
You originally had a bright future. You could have entered the Imperial Research Institute, become a professor at Imperial University, and carried out your various researches. In the end, in order to take care of me, a bad old man, you joined Shinshan Middle School under everyone's puzzled gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up at Zhang Lingxue's red eyes. She looked at Principal Zhang stubbornly, her voice trembling slightly. Grandpa, you are my only relative in the world.
I don't want to lose you.
Research can be done at any time, but the only person in my heart is you. You are an invincible hero, and it is impossible for you to be defeated by this little stubborn disease. Looking at Zhang Lingxue like this, Principal Zhang finally softened his heart. Since you think your discovery is useful to me, I will try it. Principal Zhang had long lost hope. Even the very precious life spirit seed that specifically replenished vitality had no effect on him.
He now couldn't remember where he put the life spirit seed. I'm old, and my memory has deteriorated.
Principal Zhang has reached the age of knowing his destiny. He still has one last mission now. He has to find the nest of the Gospel Society and use the last means to die with the cadres of the Gospel Society.
This is the last contribution he can make to Yin country.
Zhang Lingxue injected the nutritional medicine into Principal Zhang's arm, which was covered with blue veins and wrinkles. His arm was so thin that it seemed that only a layer of skin was left. His arm was covered with dense needle holes, some of which had not yet healed. This was because after being poisoned, self-healing was limited, and Principal Zhang used his huge mental power to suppress it. Now that his mental power was polluted, his condition was getting worse. Seeing this, Zhang Lingshue's nose was sore, and she pushed the nutritional medicine into Principal Zhang's body. At first, Principal Zhang looked indifferent, but soon, he felt a tingling sensation at the wound. A warm current flowed to his limbs and bones, and he seemed to be soaking in a hot spring. Asking for votes, the pain of burning all over the body and ants gnawing at the heart disappeared at this moment. Deafening snoring came from Principal Zhang. At this moment, he fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Lingxue saw Principal Zhang like this, and she cried with joy. You know, Principal Zhang hasn't slept for a long time since he was diagnosed with a chronic disease. No matter what prescription the genius doctor prescribed, Principal Zhang could only take a short nap, instead of entering a deep sleep like now. Sure enough, this blood essence is useful. If it is combined with other natural treasures, it may restore Grandpa's cells. However, there is still a difficulty in front of Zhang Lingxue. That is how to remove the toxins hidden in Grandpa's blood. This toxin is very hidden. Even if the blood in his body is replaced again, it will appear again after a while. These toxins are like a carbuncle attached to the bone. It is difficult to completely remove them. This is why the genius doctor is helpless. They have never seen such a strange toxin. It cannot be detected by instruments and equipment at ordinary times, but it really exists. Now we can only take one step at a time. It is a great blessing to find a way to relieve Grandpa's stubborn illness. Principal Zhang slept for 12 hours before slowly waking up. He felt that he was in a very good state at this time. The recovery of cell activity relieved his pain a lot. The needle holes on his arm began to scab and fall off, and his body's self-healing ability began to recover. The effect is good. At least it can make me fall asleep. At this time, Zhang Lingxue took out the white spiritual power crystal core. Grandpa, this is the spiritual power crystal core I found from the body of the mutated bloody rat king. These crystal cores contain extremely pure spiritual power. It should be able to replace the polluted part of you. The old principal took it over disapprovingly, and his spirit just came into contact with the spiritual power crystal core. A cool breath rushed into the sea of consciousness. Most of the sea of consciousness is blue, with only a small part of chaotic black. But at the moment the breath entered the sea of consciousness, this part of the black sea of consciousness calmed down a little at this moment. It works, it really works. The old principal has used all the high-level crystal cores, but none of them are as useful as the small third-level crystal core. This just proves a common saying that you can't just use expensive medicines when you treat a disease, you must use the right medicine. Only by taking the right medicine can you treat your own injuries. After seeing that this spiritual power crystal core has an effect on him, the old principal's eyes fell on the pile of spiritual power crystal cores. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining crystal cores all exploded, and an extremely pure spiritual power was injected into the old principal's sea of consciousness. Like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, it weakened that part of the black sea of consciousness a lot. The old principal laughed, he stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and made a crackling sound. The originally hunched back straightened up, and the old principal walked like a dragon and a tiger. At this time, he was like a mighty and domineering lion. I didn't expect that the solution to the stubborn disease that so many people are helpless to find is actually found in the first-level mole. Xiuxue, I will find a way to get this mole secret realm from Wang Jinin. My hope of recovery may be in this secret realm. This secret realm is also of great value and should be handed over to Yin country. There are many pet masters like me whose mental power is contaminated, and these mental power crystal cores can be used for treatment. The old principal could feel that if there were more mental power crystal cores, the contaminated part of his sea of consciousness could be completely removed. At this time, Zhang Lingshue's face showed a guilty look again. Grandpa, let me draw another tube of your blood, and I will test it again to see if there is any latest progress. On the other side, Yi Bai has returned to the laboratory. He put the 300 changed silkworms that were about to evolve into blood poison moths in the laboratory. Then he used a machine to cut the 4th-level alien beast's flesh and blood into the size of a thumb cap and fed it to the 300 changed silkworms. After the silkworms ate the flesh, their eyes were bloodshot, and they looked like crazy. A faint blood mist emerged on their jade-white skin. They twisted their bodies and looked very painful. The 3 silkworms collided with each other, making a thumping sound. It seems that the 4th-level exotic beast meat is still a bit too much for the silkworms. Yi Bai touched his chin and secretly recorded it in his notebook. He also turned on the camera in the laboratory. These will become important materials for recording the evolution of the silkworms.
Yi Bai has just made a detailed examination of the 3 silkworms.
He found that the cell activity of these silkworms is extremely high, which may be the key factor for the silkworms to evolve into blood-poisonous moths. Successfully researching a new evolutionary route does not mean simply publishing the evolutionary materials needed for evolution.
The entire research process is also crucial, and the purpose is to achieve the reproducibility of evolution. All pets must take all aspects into consideration during the evolution process.
The discovery of each evolutionary route is hard one. Through the eye of insight, Yi Bai could observe that the success rate of the silkworm's evolution fluctuated, just like riding a roller coaster. One of the silkworm's eyes began to rotate, and its body began to swell up, like a fermented steamed bun. No, this silkworm can't absorb the flesh and blood of the 4th-level beast, and it is about to explode.
Da Hui, stop it quickly. The explosion of this silkworm will inevitably affect the remaining 2 silkworms.
But at this moment, countless steel-like rhizomes suddenly broke out of the ground, wrapping the 3 silkworms tightly. The rich blood on the silkworms was directly sucked away by the roots of the Sunflower King. The silkworm that was about to explode was saved, and its body returned to its original size, but its expression was very depressed.
At this time, the Sunflower King threw nectar into the mouth of the silkworm, and a cold breath fell into the depressed mouth of the silkworm. After a while, the silkworm recovered and jumped up and down. Awesome! Sunflower King!
Yi Bai touched the little head of the Sunflower King. It seems that the first step of feeding the 4th-level exotic beast meat is wrong. The 100-change silkworm will explode and die because it cannot withstand the power of the 4th-level flesh and blood. It seems that the order of feeding evolutionary materials must be changed. Yi Bai waited until the body of the 100-change silkworm was almost recovered before conducting the second experiment. This time, he first fed the 2nd-level blood core to the 100-change silkworm. Not long after, the chaotic energy in the blood core made the 100-change silkworm lose its mind again. However, this time, with the Sunflower King taking action in advance to restrain them, they did not collide with each other. But after adding the 4th-level exotic beast meat, there was still a problem. It's the last day. Please vote if Sun Cow hadn't absorbed the blood mist energy from them in time. These 3 versatile silkworms might have exploded and died. In this way, Yi Bai's pet beast evolution experiment will end in failure, and he will not be able to choose a suitable versatile silkworm to continue the experiment in the short term. Unexpectedly, after experiencing the beast tide, Sun Cow absorbed countless flesh and blood essences and mastered such a special blood-sucking ability. Yi Bai was looking at Sun Cow's skill list and accidentally saw the skill of blood-sucking. Blood-sucking, entry restore one's own physical strength by absorbing the opponent's blood. Although there was only a short introduction, Yi Bai felt that this skill was extraordinary from the moment Sun Cow used it. After all, whose blood-sucking skills can prevent the pet beast from exploding? Sun Cow didn't have this skill a few days ago, but today it suddenly appeared. It can only be said that the water in the pet world is too deep for Yi Bai to hold it. It can be explained from the side that pet beasts learn skills in various ways. But now Yi Bai's focus falls on experiments. Which key step did this go wrong? Yi Bai felt that the biggest problem lay in the bodies of 4th-level alien beasts. Because of the 4th-level alien meat, the entire ratio of evolutionary materials was wrong. So do the number of blood cores and the weight of mental power crystal cores also need to be relatively increased? The Eye of Insight gives the evolution route and evolution materials, and that is when Yi Bai uses the meat of 2nd-level alien beasts. However, the Eye of Insight did not give a specific number of exotic animal meat to invest. This is probably the key factor affecting the success rate. Although the use of 2nd-level exotic animal meat can allow the variety silkworm to evolve into a blood-poisonous moth smoothly, Yi Bai guessed that the blood-poisonous moth evolved in this way will only be a 2nd-level pet beast. Using the 4th-level exotic animal meat should allow the blood-poison moth to break through to the 3rd level. The strength of the 2nd-level and 3rd-level pet beasts is naturally self-evident. In order to verify whether my guess is correct, Yi Bai adjusted the weight ratio of blood core and mental power crystal core, and he planned to continue the experiment. The blood core activates the genes in the variety silkworm, making the blood venomous moth's genes active. The mental power crystal core is the consciousness and energy that allows the variety silkworm to suppress the chaos of the blood core. The high-level exotic animal meat provides powerful energy, allowing the variety silkworm to break through the class bottleneck. According to this experimental idea, it should be correct. But the successive failures made Yi Bai confused as to where he had neglected.
It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Sun Kao suppressed the self-destruction trend of variety silkworm again.
Yi Bai was also hungry at this time. He didn't feel hungry when he was doing the experiment, but he became hungry after he relaxed. He looked up at his watch and smiled bitterly. It turned out that it was already so late. The food that De Hui brought over had been reheated several times. At this time, it looked at Yi Bai with a worried look. Yi Bai just now was really scary. He was like a man possessed, performing experiments over and over again. This reminded Dahui of his old days in the laboratory. Since it broke the curse of life, Dahui's lost memories have come back one after another. Yi Bai looked up and saw Dahui's worried look, and his heart softened. He hugged Dahui and felt Dahui's furry fur. It's soft, like cotton, and has a nice floral scent on it, just like the sun. Big Hui, don't worry, I'm fine. I was in trouble just now. It won't happen again. Yi Bai put his head into Dahui's belly, and a gurgling sound came from it. Failure is the mother of success, and these sets of failure data are quite precious. At this time, Zhang Lingxue came over happily. When she saw that Yi Bai was still in the laboratory, she became very curious. She has confirmed that blood essence and spiritual power core are useful to Principal Zhang. For this reason, she specially drew a tube of blood and came to the laboratory for testing. After learning that Yi Bai was a little unhappy because he had done more than a dozen sets of experiments and failed to achieve the expected results, Zhang Lingxue smiled. Yi Bai, do you know how long it took me to evolve the variety silkworm into the light goddess butterfly? It took me 3 years to detect a successful evolutionary route. I have done countless experiments over and over again. Sometimes, I can't hold on anymore. But my scientific research spirit does not allow me to give up like this. When I wasn't doing experiments, I would repeatedly check my failed experiment records to look for breakthroughs. Every time I have an inspiration or make progress in an experiment, I get excited. This should be the joy of research. Almost all researchers come here this way. Zhang Lingxue said with emotion and looked at the incandescent lamp in the laboratory. Everyone praised me for being the youngest professor. I looked so beautiful standing under the bright lights. But all of this is the result of my experiments day and night. And there are many researchers who are still moving forward in despair. The path of a researcher is destined to be lonely. Zhang Lingxue's emotion shocked Yi Bai greatly. Actually, in the eyes of teachers, the talent of photographic memory is as important as the eye of insight. They are both top talents used for scientific research. Photographic memory is rated as a D-level talent, which is a bit low-key. Awakening this talent of photographic memory means that you have strong mental power, and you can find the deficiencies of the experiment faster than normal people. Just like after I got your reminder, my dark butterfly evolved successfully. The changeable silkworm also has an additional evolutionary route. So the teacher warns you that if you want to be a researcher, you should pursue this path. You are destined to accept failure and find a shortcut to success from failure. This is the meaning of research. Okay, it's getting late. You should go back and rest early. Zhang Lingxue put on a white coat and protective glasses, surrounding herself tightly. The goddess of light butterfly also deliberately lowered a layer of light circle to protect Zhang Lingxue. I need to test something, which may be dangerous, so you go back and rest first. After I finish the test, I will let the goddess of light butterfly use the purification skill to avoid unknown risks. Yi Bai understood what Zhang Lingxue meant. He walked out with Dahui and Sunflower King. The 300 changed silkworms were sleeping soundly in the isolated laboratory table, so Yi Bai ignored them. Zhang Lingxue took out Principal Zhang's blood and performed a deep blood dialysis distribution test, and finally found the cause. Please vote. It's the last day unconsciously, a month has passed, and Daeju opened this book despite the opposition of his friends. Many people say that the frequency of taming beasts is cool, chilling, and exciting. This book is not good. If you can't continue writing, you will only lose everything. But Daeju thinks that I have polished this book for a long time, so I will show it to the handsome men and beautiful women of Qidian. I revised every chapter word by word, but like many authors, I didn't find some typos. I also listened to everyone and made a lot of revisions. There is no way. Daeju is a full-time writer and has been writing books for many years. He has been famous on other platforms before, but the articles I wrote are mainly slow-burning. Now it is popular to have a golden 3 chapters, which mainly attract readers' attention and keep readers. This is a bit difficult for me, a slow-burning author. Everyone says that Qidian is a platform for proving the truth, and handsome men with beautiful faces and kind hearts have a pair of fiery eyes.
The bad places will be picked out. Read this book quietly. In fact, Daeju has been laying the groundwork. Thanks to my editor Pang Lai, who taught me very patiently, is a very nice person and looks quite handsome. The best result of this book was 51st on the new book list on Qidian. It was a little regretful that it didn't make the top 50. It was 12th on the fantasy list, which was also a pity that it didn't make the top 10. It was in the top 10 of the Q new book list and the top 3 of the fantasy list. I hope everyone can have a good start together. I hope this book will get better and better. Thank you everyone. The rule for adding more chapters is to add one chapter for the first 100 orders. In this way, it will be added every 100 stacks. Please vote, please vote, please vote. Hi everyone, there were actually white and fat bugs in Principal Zhang's blood. These bugs were very small, even smaller than normal cells. The high-power microscope in the instrument magnified them and showed that these bugs were covered with sharp teeth, and some of them had their mouths biting the cell walls. It was just that these bugs were sleeping motionlessly. Zhang Lingxue was extremely shocked. No wonder Grandpa described the pain of being bitten by thousands of poisonous insects and his whole body was burned by fire. She finally understood why no matter how many famous doctors and saints there were, they could not cure Grandpa's stubborn illness. His body was full of dense little bugs, which was the real reason why his health was getting worse and worse. No wonder the toxins were expelled wave after wave, and even blood transfusions did not work. It turned out that these little bugs were causing trouble. In this drop of blood alone, countless little bugs can be seen. Wouldn't there be more in Grandpa's body, which became a nest for the reproduction of little bugs? It is no wonder that Grandpa, as a high-level pet trainer, aged so quickly. His body has become a breeding ground for insects and is full of holes. No matter how many panaceas he takes, it will only make the insects reproduce faster. Moreover, these little insects are also very alert. The hospital has more sophisticated instruments, but when the blood test was done, nothing was found. What does this mean? Either there is a ghost in the hospital, who does not want Grandpa to recover and gave a false test report, or the instrument cannot detect it at all. If it is the former reason, it is okay. If it is the latter reason, it means that these insects are intelligent, which is creepy. Whether this is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, Zhang Lingxue is not sure. Shocked, Zhang Lingxue hurriedly took the test report and the test sample and walked out. She wanted to find her teacher to see what this thing is. Goddess of Light Butterfly, use purification. Before leaving, Zhang Lingxue specially asked the Goddess of Light Butterfly to use purification to sterilize the entire laboratory. She was afraid that there were already these horrible little bugs in the laboratory. Fortunately, she had done a thorough job of protection before the test. The Goddess of Light Butterfly emitted a blazing white light that illuminated the entire laboratory, but it woke up one of the sleeping 100-change silkworms. The 100-change silkworm, which had just woken up, looked up and saw a tube of blood sample placed on the table by Zhang Lingxue. The 100-change silkworm's eyes lit up, and it was just a little hungry. Originally, the 100-change silkworm was an omnivorous pet that could eat anything. After Yibai used blood cores and high-level alien beast meat to cultivate it, it fell in love with the incomparably sweet taste of blood. A special pet evolution site was set up in the laboratory, with 5 corners surrounded by fully transparent glass windows, and a thick layer of grass on the ground. There is a special glass window here, about the size of a basketball, which is used to facilitate Yibai to throw evolution materials. In the case of a pet going berserk, the glass window can be directly buckled. These glasses are bulletproof glass that can resist the attack of 5th-level alien beasts, and they are very expensive. Just now, because Yibai left in a hurry and forgot to close the glass window, the silkworm directly pushed the glass window open with its tongue. It rubbed its rumbling stomach with its crimson tongue. Then, the silkworm suddenly spurted out a blood-red silkworm thread from its mouth, targeting the tube of blood sample. The silkworm pulled the tube of blood sample to its side, opened its sharp mouth, and swallowed the tube of blood sample with a click. At the end, the silkworm burped, and it immediately felt a strong sense of sleepiness. The silkworm fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. In its sleep, it exuded a blood-red light, just like a fine pigeon blood ruby. The skin of the silkworm seemed to have many invisible things, as if something wanted to get out of the body of the silkworm. However, because the silkworm was tempered by Yibai using evolutionary materials to be extremely hard, those things did not succeed. Soon, the blood-red light faded away, and the skin returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. The silkworm turned over, smacked its mouth a few times, and fell into a deep sleep again.
The next day, when Yibai woke up, he looked over and over again at the record of yesterday's failed experiment, trying to find the most suitable evolutionary ratio. Yesterday's silkworms have swallowed a lot of blood cores, and their foundations have been laid very solid.
In the later stage, the phenomenon of self-explosion is not very obvious.
Stick to it and find the right evolutionary ratio.
The silkworm will eventually evolve into a blood poison moth. Yibai muttered to himself.
Although most of the energy was absorbed by the Sunflower King, a small part of it remained and was constantly stimulating the genes of the blood poison moth.
Moreover, the spiritual power crystal core was also broadening the spiritual power of the silkworms.
These 3 silkworms seemed to have opened their wisdom, and a gleam of light appeared in their eyes from time to time.
After arriving at the laboratory, Yibai followed yesterday's steps and fed the new ratio.
The first few steps were fine, but when it came to feeding the 4th level exotic beast meat, something unusual happened. After eating the 4th level exotic beast meat, 2 of the 100 changing silkworms spit out blood-red silk from their mouths, and they began to make cocoons. This shows that the ratio of the materials this time is correct. Yibai's heart was cheering.
But the last variety silkworm seemed very impatient.
It was drooling and licking the meat residue left on the ground. At this time, its belly was like a drum, and Yibai could hear it clearly even if he leaned a little further away. The ever-changing silkworm became hungrier and hungrier as it ate, its stomach filled with sour water. It felt like it was getting hungrier and hungrier, and it wanted to eat up all the turf on the ground. Its eyes fell on its brother at this time. In its eyes, the versatile silkworms that were spinning cocoons were like 2 pieces of fine fat. A slobber of saliva emerged from the corner of his mouth, and the variety silkworm approached his companion step by step.
"Brother, you smell so good, let me take a bite, just a bite."
Even Yibai could feel that something was wrong with the ever-changing silkworm in front of him. Its eyes were so hungry that they glowed green.
"It's strange, how could this ever-changing silkworm behave like this?"
Yibai raised his eyebrows and continued to throw out the 4th level exotic beast meat. I saw this ever-changing silkworm leaping into the air and catching the alien meat in midair.
The variety silkworm smacked its mouth, and its sharp teeth quickly devoured the 4th level alien beast's flesh.
However, this versatile silkworm felt that after eating the food, instead of buffering the hunger in his stomach, he felt a burning feeling in his stomach, which spread to his entire body. All the cells in its body seemed to be clamoring for hunger, 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 and its body felt like it had been burned by a fierce fire, emitting burning pain. Variety silkworm discovered that only eating could alleviate the pain of this burning fire.
"It's strange. What happened? Why did this ever-changing silkworm change drastically in one night?"
Usually, if you eat a little bit of 4th level exotic beast meat, they will almost explode and die.
And now it actually wants to continue eating.
Yibai believes that this ever-changing silkworm may have to evolve further and need to replenish a lot of energy.
This is a good phenomenon.
If you can cultivate a 4th level blood poison moth, you can write a significant mark on your resume.
It will also be an important bonus for getting admitted as a researcher and breeder.
Since the other 2 variety silkworms are still spinning silk and forming cocoons, in order not to let this variety silkworm disturb the evolution of the other 2 variety silkworms,
Yibai can only continue to put in the meat of the 4th level alien beasts. Sun Cow is always ready to rescue this versatile silkworm to prevent it from exploding to death. But this ever-changing silkworm was like a bottomless pit.
Unknowingly, a small part of the blood-violent Rat King's torso was completely devoured by this ever-changing silkworm.
Even a small portion weighs hundreds of kilograms.
But this ever-changing silkworm was still unyielding and wanted to continue to devour the 4th level flesh and blood. Yibai felt that there was something wrong with the ever-changing silkworm in front of him. The patterned dark pupils opened, and he used the Eye of Insight. What surprised Yibai was that there was a thin layer of mist on this ever-changing silkworm.
"It's strange. This didn't happen yesterday. What changes have happened to this ever-changing silkworm?"
Yibai wondered how one night could change the variety silkworm so much.
Could it be that quantitative changes caused qualitative changes? Swallowed too much blood core? Have you eaten too many spiritual cores?
Or he had mutated after eating the meat of a 4th level alien beast.
This still has to wait for the feedback results from the Eye of Insight. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, the fog dissipated, and the data of the variety silkworm also appeared in Yibai's eyes.
Name, variety silkworm, gender, female, character, paranoid, skills, impact, silk spinning, evolution route 1, gray venomous moth. When the time comes, it can naturally evolve into gray venomous moth. Evolution Route 2, Blood Venomous Moth, 100 grams of 3rd level mental power crystal core, 10 2nd level blood cores, flesh and blood of 2nd level alien beasts. The higher the level of flesh and blood, the higher the success rate of evolving into a blood poisonous moth. Evolution, the success rate is 78%. Evolution Route 3, Blood Goo Butterfly, Level 3 Mental Power Crystal Core, Level 2 Blood Core *10, Mysterious Poison, Satisfied, Level 4 Alien Meat. The more alien meat, the better. The evolution is successful. The rate is 98%. Blood Goo Butterfly, oh my god, how come there is an extra evolution route in one night? What is that mysterious poison and where does it come from? Did someone poison him in the laboratory? No way, someone can sneak into the heavily guarded laboratory silently? Yi Bai was really curious. He really wanted to check yesterday's surveillance to see what happened in the laboratory last night. At this time, his thoughts were in a mess, and he felt like he was constantly cutting and still confused. Since the evolution success rate can reach 98%, all other evolution conditions have been met, and only high-level exotic animal meat is required. It's on the shelves now, please vote. Since it's the weekend, permission is required to correct typos. If there are any typos, I'll go to the editor on Monday to get permission. Yi Bai could only bite the bullet and continue to throw the 4th level alien beast meat in. The 100 Changes silkworm was like a huge meat grinder, devouring the flesh and blood tirelessly. The whole laboratory was filled with the sound of it chewing and swallowing, crunching. Soon the entire torso of the bloody rat king was swallowed by the 100 Changes silkworm, but it still looked hungry. Yi Bai continued to bite the bullet and took out the left front leg of the bloody rat king. His heart was bleeding silently. This left front leg was worth 1 million alliance coins. Doing experiments is really expensive. So the breeder can easily get millions of yuan for evolving a pet. Not expensive, really not expensive. The material cost alone is a lot of money. The 100 Changes silkworm kept eating the alien beast meat, but its body did not grow at all. The blood red mist on its body became more and more, and it became thicker and thicker like blood. Soon the body of the 100 Changes silkworm was covered with blood mist, revealing only the blood red eyes. The only sounds in the lab were the sound of swallowing and chewing. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw the eyes of the variety silkworm, which were emitting a seductive red light. Soon, the left front leg was gone, and the right front leg was also thrown in. Another million alliance coins flew away. However, what made Yi Bai happy was that the variety silkworm's swallowing speed had obviously slowed down. But Yi Bai was a little too early to be thankful, because after swallowing the entire right front leg, the variety silkworm still opened its mouth and pointed in the direction of its mouth with its slender tongue. After the left hind leg was swallowed clean, the variety silkworm finally stopped moving. It yawned and fell to the ground. The blood-red mist gradually became sticky, forming blood-red crystals that covered the variety silkworm. In order to avoid disturbing each other, Yi Bai could only move the other 2 cocooned variety silkworms away and put them in a glass showcase on the side, waiting for them to complete their final evolution. He had a hunch that if the blood poison butterfly could evolve successfully, it would become a 4th level pet. However, the evolutionary route of the 100 Change silkworm to the blood poison butterfly was not easy to replicate. Yi Bai had not figured out where the most critical evolutionary material, the mysterious poison, came from. It was possible that this 100 Change silkworm would evolve into the first and last blood poison butterfly. However, Yi Bai felt that the surveillance video would give him an accurate answer. But when he arrived at the monitoring room, Yi Bai found that he did not have this authority. Of course, Yi Bai could also hack into the internal network through hacking technology. But doing so would feel disrespectful to his teacher. While waiting for the evolution of the blood poison moth and the blood poison butterfly, Yi Bai remembered that he had not read today's intelligence. 1. A dragon-slaying sword is hidden under an ancient bridge across the Jiaying River. Legend has it that the dragon-slaying sword is specifically used to kill dragons that want to escape. The dragon-slaying sword that kills 10 dragons is also called the 10-dragon sword. The sword body has a bronze luster. The dragon-slaying sword that kills 100 dragons is also called the 100-dragon sword. The sword body has a silver-white luster. When you flick the sword body, you can hear a deafening dragon roar. 2. The great poisonous moth with an evolutionary path can evolve into a 6th-level poisonous dragon butterfly after absorbing the crystal core and blood essence of a 6th-level poisonous dragon. 3. A life crystal dew is very rare. After high-level sunflowers absorb the essence of heaven and earth, life crystal dew is condensed from the petals. It is rumored that the 3rd-level sunflower king can also extract life crystal dew after absorbing a large amount of blood and flesh essence. Life Crystal Dew has the effect of prolonging life and curing all diseases. The first life-prolonging effect of Life Crystal Dew is the best. 4. The mandragora grass in Jiaying No. 1 Middle School is about to mature. After years of accumulation, the mandragora grass king has appeared. Its roots are the main raw materials for making the second-level awakening potion. Shenhuang Group is purchasing it at a high price. Be careful that the scream of mandragora grass can cause cardiac arrest. Please cover your ears. 5. A week later, Professor Su Qingxian, director of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, died of a heart attack and did not bring the quick-acting heart-saving pills with her. She fell on the river road of Jiaying Street in Jiaying City at the age of 65. The major project she was in charge of was at a critical stage, which would cause the research of an important project of the Yen State Alliance to stagnate. This issue of intelligence provides a lot of useful information. The whereabouts of the dragon-slaying sword. The evolutionary route of the gray poisonous moth. The way to enter the Shenhuang Group. However, these pieces of information are not as good as the last one. Professor Su Qingxian, director of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, has studied many evolutionary routes and can be said to be a national-level existence. How could such a person be left without protection, and there would be a dramatic situation where he didn't bring the quick-acting heart-saving pills with him? This must be that another country wanted to assassinate Professor Su Qingxian and deliberately provoked her, causing a heart attack. She is an elder respected by all researchers and an idol of all scientific researchers. Such a great and respectable person must not be in trouble. But what can be done to save Professor Su Qingxian's life? Yi Bai could only transform into Y again and send the information out. Although this also has great risks, it is better than doing nothing. Is there a drug that can treat heart disease and let Professor Su get rid of the troubles of the disease? Yi Bai's eyes fell on the crystal dew of life. The sunflower king shuddered immediately, and it rubbed its petals with its thick leaves. Is it because the air conditioner in the laboratory is turned on too high? Why does my body feel cold for no reason? At this time, Yi Bai took out the last part of the blood rat king's body and handed it to the sunflower king with gritted teeth. I hope that the flesh and blood of the fourth-level blood rat king can help the sunflower king condense some life crystals. The sunflower king tilted his head and showed a simple smile on his face. Is there such a good thing? Zhang Lingxue came to a heavily guarded place. After going through layers of review, she came to a screen. Because the situation is urgent, otherwise she would not disturb her teacher. Professor Zhang Lingxue, after approval, you have obtained the permission to call the Imperial Capital Research Institute. Your call will not be recorded, please feel free to call. An electronically synthesized voice came from the speaker next to him. The videophone is dialing. After a long time, an old man in a white coat answered the phone. She was dressed quite simply, with a simple ordinary headband on her head and her hair combed meticulously. She wore a pair of the most ordinary black-framed glasses on her nose. This person is Zhang Lingxue's teacher, the director of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, Professor Su Qingxian. Zhang Lingxue is Professor Su's youngest closed disciple. Professor Su showed a warm and kind smile like the sun. Xiaoxue, you suddenly came to me, what's the urgent matter? Zhang Lingxue nodded, teacher, there is really something I need your help with, it's about my grandfather. Zhang Lingxue passed the information in his hand through an encrypted channel. After Professor Su saw the test report, his expression suddenly changed. Xiaoxue, where did you find this thing? After seeing the old man's expression, Zhang Lingxue realized that Professor Su should recognize what this thing is, and her heart tightened. I detected this thing from my grandfather's blood. Teacher, what on earth is this thing? Professor Su was silent for a while, and then said to Zhang Lingxue, no wonder we haven't detected it all the time. Recently I took over a research and checked a lot of information before I knew about this thing. It's called blood poisoning. It can barely be considered a kind of alien beast. Can it be considered a kind of alien beast? Zhang Lingxue was a little confused by what he said. Professor Su seemed to see Zhang Lingxue's confusion and explained to her, because whether we are exotic beasts or pets, we all start from the first level. But this blood goo can be said to be below the first level, that is, the zero-level exotic beast. It is very weak, no matter what the pet's skills are, it can kill it. But it is also very powerful. As long as it can invade the human body, it will absorb the human blood and reproduce on a large scale. The host will gradually weaken and eventually die. This goo worm is also called an immortal cancer. At this point, Zhang Lingxue was very confused. Teacher? If so, will this goo worm spread like an infectious disease? Professor Su shook his head.
You can treat the goo worm as an ordinary invading cell. When it first enters the human body, it will be swallowed by macrophages and will not multiply in large numbers. Unless a special targeted drug is used, the goo worm will risk being swallowed by macrophages and will successfully enter the human body and multiply the blood goo. At this time, they will begin to secrete a special hormone that will make macrophages mistakenly think that the goo worm is their own kind. As far as I know, this drug is very precious. This should be a man-made disaster. If we knew it was a goo worm from the beginning, there would be special drugs to deal with it. But once the goo worm multiplies in large numbers, there is no good way. At this point, Zhang Lingxue immediately understood. This is someone deliberately putting the goo worm into grandpa's body. Xiaoxue, you should spend some time with your grandfather recently. Blood goo is very active in human blood. They reproduce all the time, which makes people feel extremely painful and want to use suicide to relieve it. When the blood contains a large number of goo worms, it is basically incurable. Strange, in theory, the instrument should be able to detect it from the beginning. But what Su Qingxian said made Zhang Lingxue stunned. Teacher, take a look at the high-definition video I shot. Those goo worms are all asleep. After hearing Zhang Lingxue's words, Su Qingxian was stunned. She began to watch the video sent by Zhang Lingxue carefully to confirm that these goo worms were all asleep. Strange, has your grandfather taken special medicine recently? If the goo worms are all asleep, we can expel the goo worms by changing the blood several times. But the price of doing so is also quite heavy. Your grandfather's strength will continue to decline, and he will eventually become an ordinary person. Can he accept it? Please vote, let me put it this way. I just finished a project recently. It just so happens that we haven't met for such a long time. I'll come to your place to relax. Take a look at your recent research results and see if you've been lazy. Meet your grandfather by the way and do some ideological work on him. Don't worry about my safety. You know how strict my security team is. Su Qingxian said and hung up the phone. When Zhang Lingxue called back, she found that the call was no longer connected. At this time, an electronically synthesized voice came from the video phone. Ms. Zhang, the video phone has only one valid call. If you need to connect again, you need to apply again. Zhang Lingxue knew that no one could change what her teacher decided. There was no point in calling back, so Zhang Lingxue gave up the idea. When she returned to the laboratory, suddenly, did she go to the wrong laboratory? Why are there 3 more giant cocoons in the laboratory, one of which has a different appearance and emits a pigeon blood ruby-like luster? Masaka? Yi Bai succeeded? Zhang Lingxue blinked. She must be dreaming. You know, she has been studying the 100-change silkworm for so long, and the average research time for each evolutionary route is 2 years. Yi Bai did it in 2 days? Zhang Lingxue was dumbfounded. This talent of photographic memory is so terrifying. Yesterday I was still comforting him that failure is the mother of success, but today he killed the old mother of success. Wait. Where is the blood sample I put next to the instrument? Could it be that Yi Bai threw it away? It's over. Zhang Lingxue had a bad premonition. Although she learned from her teacher that the goo worm would not easily infect humans, she didn't know whether her grandfather had eaten so many natural treasures and whether the goo worm would have mutated. At this time, the Sunflower King drilled out from the ground, and it used the rhizome as 2 legs and came to Zhang Lingxue. It's you, little guy. Zhang Lingxue has a good impression of the Sunflower King. She leaned over and rubbed the little head of the Sunflower King. Are you standing by? Where did Yi Bai go? Can you contact him? Before Zhang Lingxue finished her question, Yi Bai came in from the side door. He went to the school cafeteria to buy food. De Hui ran back to the breeding house to entertain Sophia. Now Sophia is a big customer of the entire breeding house. Every time she comes, she will buy a lot of things in the breeding house. But every time she asks De Hui to accompany her, the reason is that the lightning cat is shy and only close to De Hui. Yi Bai, have you seen the test tube I put next to the testing instrument? Zhang Lingxue looked at Yi Bai nervously. If Yi Bai accidentally used it, she would immediately test whether Yi Bai was invaded by these cunning poisonous insects. After Zhang Lingxue asked this, Yi Bai quickly had a bold guess in his mind. It seems that he knows where the mysterious poison came from. Teacher, do you want us to check the surveillance to see where the things are? I came here early in the morning to make sure that I didn't see the test tube. I thought you took it away. After Yi Bai said this, Zhang Lingxue hesitated again. Could it be that I remembered the wrong location?
There have been too many things in the past few days, and it is normal for my memory to be confused.
If only I had the talent of photographic memory.
Oh. I envy my students so much, why don't I have this talent?
Dark and twisted crawling.
Zhang Lingxue quickly came to the monitoring room and retrieved the surveillance video of the laboratory. In the surveillance footage, before Zhang Lingxue left, the test tube was indeed next to the testing instrument. At this time, the goddess of light butterfly appeared with white light all over its body, and one of the silkworms was awakened by the strong light of the goddess of light butterfly. It climbed up in a daze, smacking its mouth. The silkworm seemed to want to find something to eat, and it looked around.
Then its eyes fell on the test tube.
It sneakily pushed the glass window open with its tongue, and then used its silk spinning skill to drag the test tube over little by little. Finally, it opened its huge mouth, chewed up the test tube, and swallowed it. A layer of blood mist also emerged from its body, and finally it returned to calm, and it fell into a deep sleep.
The surveillance here basically proves that the test tube was swallowed by the versatile silkworm.
Yi Bai lowered his head in embarrassment. Sorry, teacher, I forgot to close the window before I left.
That's why the 100-change silkworm swallowed the precious samples you left behind.
Zhang Lingxue waved her hand. Forget it, that thing is not worth mentioning. I see that one of the 100-change silkworms you evolved this time is different.
Could it be that it evolved from that 100-change silkworm?
Yi Bai rubbed his eyebrows. It should be that 100-change silkworm.
It swallowed a lot of 4th-level exotic beast meat that I bought on the black market.
Finally, it spun silk and made a cocoon. Yi Bai's heart was bleeding, nearly 4 million alliance coins. The key is that this 100-change silkworm, it is estimated that the evolutionary route cannot be announced. The mysterious poison played a huge role in the evolution experiment of the blood poison butterfly. And if Yi Bai guessed correctly, this blood poison butterfly should be a 4th-level pet. A high school student with no background invented a 4th-level pet.
What a concept. It's like a young child holding a strategic-level weapon.
After being known, he will definitely be investigated thoroughly. He only thought that inventing a 4th-level pet could be a plus point before, but neglected this point. But he can let Zhang Lingxue publish and attribute the achievement to Zhang Lingxue. It's normal for a discipline leader who discovered the evolutionary route of the silkworm to discover a new evolutionary route of the silkworm.
Now Zhang Lingxue and he have a master-disciple relationship.
Zhang Lingxue's status has risen, and Yi Bai will naturally benefit a lot.
What's more, Zhang Lingxue has a special relationship with Principal Zhang.
This golden thigh is much thicker than he imagined.
Let me see the experimental record.
Yi Bai directly handed the recently handwritten experimental record to Zhang Lingxue, and she looked through it very seriously. These materials were all plucked from the beast tide, which is equivalent to picking them up for free.
You have found an evolutionary route for you in this way. Your talent as a researcher is really terrifying. I was right about you.
Zhang Lingxue was very satisfied. Of course, the more he looked at his apprentice, the more satisfied he was. It's a pity that I have something to do these days, otherwise I would stay here to observe the moment when they break out of their cocoons. Yi Bai, take a good video of the experiment. This may be a major discovery. Yi Bai nodded, and he suddenly remembered the idea he had once thought of to open a sunflower cleaning company. So he mentioned this to Zhang Lingxue. Your idea is quite good. To be honest, the Pet Beast Guild is also having a headache with the cleanup work of the beast tide. Every time there is a beast tide, in addition to the post-disaster reconstruction work, a large sum of money has to be spent on cleaning up the corpses of the alien beasts. This time, I also saw that the sunflower is very effective in cleaning up flesh and blood. I will call other pet beast guilds where the beast tide broke out later to see if they need it.
Do you have enough sunflowers on hand?
If not, you may have to rent the school's sunflowers, so you will have to pay a rent to the school. I will negotiate with the school to split 30% and 70% of the cost. After all, your Sunflower King has to take charge of the overall situation. If it succeeds, our master and apprentice should have no shortage of research materials.
Zhang Lingxue smiled with curved eyebrows.
With such an outstanding student, she felt that she had picked up a great bargain.
At this moment, a crackling sound came from the laboratory.
Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue looked up and found that the two giant cocoons were shaking violently. A hint of excitement appeared on their faces.
This is about to break out of the cocoon.
Two huge blade arms stretched out from the giant cocoon. Blood-red mist emerged from the giant cocoon.
Two wet insects could be seen coming out of it.
Their wings were tightly attached to their backs, and they had 4 blade arms as sharp as sickles. The blood-red mist was wrapped around the blade arms, which looked a bit scary. At this time, the wings on their backs began to stretch out. This action needs to last for a while, and they need to keep filling their wings with blood to let the wings fully unfold. The huge blood-red compound eyes were looking in the direction of Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue. Yi Bai saw a bloodthirsty look in their eyes. Yi Bai, what name do you give them? Zhang Lingxue asked curiously. Blood-poison moths, they are moth pets. Their bodies are wrapped in blood-red mist, and they are pets born for fighting. There are 2 huge skulls on their wings, and they should have poison in their bodies. This is the basis for my name. At this time, Zhang Lingxue discovered that there were 2 huge skulls on the wings of this pet. They flapped their wings, raising gusts of wind, and the blood mist dissipated. The 2 blood poison moths flapped their wings and flew into the air, dancing in the air. Name, blood poison moth, gender, female, personality, cheerful, level 3, level 1, skills, impact, proficient, silk spinning, proficient, bloodstorm, entry summon a highly corrosive blood mist to corrode the opponent. Insect claw, entry use sharp blade arms to attack the enemy. Continuous slash, entry use 4 sharp blade arms to attack the enemy at the same time. Gale, beginner fan out a terrifying gale to attack the enemy, but it has little effect on extremely heavy opponents. Evolutionary route. Yi Bai squinted his eyes. He couldn't see the evolutionary route yet, which proved that the blood poison moth could evolve into a pet beast of level 4 or even level 5 or above. Then why could he see the evolutionary route of the Sunflower King, but not the evolutionary route of the blood poison moth? Yi Bai secretly suppressed the question in his heart. He planned to find an opportunity to ask Zhang Lingxue how much he knew about the Eye of Insight. Zhang Lingxue put the 2 blood poison moths into the beast card, and then put the beast card on the detection instrument to test the various indicators of the 2 blood poison moths. Soon the test report was printed out. These 2 blood poison moths developed quite well and reached the 3rd level. Yi Bai's experiment was undoubtedly successful. Congratulations, intermediate researcher Yi Bai. With this evolutionary route, you can definitely get the title of intermediate researcher. From your attitude, reproducible experiments should not be a problem. You can adjust the formula in your hand and make a complete experimental plan. Zhang Lingxue paused. She was a little thirsty. She poured herself a cup of coffee. She sat comfortably on the sofa in the laboratory and continued, of course, if you want to keep a low profile, I can submit this evolutionary route to the Imperial Capital Research Institute through my connections. After confirming that this evolutionary route is feasible, the Imperial Capital Research Institute will issue you the title of intermediate researcher. At the same time, your name will not be announced. This can be regarded as a kind of protection for you in disguise. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows. He really didn't want to announce his name. Under the premise that his wings are not yet full and he has enough self-protection power, he still wants to keep a low profile first. Then I'll trouble you, teacher. But I also encountered some minor troubles in the reproducible experiment. I don't have any 4th level exotic meat. Zhang Lingxue understood what Yi Bai meant. He had no money and couldn't afford to buy exotic meat. She then took off the key hanging on her waist and threw it to Yi Bai. This is the key to the Research Institute's freezer. There are also several exotic corpses I hunted in it. I forgot the specific level. But they should generally be above level 3. You can use all of these for experiments. If it's not enough, tell me again and I'll find a way. Yi Bai gave a thumbs up. Teacher, you were so generous. As the 2 were talking, the giant cocoon that looked like a pigeon blood ruby also moved. A blood-red butterfly emerged from the giant cocoon. It took a deep breath, and the blood on the giant cocoon poured into the body of the butterfly pet. After losing the support of blood, the giant cocoon turned into a pile of black ash. This butterfly, the size of a person, was flying happily in the air. It is very beautiful, with blood-red wings and thorn-like patterns. Its 2 eyes are like fine rubies, and its eyebrows are thin and long, like 2 whips. The butterfly passed through the thick glass window and came to Zhang Lingxue. Zhang Lingxue felt a familiar breath on the butterfly, and she saw the number plate hanging on the butterfly's neck. Little guy, it's you. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. Welcome to your new life. Zhang Lingxue touched the head of the blood-poisoned butterfly, and the blood-poisoned butterfly was happy to fly in the air with curved eyebrows. A red light surged on the forehead of the butterfly. The butterfly pet in front of him actually wanted to sign a contract with Zhang Lingxue. But as a 5th level pet master, as far as Yi Bai knows, the teacher has contracted the gray poisonous moth, the goddess of light butterfly, the dark butterfly, the star blue butterfly and the vine cat.
Her contract quota is full. I'm afraid this precious blood-poisoned butterfly will return disappointed. Please vote, please vote, please vote. Little did she know that Zhang Lingshua's eyes fell on Yi Bai. Yi Bai, is it okay? Yi Bai? What is it okay? Why don't you make it clear? It's so ambiguous, it feels like I did something.
Zhang Lingxue seemed to realize that there was something wrong with what she said just now, and paused and continued to ask, "Can I contract this pet?"
Yi Bai. No.
You have already contracted 5 pets, how can you continue to contract? Yi Bai felt that some of his knowledge blind spots were involved. Seeing Yi Bai's hesitation and unwillingness to speak, Zhang Lingxue understood what Yi Bai was thinking. She pinned a strand of hair behind her ear. "Yi Bai, you want to ask, I have already contracted 5 pets. Why can I still contract this one, right? It has to do with my talent. My talent is called species stacking. As long as my mental power is sufficient, I can contract unlimited pets of the same species." Species stacking, what the hell is this? The more Yi Bai listened, the more confused he became. Let me give you an example. For example, my gray poisonous moth belongs to the moth family. I can contract all moth pets, and they do not occupy additional contract positions. For example, my goddess of light butterfly belongs to the butterfly family. I can use the same contract position to sign a contract with all butterfly pets. So the pets I have contracted currently only occupy 3 of my contract positions. Even if I contract the blood poison butterfly or the blood poisonous moth, I still only use 3 contract positions. After listening to Zhang Lingshue's explanation, Yi Bai immediately understood how perverted Zhang Lingshue's talent would be. This is equivalent to the war talent of the violent soldier flow, and Yi Bai is a little jealous. Actually my talent is limited. Because of my limited mental power, I can't have unlimited contract pets. And if the pet dies on the battlefield, it will also affect me. It will also lower my mental power threshold. At this time, Yi Bai raised another question, which was derived from the information that the gray poisonous moth can evolve into the poisonous dragon butterfly. Teacher, whether it is the gray poisonous moth or the goddess of light butterfly, they all evolved from the changeable silkworm. They all have the genes of the changeable silkworm. If the gray poisonous moth evolves and becomes a butterfly pet, does this mean that you have another contract position vacant? Yi Bai's question made Zhang Lingxue think again and again. Teacher has never encountered this, so naturally there is no way to answer you. When this phenomenon really happens, I will tell you. The blood poisonous butterfly flapped its wings and stayed in the air. Seeing that the 2 people were getting happier and happier, they seemed to have forgotten about the contract. Humans just like to procrastinate. Whether to contract or not is a matter of words. The blood poisonous butterfly's temper came up. At this time, the blood poisoned butterfly, which could not wait any longer, took action. Its syringe-like mouthparts pierced Zhang Lingshue's fingertips. Zhang Lingxue felt a sharp pain in her fingertips, and a drop of bright red blood oozed out of her fingertips. Before Zhang Lingxue could react, the blood was manipulated by the blood-poisoned butterfly to drip onto her forehead. A contract was formed instantly. Sorry, Yi Bai. I didn't expect it to do this. The teacher will not take your research results for nothing. The teacher will give you a gifted pet. Zhang Lingxue did not expect the blood-poisoned butterfly to be so impatient to make a contract with her. Yi Bai waved his hand, thinking it was okay. After all, these versatile silkworms were all pets raised by Zhang Lingxue, and it was normal for them to have a close relationship with Zhang Lingxue. For the versatile silkworms, Zhang Lingxue was equivalent to their mother. How could children not love their mother? Moreover, Yi Bai is only a first-level pet master now. Only when the 1,000 changes silkworm, which has not yet completely turned into the 10,000 changes silkworm, breaks through to the second level, will he be able to break through to the second level. Only then will he have a contract position to contract a new pet. If Yi Bai guessed correctly, this blood-poisoned butterfly should have reached the 4th level. Yi Bai would not keep such an uncontrollable pet by his side. And he can't afford the 4th level. Yi Bai is still only a first-level little Kurami, and he can't contract a pet above the 1st level. Unless he awakens a talent that can ignore the level of the pet and contract with the pet. He is also happy to do Zhang Lingxue a favor. The key is that the teacher will find him a pet with extraordinary talent. Why not? Yi Bai believes in Zhang Lingshue's sharp vision. He didn't lose much after losing the blood-poisoned butterfly. The materials used in the experiment basically came from the beast tide, picked up by the Sunflower King and Sunflower, and he didn't spend much effort himself. As compensation for the loss of the only 4th-level exotic beast meat, Zhang Lingxue also gave her the key to the freezer of her research institute. There are probably many third-level exotic beast meats in the freezer, which is enough to make up for Yi Bai's loss.
Yi Bai has already figured out Zhang Lingxue's personality and temper.
She will not let the interests of those she cares about suffer losses. She will double it up in other ways. After contracting the blood poison butterfly, Zhang Lingxue felt that the blood poison butterfly's rank had reached the 4th rank, which was almost the same as her own goddess of light butterfly. She took a breath of cold air. What does this mean? A person who has not graduated from high school has developed a new evolution route for the versatile silkworm. The evolved pet is actually as high as the 4th level. I accepted Yi Bai as my apprentice, so it was not just digging up gold, but digging up a whole gold mine. Zhang Lingxue was about to say something when the information about the blood goo butterfly came to her mind. After digesting the information, she found that she had acquired a skill of the blood goo butterfly.
Goo poison manipulation. Zhang Lingxue's heart was pounding. Goo poison, is it that goo poison?
At this time, Zhang Lingxue remembered the test samples she had taken away, where there were still residual blood goo. She took out the test samples that were sealed tightly layer by layer, and the goddess of light butterfly floated behind Zhang Lingxue.
If there was anything wrong, the goddess of light butterfly would instantly use the purification skill to purify all the remaining blood goo.
The moment she took out the test samples, Zhang Lingxue felt the consciousness of the blood goo. She could freely manipulate these blood goo to act, and even arrange them into various square arrays. At this moment, she was like the supreme king of blood parasites, holding the power of life and death over thousands of blood parasites. As long as she had a thought, these blood parasites would explode and die one after another. It turned out that blood parasites could be controlled.
Zhang Lingxue cried with joy. Grandpa was saved.
Zhang Lingxue kept this great favor in her heart.
By the way, teacher, there is something I want to discuss with you. It's about the pet just now.
Zhang Lingxue nodded, and her red lips slightly opened. Its name is blood poison butterfly, and it is a 4th level butterfly pet. You have opened up a new evolutionary route for the 100-change silkworm. Yi Bai scratched his hair. I don't understand the evolutionary mechanism of this 100-change silkworm either. I followed the recipe of the blood poison moth and added nearly a ton of 4th level exotic beast meat, so it evolved into such a beautiful blood poison butterfly. Yi Bai flattered the blood poison butterfly a little, and the blood poison butterfly smiled and looked at Yi Bai with a more pleasing look. By the way, the sample that the teacher brought back played a leading role in the experiment. That is the key factor for the 100-change silkworm to evolve into the blood poison butterfly.
Zhang Lingxue didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
What Yi Bai said seemed to have discovered this evolutionary route by accident, just like the star lawn butterfly.
But luck is also a kind of strength.
If it weren't for various coincidences, the blood poison butterfly would not have come to the world. She found that she owed Yi Bai a big favor. It was Yi Bai who discovered the blood essence and the spiritual power core, which alleviated her grandfather's condition. It was also Yi Bai who created the blood poison butterfly, so her grandfather had hope of recovery. If he kept it secret, her grandfather would be like what the teacher said, and time would be short.
Without that sample, I can't reproduce the bleeding poison butterfly. So I want to put the publisher of this evolutionary route under the teacher's name.
Zhang Lingxue nodded. She thought about it carefully. At present, she was the only one who had the blood poison. It was indeed difficult for Yi Bai to reproduce the bleeding poison butterfly. Yi Bai put his discovery under his own name to keep a low profile. If someone discovered Yi Bai's terrifying research talent, he would most likely be captured and used for pet evolution experiments.
How about this? I'll take the first author position and you take the second author position.
This will not only make your resume look better, but also make others think that I came up with it when they investigate.
You're just a lucky guy with a title. Zhang Lingxue knew Yi Bai's concerns.
Not only that, I also submitted the evolutionary routes of the dark butterfly and the starlawn butterfly under your title of second author.
To the outside world, you will be my research assistant.
This will give Yi Bai a lot of extra points when he passes the examinations for breeders and researchers in the future.
Then thank you for the promotion, teacher.
I will sort out the experimental data on blood poison moths and blood poison butterflies and put them on your desk later. At this time, Zhang Lingxue reminded again, Yi Bai, remember tomorrow's assessment, which is very important to you. If you miss this opportunity, you will not be able to participate in the Fengchu Cup. I have not been in the institute these days. I have installed an automatic feeding device in the area of the Bibian silkworm. If you have time, come to the laboratory and take a look to see if there are any Bibian silkworms that break through the glass and rush out. There was an incident of Bibian silkworms rushing out before, causing many instruments in the laboratory to fall to the ground. In the next period of time, Zhang Lingxue plans to study how to use poison manipulation to remove the blood poison from her grandfather, and then meet with her teacher Su Qingxian. Especially for the issue of teacher security, she also has to say hello to President Zhang of the Provincial Pet Beast Union and President Wang of the Jiaying City Pet Beast Union. It is imperative to ensure the safety of the teacher's life.
Not long after Zhang Lingxue left, Yi Bai sent a new email to President Wang's email address with his laptop.
In order to avoid attracting the attention of President Wang, he deliberately made the title bold and black. The writer's assistant suddenly crashed, and he was struggling for a long time. Many readers will say after reading the first chapter, "What a bad start, a professor goes to teach in a middle school, what a joke."
I actually laid the groundwork from the beginning.
I may have been good at writing the 3 golden chapters before, but I later found that the real power of the 3 golden chapters is just to trick people in first. After the passion, the pleasure fades. I have also been thinking about how to write a good book, and the writing style that suits me is the most important thing.
Jiaying City Pet Beast Union.
President Wang is reporting to President Zhang of the Provincial Capital Pet Beast Union about the post-disaster reconstruction work after the beast tide ended, together with the presidents of the pet beast unions of other cities. Old Wang, I heard that your side is also in a very bad situation.
The situation has escalated.
Now the corpses of the alien beasts on your side, I wonder if they have not been cleaned up yet.
My side is invaded by Chinese double-wool sharp claw crabs.
The taste is quite good, but after being killed, it starts to rot within a day, emitting a foul smell like rotten seafood.
A bearded president is complaining to Wang Jinin.
If it were normal, Wang Jinin would have jumped up long ago when someone called him Old Wang, but this time he took a sip of tea calmly. The corners of his mouth floated slightly, and he looked calm.
President Wang has already cleaned up the corpses of the alien beasts. President Zhang gave the answer.
Old Wang, it must have cost a lot of money to clean up the bodies of the alien beasts. With the scale of your beast tide, it must be an astronomical figure to deal with it urgently. If you feel uncomfortable, just cry.
Don't hold it in your heart. It's not good for your health.
As soon as the beast tide breaks out, those cleaning companies are like wolf cubs smelling a big piece of fat meat. The prices they offer are more and more fierce. They all want to bite off a big piece of fat meat from our pet beast union. But the bodies of alien beasts on my side are piled up like a mountain, and the people in the pet beast union are all busy.
I was busy and took time out to hold this meeting.
A middle-aged man who was as thin as a stick complained, and his expression at this time was more bitter than that of eating Coptis chinensis. "Ha, President Feng, I didn't spend a penny on cleaning up the blood and flesh this time." At this point, President Wang couldn't help it, and his mouth corners were deeply grinned upwards, and even AK couldn't suppress the smile on his mouth corners. The presidents of the pet guilds in other cities were all stunned, and they looked at each other across the screen.
What's going on? Old Wang, don't keep me in suspense.
Yes, if there is a good cleaning company, introduce it to me. President Wang saw that the atmosphere was almost set, so he told the story of the Sunflower King helping to clean the blood and flesh of the alien beasts.
Of course, the Sunflower King is the pet of our enthusiastic citizens in Jiaying City.
As for the second-level sunflower, it is carefully cultivated by Shinshan Middle School. If you need to rent the Sunflower King to clean the blood and flesh of the alien beasts, this must be indispensable. Wang Jinin rubbed his hands. But I can guarantee, with my position as the president of the Jiaying City Pet Association, that the cost is guaranteed to be the lowest on the market.
It's not easy for people to cultivate sunflowers, so you should consider it.
This is actually the cost of cultivating sunflowers. If you need it, please contact me and I will help you connect. After reporting on the work, President Zhang did not hang up the phone immediately.
He and Wang Jinin had another topic to discuss. During the beast tide, you reported to me that you found a person with the talent of predicting the future? Did he predict that the beast tide would break out in Jiaying City? President Zhang asked with narrowed eyes. To be precise, it should be this person who took the initiative to find me through email. But this person is very cautious and uses multiple IP fixed-point dispersion technology. We have not found his original IP until now. If it weren't for this person's advice, we wouldn't have found the secret realm of the mole so quickly and prevented the emergence of the beast tide from the source. As for the beast tide that almost broke out because of the smuggling ship, it was my negligence.
At present, the secret realm of the mole has been taken down by us.
President Zhang nodded. The secret realm of the mole is wanted by the higher-ups. As compensation, we will give you a secret realm again.
As for the person with the talent of predicting the future, you should try to follow him closely and let him see our goodwill. Predicting the future is a super-level talent.
The higher-ups have begun to pay attention to this matter. Soon, someone will come to Jiaying City to investigate this matter.
We must protect people with super-level talents as soon as possible. He is an important existence that can affect the national destiny of our Yin country. At this time, the door of the conference room was knocked.
President Wang sent an email with a major situation to report.
President Zhang raised his eyebrows and gestured to Wang Jining, "Go and see what important information Wai sent." The secretary came in and handed the laptop to Wang Jining. When Wang Jining saw the title of the email, he felt cold all over. Cold sweat soaked his back, his pupils contracted violently, and his face turned pale. This time, the information revealed by Wai was even more explosive than the information about the beast tide. Professor Su Qingxian, director of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, passed away. Professor Su Qingxian had a heart attack, and did not bring the quick-acting heart-saving pills with him.
He fell on the Jiang Road of Jiaying Street in Jiaying City at the age of 65. Old Wang, Old Wang. President Zhang shouted several times before calling Old Wang's soul back. Old Wang, could it be that Wai's message says that there is a beast tide outbreak somewhere?
Old Wang smiled bitterly and said, "I would rather have a beast tide outbreak.
I'll forward the email sent by Wai to you. Let's use the original private email address. It's been sent. Take a look."
After seeing the email, President Zhang was also shocked.
Old Wang, how can you be sure this is true? Professor Su Qingxian is an important protected person in Yin country. How could she appear in Jiaying City? Wait a minute. Let me confirm. President Zhang seemed to have suddenly thought of something.
After making a private call, he got the exact news. "Old Wang, I have confirmed with an insider that Wai's information is true.
Professor Su will indeed come to Jiaying City in the next few days.
She is visiting Jiaying City in a private capacity to visit a friend. But don't worry, I will report this matter to my superiors, so don't be too stressed.
As for the sunflower cleaning plan, I think this plan is quite good.
We must reduce the impact of the beast tide on various cities as soon as possible to avoid severe pollution and severe plague."
Zhang Lingxue hung up the phone.
It was President Zhang who called just now. She also took this opportunity to tell President Zhang that her teacher Su Qingxian would visit in 3 days. At the same time, she also told President Zhang about the idea of establishing a sunflower cleaning company. Yi Bai never thought that the overwhelming wealth would fall on his head. Just now, he suddenly felt that the thousand-changing silkworm was about to break out of the cocoon.
Calculating the time, 3 days have passed. It is time for it to hatch.
Anyway, the Teacher's Research Institute is the most heavily guarded place. If Yi Bai lets the thousand changes silkworm break out of its cocoon here, he will be less worried. Yi Bai released the Tumtur-Hai giant cocoon from the pet space. The cocoon was shaking violently at this time. I wonder if the thousand changes silkworm will be very majestic and domineering after evolving into the thousand changes silkworm, just like the blood goo butterfly. Yi Bai was looking forward to it. After all, the thousand changes silkworm was Yi Bai's first pet. The stronger the thousand changes silkworm is, the stronger he is. Soon the cocoon cracked a crack, and there was a loud sound of click, click, and the thousand changes silkworm made a grand appearance. It jumped out of the giant cocoon. Look at the skin that exudes a white jade-like luster, the big eyes that are confused, and the neat 8 teeth and a long red tongue. Yi Bai covered his face, /omega. How come there is no difference between evolution and no evolution? The Tumtur-Hai giant cocoon, it seems to be just to make it live more comfortably? Yi Bai wanted to complain crazily at this time. However, he looked at the Wanbian silkworm carefully and finally found 2 leaf-sized wings as thin as cicada wings on its back.
However, with the current size of the Wanbian silkworm, it can't fly.
At this moment, a huge mental force spread in Yi Bai's mind, and a stream of cold air poured into his pet space, lighting up Yi Bai's second groove. This proved that Yi Bai officially became a second-level pet master. Yi Bai blinked his eyes, which was finally a slightly comforting news. Name, Wanbian silkworm, gender, male, personality, greedy, level 2, level 1, mastered skills, spinning, proficient, tempering, proficient, impact, proficient, clone, proficient, natal talent skill. Wanbian silkworm can split into 2 clones with entities. These 2 clones are controlled by Wanbian silkworm. As the skill proficiency increases, the number of clones split by Wanbian silkworm will also increase.
Each time a clone is split, the physical strength of Wanbian silkworm will be consumed.
Evolution Route 1, 5 Elements Butterfly, Crystal Core of a 5th Order Butterfly with different attributes *1, evolve in the 5 Elements Land, requires peak 3rd Order Strength. Evolution Route 2, Ever-Changing Butterfly, Ever-Changing Stone *1, part of the 6th Order Butterfly Insect King *1, defeat 5 5th Order Butterfly Beasts with different attributes. Sure enough, the ever-changing silkworm has another evolution route, and it is right to choose the ever-changing silkworm route.
Yi Bai made the right bet. Ever-changing silkworm, use the clone.
After hearing Yi Bai's order, the ever-changing silkworm shook its head, and its tongue pointed to its stomach. Gurgle, gurgle. It has been 3 days since the ever-changing silkworm evolved, and it is already hungry. Now it is in urgent need of replenishing its physical strength. It just so happens that it is past mealtime, and the major food delivery platforms basically do not accept orders. Yi Bai can only take out the sun nectar that the ever-changing silkworm has been craving for who knows how long. During this beast tide, the triumphant sunflowers all secreted a lot of nectar. Yi Bai also took this opportunity to collect 6 large barrels. One of the barrels contained nectar produced by the Sunflower King.
The Wanbian silkworm rolled up the nectar with its tongue and swallowed it in big gulps.
The nectar of the sunflower is rich in nutrients and has a faint floral fragrance.
The Wanbian silkworm drank until its belly was round.
After having enough wine and food, it immediately separated out an equally honest clone. Come out, blood poison moth. Yi Bai released the blood poison moth stored in the beast card. He wanted to evaluate at the same time whether the blood poison moth's blade arm was sharp or the Wanbian silkworm's clone had a strong defense. The peculiarity of the Wanbian silkworm will be revealed in the next chapter. How could an ordinary lazy pet become the protagonist's first pet? The answer is in the next chapter. Let's see if any readers can guess it in advance. Thank you for the reward from Erhuijin Washuwarao and the reward from tale number 6563. Thank you. After the blood poison moth rushed out of the beast card, it raised 4 sharp blade arms and slashed at Yi Bai's neck fiercely. This kind of pet is very bloodthirsty and has a strong desire to fight. At this time, Dahui suddenly raised his thick arms and swung them heavily at the face of the blood poison moth. The blood poison moth's huge compound eyes only saw a thick claw slapping towards him. There was no way to dodge. No matter where it flew, it could not dodge this big bastard. There was only a heavy snap, and the blood poison moth's body flew backwards. It fell to the bulletproof glass with a snap, and slid down from the glass with blood all over its body. The blood poison moth's blood marks appeared on the bulletproof glass, which showed that Dahui's attack was very heavy just now. The blood poison moth's attack on Yi Bai just now completely angered Dahui. Yi Bai looked at the extremely miserable appearance of the blood poison moth and shook his head. Hey, I told you to attack the clone of the Wanbian silkworm. Why are you attacking me? Big Gray doesn't know how to control his strength when he attacks. You will only be hit hard by Big Gray. Yi Bai shook his head. It would take a long time for this blood poison moth to recover. Fresh blood and flesh can speed up the recovery of blood poison moth. At this time, he released another blood poison moth from another beast card. The blood poison moth's eyes also showed bloodthirsty light, and the knife arm in its hand was ready to move. But it saw the miserable state of its brother and had no opponent for the time being. Its ferocious eyes fell on Yi Bai like a venomous snake. Obviously, it also regarded Yi Bai as its prey. Generally, pets are not very aggressive before they successfully contract with humans. But it is not ruled out that some pets are very warlike, so breeders will choose to seal the pets in the beast cards after creating new pets. The blood poison moth is one of the few warlike pets. Blue arcs of electricity appeared on Dahui's body. It opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and 2 canine teeth had grown out. It burst out with a strong momentum, and a powerful pressure fell on the blood poison moth. The blood poison moth's eyes flashed with unwillingness, and it did not want to surrender. At this time, Dahui walked step by step in front of the blood poison moth, with a cruel smile on his face. Although it evolved from the gray night chinchilla and had the kind and simple nature of the gray night chinchilla, Dahui knew that it should not be too friendly to the enemy. The blood poison moth felt like a small boat in a stormy night, and the source of the impact on it came from the thunder beast in front of it. Dahui, be gentle, I still wanted to fight with the clone of the Wanbian silkworm. Dahui nodded, and it opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. The blood poison moth was like being struck by lightning. It felt that the moment Dahui opened its mouth, it was hit on the head by a ton of iron hammer. It fell from the sky with stars in its eyes, and its body kept twitching, like a patient with Parkinson's disease. The roar of Dahue echoed throughout the institute, and a piercing buzzing sound instantly rang out. The robot guards of the institute rushed in one after another. Their single eyes shot out infrared rays, scanning everything in the laboratory. Yi Bai said to a tall robot guard, "Misunderstanding, all this is a misunderstanding, lift the alarm and notify the outside world that a fire drill is underway here." The scanning infrared rays of the robot guard fell on Yi Bai. "The scan has been passed, Mr. Yi Bai, you have the authority to lift it. The current level 1 alert status of the institute has been lifted. We will send an email later to indicate that the institute was just conducting a fire drill to check whether the temperature control probe is intact and can continue to be used. Please try to control the volume to avoid unnecessary panic." The buzzing sound stopped immediately, and the robot guards left one after another. Dahue was like a child who had done something wrong. He lowered his head, frowned slightly, sweated slightly on his forehead, and crossed his fingers. His face was a little gloomy. Dahue, I don't blame you. You roared because you listened to my instructions." Yi Bai quickly comforted Dahue. But Dahue still looked gloomy. He felt that he could not control his fighting instinct. Bad memories emerged in his mind. He was afraid that his beautiful life would be disturbed. At this time, Yi Bai hugged Dahue tightly. "Dahue, I don't know what you are afraid of. But for 3 years, we have been supporting each other and overcoming difficulties together. We have been rained on together, beaten by society together, and run a small breeding house together. Although life is poor, we are very happy. Anyone may abandon me, but you won't. We are a family, aren't we? Don't be afraid of your power, don't be confused about the future, we have to live in the present. Yesterday cannot be chased, and tomorrow is not coming yet, so we have to live every day well. You can transform this power into the power of protection. We must protect our home, and there is hope for everything with a home." After hearing what Yi Bai said, Dahue gently put his big hand on Yi Bai's head and rubbed it a few times. "Yes, everyone may be afraid of my power, but you won't. We have been in the rain together, watched the brightest stars together, and have long been a close family. How can there be abandonment and fear between family members? My strength is used to protect this family." Dahue is no longer confused, and his eyes are full of determination. The 2 blood poisonous moths were unconscious for a long time before they woke up. This is because Yi Bai specially fed them blood cores to avoid affecting the test results. Sure enough, not long after feeding the blood cores, the 2 blood poisonous moths woke up. The injuries on their bodies caused by Dahue were basically healed. However, the 2 blood poisonous moths seemed to be completely defeated by Dahue. They looked at Dahue with a ferocious face, hugged each other and trembled. "Okay, blood poisonous moths, hurry up and fight. If you two don't want to be beaten, just be obedient. Follow my command." After hearing what Yi Bai said, the blood poisonous moths trembled even more. However, what Yi Bai found incredible was that the clone created by the Wanbian silkworm had not dissipated until now. How long this clone could last and whether it would be discovered by others still depended on Yi Bai's observation. If you perform well, the account of disrespect to me just now can be written off. But if you don't perform well, you can consider whether your small body can withstand the full force of Dahue. The eyes of the 2 blood poisonous moths' huge compound eyes fell on Dahue's sunflower fan-sized hands, and they were immediately frightened and trembled. This slap would probably leave half of their lives intact if they didn't die. Especially the blood poisonous moth that was slapped just now, its body was shaking like a sieve. "Let's change places, it feels a little small here, which may affect your performance." Yi Bai remembered that Zhang Lingshue's research institute had an arena. After breeding pets, researchers or breeders will test the attack power of pets. Although these 2 professions are somewhat similar in nature, they have different focuses. Researchers mainly study how pets evolve. Breeders mainly breed pets, and do some small work of treating and evolving pets. If Yi Bai were to choose, he would probably choose to be a breeder, because his breeding house needs a breeder. Yi Bai brought the pets to the arena, which was as big as a basketball court, and he turned off the power. The originally dark arena suddenly burst into light like daylight. Yi Bai could see that the blood poison moth dodged a few times in the strong light. It seems that the strong light has a certain effect on them. So Yi Bai adjusted the light of the arena again, and the light was slightly softer. Now the light will not limit the combat effectiveness of the blood poison moth. The 2 blood poison moths flapped their wings and flew into the air. And the Wandian silkworm also yawned loudly, and it sent out its clone. "Blood poison moths, attack as much as you want. The speed of the blood poison moths increased a lot, and two groups of wind gathered under their wings.
The two huge skulls on the wings increased the blood poison moth's ferocity. However, the clone of the Wandian silkworm did not show any fear, and still looked forward intently.
Its body emitted a silver-white light.
This is a toughening skill.
The blood poison moth swung down from the air, waving four sharp blade arms.
The two blood poison moths pounced on the clone of the Wandian silkworm like a large bomber.
The blade arms chopped fiercely on the body of the Wandian silkworm, making a clanging sound. There were gaps on the blade arms of the blood poison moth, but the clone was not hurt at all. Instead, it raised its head and slammed into one of the blood poison moths.
Bang!
One of the blood poison moths was heavily pushed away, and it felt as if it was crushed by a high-speed train. It fell heavily to the ground, unconscious. Another blood poison moth took this opportunity to flash its wings, and a gust of wind emerged. The humming sound spread throughout the arena, causing sand and rocks to fly everywhere. But the clone stood still on the ground, and the strong wind did not affect it at all.
This guy's defense seems to have become more abnormal.
Even a third-level pet beast would probably find it difficult to break his defense.
After the strong wind passed, Yi Bai saw two blood poison moths attacking each other.
He glanced at the blood poison moth lying on the ground and blinked.
"De Hui, my eyes seem to have double vision," Yi Bai said to De Hui.
De Hui also nodded solemnly, and it seemed to have seen two blood poison moths. One person and one pet rubbed their eyes and looked closely. Sure enough, there were two blood poison moths fighting in the air, one of which was as bright as blood, and the other was dark red.
Strange, where is the clone of the Wandian silkworm?
Yi Bai was stunned for a moment, and combined with the fact that there was an extra blood poison moth in the air, he had a bold guess in his heart.
Could it be that one of the blood poison moths was transformed from the clone of the ever-changing silkworm?
The Eye of Insight was activated immediately. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai found the clone of the ever-changing silkworm. Name, clone of the ever-changing silkworm, blood poison moth mimicry, gender, male, level 2 and level 1, the clone strength will increase as the body's strength increases, skills mastered, silk spinning, proficient, steel tempering, proficient, impact, proficient, madness, entry, mimicry, can simulate and record the evolved form of the ever-changing silkworm, and the ever-changing silkworm, each clone currently, only one form can be recorded.
If other evolved forms are encountered, the clone will overwrite the previous form after recording the current form.
Yi Bai looked at it for a long time before he understood the use of this mimicry skill.
That is to say, the ever-changing silkworm can create clones. The clone encountered the blood-venomous moth.
After using mimicry to record the form of the blood-venomous moth, it was able to transform into the blood-venomous moth and continue fighting. If this clone uses mimicry to record the form of the light goddess butterfly, it will cover the form of the blood-venom moth and transform into the light goddess butterfly.
As long as it is an evolved pet beast such as the ever-changing silkworm, or the ever-changing silkworm, its avatar can be simulated using mimicry.
It's just that the level of the clone is linked to the main body. The clone mimics the third-level blood poison moth, but it is only at the second level and cannot reach the third level. I just don't know if the clone summoned again after the myriad transformation silkworm releases its clone will still be in the form of the blood-venomous moth. If it still works, that would be some awesome plath.
The second is that the myriad silkworm can summon two clones. Will the other clone also have mimicry?
Yi Bai was quite curious about this, and his eyes fell on Wandian silkworm, who was closing his eyes.
Wandian silkworm only felt a gaze staring at him. When it opened its eyes, it was startled. Just from the slightly raised corners of Yi Bai's mouth, it could feel Yi Bai's evil intentions. What does Lao Dang want to do? Wandian silkworm, create another clone and let me observe it. The Wandian silkworm shakes its head like a rattle.
It will be very tired if it creates another clone.
It doesn't want it. Big Gray.
Seeing that Yi Bai couldn't persuade the Wan Chang silkworm, he could only let De Hui make his final appearance. De Hui walked towards the myriad transformation silkworm step by step, and the thunderous aura on his body spread.
It looked at the Wandian silkworm with evil intentions.
Wandian silkworm felt that at this moment, it seemed to be targeted by a ferocious beast, and it became a lamb to be slaughtered.
Beads of sweat burst out from Wandian silkworm's forehead. It can feel the majestic thunder and lightning energy on De Hui's body.
If De Hui slaps him down, he will be half disabled even if he is not dead.
So Wandian silkworm used all his strength to create a clone.
However, after trying hard for a long time, it exerted too much force and let out a series of long and loud farts like firecrackers from its butt. There was a rhythmic sound of puff-puff, and a foul smell came out. Yi Bai felt that if there was a small flame at this time, he didn't know if it could ignite Wanbian Silkworm's ass. Big Gray's face turned green when he smelled the stench. He felt that he was being teased by the Wan-changed silkworm, and he almost made a fool of himself on the spot.
The Wanbian silkworm's eyes reflected De Huey's ferocious face.
It tried its best to suppress a clone before De Huey's carrying slap fell.
It's just that this clone also drained the last bit of the Wanbian silkworm's physical strength. Wanbian silkworm fell to the ground and fell asleep.
It seems that at present, the myriad transformation silkworm can only create 2 clones at most, and the second clone will exhaust its physical strength. Yi Bai touched his chin and murmured. Under the observation of the Eye of Insight, it turns out that the second clone also has mimicry skills. But these 2 clones suddenly dissipated like bubbles.
Thank you, readers, for your compliments.
I hope this book can grow with you readers. I also hope that the book I wrote can bring joy to everyone.
The clone disappeared? Does this have anything to do with the fact that the silkworm has completely lost its strength? Yi Bai's mind is full of questions now. The evolved silkworm is very powerful, so does it still have the ability to devour crystal cores and learn skills? These are things that Yi Bai needs to think about and practice. After losing its opponent, the blood poison moth stopped attacking, and it stayed in the air in a cute and obedient manner. It didn't dare to breathe, for fear of being slapped into a pulp by the big gray. Since the silkworm is tired, let it rest first. Come back, blood poison moth.
The blood poison moth turned into a stream of light and entered the beast card. Even the blood poison moth that was knocked to the ground was no exception. It quickly patted its butt and left. It was not so fast to reincarnate. It just so happens that tomorrow is the day of the ring match, so let the silkworm have a good rest. It has just evolved not long ago.
Yi Bai's eyes were full of tenderness. Silkworm, you have grown up. Da Hui, pack up.
I'll go back to the breeding house to sort out the experimental records. The evolutionary route of the blood goo butterfly is very important.
It is equivalent to making a peak first level 100 change silkworm have the combat power of the 4th level in an instant.
If it can be mass-produced, the overall strength of Yin country will definitely be greatly improved.
But there are 3 key points that are holding back here. The first is whether the mysterious poison that Zhang Lingxue brought back can be mass-produced.
It is precisely with the mysterious poison that the 10,000 goo butterflies can evolve successfully. It is a pity for Yi Bai that the 10,000 goo butterflies were taken away by Zhang Lingxue just after they evolved. Otherwise, he could use instruments to test the approximate data of the blood goo butterfly, so that he would have a better idea.
The second is that the blood goo butterfly needs tons of 4th level exotic beast meat to fully evolve. Yi Bai has not tried it. Is it possible to use other 4th level exotic beast meat, or can it only be the exotic beast meat of the blood violent rat king?
The third is whether this step of laying the foundation in the early stage is critical and necessary. If it is a critical step, there must be a pet beast that can prevent the 100 change silkworm from self-destructing. It can also eliminate the side effects of the body swelling before the self-destruction of the 100 change silkworm. The Sunflower King also learned the skill of blood sucking by accident after absorbing a lot of blood and flesh.
So although the blood poison butterfly has been studied, it is full of many wonderful coincidences.
It is not so easy to successfully reproduce it for the time being.
When doing experiments, reproducibility must be achieved.
That is, if others follow the same steps as you to lead the experiment, 1 out of 10 experiments can be successful, which is considered to be reproducing reproducibility. After all, in the research of pets, a slight mistake can lead to 1,000 miles of difference. The individual differences of pets may lead to evolution errors.
That is why international organizations have set this reproducibility standard. I guess the teacher is not free these days.
Otherwise, I can ask the teacher where this mysterious poison comes from and whether there is any stock.
Then let's wait until tomorrow's competition is over before conducting a reproducible study.
The remaining 100 change silkworms have no pets that can evolve into blood poison moths or blood poison butterflies.
We have to go to the 100 change silkworm breeding base to select some.
The silk of the 100 change silkworm can be used to make clothes, so there are large breeding bases that raise many 100 change silkworms. Yi Bai must find the commonality of these 100 change silkworms that can evolve into blood poison moths or blood poison butterflies, so that the reproducible experiment can be successful. He and De Hui return to the breeding house. Now the periphery of the breeding house is surrounded by a large number of sunflowers, which is very distinctive.
This also attracted many students to come and buy sunflower nectar.
It is night now, and the buds of the sunflowers emit star-like light, just like night lights.
During the day, they absorb the sun's light and glow at night.
Usually they will adjust the softness of the light according to the brightness that suits them best, so that it is not too glaring and affects others. The plaque on the breeding house was cleaned up, and the various facilities in the house were also cleaned up.
There are also prepared meals in the breeding house. This may be the feeling of home.
However, when Yibai stepped into the breeding house, he found that in addition to the 2 little snow dogs, there were several more black puppies in the breeding house. These black puppies were dirty all over, and their black footprints stepped on the clean floor, leaving a series of footprints.
Yibai's fist hardened, and a terrifying momentum burst out of his body.
Looking at Dahue's embarrassed smile, Yibai didn't understand that Dahue had picked up the pet again. Dahue on the side saw Yibai's gloomy face and hurriedly stepped back several steps. What an amazing momentum, it's like a golden anger spreading out of Yibai. If there are combat power detection glasses, the values on the glasses will jump with combat power of 10, 100, 1000, and 10,000. When Dahue was about to leave, Yibai had already picked up the frying pan silently. At this time, Yibai's roar came to Dahue's ears. Dahue, you picked up the pet again.
Bang bang bang, woo, Dahue's screams came again and again in the quiet night.
Dahue was beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face, and there were 2 big frying pan marks on his face. It was lying on the ground, covering its big paws and crying. I cried until my snot and tears were all mixed together, which looked quite ugly. Yibai knew that Big Gray had rough skin and thick flesh. As a 4th-level pet beast, how could he be injured by an attack from an ordinary human like him? It was pretending to be weak, letting Yibai vent his anger, and letting the pet beast he picked up stay in the breeding house.
This is Dahue's usual method. Yibai forgave Big Hui again and again, but it ended up doing this to him again and again. He felt angry just thinking about it.
Unable to bear it anymore, Yibai rushed up, twisted Dahue's ears, and roared, Dahue, I told you not 10,000 times, but thousands of times.
Don't take foreign pet animals back to the breeding house. Why don't you listen? Don't pick up foreign pets.
They may have bacteria on them.
And without quarantine and inspection certificates, they are equivalent to being black households. If someone from the quarantine bureau comes to check, we will be left without food. Don't take any chances.
Especially now that we have moved to do business in front of the school, we must pay attention to avoid this kind of problem.
Otherwise our reputation will plummet.
Dahue complained secretly. As long as he showed some aggrievedness, Yibai would soften his heart.
Why doesn't it work this time?
Yibai scolded Dahui for more than an hour, talking so hard that Dahui, a fat chinchilla weighing 200 kilograms, had his head buried up to his neck. In the end, it felt that its ears were buzzing, just like Tang Monk and Sunho were reciting the tightening curse. Dahui's eyes were dull, and he couldn't remember what Yibai said.
He could only see Yibai's mouth opening and closing. I don't dare anymore. I really won't dare next time.
Dahue has deeply repented and realized his mistakes. Yibai saw that Dahui had a look of repentance, so he let Dahui go. He took a closer look at the little black dogs. The body exudes a faint white vapor, which is because the body contains high temperature. From time to time, some black ash fell from its body and fell to the ground, making the ground even dirtier. They were all dirty, and there was nothing on them that could prove their identity, proving that they were pets that had been abandoned just after birth. If Yibai remembered correctly, this was a rare pet animal called a little charcoal dog. This pet beast looks similar to the Doberman Pinscher in the real world, and it already has a complete evolutionary line. Little charcoal dog fire dog lava flame dog, according to this evolutionary route, can evolve into the 5th level pet beast lava flame dog.
It can run on the ground full of magma as if it were flat, and it can also spray magma from its mouth to attack the enemy.
However, among the 6 little charcoal dogs, Yibai discovered a little charcoal dog with a second evolutionary path. Name, little charcoal dog, gender, male, character, naughty, attribute, fire, level, 1st level peak, skill, flame, skilled spout countless sparks to attack the enemy. Black mist, skilled spray out a large amount of black mist mixed with dust from the mouth to confuse the enemy's sight. Combined with any fire-based skills, it can form an air explosion with amazing power. Claws, proficiency use sharp claws to attack enemies. Sprint, entry increase your own speed. Barking, entry by roaring loudly, you can instill fear in the opponent's heart and have a certain probability of intimidating the opponent. Evolution Route 1, Fire Dog, Level 3 Any Fire Crystal Core *5, a place with a strong flame atmosphere. Evolution Route 2, Dark Dog, Soul Crystal *1, Hellfire *1, 4th level any fire system Crystal Core *5, 4th level any ghost system Crystal Core *5, the strength of the pet beast reaches the peak of the 3rd level, and the netherworld handover place, the gap between life and death, only by living towards death can we usher in new life. Damn it, this guy's second evolution route is a bit awesome. What kind of dark dog is this? Isn't this the initial form of the Hell Dog? The leader and caretaker of the underworld, the old and awesome one, is here. It's just that the evolution materials are hard to find. The 4th order any fire type crystal cores *5, the 4th order any ghost type crystal cores *5, it seems impossible to get them without tens of millions. Is there also a place where the underworld meets the dead? Is there such a place on the earth and the stars? As for the intermission between life and death, and life toward death, Yi Bai could understand these words separately, but when they were put together, he had no idea what they meant. It seems that I still read less and have less knowledge. Yi Bai secretly made a decision to read through all the books in the library of Shinshan Middle School. Then before graduating from high school, I will read through all the books in the Jiaying City Library. When the book is used, it will be less useful, and the knowledge reserve must be sufficient. Okay, the second pet animal will be decided to be you. Please vote, I have started contracting for the second one. As for whether it is not Big Gray or Sun Cow, the explanation will be in the next chapter. The first order of this book is 683, so I owe you 4 updates. After Yi Bai had the second contract position, it was not that he did not want a contract with Sunflower King or Big Gray, but that he simply could not do it. His mental power was not enough to complete the contract, and he might suffer a backlash from his mental power. Even if he could find drugs to improve his mental power and spend his life to successfully contract, the strength of Sunflower King would be reduced to the 2nd level after the contract. The pet cannot exceed the level of the pet master, which is determined by the rules of the contract. Based on this consideration, Yi Bai contracted a 1st level peak pet such as the little charcoal dog, which was just right. And he could also apply to become a volunteer for the 2nd level awakening potion of the Xinhuan group. Yi Bai had never thought that after the evolution of the Wandian silkworm, its strength would automatically break through to the 2nd level. Little charcoal dog, are you willing to be my pet? Yi Bai picked up the little charcoal dog, and after a closer look, he found that this little charcoal dog was indeed a little different from other little charcoal dogs. Its 4 hooves stepped on the snow, and there was a white mark in the shape of a flame between its eyebrows. Unlike other little charcoal dogs that bared their teeth at him, its eyes were full of wisdom, and Yi Bai was very interested in it. The little charcoal dog tilted its head and looked at Yi Bai. Yi Bai said it again, and it realized that the human in front of it wanted to sign a contract with it. The little charcoal dog nodded, it was willing. A red light emerged from its brow, and the white mark in the shape of a flame instantly turned into a black flame. Its originally white 4 feet were also wrapped in black flames. The flame also fell on Yi Bai's hand, but he could not feel the pain of the flame at all, which showed that this little charcoal dog had a strong talent for controlling flames. Although this little charcoal dog was young, he had the aura of a king. The other little charcoal dogs all crawled beside it, as if worshipping their king. Yi Bai squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertips and dripped it on the little charcoal dog's head. The contract between the two was combined in an instant, and Yi Bai's pet space also expanded a little. After the contract was completed, the little charcoal dog struggled to fall to the ground from Yi Bai's arms. Its 4 brothers surrounded the little charcoal dog, and they howled in unison, as if they were saying something. At this time, the little charcoal dog's eyes fell on Yi Bai. He, who had just made a contract with the little charcoal dog, understood what the little charcoal dog wanted to express. No problem, you can stay in the breeding house. If you meet a suitable pet trainer, if you like each other, you can also leave with me. I can also promise you that if you don't meet a suitable pet trainer, you can stay here forever, and I won't drive you away. But you have to manage your personal hygiene, don't cause trouble everywhere, and add trouble to our breeding house. Yi Bai emphasized solemnly. The 5 little charcoal dogs nodded in unison. They were tired of wandering around, being driven away, and living in fear. Seeing that the little charcoal dogs agreed to his request, Yi Bai's eyes softened. There are still a lot of things to deal with next. Since he had taken in the little charcoal dogs, he had to deal with the consequences of taking them in. He rolled up his sleeves and put on cleaning gloves. Yi Bai, who originally wanted to lie down on the bed and sleep after returning to the breeding house, had to start working overtime overnight, using hacker methods to invade the system of the Pet Quarantine Bureau and tamper with the pet's information. He printed out the quarantine inspection certificates of the 5 little charcoal dogs, and the system could find the certificates of the little charcoal dog's qualified quarantine. One thing Yibai admired about Dihui was that Dihui could always bring the pets back to the breeding house without anyone noticing. Yibai put the little charcoal dogs into the animal cart and used the testing instrument to check the little charcoal dogs' bodies to see if there were any vaccines that had not been given, whether there were any parasites in the body, what trace elements the body lacked, etc. Especially in terms of whether there were any infectious diseases in the body, he was responsible for the safety of other pets in the breeding house. After he waited for the test results to come out, he had to vaccinate the little charcoal dogs overnight. As a result, the fearless little charcoal dogs were so scared when they saw the thick needle that they hid everywhere. These little guys made the whole breeding house in chaos. It took Yibai almost a whole night to deal with them. They were tired and fell asleep on the ground, but Yibai was completely sleepless. He opened the window of the breeding house, and the faint fragrance of flowers blew in with the breeze. It was 5:30 in the morning, and the chirping of birds began to come from the treetops. The sound of sweeping the floor sounded, and the sanitation workers changed their clothes and started cleaning. The night had not yet completely faded, and the sky showed a deep blue-black color. The street lights emitted an orange-yellow light, reflecting the shadows of passers-by who hurried by. The eastern sky began to turn slightly white, a light, soft grayish-white. The stars gradually faded, leaving only the brightest ones still twinkling in the sky. The outline of the moon was still hanging in the sky, but it was no longer so obvious. Just then, a red light emerged from the distant mountains. The orange-yellow light shone on the land, and everything began to revive. The branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the white storm doves flapped their wings and flew in the air in F-shaped formation. From time to time, they stopped on the roof and lowered their heads to peck at something. Since I have been sleepless all night, I might as well check if there is any important information updated. 3 months later, a huge tornado blew up on the sea surface of Haicheng, Yandong Province. Countless deep-sea fish and strange beasts were sucked in by the tornado and transported to Haicheng. In Haicheng Shangshan Wetland Park, a 4th-level clam spirit fell into the wetland, which can breed the 4th-level water treasure mermaid tears. 2. In the treasure house of the trade union in the provincial capital of Yandong Province, there is a dusty black stone. The shape of the stone looks like a black skull, and the fire of purgatory is hidden inside. 3. There is a strange beast called the holy snail that looks like a horn and has various gems inlaid on its shell. It has no attack power and will appear randomly in a certain place. Its food is various crystal cores and ores, and its excrement is high-concentration crystals or high-purity metals. 4. The Yi family in Jiaying City declared bankruptcy. 1 month later, He Guangda accidentally obtained the 5th-level Gangjin from the hollow of the metal statue in the Yi family courtyard, and obtained a broken mysterious map. He successfully evolved his pet into a 5th-level golden-eyed crow. 5. The important information of Xinhuang Group was stolen. The thieves hid the important information in the water tank on the roof of Xinhuang Group. Xinhuang Group CEO Sophia offered a sky-high reward to retrieve the stolen information. Seeing the first 3 messages, Yibai didn't think it was a big deal. Seeing the 4th message, he just curled his lips. Waiting for the 5th message, when he saw that the CEO of Xinhuang Group was Sophia, he blinked his eyes. Sophia, is it the Sophia I know? The shy Sophia who always secretly looks at Dahui? In order to confirm whether Sophia is the boss of Xinhuang Group, Yibai went to the website of Xinhuang Group. Don't say it, this guy is the boss of Xinhuang Group. CEO and executive chairman, own 100% of the shares of Xinhuang Group. No way, a golden thigh is often hanging around under my nose, but I don't know it. Yibai decided that when Sophia patronizes his shop next time, he must dress up Dahui. Now that he knows that Sophia is the CEO and executive chairman of Xinhuang Group, Yibai plans to secretly reveal some relevant information to Sophia. The stolen information is hidden in the water tower, so he can tell Sophia in the form of storytelling. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the students came to the arena of Xinshan Middle School one after another. 8 arenas have been built here, and 8 candidates will be selected from them. Among these 8 people, the top 3 will be selected to participate in the competition, and the rest will be alternates. If there is an accident with the contestants, the waiting personnel will automatically make up for it. The students crowded under the arena, but no one has rushed to the arena yet. They don't want to be the target of public criticism. Yibai walked up without hesitation. Who is this? How dare he be so bold? You don't even know Yibai. He always ranks first in the school in every exam. It is said that there is no test question that he cannot pass. So it's him. I have only heard of his reputation but never met him in person. I didn't expect him to be the first one to rush up. Yi Bai walked directly to the first ring. The referee of this ring was Ms. Suna. Yi Bai, you have missed several of my classes. When will you make up for them? As soon as Suna opened her mouth, Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat, and he remembered. The days when he was doing experiments in the institute happened to be the classes of Director Suna and Mr. Guan Yuxing. It's over. I actually forgot such an important class. Ha, as long as you agree to one of my requests, I will give you my notes from these classes. With your talent, you can master them even without attending classes. Fortunately, these classes are just theoretical classes. I will arrange the practical class later, and then I will compete with the students of Jiaying No. 1 Middle School. My request is that you shine in the practical class and defeat all the members of Jiaying No. 1 Middle School. Although Yi Bai didn't know what Suna's purpose was, in order to avoid failing the course, Yi Bai still agreed. Director Suna is in charge of logistics. If they have a good relationship, it's not too much for her to get some experimental materials herself. Okay, stage number 1, the defender is Yi Bai. Is there anyone who wants to go on stage? Everyone only has one chance. The time for defending the stage is from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and lunch will be provided by the school. If no one comes on stage, you will be considered successful in defending the stage. As soon as Director Suna finished speaking, a lazy voice came from below. A bunch of cowards, if you don't go up, I will. Please vote, everyone looked around. The ridicule just now came from Li Chen, who walked up to the ring step by step. However, the pet behind him, which was covered with solid muscles and as strong as Tyson, was it still a boxing rabbit? Everyone's inherent impression of boxing rabbits still remained on a slightly thin rabbit. The face of this boxing rabbit was covered with horizontal flesh, and there was a narrow scar on the right side of the face, which looked ferocious. The two thick arms were tattooed with a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right. He wore a pair of thick red boxing gloves on his hands. There was also a tattoo of Guan Gong with his eyes closed on his back. What a social person boxing rabbit. If Yi Bai hadn't recognized the fat sheep Li Chen, he would have almost failed to recognize that the pet in front of him was a boxing rabbit. If this guy wore a pair of sunglasses and a heavy gold necklace around his neck, he would look more like a successful person in society. Yi Bai, you promised me before that you would let Boxing Rabbit wash away its shame. Let's take advantage of this ring match to have a match. How about we do it according to our last agreement? If Boxing Rabbit loses, I will cover the food for all your pets for a year. If you lose, as long as your pet kowtows to Boxing Rabbit 3 times, the matter will be over. Yi Bai thought about it and agreed. After hearing this news, Wan Bian-song should be the happiest. Being happy, Wan Bian-song would not care about the battle, kowtow to Li Chen on the spot, and shout father. So he still had to watch Wan Bian-song and not give it a chance to mess around. Otherwise, it would be his own loss of face. Yi Bai called out Wan Bian-song, who was dozing off. It smacked its mouth in dissatisfaction, as if blaming Yi Bai for waking it up when it was sleeping soundly. Yi Bai did not speak, but pointed in the direction of Li Chen. Wan Biancan looked in the direction Yi Bai pointed, and said, "Oh, isn't this Brother Konga? Whether it's sapphire carrots or ruby carrots given to me today, I can accept either. I'm not picky." Wan Biancan thought of those indescribable delicacies, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth like a spring. Especially when Yi Bai told Wan Biancan about Li Chen's request. Wan Biancan immediately showed a grateful look. The silkworm has been wandering for half a lifetime, and only regrets that it has not met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, the silkworm is willing to worship as a foster father. Sure enough, when Yi Bai saw Wan Biancan's clear and stupid expression and his big eyes rolling around, he knew that this guy was deeply moved by Li Chen. He kicked the buttocks of the Wan Biancan. Work, hurry up and work. If you perform well, you will have unlimited food for a year. Think about the ruby, sapphire, and emerald carrots, which are plentiful. Maybe you can eat one and throw one away. Yi Bai was painting a rosy picture for the Wan Biancan, and he didn't use his own money. Take advantage of this opportunity to build a good relationship with Li Chen. With your charm that has nowhere to go, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to turn 1 year into 2 years? The Wan Biancan heard it and thought it made sense. It stuck out its tongue and made a thumbs-up gesture with its tongue. Li Chen looked at the man and the pet calculating him in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched immediately. Hey, you two, that's enough. Don't show the idea of treating me as a sucker in front of me so obviously. I am generous, but I am not a fool. Okay, the contestants for the number 1 ring are already in place. While everyone is here, I will tell you the rules of the ring match.
Director Suna picked up the microphone.
She planned to explain the rules of the ring match to everyone at once. In this ring match, one person can only attack the champion of one ring once. The loser will leave the ring, and the winner will defend the ring.
The defense time is from now until 6 p.m.
Those who successfully stand on the ring can win. Those who fail to defend the ring can occupy other rings. In short, at 6 p.m., the 8 contestants who can stand on the 8 rings will be our candidates.
Did everyone understand? Suna smiled and looked at the crowd of heads under the stage. Even if they didn't understand, I wouldn't repeat it. I won't serve you idiots. Almost all the students nodded, indicating that they understood.
There is another rule, that is, no props are allowed on the ring. Including props that increase attack power, and potions that restore physical strength.
This rule has extremely high requirements for the defending party.
The strength of the pet must be extremely strong to withstand the opponent's attack.
However, Yi Bai is not worried about his Wandian silkworm.
After all, this guy's defense can defend against the attack of the 3rd level pet. And most of the pets attacking the ring are only the 1st level small karami, and it is difficult to break the defense of the Wandian silkworm.
Wandian silkworm, use tempering. Yi Bai issued an order to the Wandian silkworm.
The Wandian silkworm immediately exuded a metallic luster. Under the sunlight, its bald head emitted a dazzling light.
This is the reflection of sunlight.
Many students shed tears from the corners of their eyes after being exposed to the strong light.
What a terrifying tactic.
Before it officially starts, I'm going to give Li Chen and Boxing Rabbit a beating.
Someone immediately said.
Yi Bai used tactics so quickly.
He is truly worthy of being number 1 in our school. Someone continued. Yi Bai. No, I just issued a tempering order. What are you thinking about? You are overthinking it.
Li Chen and Boxing Rabbit had already put on their sunglasses at this time, and the bright light emitted from the forehead of the Wandian silkworm had the least impact on them.
Come on, Boxing Rabbit, your chance for revenge has come. Li Chen pursed his lips in the direction of Wandian silkworm.
Boxing Rabbit has been undergoing extremely hard training during this period, and all the muscles in his body have been trained as hard as steel. It has mastered various boxing skills in order to one day be able to defeat the all-changing silkworm.
Boxing Bunny, use madness, then megaton punch.
Boxing Rabbit took a deep breath, and the muscles all over its body made clicking sounds. The Boxing Rabbit was originally only 1 meter tall, but its upper body began to swell up, like a muscular man. The ferocious veins were exposed, like giant earthworms squirming in the blood vessels.
Boom, boom, boom.
The students who were close to the ring heard the sound of the Boxing Rabbit's heart beating rapidly.
At this time, the Boxing Rabbit was like a god and a demon.
It was breathing heavily and walked towards the 1,000 transformation silkworm step by step. If you take off its sunglasses, the students will definitely find that the Boxing Rabbit's eyes are as scarlet as a demon. The look it looked at the 1,000 transformation silkworm was full of anger. It was this guy who made a fool of himself on the spot and was terminated from the contract on the spot.
Boxing Rabbit has 2 human beasts he hates the most.
One is He-Ching Yuan, who abandoned him in public, and the other is Wandian Silkworm, who made a fool of himself on the spot.
However, everything is over, the nightmare will be far away from you, and you will usher in a new life.
After Boxing Rabbit saw Wandian Silkworm yawning and looking disapproving, anger surged directly from his heart to Tianlingai.
How could it be so disapproving? Is it looking down on itself?
The anger burned Boxing Rabbit's brain and he lost his mind.
It intends to blow the head of Wandian Silkworm with 1 punch.
Li Chen saw Boxing Rabbit's intention, but he was too late to stop it. The Boxing Rabbit concentrates all his strength on his right fist. The fist emitted a terrifying and dazzling white light, like a rising sun, and the students surrounding the ring took a step back. Only Director Su Na was still on the stage, watching calmly. At this time, the Boxing Rabbit finally came to the front of the silkworm. It raised its thick arm and punched the silkworm fiercely. The target was the silkworm's head. The Boxing Rabbit seemed to have seen the scene of the ever-changing silkworm's head exploding, and a proud smile appeared on its lips. It will be avenged soon. It has been waiting for this day for a long time. Only a bang was heard, and the head of the one-changed silkworm did not explode as expected.
It continued the unfinished yawning action just now.
Instead, Boxing Rabbit felt excruciating pain in his right arm. Its eyes were wide open, as if it couldn't believe that the defensive power of the 1,000-changed silkworm was so terrifying.
Boxing Rabbit once tested his strength.
In the mad state, a million-ton punch can penetrate and deform a half-meter thick steel plate. But such a terrifying power cannot do anything to the 1,000-change silkworm. The action of force is relative. The amount of effort Boxing Rabbit had just exerted would come back to him. A familiar scene appeared. This scene seems like it happened yesterday. Boxing Rabbit closed his eyes in despair. It lost miserably. It flew out again and hit the wall not far away. Boom! Smoke was everywhere, and the Boxing Rabbit was deeply embedded in the wall. Its right hand was stretched out, and the bones inside had obviously been broken into several pieces. The walls were covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The whole place was silent, so terrifying. Just now, their palms were secretly sweating. Everyone thought that Boxing Rabbit could blow away the head of Wandian Silkworm with one punch. But the result was exactly the opposite. The all-changing silkworm was safe and sound, and the Boxing Rabbit was knocked away. The Wandian silkworm continued to yawn and smack its lips. There was not even a red or swollen spot where it was hit by the Boxing Rabbit. At this time, it suddenly showed a puzzled expression. Hey, where did the Boxing Rabbit go? Finished? Wait, I remember something seemed to fly out just now. Wandian silkworm followed everyone's gaze and saw the Boxing Rabbit embedded in the wall. The Boxing Rabbit was deeply embedded in the wall in the shape of a large font, with blood seeping out of it. It lowered its head, and it was impossible to tell whether it was dead or alive. Wandian Silkworm's eyes widened. Now that I have been defeated, my adoptive father will not be angry. Wandian-san looked at Li Chen with some anxiety. Li Chen's face was expressionless, except for a slight frown. Fortunately, the long-term meal ticket is gone. As soon as the mood relaxes, drowsiness comes. Wandian Silkworm consumed most of his energy yesterday, and he was called out by Yi Bai while he was sleeping today. It was so sleepy that it was about to fall asleep, and its eyelids closed silently. The energy of the Wandian Silkworm was exhausted and it could not hold on any longer. A deafening snoring sound came out of the mouth of the Wandian Silkworm. Everyone saw a huge transparent bubble coming out of the nostrils of the Wandian Silkworm. A drop of crystal-clear liquid flowed from the corner of its mouth. It was sleeping soundly. Hey, this is a defense. Is it really okay for you to slack off in broad daylight? Yi Bai, why don't you wake up your pet? If it falls into a sleeping state, it will be easier to be defeated by other pets. Even Suna couldn't stand it anymore and persuaded Yi Bai tactfully. But Yi Bai shook his head. Director Su, my Wandian Silkworm has a bad temper when it wakes up. If you wake it up rashly, it will definitely get angry. I'm afraid that the Wandian Silkworm will get angry and kill everyone. That's not good. I'd better save some face for my classmates. There is no rule in the competition that the defending pet can't sleep. Suna choked, but it was true that this rule was not made at the beginning. Very good, I'll take out the pen and add the 30-second defending rule. During the defending process, the defending pet is not allowed to sleep. Suna gritted her teeth and roared in her heart. Li Chen's face was a little ugly at this time. The Boxing Rabbit used a million-ton punch, but it was knocked out instead. The effect of force is opposite. It seems that Yi Bai's pet's defense is quite amazing. Just looking at the Boxing Rabbit's posture just now, even a thick steel plate can be pierced by the Boxing Rabbit's punch. In the end, he couldn't do anything to a small pet, and Li Chen was a little speechless. He walked down the ring and came to the side of the Boxing Rabbit. At this time, the Boxing Rabbit had opened its eyes, and it had a depressed expression of despair. It lost again. It lost to the one Biancan again, which gave the Boxing Rabbit great psychological trauma. Am I really that bad? After training hard for so long, I couldn't even break the defense of the pet. The Boxing Rabbit began to lose confidence again. At this time, Li Chen pushed the crowd away and slapped the Boxing Rabbit heavily in the face. There was only a snap, and a red slap mark appeared on the Boxing Rabbit's face. The Boxing Rabbit was stunned. Boxing Rabbit, what are you confused about, you coward? It's just a small failure, why are you depressed? You want to prove your own strength, isn't it simple? Defend the ring, go to the ring, as long as you can hold on to the last second, you are the MVP in my heart. Who are you showing this shameless look to? You are the first to look down on yourself. Boxing Rabbit looked at his right arm that was drooping, and a piercing pain came from his right arm. Its right arm was broken, along with its confidence and future. It can no longer stand up, just like its life, it is in a slump. No matter how hard it tries, it can't defeat its opponent. This chapter has been revised. Thank you for pointing out my mistakes.
Li Chen understood what the boxing rabbit was thinking at this time.
He leaned over, gently rubbed the boxing rabbit's head, and said softly and tenderly, "Nothing is smooth sailing.
It's like sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will retreat. There will always be setbacks in life, big and small. Will you be devastated every time you encounter a setback? Stand up and wave your fist at God. Tell the difficulties that I will always overcome them. Stand up your spine, otherwise you may be bent for the rest of your life. Be tough as a person, and be tough as a pet. You must use your iron fists to make the world bright and clear." Although the boxing rabbit's head was lowered, its ears stood up quietly, as if it had heard everything Li Chen said. After Li Chen observed the boxing rabbit's small movements, he knew that his words began to work. He looked at the boxing rabbit's right arm, which was drooping weakly. "Boxing rabbit, if your right arm can be restored, can you defend the ring? You only broke your right arm, not your spine. You must remember to face difficulties. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. The only thing that doesn't stop is the courage and determination to move forward," Li Chen said to the boxing rabbit with a firm face. The boxing rabbit hesitated for a while, and finally nodded heavily. "It will straighten its spine, stand up, and move forward all the way, bravely. Well, this is a top-level potion that can heal your arm. Drink it." Li Chen took out a bottle of milky white potion from the pet space. The potion exuded a circle of holy light. "Oh my God, this can't be a recovery potion worth 1 million per bottle. It is said that this is a top-level recovery potion developed based on the characteristics of Tianlu, life crystal dew. Li Chen is really rich. It is said that this kind of potion is hard to buy even if you have money now." The boxing rabbit looked at the milky white potion and was deeply moved. Of course, it knew the weight of this bottle of potion. Even though Li Chen is the son of Li Fugui, the richest man in Jiaying City, he doesn't have many recovery potions of this level. Each bottle is reserved for life-saving. One less bottle is used. But Li Chen is willing to use this precious potion on himself. A warm current surged from the boxing rabbit's heart, dispelling the haze in its heart. "Pet master, you have once again saved me who was so cowardly. From now on, I will no longer be confused. You and I will join hands and grow together." It pushed the potion away and stood up shakily, even though the body was flowing with bright red blood. "Boxing rabbit, you performed very well. Remember, no matter when and where, you must stand up and roar at the unfair fate in your heart. You are no worse than others, don't belittle yourself." Boxing rabbit nodded, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. It endured the pain and used its left hand to pinch its right arm a few times to straighten its bones to avoid dislocation. Li Chen showed a gratified smile on his face, and he took out a bottle of recovery potion with better effect from the pet space. "This bottle of potion exudes a blue light. This is the recovery potion you usually drink. You should not refuse me for this bottle of potion." Li Chen put the recovery potion in the hand of Boxing Rabbit. This time, Boxing Rabbit did not refuse, twisted the bottle cap and drank it up. After a while, a cold breath rose from the stomach. The broken bones gave off a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood. A stream of cool air spread through his body. The bleeding wounds on his body also recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The muscles all over his body made a popping sound, and in just a short while, the Boxing Rabbit recovered almost completely. It moved its fists and feet, making a series of air-breaking sounds. "Boxing Rabbit, you have to find the meaning of life. Find the right goal, don't set it too high, otherwise you will be very tired." Li Chen almost said it clearly, "Don't bother with the Wandian silkworm again, you can't beat it. I can say that except for Yi Bai's pet, you can beat the pets of everyone present." Li Chen's words of spiritual poison chicken soup directly dissed all the students present. Their faces suddenly turned black. "Thank you, I feel humiliated. Come on, let me see how powerful you are now." Li Chen pulled up the Boxing Rabbit, and the man and his pet walked towards another ring. Many classmates made way for them. At this time, another person walked onto the ring. Her hair was braided in dreadlocks, and she was dressed like a hip-hop girl. A fluorescent jellyfish called a green hat was floating behind the girl. This jellyfish usually emits green light, and its shape looks a bit like a hat, so it is nicknamed a green hat. The girl chewed gum in her mouth and blew a big bubble. "Yi Bai, let my fluorescent jellyfish challenge you." "My fluorescent jellyfish is not as weak as Li Chen's rabbit. By the way, my name is Zhang Yi, and I defeated you on the spot. Go ahead, fluorescent jellyfish, use shadow clone." Seeing Zhang Yi so confident, Yi Bai was also very curious.
What was so special about the fluorescent jellyfish in front of him that made the girl have the illusion that she could defeat the Wanbian silkworm? Yi Bai's eye of insight opened immediately. Fluorescent jellyfish, gender, genderless, attribute, space/light, level 2, level 1, skills, flash, proficient, emits green light to blind the opponent.
I love you with a little green.
Bind, proficient, extend long tentacles to bind the opponent. Dissolving liquid, proficient, spray golden dissolving liquid from the mouth to dissolve the opponent. Shadow clone, beginner splits several clones to attack the opponent. Evolution Route 1, strong light jellyfish, 3rd level light attribute crystal core *3, complete evolution under the irradiation of strong light. Evolution Route 2, venom jellyfish, 3rd level poison attribute crystal core *3, complete evolution in a swamp full of venom. Evolution Route 3, space jellyfish, space crystal *3, need to enter the crack of the void and feel the breath of space.
This guy actually has 3 evolution routes? Yi Bai blinked his eyes. Awesome! The snoring of the Wanbian silkworm is like a symphony, and the fluorescent jellyfish fell from the sky, and its clones surrounded the Wanbian silkworm.
Fluorescent jellyfish, use flash. For a moment, the main body and the clones all emitted a dazzling green light.
Damn, it's coming again.
The students next to the ring were stimulated by the strong light again and tears flowed. Director Suna silently put on a pair of sunglasses, and the light also dazzled her eyes.
But the Wanbian silkworm, who was sleeping, seemed unmoved.
It felt that the surroundings were getting warmer and warmer, just like a thick quilt. The heat was just right, and it was comfortable enough to sleep more soundly.
Looking at the Wanbian silkworm snoring louder, Zhang Yi squinted her eyes. It was a mistake. The strong light tactics seemed to be useless against Yi Bai's pet. In this case, let's try this trick. Fluorescent jellyfish, use the dissolving liquid. The fluorescent jellyfish took a deep breath, and it suddenly sprayed out a golden dissolving liquid with strong acid from its mouth. The dissolving liquid fell on the body of the Wanbian silkworm and slid to the ground in an instant.
As soon as the floor came into contact with the dissolving liquid, it made a hissing sound of oil. Thick white smoke came out, and holes of different sizes appeared on the wooden floor. A pungent sour smell spread.
Zhang Yi was stunned.
She didn't expect the dissolving liquid to be ineffective. The dissolving liquid that can dissolve alloys is useless against this pet?
My god, this guy's defense is too strong. This guy won't be all defense.
Zhang Yi could feel the helplessness of the boxing rabbit at this time.
Fluorescent jellyfish, use binding to tie it up.
Then pull it into the air and smash it to the ground.
Zhang Yi didn't believe it. Wanbian silkworm could still be as strong as it is now after being smashed from a high altitude to the ground.
The tentacles of the fluorescent jellyfish stretched out and landed on the body of Wanbian silkworm.
The movement was very gentle, just like tickling the Wanbian silkworm, and the fluorescent jellyfish also made a buzzing sound.
There are mosquitoes.
Wanbian silkworm hates mosquitoes the most when sleeping. Although mosquitoes can't bite through its skin, the tongue of Wanbian silkworm is soft. Once Wanbian silkworm accidentally fell asleep, and many mosquitoes lay on its tongue and sucked blood. The next day, its tongue was swollen like a sausage.
From then on, Wanbian silkworm and mosquitoes have an irreconcilable hatred, and its tongue has formed a muscle memory of hitting mosquitoes.
A trace of murderous intent flashed in the tightly closed eyes of Wanbian silkworm. It stretched out its tongue and slapped forward quickly and accurately. Only a snap was heard. The fluorescent jellyfish was slapped hard on the ground by the tongue of the Wanbian silkworm.
Its body made close contact with the ground with a snap, and there was a long red mark on the place where the tongue hit it, covered with saliva. The main body was attacked, and the clones of the fluorescent jellyfish dissipated instantly. Fluorescent jellyfish, fluorescent jellyfish.
Zhang Yi shouted loudly, and the severely injured fluorescent jellyfish raised its tentacles tremblingly.
A white light fell on the end of its tentacles, and it raised the white flag to surrender. It's not that the concubine is incompetent, but the opponent is too cunning. This made everyone feel that they were as fierce as a tiger, but the result was worse than a fool. Suna announced that Yi Bai successfully defended the ring, and Zhang Yi walked to another empty ring without saying a word. Yi Bai sat on the ring, slowly flipping through the private notes lent to him by Suna. The content inside recorded a lot of knowledge that Yi Bai had never seen before. For example, when processing the mandrake, you must first remove the leaves on the top of the mandrake one by one in order, so that the toxins of the mandrake can be completely processed with screams.
The white outer membrane on the outside of the agave will affect the medicinal properties of the agave potion. It needs to be scalded with 98-degree water to clean the outer membrane. If it is 1 degree higher, the agave will be completely scalded and lose its medicinal properties. If it is 1 degree lower, the outer membrane will be like welded to the agave, and it cannot be peeled off. This notebook really opened Yibai's eyes. There are many things related to the processing of 3rd level and 4th level herbs. When Yibai turned to the last page of the notebook, his fingers trembled and his pupils contracted. Please vote, please vote, please vote. The previous chapter has been modified. You can go back and take a look. The last page of the notebook is actually about the introduction of life spirit seeds. Life spirit seeds are 5th level treasures, containing a magnificent life essence, which can replenish the vitality of pets or humans whose vitality is exhausted. It is one of the important cores of the synthesis of 7th level treasures, the heart of life. Although this treasure is rated as 5th level, due to its uniqueness and rarity, its value may be equivalent to that of 6th level treasures. After use, life spirit seeds will enter the body of pets or humans, grow or die with them. Before the death of pets or humans, take out the life spirit seeds from their bodies and use them again. Yibai's heart skipped a beat, but he still closed the notebook as if nothing had happened, as if he had not seen the last page at all. Yibai had a sense of urgency. If someone found that the life spirit seeds were in Dahue's body, Dahue would die. Never underestimate the greed of human nature, and the persistence of some people who are running out of energy to survive. It seems that we have to think of a way to completely hide the breath of life spirit seeds in Dahue's body. If there is any secret technique that can track the breath of the life spirit, then Dahui is in danger. Suna smiled with a meaningful smile. She leaned back, and countless mud piled up behind her, forming a chair made of mud. This is the unique talent of her pet to manipulate mud. Since there is no one on the ring at this time, there is no need to stand on the ring all the time. Suna sat quietly on the chair, reading a book quietly, looking like a peaceful life. After defeating the boxing rabbit and the fluorescent jellyfish in succession, the remaining students thought that they did not have the ability to beat Yibai's Wanbian silkworm. They did not want to embarrass themselves and become a laughingstock in the mouths of others. So the number 1 ring where Yibai was, no one went up to the stage to attack the ring for a whole morning. At this time, Zhang Lingxue once again came to the hut where her grandfather lived. This time, she came prepared. After seeing Zhang Lingxue coming over, Principal Zhang frowned. Xiaoxue, didn't I tell you that I'm fine? You don't have to come every other day, my body is very strong. How can you concentrate on research if you come every other day like this? As soon as Principal Zhang finished speaking, the burning feeling came again. He endured the pain and his teeth made a clicking sound. After a few days of comfort, the stubborn disease broke out again. Zhang Lingxue could also feel that the blood goo in Principal Zhang's body began to become active again. Grandpa, I have found a way to treat your stubborn disease. Zhang Lingxue released the blood goo butterfly from the pet space. This beautiful and charming butterfly danced in the air. Blood-red light fell from the butterfly wings and spread on Principal Zhang's body. Principal Zhang suddenly felt the burning feeling in his body, which subsided at this moment. Xiaoxue, what's going on? Principal Zhang was puzzled. Grandpa, after I took a sample of your blood, I found a lot of small bugs in your blood. After consulting the teacher, I found out that you were poisoned by a kind of blood goo. This blood goo is 1/10 the size of a normal cell, and it has its own consciousness. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Lingxue continued, when we usually draw blood, they hide in your organs and don't come out. So until now, we haven't discovered the existence of blood goo. If it weren't for the nutritional potion I gave you, which can make this blood goo fall into a dormant state, I wouldn't have discovered this clue. This is why so many Chinese medical masters can't see it. The more natural treasures you eat, the more blood goo will multiply. And this blood goo butterfly evolved into a 4th level pet beast based on the goo goo extracted from you. Its ability is goo goo manipulation, which can clear the blood goo in your body. The blood goo butterfly is equivalent to the king of blood goo. Xiaoxue has grown up and can help Grandpa. This blood goo butterfly should have evolved from your versatile silkworm. You accidentally discovered a new evolutionary route. Principal Zhang said with great relief. Then let's start the treatment. Zhang Lingxue nodded to the blood goo butterfly. The blood goo butterfly opened its mouth and emitted a kind of infrasound. This infrasound cannot be heard by humans, only blood goo can receive this kind of audio. Countless blood goo rushed in one direction as if they heard the king's call. Principal Zhang suddenly felt his blood vessels swell. He raised his hand, and his fingers swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the blood goo butterfly stretched out its mouthparts like a syringe. The mouthparts tapped on Principal Zhang's 10 fingers one by one like a dragonfly touching the water.
After the wound on the fingertips, milky white liquid rushed out. These were the blood goo army composed of countless tiny blood goo.
The blood goo butterfly opened its mouth and sucked the milky white liquid into its body.
Principal Zhang felt that his body was much smoother. However, Zhang Lingxue used the skill of goo poison to control this skill, but found that the goo poison on Principal Zhang's body was not completely removed, and there was about 2/3 of blood goo left. After communicating with the blood goo butterfly, Zhang Lingxue discovered that absorbing so many blood goo butterflies was already the blood goo butterfly's limit.
It takes time to transform these blood voodoos so that they can be used by the blood voodoo butterflies. This transformation process takes 3 days.
Zhang Lingxue felt a little regretful, but these 3 days were still within the controllable range.
Nutritional medicine can put the blood poison in Grandpa's body into a dormant state.
I believe that the stubborn disease in Grandpa's body will soon be expelled.
By the way, Grandpa, my teacher is coming to visit you next week.
She wants to see how you are doing and then visit my laboratory to see my latest research results.
After hearing this, Principal Zhang's face changed drastically. What nonsense, how can I get Academician Su to come and see me? She is a national treasure level scientist of our Yin Kingdom Alliance.
Her safety is the top priority. Why are you just talking about such a big thing now? Principal Zhang was pacing on the ground with her hands behind her back.
Academician Su had many major projects in hand and nothing could happen to her. But with Su Qingxian's temper, once she decides something, she won't change it. Let's do this.
I'll discuss it with your senior brother and President Wang to see how her schedule is arranged.
Zhang Lingxue nodded. Grandpa, remember to take the medicine I prepared for you on time. I will come back to treat you in 3 days.
In fact, Zhang Lingxue had another idea, which was to cultivate a few more blood goo butterflies. She wanted to solve all the troubles at once. Let her grandfather fully recover and join the teacher's security team to ensure the teacher's safety.
If something happened to his teacher here, the consequences would be unimaginable.
When Zhang Lingxue returned to the institute, she found that the institute was empty, and no one answered Yi Bai's phone calls.
Where did this kid go? Where's the information on the blood goo butterfly?
At this time, she slapped her head suddenly. By the way, today is the arena competition, and Yi Bai is going to compete in the arena. After Yi Bai finished his lunch, he saw that no one was still willing to attack, so he discussed it with Director Su Na.
Director Su, look at me, no one is attacking me. It's okay to stand here anyway.
Otherwise, I'll leave my pet here and go out for a walk.
Yi Bai asked tentatively.
It seems that you are quite confident in the strength of your pet beast. However, if your opponent's pet beasts are generally at level 1 and yours is at level 2, you do have this ability.
Okay, you go ahead, just pay attention to safety. But if your pet loses in the ring, don't cry.
Suna smiled and opened another page of the book.
The Wanbian silkworm was still sleeping soundly on the ring.
It had been too tired recently.
Evolving and creating 2 clones is simply killing the Wanbian silkworm.
Its mouth opened wide, and a pool of crystal clear liquid flowed out from the corner of its mouth. As soon as Yi Bai walked back to the laboratory, he spotted a busy figure. After Zhang Lingxue heard the noise, she realized that Yi Bai was back.
Aren't you a ring player? Zhang Lingxue asked curiously.
After my pet beast defeated the boxing rabbit and fluorescent jellyfish, no one could challenge me.
I've been in the ring in a daze all morning.
Yi Bai shrugged his shoulders and put the completed experimental reports on blood poison moths and blood poison butterflies on the table. According to the results of my test, the variety silkworm wants to evolve into a blood poisonous moth and a blood goo butterfly. Their cell activity is higher than that of the ordinary variety silkworm. They are more sensitive to the smell of blood nuclei. Teacher, if you want the variety silkworms to evolve into blood poison moths and blood goo butterflies, then you have to select another batch of variety silkworms.
Yi Bai said sincerely. That's it.
Zhang Lingxue thought for a while. Then let's go to the variety silkworm farm to pick out a batch of variety silkworms.
Just follow the method you said, use the blood core to test it, and see which of those versatile silkworms reacts first.
Yi Bai first discovered the evolutionary route of the variety silkworm through the eye of insight, and then in turn deduced the common points that those variety silkworms can evolve.
The attraction of the blood core to those ever-changing silkworms was also discovered by Yi Bai accidentally. The nearest breeding farm to us is in the suburbs at the junction of Jiaying City and Changhe City.
I'm relatively familiar with the director of the breeding farm over there, and I can go into the breeding farm and select the versatile silkworms.
Without further ado, let's set off immediately. Zhang Lingxue said impatiently. On Wanbian's silkworm's side, after seeing Yi Bai leaving, the students' minds started to become more active. Now that Yi Bai, the pet master, is no longer around, does this mean they can fish in troubled waters? Then there was a rock-shaped pet beast with flames all over its body, jumping into the ring. Please vote, please vote. I feel like my brain has been hollowed out. It's not easy to write a book. Please support me if you have any questions, you can ask them. This guy is an exploding stone, a pet beast with attributes of fire and earth. It has a very impatient personality and will self-destruct if it disagrees with it, killing its opponents together. The power of the explosive stone's self-explosion will increase as the level increases. When it self-destructs, the stones on its body will also break apart, causing secondary damage to the opponent. After the explosive stone self-destructs, its body will be shattered, but as long as the core in its body is not damaged, it will recover. Its evolved explosive rock is generally used by people for fixed-point blasting. And this classmate, who looked quite strong, had the idea of letting the explosive stone explode itself to defeat the thousand-change silkworm. According to his investigation, Yi Bai's pet beast is the variety silkworm. No matter how terrifying its defense is, it is only physical defense. And his explosive stone can attack with fire, so it should be easy to deal with an insect-type variety silkworm. I, Wang Badian, apply to challenge arena number 1. Wang Badian said respectfully to director Suna. Come on, let your pet be careful. Suna was reading a book without even raising her head. This explosive rock was not even as good as Zhang Yi's fluorescent jellyfish. She already knew what the result would be without raising her head. Ha, variety silkworm, Director Suna asked my pet to be careful. I'm afraid of hurting you. Why don't you surrender quickly? Wang Badian laughed. Suna. Is that what I mean? Classmates. Is this what Director Suna meant? But the only thing that answered Wang Badian was Wanbian silkworm's loud snoring and the bubbles coming out of his nostrils. Wang Batian's fist hardened. Explode the rock. Use rolling attack first to hit the ever-changing silkworm. Explosive stone curled up its body and rolled towards the thousand-change silkworm. The moment it hit the thousand-change silkworm, the thousand-change silkworm remained motionless, while the explosive stone flew backwards. Idiot. You know that physical attacks have no effect on Yi Bai's pet beast, yet you still use physical attacks. Li Chen and Boxing Rabbit crossed their arms and watched the exciting competition in the number 1 arena. Are you planning to have attributes that conflict with each other? Fire worm? When my fluorescent jellyfish uses flash, the surrounding temperature is much higher than that of a normal flame. Yi Bai's pet beast is not afraid of this, it is even afraid of small flames. Absurd! Zhang Yi blew the bubbles and snorted coldly. Wang Badian saw the explosive stone flying over and quickly squatted down with his head in his hands. Just kidding, the blast stone is not light, it weighs almost 20 kilograms. If this hits someone, it's no joke. If he is hit by a blast stone, he will end up drinking millet in the ICU and having the king of hell praise him for his good health. The explosive stone fell on the guardrail of the ring. After hitting the guardrail, it deformed and fell to the ground. After rolling on the ground a few times, it stopped. At this time, the blast stone was spinning, and countless little stars appeared on its forehead. The surrounding students were in an uproar. They originally thought that after Yi Bai left, Lao Wang's pet beast would be able to crush this ever-changing silkworm. The result is not as good as the 205 just now. Fortunately, I didn't risk going up there. Yes, otherwise you will be like the guy next door, Lao Wang, who will be very embarrassed. Lao Wang may think this is a good opportunity, but I think this is a trap. Haven't you noticed that Director Suna hasn't raised her head yet? She reminded Lao Wang to be careful with his explosive stones. This shows that the outcome has long been decided. The moment Lao Wang stepped into the ring, he was already destined to fail. The classmates were talking one after another, and of course Wang Badian heard the gossip. He managed to get up from the ground despite the discomfort in his body. Until there is a winner, my pet beast and I will keep fighting. I don't care why, I just work day and night for my explosive stone. There's nothing to be ashamed of fighting a strong man. Wang Badian gritted his teeth and roared. He spoke so loudly that he woke up the Wandian silkworm. Wandian silkworm opened its hazy eyes with some dissatisfaction. It took a long time for it to see Wang Batian's face clearly. A basketball-sized explosive rock was staring at it with its big eyes. Hey, isn't this the explosive rock that likes to self-destruct? Previously, Wanbian silkworm was still in the secret realm, being chased by explosive rocks.
As a result, when they meet again, they are already their own masters. Things have changed and people have changed.
At this moment, Wan Bian's silkworm's stomach suddenly twitched. Wan Bian's silkworm's face was filled with nervousness.
No, I want to fart. But doing such an inelegant act in front of a large public will harm your image.
What if my adoptive father feels disgusted and wants to regret it?
Wan Bian's silkworm covered his stomach with his tongue, and his sphincter muscles began to be unable to hold back.
It moved its butt slightly, intending to change its posture and take a defensive stance.
As a result, this movement seemed to break the balance in the body.
The stirring breath in his stomach was like a tide, stimulating the nerve center of Wan Bian's silkworm over and over again. No, absolutely not.
The Wan Bian silkworm's face gradually turned livid, and large beads of sweat dripped from its forehead.
Why did Yi Bai's pet suddenly turn green? Is it poisoned? It doesn't look like it.
If it was poisoned, it would have foamed at the mouth and collapsed.
Is it holding back a big move? The classmates saw the clues and were discussing.
The Qiyun Dantian continued to move downwards. The army was advancing at a high speed and would soon arrive at the battlefield.
No, my image of being wise and powerful cannot be destroyed. Please, give me some face and don't move forward. The Wan Bian silkworm already regretted eating that jar of honey. Its face had turned purple and blue, and it couldn't hold it back. It really couldn't hold it back. Explosive stone, strike first. Use the flame. Stop the 100 changes silkworm. The explosive stone opened its black mouth, and countless sparks flew out of its mouth. At this time, the sphincter of the Wan Bian silkworm could no longer hold back. Forget it, I'm tired, destroy it.
The army rushed down. It let out a series of deafening farts, with an extremely comfortable expression on its face.
It felt good. Not good. Clay puppet, block it for me. Don't affect innocent students. Director Suna thought it was not good. When methane gas meets open flames, isn't this a gas explosion?
Damn it, Yi Bai's pet really knows how to make trouble. As soon as the open flame came into contact with the gas, a strong flash of light drowned everyone, and only a loud bang was heard. The huge strong wind took the number 1 ring as the origin and bombarded the surroundings. The students around were blown to the ground by the strong wind. The vibration wave rang with a buzzing sound, and the teachers and students of the whole school felt it. Lu Hang's wig fell off his head, and he was scared.
Maybe something went wrong in the ring match.
He quickly grabbed a hat and rushed towards the direction of the arena.
Don't let anything serious happen. Suna secretly hated it.
After this ring competition, the defending rules will add Article 33, which prohibits farting on the spot when defending the ring. When the strong light faded, the Wanbiankin was safe and sound, and it showed a silly expression. Looking closely, the faces of Bei Obayashi and Lao Wang next door were blackened.
When Lao Wang opened his mouth, a puff of black smoke came out of his mouth.
He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Director Suna was fine, but the clay puppet was blown into countless mud by the explosion. These muds crawled like worms, gathered together, and became clay puppets again. The whole ring was blown up. The students around were far away and were not affected much, but some students suffered minor scratches. Some students suddenly seemed to be enlightened, and they began to talk about the explosion just now. No wonder, I said, how could Yi Bai's changing silkworm have no attack power? Look at that move just now, how perverted it is. Ha, I just said that changing silkworm is secretly preparing a big move. I feel that this move is more terrible than the self-explosion of the explosive stone. Originally, I wanted to challenge Yi Bai's changing silkworm like Lao Wang next door. After all, youth leaves no regrets. But I found that this is no longer a question of youth or not, it is a question of whether you can survive.
The classmates talked loudly, and many of them were secretly glad. Professor Suna had asked the clay puppet to pick up Lao Wang and the explosive stone and walk towards the infirmary. Before leaving, she left a message. The challenge on the number 1 ring is suspended. Students who want a challenge, just wait for me to come back.
Just now, Suna had checked Lao Wang's injuries, which were all skin injuries, and he could be sent to the infirmary to get a bottle of healing potion. It's just a pity that Lao Wang's beautiful hair was burned by the explosion. Now his forehead is bald, almost like a boiled egg. Li Chen looked at the power of the explosion with a serious face, and the boxing rabbit next to him was completely dumbfounded.
Boxing rabbit, I found out that I was wrong. Yi Bai's 100 changes silkworm was just playing with you before. We have never seen it attack, so we subconsciously thought that the attack power of the 100 changes silkworm was not strong. The result is just the opposite. Its attack power is very strong. This is its true strength. Yi Bai must have a place in this Fengshu Cup. It is very likely that the provincial Fengshu Cup is not his end point. He is heading for the Yen country competition. I am honored to invest in Yi Bai early. After the boxing rabbit next to him came to his senses, he heard Li Chen's heartfelt words and nodded. Indeed, there is a big gap between it and the 100 changes silkworm. It must work harder. On the number 1 ring, the 100 changes silkworm looked confused. Didn't it just fart? Why are people looking at me with strange eyes? The eyes looking at me are all very hot. By the way, where is the pet master? Yi Bai didn't know what happened in the competition at this time. He was sitting on the gray poisonous moth, flying towards the junction of Changhe City and Jiaying City. Zhang Xue was sitting on the light goddess butterfly, leading the way forward slowly. When he just passed a bridge, he suddenly found that there was lingering gray fog at the bottom of the bridge. This means there is a treasure. Yi Bai secretly recorded the location of the bridge, and when he returned to the city, he would come here to dig for treasures. Yi Bai thought it might be the legendary dragon-slaying sword. In less than an hour, Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue stopped at the entrance of a huge breeding farm. The farm's signature logo is a white and fat variety silkworm. A video of Zhang Lingxue visiting the variety silkworm farm was played at the door. The video showed that Zhang Lingxue was full of praise for the variety silkworms produced by the farm. Yi Bai was dumbfounded. Is this okay? It seems that the relationship between Zhang Lingxue and the owner of the breeding farm is not generally good. She is even willing to advertise for the breeding farm. Xiaoxue, why didn't you tell me when you came? An old woman with gray hair walked out of the farm. This is the owner of the breeding farm, Aunt Hua. We have been friends for many years. The versatile silkworms in our institute all come from this farm. Aunt Hua, this is my apprentice, named Yi Bai. Zhang Lingxue introduced each other to the two of them. Ha, Xiaoxue, coming here is just like coming to your own home, don't be polite. You can choose whatever you want on the variety silkworm. Just like before, the variety silkworm has a number on it. Just give me the number when the time comes. I'm going to get busy first. Aunt Hua ran away in a hurry. Let's go, Yi Bai. As the owner of the breeding farm, Aunt Hua is usually very busy. I know everyone here. We can just go in and pick. Every versatile silkworm here is marked with a number. We have decided which versatile silkworm we want, just report the number. The entire farm is mainly divided into 6 floors. From the first floor to the 3rd floor, they are all places where the ever-changing silkworms are raised. The 4th floor is for giggling chickens, the 5th floor is for moo cows, and the 6th floor is for poo-poo pigs. There are septic tanks underground, and their feces will be put directly into the septic tanks to produce biogas. The biogas power generation is then used to supply the production electricity for the entire farm. Zhang Lingxue was really familiar with everyone in the farm. When the workers passing by saw Zhang Lingxue, they all said hello to her. The variety silkworms here are also in good spirits and are fed in a scientific way. The central control system detects the temperature of the farm and sprays water to dissipate heat when the temperature is high. It will keep warm when the temperature is low. The feed that the ever-changing silkworms eat looks familiar to Yi Bai. I researched these feeds and have applied for a patent. These feeds are not expensive, but they contain enough nutrients for the versatile silkworms to thrive. Zhang Lingxue said with pride. There is also an incubation room on the 1st floor dedicated to hatching pet beast eggs. The temperature of the incubation room is also controlled by a central system. The hatched variable silkworms are only as big as a thumb. They are fed special feed. When they grow to the size of a palm, they are placed in a special room for cultivation. The versatile silkworm in the juvenile stage can move from the juvenile stage to the growth stage in just 1 month. After the growth period, it will take half a year to reach adulthood. At this time, the versatile silkworm can spin out crystal clear silk. Okay, Yi Bai, here is the versatile silkworm that we can take away. Zhang Lingxue pushed open one of the doors, revealing countless fat and white silkworms. Their size is already about the same size as those versatile silkworms in the research institute. Come out, Xinglandi. Zhang Lingxue released the Xinglan butterfly that exuded starlight. Xinglan butterfly, grab this blood core and walk around the variety silkworms. Let's see how many variety silkworms are interested in the blood core. The Xinglan butterfly flew down leisurely. It held the blood core with its slender hands and flew above the variety silkworm. After a while, a variety silkworm sensed the existence of the blood core. It suddenly raised its head and discovered the traces of Xinglan butterfly, and then ran after Xinglan butterfly.
Through the eye of insight, Yi Bai confirmed that this ever-changing silkworm did indeed have an evolutionary path to evolve into a blood-poisonous moth. As the star butterfly flew at low altitude, more and more variety silkworms began to notice the blood core. Some of the variety silkworms yawned and continued to fall asleep, while the interested variety silkworms chased after them. In the end, Yi Bai confirmed that 10 versatile silkworms met the requirements, but judging from the evolutionary route, they could only evolve into blood-poisonous moths. Yi Bai didn't know if he had to put the mysterious poison into the mouths of these ever-changing silkworms in order to meet the blood-poison butterfly's pre-evolution requirements and be able to see the third evolutionary route with the eye of insight. Ask for votes. After trading 10 change silkworms, Zhang Lingshuet and Yi Bai left the farm in a hurry. On the way back to the city, Yi Bai let the gray poisonous moth fly on the bridge and stay for a while, using the excuse of admiring the beautiful scenery of the ancient bridge. Zhang Lingxue sat on the back of the goddess of light butterfly and looked down from the air. She knew that Yi Bai must have discovered something, but everyone has their own secrets, so she just saw through them but didn't reveal them. As a teacher, you definitely hope that your students will be more promising than you, so that the Yin Country Alliance can become stronger and stronger. This is a 1,000-year-old stone bridge, with a long bridge body and a wide bridge deck. It is several hundred meters long, and the bridge deck can accommodate 4 vehicles at the same time. The entire bridge is made of green stone. You can feel the traces of time on the bridge. It seems that no one has passed this bridge for a long time. There are weeds growing under the bridge, and only a trickle of water passes under the bridge. The bridge body is covered with moss. The gray poisonous moth flapped its wings and fell down, stirring up gusts of wind. The wind caused the stream under the bridge to stir up a few ripples. The name of this bridge is recorded on the ancient monument on the bridge, called Jinlong Bridge. This is not Jiaying River, but there is a thick gray fog that cannot be dissipated under the ancient bridge. Yi Bai checked the geographical location of this place on the internet. 100 years ago, this was still a Changha River with a volume similar to Jiaying River. And this bridge is located in the middle and lower reaches of Changha River. It was just that a major earthquake occurred 50 years ago, and the upper reaches of Changha River were diverted. Residents living near Jinlong Bridge chose to live by the water and moved away from here. So this Jinlong Bridge was completely abandoned. Due to long-term lack of maintenance, the bridge was covered with thick moss. A touch of green brought vitality. Yi Bai jumped off Xiao Zi's back and landed on the bridge. The green moss was a little slippery. He walked down the steps to the bottom of the bridge, looking for the source of the gray fog. The mud under the bridge exuded a fishy smell, and Yi Bai walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. When he reached the center of the bridge, he was sure that the gray mist came out of the stream. The stream was flowing, and the water only reached the back of Yi Bai's feet. He stepped on the water and found the source of the gray gas, which was an irregular stone with only black and gray colors. Although it was only the size of a palm, it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The stone was written with 2 golden characters in small seal script, Jinlong. Under the sun, it emitted a faint golden light. At the moment of contact with the Jinlong stone, Yi Bai heard a loud dragon roar in his mind. This reminded Yi Bai of the intelligence that the dragon-slaying sword could emit a deafening dragon roar when it flicked the sword body. What is the connection between the Jinlong stone and the Zhanlong sword? Yi Bai felt that he needed to check the connection between the Jinlong stone, the Zhanlong sword and the walking flood dragon. Maybe it would be of great use in the future. With a thought, he touched the dragon-suppressing stone with both hands and put it into the pet space. After the dragon-suppressing stone disappeared, the ground shook slightly, and a gust of wind blew over, and the 1-meter-high weeds around fell to the ground. A black shadow opened his eyes. After returning to the institute, Yi Bai knew what happened in the ring match. Principal Lu Hang came in person, and after learning the real reason from Suna, Lu Hang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was a tragedy that came out of nowhere. The result was that Yi Bai had to bear the cost of repairing the ring. After all, Yi Bai was the pet master of the 100 Changes silkworm, and the disaster caused by the 100 Changes silkworm was naturally handled by Yi Bai. After hearing this, Yi Bai grinned. Principal Lu, you don't want your bald secret to be known to everyone, right? Teacher, regarding the experiment on the evolution of the blood-poisoned butterfly, I think the bottle of mysterious poison you took out is of vital importance. Do you have any stock of mysterious poison on hand? Zhang Lingxue smiled mysteriously, and ripples appeared in the air, and the blood-poisoned butterfly rushed out. Don't worry, the blood-poisoned butterfly stores mysterious poison in its body. All those poisons obey the command of the blood-poisoned butterfly. The The blood-poisoned butterfly stretched out its mouthparts and spit out drops of liquid the size of a thumb, which fell on 10 bottles of reagent bottles.
This is a high-concentration poison.
One drop can replace the previous bottle. Since the results of the ring competition have been announced, there should be nothing important in the short term.
Let's start the experiment first.
This time, the complete evolutionary route of the blood-poisoned moth and the blood-poisoned butterfly must be studied out. Yibai has studied the blood-poisoned butterfly and the blood-poisoned moth, but some specific details need to be further considered. Complete reproducible experiments are very important. Just then, Zhang Lingshua's phone rang, and she answered the phone and started discussing. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingxue smiled and said, "Yibai, your sunflower cleaning company has some business. Several cities around the area have been invaded by the beast tide, and are currently worrying about how to deal with the piles of alien beast corpses. Otherwise they will rot and stink. Don't worry, President Wang will personally send someone to deliver the sunflowers to the city where the beast tide occurred to ensure their safety. President Wang will help you negotiate the price, and you won't suffer any loss. The flesh and blood of alien beasts are generally poisonous and need to be specially processed before they can be eaten by humans. Dealing with the corpses of alien beasts has become an urgent matter that several animal unions currently need to deal with. No problem, I'll just send Sun Cao to deal with it." Yibai hesitated for a while, and then said something to Zhang Lingxue. "There is another point. After the variety silkworm takes the high-level alien meat, the body may not be able to withstand the power, and it is likely to self-destruct state. I always use Sun Cao to relieve the self-destruction state of the variety silkworm. Teacher, is there any way to release the self-destruction state of the pet beast in your hand?" Zhang Lingxue smiled and pointed her jade-green fingertips behind her. "That's what I can rely on." Yibai looked around and saw that this was the goddess of light floating in the sky.
My light goddess butterfly can eliminate various abnormal conditions, including self-destruction.
Furthermore, based on my experience with the blood goo butterfly over the past 2 days, the blood goo butterfly also has a special blood-sucking skill that can absorb excess energy from the variety silkworm.
At this time, Yibai's ever-changing silkworm appeared at the entrance of the research institute.
It had a ticket in its mouth.
The Wandian silkworm has a silly and cute expression as it looks at the surveillance camera of the institute.
At this time, the door of the research institute creaked open, and the robot guard came out and brought the Wandian silkworm inside. When Yibai saw the hefty fine, he took a deep breath.
He glared at Wandian silkworm, and Wandian silkworm shrank his neck.
"Allow me to quibble about this. No, let me explain." Zhang Lingxue burst into laughter. "Ha, Yibai, I didn't expect that your Qinbian silkworm farted and collapsed the entire arena. It also made the students who were watching think that the thousand-change silkworm has a very strong attack power. Don't worry, this is considered a scandal in the school, so Principal Liu has repeatedly given orders not to publicize it. Otherwise, the school will be embarrassed, and your innocence will be preserved. You don't have to worry about the fine. Principal Liu doesn't dare to do anything to you. He's just showing off to others." Yibai smiled mysteriously. "Teacher, you called me wrong just now. My pet beast is no longer the thousand-change silkworm, it is now the thousand-change silkworm." After Zhang Lingxue heard this, she blinked her eyes. She looked left and right, but she couldn't see any difference between Yibai's thousand-change silkworm and thousand-change silkworm. In her eyes, they are almost like versatile silkworms.
"And my ever-changing silkworm has also mastered a special form. Wandian silkworm, create a clone."
The ever-changing silkworm's body was glowing brightly, and after a good sleep, it had recovered most of its physical strength. Dots of white light converged from the body of the ever-changing silkworm, condensing in the air.
A dark red blood poisonous moth appeared.
Ah! Zhang Lingxue rubbed her eyes.
She must have had an illusion. Why did she see a blood poisonous moth appear?
Yibai's eyes showed a glint. Sure enough, just as he thought, after the clone of the changing silkworm imitated the blood-venomous moth, the clone's form would not be cancelled unless it was specifically mimicked to record other forms. This is the secret of my myriad silkworm. I asked the teacher to keep it secret for me.
Yibai absolutely trusts Zhang Lingxue's character.
Moreover, if he wanted to imitate the light goddess butterfly and the blood goo butterfly, he would definitely not be able to hide it from Zhang Lingxue. Even if there are secrets between master and disciple, some things still have to be made clear in public. My clone of the ever-changing silkworm has mastered a very special mimicry skill. It can mimetically record all the evolved forms of the ever-changing silkworm, and the ever-changing silkworm. This clone mimicked the appearance of the blood venom moth after fighting against it. At this time, the blood poison moth clone flew in front of the bright goddess butterfly. It flew around the bright goddess butterfly several times, and a red light flashed in its eyes, as if it was recording something. Soon, the blood poison moth's clone form began to change, and after a while, a bright goddess butterfly appeared. The two light goddess butterflies are almost identical, but they can still be distinguished slightly. The color of the wings of the light goddess butterfly that the clone transformed into is slightly darker.
Zhang Lingxue was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth.
Yi Bai, your ever-changing silkworm is too perverted. Let me borrow the teacher's help to study for a few days. Have you ever tested whether there is any difference between the clone's abilities after mimicking and the mimicked beast? Zhang Lingxue immediately realized that even if her experiment failed and no blood voodoo butterfly was evolved, she could still turn the clone of the Wandian silkworm into a blood voodoo butterfly to absorb the blood voodoo from her grandfather. The abilities are about the same, but the effect may be a little worse, because my myriad silkworm is a second-level pet beast, and even if the clone mimics it, its strength cannot exceed the second level.
My myriad transformation silkworm can currently only divide into 2 clones. However, splitting the second clone will consume all the energy of the myriad transformation silkworm. Zhang Lingxue smiled. Then if you let the Wandian silkworm take back one of the clones and then release the second clone, will this save the Wandian silkworm's physical strength? After hearing Zhang Lingxue's words, Yi Bai suddenly felt that it made sense.
The myriad transformation silkworm complied, and the clone of the bright goddess butterfly dissipated, turning into milky white light spots and sinking into the myriad transformation silkworm's body. Then the myriad transformation silkworm created a second clone. This time, the second clone was not malnourished, and the myriad transformation silkworm only took a few breaths, and still had some strength left.
Teacher is really smart.
Yi Bai flattered Yi Bai a little, and Zhang Lingxue hooked her hand, and the blood poisonous butterfly slowly landed next to the clone. The blood-red compound eyes looked at the white and fat Wandian silkworm curiously, and it really wanted to take a bite of the Wandian silkworm.
The Wandian silkworm looked up and down at the blood-poisonous butterfly, and blood-red breath surged from the Wandian silkworm's body.
Its body began to swell and grow, and the blood mist wrapped it up.
Not long after, when the blood mist dissipated, another blood-poisonous butterfly appeared.
Please vote, please vote, please vote. The previous chapter was modified, and the psychological description of the Wandian silkworm was added. I revised this chapter again, corrected some typos, and the parts that were not readable.
The blood-poison butterfly clone of Wandian silkworm and Zhang Lingxue's blood-poison butterfly are similar in appearance, but Zhang Lingxue's blood-poison butterfly is better in momentum.
Yi Bai, let it try and see if it can manipulate the poison. These poisons are actually invisible insects called blood poison, which are parasitic in human blood and feed on blood. The blood poison butterfly clone flapped its wings and flew to the reagent bottle containing the poison. The drop of milky white liquid in the reagent bottle formed a straight line under the control of the clone. Zhang Lingxue could feel that the blood poison was being manipulated by the clone.
Yi Bai, I suddenly remembered a question. Is your clone considered a separate individual? Can you learn the skills they master? Yi Bai understood what Zhang Lingxue meant.
After the pet master signs a contract with the pet master will randomly draw a skill of the pet, so that the pet master also has a certain combat power or self-protection ability. The stronger the pet is, the stronger the pet master's combat power will be. However, Yi Bai currently has only 2 skills, one is tempering, and the other is sprinting. One is to increase one's own defense, and the other is to increase one's own speed. Yi Bai really has no attacking skills. Yi Bai shook his head. I haven't learned other skills.
This proves that the clone of the Wandian silkworm is not an independent individual and cannot exploit loopholes in the contract rules.
Just as Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue were discussing, President Wang's secretary came over in person and took the Sunflower King away. The Sunflower King led the second-level sunflowers in the breeding house and the school secret realm to become the strongest part-time worker Palu. 10 white and fat Bibian silkworms were released from the beast card by Yi Bai. Because time is tight, Zhang Lingxue plans to conduct reproducible research at the same time. This kind of multi-individual evolution experiment is very common in China, but it requires higher capabilities of researchers. Because in the process of evolution, various abnormal situations are likely to occur and need to be dealt with urgently. In order to observe the evolutionary status of each silkworm individually, Zhang Lingxue divided the glass display case used for evolution into 10 compartments of 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters. Each compartment is equipped with 3 cameras to record the experimental results.
Her pets, the goddess of light butterfly and the blood goo butterfly, are floating in the air and patrolling. Okay, let's start the reproducible experiment. The blood goo butterfly manipulated the blood goo to fly into the mouths of the 10 silkworms. In the first stage of swallowing the blood goo, many silkworms began to yawn.
I guess if these silkworms want to evolve into blood goo butterflies, they must first assimilate with the blood goo. That is to say, the blood goo must be able to survive in the body of the silkworm and multiply to a certain scale. At this time, Yi Bai had seen through the eye of insight that some silkworms had the evolutionary path of the blood goo butterfly. This proved that Yi Bai's guess was correct. Blood goo is the hidden condition for the silkworm to evolve into the blood goo butterfly, and the evolutionary path of the blood goo butterfly is considered a hidden evolutionary path.
Certain conditions must be met before the eye of insight can see it.
Yi Bai carefully observed the silkworms that had the evolutionary path of the blood goo butterfly and compared them with those that did not.
This observation revealed a clue. All the silkworms that had adapted to the blood goo and had the evolutionary path of the blood goo butterfly fell into a deep sleep. The silkworms that had not adapted to the blood goo were somewhat restless. Yi Bai immediately told Zhang Lingxue about this phenomenon.
Zhang Lingxue used the skill of manipulating the poison, and she found that the blood goo and the sleeping silkworms had calmed down.
On the contrary, the blood goo in the restless silkworms was abnormally active.
These blood goo were equivalent to foreign viruses invading the body, and the macrophages in the silkworms were fighting a decisive battle with the blood goo. This would cause various abnormal reactions in the silkworms, such as high fever, muscle aches, runny nose, etc. It seems that these silkworms have a serious rejection of their cells.
If I'm not mistaken, we can use allergen tests to determine whether the silkworms can accept blood goo.
Or use special medicines to reduce this rejection reaction.
The ones with stronger reactions this time are number 1, number 4, number 7, number 9, and number 10.
Blood goo butterfly, manipulate the poison and recycle the blood goo. Goddess of light butterfly, get ready, wait until the blood goo butterfly recycles the blood goo, and use the forgiveness of the goddess of light. The blood goo butterfly opened its mouthparts and emitted infrasound waves. It flapped its wings and flew over the silkworms that needed to recycle the blood goo. Drops of milky white liquid came out of the nostrils of these silkworms and fell into the mouthparts of the blood goo butterfly. These silkworms suddenly felt much more comfortable. Zhang Lingxue also took the opportunity to do a rejection test on them. Sure enough, their specific reactions were very high. That is to say, these silkworms have eliminated the possibility of evolving into blood goo butterflies. The goddess of light butterfly flapped its wings, and milky white light fell from its wings. The milky white light fell on the bodies of the 100 changed silkworms, and they felt as if they were soaking in a hot spring and fell asleep comfortably. This experiment was very successful, and it was possible to distinguish which 100 changed silkworms could evolve into blood goo butterflies.
This was a small improvement.
Take advantage of this break.
Zhang Lingxue decided to disclose something to Yi Bai. Yi Bai, you have been my direct disciple for a while. I want to tell you that in a few days, my master, your great master, will come to Jiaying City.
Your great master is the director of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, Academician Su Qingxian. I am her youngest direct disciple.
She will come to Jiaying City next week.
But you must not tell this news, otherwise I am afraid that someone will harm my master. Next week, the security level of Jiaying City will be raised to the highest level, ensuring that not even a mosquito can fly in. Yi Bai felt that he was hit on the head by a huge surprise. He was now like a drunk person, with a dizzy head.
Academician Su Qingxian, the Iron Lady in the scientific research community, is a scientist respected by all scientific researchers. How could he be the granddaughter of Academician Su Qingxian? This overwhelming wealth was finally received by himself. Teacher Zhang Lingxue is simply a golden thigh with diamonds. After knowing this layer of nepotism, I can't let the master get into trouble.
We will work hard this time to do the reproducible experiments of the blood poison butterfly and the blood poison moth, and add the 2 evolutionary routes of the dark butterfly and the star butterfly.
I think the teacher won't criticize me again.
Zhang Lingxue stuck out her tongue a little guilty. After all, the teacher's requirements in scientific research are very strict. If she can't be satisfied, she will scold people without mercy.
Zhang Lingxue's palms secretly sweated. Help, the big devil in the scientific research world is coming. Zhang Lingxue seemed to see the scene of her teacher picking up a small whip. Next, the experiment was divided into 2 groups. One group is about the evolution experiment of the blood poison butterfly, and the other group is about the evolution experiment of the blood poison moth. In order to facilitate observation, these versatile silkworms were also moved to another position, divided into the poison group and the poison group, and renumbered. Except for the poison and poison, the other ratios are the same. Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue threw them in according to the ratio. When the blood core and spiritual power crystal core were thrown in, the 100 changed silkworms were still safe and sound. But when the 4th level alien beast meat was thrown in, the bodies of the 100 changed silkworms in the poison group began to swell rapidly. Blood goo butterfly, use blood sucking. Light goddess butterfly, use the forgiveness of the goddess of light. Zhang Lingxue shouted loudly. The blood goo butterfly flapped its wings, and a stream of majestic blood energy emerged from the 7 orifices of the 100 changed silkworm and poured into the body of the blood goo butterfly. The 100 changed silkworms also shrank back like a deflated balloon. Then, the holy light fell on these 100 changed silkworms. After a while, these 100 changed silkworms that were almost about to burst recovered. Yi Bai, I think the evolution plan for the blood poison moth needs to be partially adjusted. The energy contained in the 4th level exotic beast meat is too huge for the versatile silkworm. So often before it is absorbed, the body of the versatile silkworm is filled with energy, and then the body suddenly expands and explodes. Look at the versatile silkworms in the goo group, there is no problem at all, proving that the blood goo in their bodies is helping them digest the energy of the 4th level exotic beast meat. I can feel that in a short period of time, the number of blood goo in the body of the versatile silkworms in the goo group has doubled. For the blood poison moth experiment, I suggest using the 3rd level exotic beast meat. The 3rd level exotic beast meat is milder, and it will be easier for the versatile silkworm to absorb. Zhang Lingxue has done many experiments and is experienced. She pointed out the shortcomings of the experiment with a sharp eye. It was mainly because it was my first time to do the evolution experiment of the versatile silkworm. I thought it was a normal phenomenon. So I didn't consider other aspects. Yi Bai's face was slightly hot. He actually made such a simple mistake. The main reason is that the Eye of Insight said that the higher the level of the exotic beast meat, the greater the success rate. He thought that the higher the level of exotic beast meat, the higher the success rate of evolution, but he ignored the physical endurance of the silkworm. If there was no Sunflower King to save the situation, his experiment would be doomed to fail. Yi Bai took out the 3rd level exotic beast meat from the cold storage, and the next time he kept observing the state of the silkworm. The experiment lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Both of them had dark circles on their faces. Finally, it was time for the silkworm to make a cocoon. However, what surprised Yi Bai was that 2 of the silkworms in the goo group made cocoons like blood-red gems, and the remaining 3 made blood-red cocoons. The silkworms in the poison group made 3 blood-red cocoons and 2 white cocoons. Please vote, please vote, please vote. Thank you for the reward from the melee archer of physical skill 5. Strange, what went wrong? It's the same steps. How come some of the 100 changed silkworms evolved into grey viper moths? Yi Bai murmured, he couldn't figure it out, he really couldn't figure it out. Zhang Lingxue rolled her eyes at Yi Bai, you don't think that all the versatile silkworms in the goo group can evolve into blood goo butterflies? All the versatile silkworms in the poison group can evolve into blood poison moths. In my opinion, this result has exceeded my expectations. The reproducibility of the goo group reached 40%, and the reproducibility of the poison group reached 60%. This data is already quite amazing. It far exceeds the 10% standard issued by the International Alliance. I am already very satisfied. And, Yi Bai, did you observe a key point? After the versatile silkworm failed to evolve into a blood goo butterfly, it did not turn into a grey poison moth, but evolved into a blood poison moth. This is a new and major discovery, breaking the current school of versatile silkworm research that the versatile silkworm can only evolve into a grey poison moth after the evolution fails. In other words, blood goo plays a key role in the evolution of the versatile silkworm. Zhang Lingxue said excitedly. This is a major breakthrough. As the main researcher who discovered the 100-changed silkworm, all alliances around the world have also set off a wave of research on the 100-changed silkworm. However, according to the information Zhang Lingxue currently has, after the 100-changed silkworm fails to evolve, it will turn into a grey poisonous moth without exception. And today, the exception was broken. After Zhang Lingxue's reminder, Yi Bai also discovered this. This really broke the inherent impression that after the 100-changed silkworm fails to evolve, it will turn into a grey poisonous moth. The research on the 100-changed silkworm has taken a major step forward. However, this can only be concluded after all the pets break out of their cocoons. After waiting for another day, these cocoons broke open one after another. This is the same as Zhang Lingxue predicted.
This experiment produced a total of 2 fourth-level blood poison butterflies, 6 blood poisonous moths and 2 gray poisonous moths. Zhang Lingxue stretched her waist, her bones made a crackling sound, and she yawned loudly. Her eyes were full of fatigue.
Yi Bai, let's go back and rest first.
When my teacher arrives the day after tomorrow, I will go to greet her in person. Now I need to catch up on my sleep, otherwise I will get old and won't be able to get married. Yi Bai yawned as he walked out of the institute's door. When he returned to his own breeding room, he threw himself on the bed and fell asleep.
The experiment lasted for 3 days and 3 nights.
Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue had been relying on sunflower nectar to stay awake. When they were sleepy, they would take a short nap and wake up immediately when there was any movement.
This is the norm for researchers to do research. The entire process of the experiment must be watched, otherwise it is very likely that the work will fail.
Sometimes some key points really flash by, and there is no chance to make up for it. At this time, the Sunflower King had already cleared the remains of the alien beasts in Shanghai City and Sanshui City.
The one who invaded Shanghai City was the ancient lantern fish, a kind of ugly deep-sea alien beast. They usually only live in the deep sea.
This time, I don't know why they invaded Shanghai City on a large scale. It has sharp teeth, a long tongue, and a crystal on its head that can emit light like a light bulb. Its eyes are as big as copper bells, and it exudes a fishy odor, especially after death. The smell is even stronger, like the smell of dead fish and rotten shrimp that have been fermented for a month. During this period, the air purifiers and gas masks in Shanghai City were sold out. Its meat is highly toxic, and only the poisonous crystal core in its body can be sold for a little money, so President Li of the Pet Association of Shanghai City is very troubled by this.
Each ancient lanternfish is the size of a van, and some high-level lanternfish are even as big as heavy trucks.
Some gourmets know that there is a fist-sized piece of meat in the body of this ancient lanternfish, called the sapphire heart, which tastes extremely delicious. It grows next to the poison sac and requires professional chefs to handle it.
Their spikes contain highly toxic substances.
If you accidentally touch them, countless blisters will appear all over your body, and your body will burn like a burn. Because the handling was too difficult, the cleaning company asked for a very high price, which was equivalent to 1/10 of Shanghai City's fiscal revenue.
The people of the Pet Beast Union could not accept it.
After hearing President Wang's introduction at the last meeting and with President Zhang's guarantee, President Li of Shanghai City Pet Beast Union hired the Sunflower Cleaning Company with the idea of trying everything possible. He took the lead in signing the contract. The price was very cheap, even exceeding his expectations. It was not even 1/10 of the price offered by the cleaning company, and it could ensure that there was no odor left. When the Sunflower King brought the Sunflower Army to Shanghai City for cleaning, President Li was really fragrant. The sunflowers swarmed up like a tide, and their long roots penetrated into the bodies of the strange beasts. While absorbing the essence and blood of the strange beasts, they exuded a faint floral fragrance. The unpleasant stench gradually dissipated. Moreover, after absorbing the flesh and blood of the alien beasts, the sunflowers mercilessly crushed and devoured the bones left by the alien beasts, with a 100% alien beast processing rate.
The sunflowers were also extremely satisfied with this job.
The flesh and blood of the alien beasts could bring them sufficient energy, prompting them to branch out and reproduce.
In Shanghai alone, the number of second-level sunflowers has doubled. Now, among every 5 sunflowers, there are substrains bred by the Sunflower King.
As for Sanshui, the beast tide that appeared was a sea beast like a conch, each of which was 3 meters tall. Once dead, it will quickly rot and ooze out mucus comparable to 502 blue, and this mucus is corrosive. This made the citizens of Sanshui very troubled. So the situation in Sanshui was even worse, and the cleaning company's offer was more expensive than that in Shanghai. After the sunflowers arrived, they were not restricted by meat and vegetables. Their roots and stems fell on the mucus, and they were sucked up with a slurp like drinking a beverage. The huge snail shell was also sucked clean by the sunflower, without a trace of odor. In order to commemorate the merits of the sunflower, the citizens of Sanshui also specially used snail shells to form a huge sunflower statue. This also became a famous tourist attraction in Sanshui in the future. At this time, the sunflower also became a thorn in the eyes of the cleaning company. However, under the strong support of the Pet Beast Union, they did not find any chance to start. Longha City is a prefecture-level city not far from Shihui City.
Some CEOs of cleaning companies gathered together to discuss countermeasures. The momentum of the Sunflower Cleaning Company was too strong.
They were robbed of many orders and could not resist. Old Yang, I wonder where this cleaning company came from and dared to steal our business. We have always maintained a close cooperative relationship with the Pet Beast Union. This time the beast tide broke out, we didn't get any benefits. Instead, those people from the Pet Beast Union gave us a cold face. This is something we have never encountered since we established the cleaning company. I'm not in a good mood recently. A fat man with a bare head, a face full of flesh, and a cigar in his mouth said to the old man sitting upright next to him. The man called Old Yang by the fat man is the think tank of these people and the most financially powerful CEO of the cleaning company. Cutting off someone's money is really infuriating. The fat man raised a bottle of expensive wine and drank it all in one gulp. That's right, that's right. I was going to ask for a sky-high price, but ended up getting snatched away by a fledgling small company. I hate it. If I could complete this order, the profit would be considerable. I secretly inquired about the price, and it was only 1/10 of our offer. Those people are too cruel. A man who looked like a stick said indignantly. I've told you guys before, don't be too greedy, just make a profit. I've asked around, the original presidents of the Pet Beast Guild wanted to find you guys to do it. After all, we're used to working together, so they can save a lot of trouble. But your quote was too high, and people were scared away. I had no choice but to give it to this cleaning company called Sunflower to clean up the bodies of the alien beasts. The price is low, they don't make decisions, and they're efficient. If I were a member of the Pet Beast Guild, I would choose them. Old Yang said slowly. Lao Yang, can you swallow this? If it were me, I would definitely trip them up. Lao Yang, we are all rough guys who only know how to work. You are the smartest one. Give us some advice. If we continue like this, we won't get paid and our men will have nothing to eat. You must help us. It is very profitable for cleaning companies to clean up the bodies of alien beasts. The sky-high cleaning fees paid by the Pet Beast Union alone can make them a lot of money, and there is also the disposal of the alien beast corpses. Parts of the alien beast's body can be sold for money, such as the teeth of the ancient lantern fish, and the crystal on the head is also worth a lot of money. Old Yang shook his head. You will suffer for your own sins. I have told you many times that you should have a good relationship with the authorities. Don't be so arrogant that you don't know whether you are a human or a ghost. Look, after you asked for a lot of money this time, the authorities found someone else to do it. But you are right. This time, the Sunflower Cleaning Company is really too much and too arrogant. We must suppress their arrogance. Don't they have another city that they haven't cleaned up? Then we will do something there. Go prepare a batch of third-level sunstones for me. When they heard that they had to pay, these people immediately showed a heartbroken expression. Old Yang glanced at everyone. What's wrong? You want to retaliate, but you don't want to pay. Where in the world can you find such a good thing? Anyway, I will give you a tip. If you want to do it, do it. If you don't want to do it, get out. Don't ask me in the future. It's annoying. Old Yang was immediately annoyed. Everyone saw that Old Yang was annoyed and looked at each other. It was the fat man who came out to smooth things over. Lao Yang, it's not that we don't want to pay this money, but we want to hear your plan first before making a decision. The fat man seemed to remind others to be careful about the degree of the situation. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. It will not be good for everyone to annoy Lao Yang. Yes, Lao Yang, we just want to hear the plan. Although we didn't get it this time, we still have the capital. As long as Lao Yang's plan works, we will spend money. Lao Yang, you are a man known as Sai Zhuge. You must save us. Seeing that everyone gave him a step up, Lao Yang's face became much better. My clever plan is called the monk's water-carrying plan. I have already investigated and found out that these sunflowers are led by a third-level sunflower king. With the higher-level sun cow suppressing the second-level sunflower, they will be able to do the cleaning work in an orderly manner. But at this time, if we sprinkle the third-level sunstones on these second-level sunflowers, what do you think will happen? Lao Yang paused and gave up. The fat man immediately brought a cup of freshly brewed tea to Lao Yang and made a flattering appearance. Lao Yang was quite impressed. He picked up the tea and continued slowly. They must be thinking about evolving into the third-level sun cow. Under the influence of the sun, the second-order sunflower can evolve into the sunflower king as long as there are enough third-order sunstones. After hearing this, everyone felt that their brains were running out. Aren't we increasing their strength? Lao Yang snorted coldly and put down the teacup. Wrong, 1 monk carried water to drink, 2 monks carried water to drink, and 3 monks had no water to drink. If there are too many third-level sunflowers,
They will naturally want to seize power, and the entire Sunflower Group will be completely in chaos. If they don't work well, isn't that our chance?
The contract requires that the bodies of the alien beasts be cleaned up within 3 days, otherwise 3 times the liquidated damages will be paid.
Do you think a small company that has just been established can pay liquidated damages? If it cannot complete the task, won't our opportunity come? Lao Yang said meaningfully. Tall, really tall. This is Lao Yang, who is worthy of the title of Sai Zhuge. But, wouldn't it be enough if we just send people to kill the Sun Cow and leave the whole group without a leader? Someone raised a question.
If you send someone to kill the Sunflower King, and if the people from the Pet Beast Guild find out that it is related to you, believe it or not, they will arrest you immediately.
Behind Sun Cow, there is a big backer. Otherwise, why would a company that was just established have such abilities?
President Zhang of the Provincial Pet Animal Union personally vouched for it with his own reputation. Just think about how tough this company's background is. So, we can't play dirty tricks, we have to be serious about the evil plot.
At this time, someone asked again, Lao Yang, if we throw the third-order sunstone to the sunflower to evolve, will someone investigate and find out?
Then they will follow the clue and touch our head.
Lao Yang grinned. Do you know what the beast tied in Shihui City is this time? It's the Ore Beast.
A kind of mineral beast whose whole body is covered with rocks and looks like a wolf.
They feed on various ores.
I'm sure they have third-level sunstones in their bodies.
Do you think so?
This time, our Yang family produced 3 third-level sunstones.
My Wang family also has 3.
Me too. Now that someone had come forward, the owner of the cleaning company was not to be outdone, and quickly gathered 20 third-level sunstones. At that time, we will just scatter the sunstones in places where sunflowers often hang out. Then we just wait quietly for this farce to happen. Old Yang said proudly. At this time, the Sunflower King was still under the protection of the Sanshui City Pet Union, leading a group of sunflowers towards Shihui City. Please vote, please vote, please vote. The Sunflower King has been a little distressed recently, and its petals can't open up. Although the alien beast cleaning work is smooth, many of its substrains have reached the peak of the second stage.
Without the sunstone, those second-stage sunflowers can't evolve, and can only split into substrains continuously.
But the sunstone will not be generated out of thin air. Where can I find it?
My head hurts so much, it seems like I'm growing a brain.
After thinking for a while, the Sunflower King simply stopped thinking about it.
The flower is so cute, why do you have to do brain-intensive things?
Now the sun is so good, isn't it good to bask in the sun? I am not an expert in this kind of brain-intensive things. The less you worry about the sunflower, the longer it can live and the more beautiful it will be. Otherwise, the petals and leaves will fall off because of thinking too much, and it will be so ugly to be bare.
At worst, just do as Yibai said, sell high-quality sunflower nectar in exchange for high-level sunstones.
Because there were too many monsters to be cleaned up, in addition to the split-seed strains, the excess energy was stored in the petals of the sunflowers and brewed into sunflower nectar. Now, where the sunflowers pass, the fragrance of the nectar can make children passing by cry. After continuously absorbing the flesh and blood of high-level monsters, the Sunflower King condensed 5 or 6 drops of life crystal dew. The people of the cleaning company monitored the whereabouts of the sunflowers through drones, and they acted in secret. They rushed to Shihui City first and made some arrangements to ensure that there was no room for error. The president of the Shihui City Pet Animal Union was named Feng, the one who was as thin as a stick and had a sad face. But after welcoming the Sunflower Army today, he changed his previous sad expression and smiled very sunny and brightly. Shihui City is close to the secret realm of the cave, and from time to time, mineral beasts rush out of the secret realm of the cave to wreak havoc. Therefore, the number of beast tides faced by Shihui City is the highest in Yandong province. The Ore Beast is heavy, and it is difficult to clean up after death, which will cause inconvenience to pedestrians.
2 large cranes are needed to pull it away. Its shell is as hard as iron and extremely difficult to cut.
More importantly, after the Ore Beast dies, the decayed food in its intestines will cause its body to produce a large amount of corrupt gas. It will explode like a stranded whale.
Once the Ore Beast explodes, its power cannot be underestimated.
The stones covering its body are like shells, which will have a great impact on the citizens of Shihui City. At the least, the head will be broken and bloody, and at the worst, the ICU will have to drink millet. The cleaning company relies on this point and always asks for a sky-high price in Shihui City after the beast tide occurs. Now the Ore Beast has been dead for almost 5 days, and the explosion may occur at any time, so when President Feng saw the arrival of the Sunflower Army, it was like seeing a living Buddha. The secretary who escorted the Sunflower Army to Shihui City said to President Feng, "President Feng, I am the secretary of the Jiaying City Pet Beast Union. Xiao Liang, according to the content of the contract, please be sure to protect the safety of the Sunflower King. After signing the contract, if the amount on the contract is not fulfilled, you can consider replacing the crystal core or secret treasure of equal value. Everything is based on the market value." Secretary Liang is like a shrewd and capable assistant to the president at this time. The Sunflower Cleaning Company was registered by her and registered under the name of the Jiaying City Pet Beast Union. This is Zhang Lingshua's protection for Yibai. This contract was signed in the heart of President Feng. Because Shihui City is a place where beast tides frequently break out, most of their finances are used to pay for the cleaning company. But because the Stone Grotto secret realm is rich in various evolution stones, Shihui City is not short of evolution stones and high-level Earth attribute crystal cores. So from the beginning of signing the contract, President Feng had this idea in mind. He planned to barter. It was not that he had not thought about bartering with the people of the cleaning company, but the people of the cleaning company were very greedy, and the prices of crystal cores and evolution stones were very low. They could make a lot of money by reselling them. President Feng had long been tired of this group of greedy hyenas, but he had not been able to find other cleaning companies to cooperate with. The Sunflower Army poured into Shihui City in a mighty manner. They were all over the streets and alleys and began to deal with the beasts. The crystal cores of the beasts had been taken away by the people of the Shihui City Pet Beast Union. But the sunflowers did not mind. The bodies of the beasts were rich in earth energy. Compared with crystal cores and flesh and blood, the sunflowers preferred to absorb earth energy. Earth gave birth to wood. The corpses of beasts could strengthen the wood origin of the sunflowers, making their crystal cores more pure and closer to nature. The roots of the sunflowers pierced into the corpses of the beasts, just like stranded fish swimming into the sea. Chairman Feng watched the huge beast being absorbed by the sunflowers in just a few minutes, and he immediately had great confidence in the Sunflower Cleaning Company. The sunflowers scattered to various streets to clean up the bodies of beasts, especially those that looked like they were about to explode, which were their priority targets. The extremely hard rock shell of the beast was like paper under the iron-hard roots of the sunflowers. Only the sound of deflation was heard, and the originally swollen beast body instantly shrank a lot. The rotten smell was covered by the fragrance of flowers, and the whole processing process was very quiet, without any noise, except for the sound of deflation. In just 1 hour, the beasts on a street were cleaned up, and even the damaged parts of the street were repaired by the sunflowers. There was a faint fragrance in the air. Looking at this spotless street, President Feng was moved to tears. The money was worth it. Sunflower Cleaning Company YYDS, he will be a loyal fan of Sunflower Cleaning Company in the future. At this moment, a group of sunflowers suddenly surrounded them, and a sunstone emitting golden light appeared in front of them. This was when they were absorbing the beast just now, and it fell out of its body. The sunstone exudes majestic energy, and in the eyes of the second-level sunflower, it is a big piece of fat. I don't know which sunflower started it, and this group of sunflowers started fighting. A drone was floating in the sky, secretly observing everything. The bosses of the cleaning company were watching the fighting scene of the sunflowers with drones, and they showed relieved smiles on their faces. The plan was successful. Ha, Lao Yang, you are really smart. A third-level sunstone has caused the sunflowers to lose their composure. Great, really great. I, Lao Wang, will follow your lead in the future. The fat boss gave a thumbs up. A group of bosses were praising Lao Yang, making him feel ecstatic. You have seen the result, you should be relieved now. Put out all the remaining sunstones. We want to make the sunflower group as chaotic as possible, so that we can fish in troubled waters and grab the business back. What they didn't know was that these fighting sunflowers were all substrains split from the Sunflower King. The purpose of their fighting was to select the strongest among them and have enough physique to evolve. But this fighting behavior accidentally made the bosses of the cleaning companies misunderstand, making them think that this method was effective. So the third-level sunstones appeared unexpectedly in every corner of Shihui City like cabbage. The pool, the bushes, and the statues were all accidentally discovered by the sunflowers. More and more sunflowers started fighting after discovering the sunstone, and the cleaning work was suspended. Ha! Our plan was successful. This has embarrassed the Sunflower Cleaning Company and President Feng. That old guy, President Feng, actually dared to refuse us before. This time we must offer a sky-high price to make up for our losses. He can't wait. As far as I know, your beast has been dead for 5 days and is in an extremely dangerous state.
This time we must make him beg us before we take action.
That's right, we have cooperated for so long, but he turned around and found someone else. If he had found one of us, it would have been fair competition, but suddenly a dragon from across the river showed up. I'll let them know that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. A trace of cruelty flashed across everyone's face. The orderly sunflowers suddenly became chaotic and fought everywhere. After receiving the feedback from the subplant, the Sunflower King was very excited.
Following Yi Bai for a long time, it also became much more sinister.
There must be a conspiracy here.
How could this third-level sunstone appear like mushrooms after rain? The sunstone is just short of writing the 4 big words, "I am a conspiracy." So annoying, it feels like I need to grow a brain.
The Sunflower King scratched his head with a leaf. No matter, since someone else gave it to me, I won't waste it.
Anyway, the statement to the outside world is that we picked it up.
A sunflower touched the sunstone and found a place where the sun could shine. The light of evolution appeared on its body, but this guy seemed to be unable to withstand the overwhelming wealth, and its body burst into pieces. The sunstone fell to the ground and rolled a few times.
It was stained with green liquid, and the crystal core of the sunflower was collected by other sunflowers. Another sunflower walked up happily and picked up the sunstone.
After repeating this process many times, a sunflower finally evolved into a third-level sunflower. After all the sunflowers evolved successfully, 20 third-level sunstones directly produced 17 more third-level sunflowers, most of which evolved from the sunflowers separated from Yi Bai's Sunflower King's body.
The remaining 3 sunstones created 3 flower fairies. This is considered a branch evolution of the sunflower.
The flower fairy has 2 pairs of transparent wings, similar to a little man, and its clothes are woven from leaves.
It is the darling of the wind and can summon the power of the gale.
At the same time, it is also good at healing. With the help of the nectar of the Sunflower King, it can use many healing skills.
The number of third-level sunflowers in the Sunflower Cleaning Company has further expanded.
As for the scene of fighting each other that Lao Yang imagined, it did not appear at all. Instead, the Sunflower Kings worked together to clean up the mineral beasts in Shihui City in a very short time, and received great praise from Foam, the president of the Shihui City Pet Beast Union. This time, the boss of the cleaning company lost both his wife and his army. Not only did his expectations not get met, but he also lost so many level 3 sunstones, and Lao Yang was surrounded by the angry boss of the cleaning company.
Please vote, my brain is out of control today. I also want the community to send me warmth. Lao Yang, you are a joke sent by monkeys. You still want to compete with Zhuge? Bah, pay me back, otherwise we will not be finished.
Fatty Wang was the first to rebel, he said cursingly.
You are giving warmth to Sunflower and the community, right? The key is that you give warmth and make us pay for it.
Another person said through gritted teeth.
The third-level sunstone is worth a lot of money. Do you think it's the same as Chinese cabbage?
I don't care, you have to spit out the money. Boss Lee of the cleaning company, who usually calls himself a gentleman, was wide-eyed.
It was so big that it was so ferocious that it wanted to eat Lao Yang alive. Lao Yang was immediately stunned. He murmured, it shouldn't be, what is the problem? Lao Yang was isolated, and the bosses of these cleaning companies showed their ferocious faces in an instant. How many good people are there who can do this kind of business? They are basically just smiling tigers with a good face but evil hearts. In this battle, only the Sun Cow became the biggest winner and had the last laugh. It has many third-level sunflowers.
These sunflowers are separated from its main body and are controlled by it. They are equivalent to its royal guards and the emperor's guards. In this way, the Sunflower King no longer has to run around, he only needs to send out a third-level sunflower to suppress the formation. After the cleanup was completed, when Secretary Liang took the contract and asked President Feng for money, President Feng spread his hands and said, I don't have any money here, but I can barter. When he heard President Feng say that he had no money, Sun Cow's face immediately collapsed when he was smiling. The roots that served as its legs jumped suddenly, leaping high into the air. The leaves rolled into a ball and swung forward, making a sound that broke through the air. If President Feng had said a word later, Sun Cow's fist would have landed in President Feng's eye socket. I saw the rolled-up leaves of the Sunflower King unfolding, and it used its emerald green leaves to wipe away the thin dust on President Feng's shoulders, with an extremely honest smile on its face.
President Feng's back felt cold.
He just felt a murderous aura rising to the sky. Fortunately, he spoke faster, otherwise the fist would have fallen on him. Secretary Liang, please pay according to the contract, no problem. I have equivalent crystal nuclei and evolutionary stones here. Of course there are stones that can be used to cut out treasures, but it depends on your ability.
Don't blame me if you get an eye-opening.
President Feng turned around, took Secretary Liang and Sun Cao, and walked towards the Shihui City Pet Union.
Master President. Master President. Some young trade union members said hello after seeing President Feng. President Feng responded with a smile, without any airs. He came to a gate of the Pet Beast Guild. Secretary Liang, Sun Cao, I'm sorry, but according to the rules, you have to wear this thing. President Feng took out 2 bracelets. Secretary Liang naturally knows the rules, and this should be a protective measure for the Shihui City Trade Union. She casually took it and put it on her hand. The bracelet automatically adjusted to the size of Secretary Liang's hand. The King of Sunflowers put his bracelet on the leaves. After President Feng passed the iris, fingerprint and blood verification, the door slowly opened. There are 5 gates in total here. You must pass the iris, fingerprint, and blood tests before it can be opened normally. Behind the door is monitoring equipment, with infrared detectors monitoring it 24 hours a day. Only after scanning and confirmation, the next door will be opened. When the 5th door opens, there are a dazzling array of crystal nuclei and evolutionary stones inside. There were blood stains on the crystal core, and it looked like it had just been cleaned up not long ago. President Feng, how do we conduct a transaction? I don't know the value of these things, and the market price fluctuates. If you let Sunflower suffer, what if Sunflower gets angry and doesn't accept your order after a beast wave occurs in the future? You know, we don't lack the market, and now Sunflower Cleaning Company's reputation is also well established. Secretary Liang glanced at the dazzling array of items with a determined look on his face. When Sunflower heard this, she rolled up her leaves and used them as fists, raising them to threaten President Feng. President Feng smiled bitterly and said, how about this? I just logged into the Yenhua trading platform with my mobile phone. Let's calculate it based on the real-time amount on the Yenhua trading platform. I can give you a 20% discount. President Feng was quite proud, mainly because Shihui City's finances were really wiped out by the cleaning company. If we say that among the people who hate cleaning companies the most, President Feng is at the top. After all, the wool has been stripped and the skin has been stripped. If Sunflower Cleaning Company does not accept the order, President Feng feels that he will regret it. We are still in the honeymoon period, so Guild Master Feng can accept appropriate concessions. At this time, Secretary Liang's eyes fell on a pile of black stones. What's that pile? Secretary Liang asked curiously. That's stone. We mined it from the secret realm of the grotto. It may contain various treasures. But I advise you not to touch it. Not to mention the high price, there may be nothing inside. The risk is extremely high. Your Yi family in Jiaying City lost all their money because of gambling, and it also caused the Yi family's capital chain to be broken. They have declared bankruptcy in the past few days. President Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, after all, one knife makes you rich, one knife makes you poor, and fortune and misfortune are interdependent. At this time, the Sunflower King could feel that there was something in the black stone in front of him that was attracting him. Every cell in his body was clamoring to get it, get it. The Sunflower King walked over step by step and stopped in the largest black stone. It hugged the stone tightly with its leaves, showing a very excited expression. If it's this one, I'm sorry, this is the stone with the highest assessed value, and the price is about half of the reward we need to pay. I can give you a 20% discount, it depends on whether you can accept it. The Sunflower King patted the stone with his leaves and took it. 1/4 of the price. Secretary Liang began to bargain, and the price was directly cut in half. No, this price is too low. President Feng shook his head quickly. Although this stone is big, it is difficult for you to sell it because of its size. Compared with other stones, this stone has a thick layer of dust and no signs of moving. Rules are set by people, but rules are dead. People are alive. You use such a thing that takes up inventory and quote this price. We can't accept it, and we will doubt whether you are sincere in cooperating with us. If we don't want it, we may lose it. Are you willing? 1/4 of the price, it can't be higher. Chairman Feng frowned into a shape. He looked at the Sunflower King, and then looked at the huge stone that couldn't be sold. The assessed value is still watery, which does not mean that there are such high-value things in it. It is very likely that you will lose all your money. President Feng thought for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and agreed, okay, but I have a condition. The Sunflower King must leave a team in Shihui City, and I will be responsible for taking care of their lives and safety. Every time I experience a beast tide, I will hire them according to this offer. Of course, you also know our financial situation, so I plan to exchange them for an equal amount of union points. If you need anything, we will directly exchange it with union points. How about this proposal? But I have a request, there must be a third-level Sunflower King, otherwise I am worried that these sunflowers will be difficult to manage. President Feng gave the conditions. Secretary Liang couldn't decide for the Sunflower King, so he looked at the Sunflower King. The Sunflower King actually made an okay gesture with his leaves.
This condition is the same as not having it, and the Sunflower King also has this idea. Then it patted the stone, and then pointed at Secretary Liang, looking expectant.
Got it, got it. President Feng, can I put this stone into the pet space here? Secretary Liang suddenly asked.
I'm afraid it won't work, because you're wearing this bracelet, which has blocked your possibility of opening the pet space.
But it doesn't matter, I'll do it.
When you choose the things, I'll put them in the pet space, and we'll confirm it again when we get to the door.
President Feng's proposal was approved by Secretary Liang on the spot. After some bargaining, Secretary Liang walked out satisfied. The Sunflower King also left a third-level sunflower and led a group of second-level sunflowers to guard here. The rest of the large army was led by Secretary Liang himself and rushed back in a mighty manner. Yi Bai got up early. He hadn't checked the system refresh news for the past few days. Fortunately, this system also has the function of viewing the previously refreshed information, otherwise Yi Bai would cry to death. 1. There are 12 dragon-slaying swords, made of the essence of Gengjin, to slay the evil dragons in the world. 2. The United States Alliance has invented an infrasonic weapon. This infrasonic weapon is not harmful to healthy people, but it can increase the frequency of heartbeats for people with heart disease, and then cause heart disease. This infrasonic weapon is only the size of a palm and is very hidden. 3. The blood goo is a very special goo.
Only the soul-guiding incense can make it crazy and rush to the soul-guiding incense regardless of everything. The formula of the soul-guiding incense is as follows. This is a little more than 500 words, otherwise everyone will think I am watering the word count. For a mermaid tears plus the nectar of the 4th-level sunflower can be used to prepare the antidote for the two-headed silver ring snake. Mermaid tears and nectar are mixed in a ratio of 1:4 to get the antidote. 5. The crystal core of the Dark Night Mosquito Leader has a special effect. The pet that swallowed the crystal core of the Dark Night Mosquito Leader has a 1/3 chance of realizing the skill of shadow transformation and can sneak into the shadow silently. Please vote. The next chapter will be late chapter 78 Datura and Recovery Potion, 6. The Eye of Insight is not omnipotent, and some hidden routes require pre-hiding conditions before they can be seen. 7. The Sunflower has a hidden evolutionary path and has a symbiotic relationship with the Sunflower King, which can increase the chance of the Sunflower King evolving into the Sunflower King. 8. Among the stones in the secret warehouse of the Pet Guild in Shihui City, there are life-extending treasures like Tian Tao sealed in the dust. 9. The branches of the World Tree are very inconspicuous, just like a blackened fire stick. It is indestructible. Only the crystal dew of life can rejuvenate the lifeless branches. 10. The Iron Chicken Kingdom began to research meteorological weapons, but the 9th-level treasure that can control the celestial phenomena was stored in the exhibition hall of the Yenghua Alliance Central Museum. 6 months later, researchers from the Iron Chicken Kingdom discovered it and secretly stole it. This treasure. 11. The body of the ancient lantern fish will breed a 3rd-level thunder treasure called Thunder Gallbladder. Throwing the Thunder Gallbladder heavily on the ground can produce a violent explosion, comparable to the 3rd-level Thunder Gallbladder. 12. A member of Su Qingxian's security team has mixed up with an undercover agent of Fusang Kingdom. He is good at poisoning. His pet beast is the 9-poison giant scorpion, which has 9 kinds of strange toxins. The blood poison moth is immune to these 9 kinds of toxins. 13. A 4th-level secret treasure that looks like a turtle shell appears in the black market in Jiaying City. Hold the turtle shell with concentration and ask your questions. The turtle shell will guide you to the answer. This turtle shell comes from the Destiny Turtle. Every time it reaches a level, it leaves behind a turtle shell, which has special abilities. 14. Principal Zhang Dashan knows where the hellfire is. Only those who he truly considers to be outstanding beast masters will tell him where the hellfire is. 15. The 4th-level salamander grows up in the volcano. Its tail can grow out at any time, which can treat fire poison. If you find a salamander with horns on its head, please escape quickly. This horned salamander has a dragon. He is of bloodline and has a cruel nature. After seeing these 15 pieces of information, Yi Bai narrowed his eyes. He remembered that where the Sun Cow went, there was Shihui City. Unexpectedly, there is Tian Tao in Shihui City that can prolong life. I wonder if Dehui can make up for the lost life after eating this thing. Yi Bai always felt that the inhuman experiments Dehui experienced had affected Dehui's lifespan. It was Yi Bai's luck that he just happened to encounter the life spirit seed. As for the Tian Tao that can replenish his lifespan, Yi Bai planned to find a time to go to Shihui City and get the Tian Tao. If Dehui's lifespan is really up, he would also have it. A way to extend Dahui's life. As for the 12th piece of information, it can only be said that the enemy is too cunning and must have been premeditated. Combining the second piece of information, Yi Bai felt that Fusang country and Meili country should have joined forces. It was probably a project led by Master Su Qingxian that scared them. They didn't want the results to be seen, so they joined forces to kill Master Su. As soon as Yi Bai got up and washed himself, he heard a knocking sound coming from the door of the breeding house. He opened the door and saw that it was Director Suna. Today she had changed into a Pornitian dress and was wearing a pair of black high heels. After Sunflower met Director Suna, everyone surrounded him. It could be seen that Sunflower seemed to like Director Suna very much. You have so many lovely sunflowers in your nursery. Yi Bai, today is the day we compete with number 1 middle school. The content of our competition this time is the preparation of recovery potions. The datura grass in number 1 middle school has matured on a large scale. This time they sent an invitation to compete with us. In fact, they are secretly observing our contestants in the Yulin Cup. The reward this time is very generous. The first place in this competition will be rewarded by our Holy Mountain High School with a 3rd-level clay puppet. It's similar to my clay puppet. It has no thoughts of its own. It must be ordered by the pet master to activate it. Yi Bai shrugged his shoulders. Director Suna, with my current ability, I probably can't move the clay puppet. Suna smiled. Ha, are you worried about the contract? Don't worry, because you can't make a contract at all. The clay puppet is the clone of the clay puppet king, just like the second-order sunflower branched off from your sunflower king. Normally, your clay puppet can be placed in the pet space. When you encounter a strong enemy, the clay puppet will be released to block the knife for you. And another advantage of the clay puppet is that it can grow various rare vegetables, such as ruby carrots, emerald cabbage, etc. At this time, Yi Bai felt that his legs and feet were being pulled. He looked down and saw Wanbian Silkworm, whose face was full of hope and drooling at the corner of his mouth. What, you like the clay puppet that can grow vegetables? Yi Bai covered his forehead. This glutton couldn't walk when he saw food. Ha, it's better to teach someone to fish than to teach someone to fish. When your pet gets the leftover ruby carrots from Li Chan, I can teach you how to cultivate them. But the premise is that you must get first place this time. Let's go, it's just you now, the other students are here. There are a total of 20 students participating in the Yulin Cup, and they are all considered to be among the best in academic performance, and their practical skills are also good. There is no limit to the number of places in the preliminary round of the Yulin Cup. As long as you are a senior in high school, you can register. However, one person can only register once. This is for the sake of fairness. After passing the written test, you will enter the next round of practical training. After the ranking is determined in the practical exercise, a ranking will be determined based on the results of the written test. The top 10 can advance to the provincial finals. Next, by analogy, the top 3 at the provincial level can enter the Yenghua competition. This time is actually equivalent to a basic test. By the way, Director Suna, I saw from the library that Datura grass actually has Datura grass king. I want to know the difference between King Datura and Datura. What are the specific effects of Datura king? After hearing Yi Bai's question, Suna said slowly, Dandra grass has many effects. It is not only the main medicine for making recovery potions, but also one of the medicinal materials for making awakening potions. The effect of Datura king is even better. The awakening potions and recovery potions made by Datura king are several times more effective than the awakening potions and recovery potions made from ordinary Datura. As for how you tell the difference between Datura grass king, they actually look very similar. It's just that there is a faint golden thread on the leaves of Datura king. In terms of grade, Datura grass king is a 3rd-grade herb, but in terms of value, it is comparable to a 5th-grade treasure. Because it is difficult for a Datura king to appear. It is actually a genetic mutation of Datura. Even if there are 1,000,000 Datura plants, there may not be one Datura king. Suna sighed a little. To be honest, for healers like us, the Datura king only exists in legends. If I can meet the Datura King once before I die, I will have no regrets in life. My rival in number 1 middle school is good at growing Datura grass, but she has been planting it for so long that she hasn't even seen the shadow of the Datura King. Deserved it. After hearing what Suna said, Yibai's mouth twitched. Yibai didn't know whether she deserved it or not. He only knew that director Suna's mortal enemy actually planted the Datura King. It's just that she doesn't know. The school bus of Shinshan Middle School carries students to Jiaying number 1 Middle School. Jiaying number 1 Middle School was built on the edge of the old city. The campus is very old, but it occupies a large area of land. They also have a small secret realm to cultivate pet beasts, but the variety is not as complete as that of Shinshan Middle School. 20 minutes later, the school bus arrived at the door of Jiaying number 1 Middle School. Suna, you are finally here. At the school gate, a woman wearing a red dress and a rosette on her head appeared. Her right eye was blocked by her long hair, and her left eye showed a disdainful expression. You don't have to read it. Our Jiaying number 1 Middle School will definitely win this match. The contestants in our Jiaying number 1 Middle School are all carefully cultivated by me. It's not like you, who hangs on to the title of director and doesn't work. If I were Principal Liu, I would have fired you early so that you wouldn't be occupying your position and doing nothing. This should be Director Suna's nemesis, the students secretly said in their hearts. Tian, are you worried that you will lose to my students, so you use words to stimulate me? Suna sneered. This guy stuck her butt out, and Suna knew what she wanted to do. Let's go, don't waste time, let's fight quickly. However, we will not prepare the anesthetized datura this time. You can go to the medicine garden to pick it yourself, and then mix the picked datura grass into medicine. Warm reminder, the better the quality of datura grass, the better the effect of the recovery potion. After hearing Tiantian's words, Suna's expression changed drastically. Tian, the datura danger level is close to 3. If a student pulls out the datura and something happens, can you bear the responsibility? After the datura is pulled out, it will emit a piercing scream. This scream can stimulate the human heart and cause the heart to beat violently. It can cause brain ischemia in a short period of time and cause a person to fall into a coma. And there is a very important step in dealing with datura, which is to pull out the leaves on the top of the datura in order. Every time it is pulled out, the datura will make a shrill scream. Therefore, in order to prevent datura from affecting students, Jiaying number 1 Middle School has always used Tian to paralyze datura and then conduct experiments on the students. Don't be afraid, I have soundproof earplugs here, which can fully block the sound of mandrake grass. Would I have arranged this if I hadn't been fully prepared? Suna, you are still as timid as before. Tian mocked coldly. She brought many students to the vast medicinal fields, where countless datura grasses were densely planted. The leaves at their top look somewhat like radishes. Game time is 1 hour. Including the time to find datura grass and prepare the recovery potion. Except for the datura grass, I have prepared all the other raw materials for the recovery potion and the experimental bench for you. Everyone, please pay attention. When picking datura grass, be sure to wear earplugs and the health bracelet we prepared. The health bracelet can detect your heartbeat. If there is an abnormality, it will immediately alarm and transmit it to the terminal of the health bracelet. We will also send someone to check it urgently. Tian was also afraid that something might happen to the students, so she made all the preparations. Suna, my students have been following me to grow datura grass since they entered the school. They have a far better intuition about the quality of datura grass than ordinary people. The first place this time must be a student from Jiaying number 1 Middle School. Thank you, the clay puppets from Shinshan Middle School. At this time, Yibai heard the classmates standing beside him whispering. Our school rewards the first place with a clay puppet, so what does Jiaying number 1 Middle School reward? I heard that Jiaying number 1 Middle School rewards picking any kind of herb from the medicinal field, and rewards a thumb-sized Shinong soil. This Shinong soil and clay puppet are a perfect match. This is equivalent to having a portable medicinal field. Shinong soil is equivalent to the super red soil in QQ space, which can improve the fertility of the land, and the seeds can quickly take root and sprout, shortening the planting time. Once the Shinong soil is absorbed by the plants, the land will return to its original state. Okay, the competition will start soon, everyone put on the protective equipment first. Yibai found that there were also steel gloves in the protective equipment, which was quite well prepared. The leaves of the mandrake grass exposed to the ground look like radishes, while the part buried deep in the soil looks like a newborn child. It has sharp teeth and will never let go after biting it.
Yi Bai remembered that the center of the eyebrows of the datura grass was its weak point.
As long as he poked the center of the eyebrows with his fingernails, the datura grass would fall into a paralyzed state. The quality of the datura grass is judged by the part buried in the soil.
If it grows skinny, it is underdeveloped and of poor quality.
If it is white and plump like a New Year picture doll, it is of excellent quality, a datura grass of excellent quality.
Yi Bai stepped into the mud wearing rain boots.
The mud here was very soft and fine, without even a small stone. It can be seen that someone is taking good care of these datura grasses. At this time, some classmates had already grabbed the leaves of the datura grass and pulled them up as hard as pulling a radish. He used all his strength, his face turned red, but he still didn't move, as if he had merged with the ground.
You are pulling the datura grass in the wrong way. Yi Bai walked over, patted his classmate on the shoulder, and said loudly. The classmate showed a puzzled expression. Wearing super earplugs, he couldn't hear what Yi Bai said.
Yi Bai pointed at the mandrake grass, and then made a gesture of pulling the mandrake grass, making a big cross with his hands.
The classmate immediately understood what Yi Bai wanted to say.
Yi Bai held one of the leaves of the mandrake grass, and with a light pull, the mandrake grass was pulled out of the ground effortlessly. Please vote, this chapter was a bit rushed, and the typos will be corrected tomorrow. The mandrake grass was pulled out of the soil. Under the green leaves was a fat white baby, all white and covered with mud. Apart from its human shape, Yi Bai really thought that this guy was just a big white radish grown in a mold.
I wonder what beef brisket with mandrake grass tastes like. Yi Bai swallowed his saliva.
Not long after the mandrake grass was pulled out, its eyelids began to tremble, it revealed its red eyes, opened its big mouth and cried. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and sharp and piercing sound waves spread out.
This ferocious appearance scared the classmates beside it. The mandrake grass is so ugly and scary. I don't want this mandrake grass anymore. The classmate jumped and ran away.
At that time, a little wind sparrow flew over the sky. After it heard the mandrake grass crying, it felt that its head was hit by a hammer with a buzzing sound. It fell headfirst to the ground, its pupils continued to dilate, blood oozed from the mouth and nose of the little wind sparrow, its body continued to twitch, and it looked like it was going to die. After a while, the little wind sparrow died.
Oh my!
Seeing this little wind sparrow, which was the size of a fist, die in front of him, Yi Bai felt the horror of the mandragora grass's cry. The meat of the little wind sparrow is very tender, and it is good at flying. It is usually very cunning, but it was killed by the cry of the mandragora grass.
Is this called waiting for the sparrow?
Yi Bai looked up into the sky and found that there were still many little wind sparrows around, but the mandragora grass cried too loudly and scared the little wind sparrows away. The little wind sparrow in front of him was not enough to fill the gap between his teeth. Looking at the mandragora grass in his hand that screamed loudly like a cicada, Yi Bai suddenly had an idea. So Yi Bai moved his chi to his dantian, and with a puff, he inserted the mandragora grass back into the soil. Put it back where it was pulled out.
Mandrake grass. He is really not a son of man.
Yi Bai's eyes were fixed on the little wind sparrow in the air. The little wind sparrow flapped its wings, and wind clumps gathered under its wings, so they were extremely fast.
They came and went without a trace.
If it weren't for Yi Bai's insightful eyes, which had been closely observing the whereabouts of the little wind sparrow, he really had no way to find it. It is indeed known as the most difficult animal to catch, and it is also a delicacy. Although the little wind sparrow is so small, it has a high fat content and does not require oil when roasted over an open fire. As the flame burns, the fat will gradually turn into fragrant oil, and its bones will be crispy. Yi Bai was also lucky enough to eat it once. It is said that the Iron Chicken Kingdom also regards the little wind sparrow as a national delicacy. Because it is too delicious, there is an unwritten rule when eating the little wind sparrow, which is to cover the head with a piece of cloth to prevent others from discovering your ugly appearance. When the little wind sparrow approached Yi Bai pulled out the mandrake grass. At the same time, in order to make the mandrake grass cooperate with him, Yi Bai took the initiative to pull out a leaf from the top of the mandrake grass. The mandrake grass only felt a sharp pain, and it howled loudly.
I am not a human, you are a real dog.
The little wind sparrows approaching Yi Bai fell to the ground one after another, and they were silent after a while. At this time, the mandrake grass was stuffed back into the soil.
Mandrake grass.
After repeating this several times, the little wind sparrow had learned its lesson and stopped approaching here.
Yi Bai put down the mandrake grass embarrassedly.
The leaves on the top of the mandrake grass were almost stripped by Yi Bai.
It looked listless, tired, and destroyed. When the mandrake grass and Yi Bai looked at each other, Yi Bai understood the helplessness of the mandrake grass. It didn't cry or make a fuss, just looked at Yi Bai with its big eyes, as if it was ready to be slaughtered. Looking at the mandrake grass that he had handled properly, Yi Bai simply treated this guy as the raw material for this competition. At this time, Yi Bai saw a gray fog coming towards him. And the gray fog was getting thicker and thicker. Could it be the mandrake grass king? Yi Bai was delighted. The mandrake grass king can prepare top-quality recovery potions and awakening potions. Although Yi Bai's Wanbian silkworm broke through the second level, the little charcoal dog in Yi Bai's new contract did not. So Yi Bai planned to let the little charcoal dog be a test subject for the Shinuan group to test the awakening potion. And the mandrake grass king is a token of allegiance. An opportunity for Yi Bai to hold another golden thigh. The gray fog disappeared in an instant. It seems that the mandrake grass king knows how to seek benefits and avoid harm. But don't worry, as long as the king of datura grass is in this medicinal field, Yi Bai will find a way to capture it sooner or later. Please pay attention, candidates, there is still half an hour. Candidates who have not selected the datura grass, please hurry up. Candidates who are doing experiments should not look around to avoid disturbing others. Teacher Tian's voice suddenly came from Yi Bai's earplugs. This earplug is a good idea. He walked to the experimental table with the datura grass lying flat on its face. Many students were busy on the experimental table, and the surrounding datura grass was cut into pieces by the students. Yi Bai felt that the datura grass in his hand was shaking like a rabbit. He looked down and saw that the eyes of the datura grass were wide open, and it looked at its companion who was dismembered. Oh my god, a plant has such big emotional fluctuations. Is the mandragora a plant-type pet or a medicinal herb? The book describes that the mandragora has no self-awareness, and the mandragora cannot be contracted as a pet, so most people think that the mandragora is a medicinal herb. But whether it is the expression of fear or the eyes lying flat, Yi Bai feels that it is not that simple. However, to make a recovery potion, you need to use the whole mandragora. Yi Bai gently poked the mandragora's eyebrows with a laboratory knife, and it immediately fell into a paralyzed state. Then, Yi Bai carefully pulled out the roots of the mandragora one by one. This is the main raw material for making awakening potions, while the body of the mandragora is the raw material for making recovery potions. There is still a difference between the two. Yi Bai minced the processed mandragora into a white liquid. Smelling the spicy smell like radish, he really felt that the mandragora was actually a human-shaped white radish. After carefully filtering out the fibers with filter paper, he put the collected liquid into a glass test tube and heated it at a constant temperature of 60 degrees. The main substance in the mandrake grass will sublimate at low temperature, and after condensation, emerald green liquid will be precipitated. These liquids are the main ingredients for preparing the recovery potion. Time passed by minute, and Suna and Tian were observing the experimental steps and experimental techniques of everyone. The students of Jiaying No. 1 Middle School were all steady and solid, and each step felt like it had been practiced thousands of times. The students of Shinshan Middle School had different levels. The most standardized one among them was Yi Bai. Every move of his could become a scene in the textbook, and the steps were very smooth, making the recovery potion in an orderly manner. He had already done the last step, dropping a drop of milky white liquid into the reagent bottle filled with emerald green liquid. The emerald green liquid turned into azure blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, an hour was up. Teacher Tian pressed the pause button, and a harsh beeping sounded. Time is up. Please stop the experiment and bring the finished potion for testing. Students who have not prepared the potion will be eliminated directly. Half of the students in Shinshan Middle School were eliminated before they had prepared the potion. Among the students in Jiaying No. 1 Middle School, except for one student who did not control the temperature well and the potion went bad, the other students completed the preparation of the potion excellently. This comparison shows the difference. Suna, you are surprised, right? I teach these students to do experiments every day, and now they can complete the experiment of restoring potion with their eyes closed. The champion of this competition must be a student from our Shinshan No. 1 Middle School. Tian said provocatively. Humph. Suna snorted coldly. I admit that your success rate is very high, but the competition is to see who prepares the best potion. You said it a little early. Suna said very unhappy. Is it that hard to admit defeat to me? Okay, let me show you how my students beat your students. Tian clapped his hands, and the school's logistics staff pushed an instrument. To be fair, so that you don't say I cheated, this instrument can rate the medicine. It is the instrument that the pharmacist union will use during the assessment. How will we use this to evaluate the final result? Don't worry, I want to defeat you fairly. I won't do anything with the equipment. Although we are mortal enemies, you should know how I deal with people. Tian said arrogantly. Suna thought about it, it was true, all their fights were put on the surface, and they never did anything to each other secretly. Okay, let's use this instrument. Teacher Tian winked at his students.
They placed the medicines on the equipment shelf in order. A thin and long needle directly extracted a part of the medicine and sent it to the instrument for inspection.
An 86 score soon appeared on the big screen of the instrument. The quality of this potion is very good. The recovery potion of Jiaxing No. 1 Middle School was tested, with the lowest score of 72 and the highest score of 95. This result is quite outstanding.
Next, it was the turn of the students of Shinshan Middle School.
They swallowed their saliva and put their potions on the shelf. 60, 85, 68, 75, 89, 93, 87, 55, 43. Groups of data came out, and the best one at present was only 93. Teacher Tian gloated on the side.
Very good, this time, Shinshan Middle School lost.
Take out the clay puppet.
Teacher Tian raised his hand, but at this time, Yi Bai raised his hand and said, Teacher, my test results are not out yet.
Please vote, sorry, the update is late. Teacher Tian. Director Su. Is this instrument broken?
At this moment, a high score of 99 points popped up on the big screen.
The two were shocked. That means Yi Bai's bottle of medicine is infinitely close to perfection. Is Yi Bai a genius in pharmacy?
The two of them can also make this level of medicine, but they are 4th level pharmacists with sufficient experience.
And Yi Bai is just a high school student, can he do this?
The two looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They wanted to see if the machine was broken.
Teacher Tian took the medicine off the instrument.
The medicine exuded a deep blue light, like the brightest sapphire in the deep sea, which looked beautiful and fascinating. The two pulled out the stopper, took out a clean test tube and absorbed some of the reagent. The reagent dripped onto a glass plate used for the experiment, like a fine blue pearl. They took out the potion that was rated 95 points for comparison and found that the glossiness was slightly worse. The potion made by Yi Bai could even be rated full marks. There was a gap in this comparison, no wonder the instrument took so long to give a score.
Lost.
Teacher Tian was a little regretful, she breathed a sigh of relief. We lost, your student is really amazing. I have never seen a first-level recovery potion that can be so perfect, even I can't always do this. And this is because I am a 4th-level pharmacist with experience. Take any of the herbs in this medicine field.
Damn, that old witch Suna turned the tables again. Then Teacher Tian turned around and said loudly to the students who were somewhat depressed, you all performed quite well. You didn't lose to yourself. What's there to be depressed about? Students, after this competition, we can see that everyone is studying very hard.
Especially classmate Mengjia, your medicine is perfectly configured. You must remember that when participating in the Yulin Cup, you must always keep a calm mind. As long as you work hard and do your best, no one will blame you even if you lose. Everyone did a great job this time and deserves our praise.
Teacher Tian's simple words boosted everyone's morale. She knows the art of speaking.
Suna, we lost this time, but we will definitely win back next time.
See you at the Yulin Cup. Suna nodded, okay, see you at the Yulin Cup.
This exchange was not without gains.
Suna also found many problems.
The first is that some students usually do experiments well, but they get stage fright at critical moments. This requires a good exercise of courage.
In addition, some students have a weak foundation, and the experimental techniques and steps are not quite correct, which requires some effort to correct.
The Young Lin Cup will start soon, and it seems that we have to work harder.
Suna felt that she had a long way to go. She looked up at the little wind sparrow running in the air and turned around. There are still many things to be taught, and we can't waste time.
I will open a devil training camp later. If the foundation is poor, you can only make up for it before the competition.
You can make up as much as you can, and you have to hold on to it at the last minute.
The Mandrake Grass King, who was running underground, just felt that the consciousness of one of his clones had disappeared. When the memory of the clone returned to the Mandrake Grass King's sea of consciousness, it was furious with its eyes spitting fire.
Damn human, you actually used my clone as a tool to catch the little wind sparrow.
You pulled it out of the soil and planted it back. In order to make the clone emit harsh sound waves, you even pulled off its leaves.
As the king of the mandragora grass, you actually played with me like this. 2 strings of blood and tears flowed from the red eyes of the mandragora grass king. My clone suffered humiliation and was squeezed into juice to make potions. Damn human, I swear in my name as the mandragora grass king that blood debt must be paid with blood. The mandragora grass king was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. How could there be such a despicable and shameless human? This kind of person is the cancer of mankind. The mandragora grass king decided that it must retaliate against this human and let him know that mandragora grass should not be insulted lightly. It swooshed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. This is the innate skill of earth escape that it mastered after awakening consciousness. As long as its feet touch the ground, it can move freely and at high speed underground. This is why humans can't find its trace. Human, I have memorized your breath, just wait for me to take revenge. The Mandrake King smiled evilly, and it had already thought of various ways for this human to die. Humph, I am the King of Mandrake, the leader of the herbal medicine world of Jiaying No. 1 Middle School. How should I deal with you? No, there are too many ideas in my mind, so I will put them into practice one by one. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. At this time, Yi Bai was standing in the herbal field, and Teacher Tian was watching him covetously, fearing that Yi Bai would take away some treasures. Yi Bai used his insightful eyes to look around, but he didn't see any trace of the Mandrake King. He didn't know where it had gone. The medicinal field of Jiaying No. 1 Middle School was very large, and he couldn't walk through it in a short time. Seeing that Teacher Tian was watching closely, he had no choice but to pick up a mandrake and stuff it into the pet space before it roared loudly. Teacher Tian remembered every mandrake in the medicinal field. The mandrake that Yi Bai picked was of average quality, and she was relieved immediately. Fortunately. Only the Mandrake King looked strange at this time. It had 2 clones in total, but one was squeezed by Yi Bai, and the other was captured by Yi Bai just now, and it was also disconnected from its original body. It was a great shame. This human was just dancing in front of a grave. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't tolerate it. Is this human trying to provoke me deliberately? Yes, you have already pissed me off, and even the King of Heaven can't help. Very good, human, I will remember you. The fist of the Mandragora King hardened, it found a direction, followed Yi Bai's breath, and chased all the way. Yi Bai took the school bus from Jiaying No. 1 Middle School back to Shinshan Middle School, and a sneaky figure followed him from a distance along the way. After seeing Yi Bai walk into the cultivation house at the school gate, the Mandragora King secretly drilled his head out of the ground. Very good, I will wait for this person to go home at the door of this cultivation house. Then I will follow him, and then I will let you he. My Mandragora clan cannot be bullied. Yi Bai did not notice that something with ill intentions was following him. He was humming a little song at this time, and he was in a very happy mood. Tonight is going to be a feast. Sunflower, help me remove the feathers of these little wind finches. The sunflowers in the cultivation house stretched out their roots and entangled the dead little wind finches, and they secreted a very special mucus. This mucus can corrode feathers, but it will not damage the skin of the little wind sparrow. After a while, the feathers of the little wind sparrow were cleaned up. Yi Bai rinsed it with clean water several times, and marinated it with cooking wine, black pepper, salt, oyster sauce, and sugar for half an hour. After doing this, De Hui also happily came to the door of the breeding house with many kittens in his arms. The king of the mandrake grass who was watching was accidentally stepped on by De Hui. Da Hui? I seem to have stepped on something. Could it be dog shit? De Hui's heart thumped, and it slowly raised its feet. There was nothing under its feet except a hole. Fortunately, De Hui patted his chest, otherwise he would be despised by Yi Bai. When these kittens saw De Hui coming home, they jumped off De Hui's body and then scattered like birds and beasts. De Hui, who was about to enter the house, looked up and saw Yi Bai leaning against the door with his arms folded and wearing an apron. It was startled and immediately lowered its head guiltily. I'm back. After playing outside for so long, I'll take a good bath. There's something delicious tonight, go quickly. Yi Bai was in a good mood today, so he didn't say anything about De Hui. Even if he did, would De Hui change? At this time, the Mandragora Grass King just emerged from the ground with a bruised face. It was almost crushed by De Hui's foot just now. Damn it, this is actually that guy's home. That big fat guy should be that guy's pet and accomplice. I must destroy this extremely evil place and make the world clear. The little wind sparrow was placed in the oven by Yi Bai one by one. He carefully wrapped the head, feet, wing tips and other places that are easy to burn with tin foil. The oven was 180 degrees for 15 minutes. Yi Bai watched the little wind sparrow being baked through the glass. A strong aroma came out of the oven, attracting the attention of Wan Biancan and Dahui.
They smelled the extremely strong aroma, and their mouths were about to drool.
Especially Wan Biancan, a big foodie, after smelling the smell, the small wings on his back fluttered and he was about to fly.
Not bad, it's well baked, all colored. After 15 minutes, Yi Bai turned it over and baked it for another 15 minutes. More than a dozen roasted wind sparrows came out of the pot.
The baking tray was full of fragrant grease.
Yi Bai also used this oil to roast some potatoes and garlic, and the aroma became even stronger. Passers-by stopped one after another, as if trying to figure out where this extremely wonderful aroma came from. At this moment, a gray poisonous moth flew over from a distance, flapping its wings to form gusts of wind. Zhang Lingxue fell from the back of the gray poisonous moth. She waved her hand, and the gray poisonous moth directly sank into her pet space. Zhang Lingxue went to Yi Bai to discuss the experiment of blood poison moth and blood poison butterfly. Today, she has used 3 blood poison butterflies to treat her grandfather, and the blood poison in his body has been completely eliminated. Next, she will organize the complete experimental records and write a paper for her teacher to review. As soon as Zhang Lingxue opened the door, a strange fragrance came to her nose, and it was eager to drill into her nostrils. Please vote, beautiful ladies and handsome guys, students who can be admitted to 985, 211, Tsinghua University and Peking University, please give me some votes. Zhang Lingxue's pupils contracted sharply. What kind of divine smell is this? Just with this strange fragrance, she felt that she could eat 3 bowls of rice, which caused her saliva to secrete rapidly and her stomach to make a gurgling sound. She was hungry. Seeing Yi Bai looking at her with a surprised look, Zhang Lingxue's ears turned red. She lowered her head, and her hair covered her eyes. She didn't want Yi Bai to see her embarrassed appearance. How could she do such a rude thing? By the way, what did she originally want to do? I'm so hungry, I can't remember it. Zhang Lingxue's stomach continued to make a gurgling sound, and the large amount of saliva secreted made her swallow her saliva. She shook her head, trying to keep herself awake, but she couldn't do it at all in this place surrounded by fragrance. Zhang Lingxue thought about leaving in a hurry to avoid further rudeness, but her feet were out of control, as if they were forcibly glued to the floor by 502 glue. Not only Zhang Lingxue was affected, but also passers-by who stopped on the road. They were all bewitched by the strange fragrance and drooled a lot. Yi Bai hurried over and slammed the door, which scared Zhang Lingxue. She wanted to say something, but as soon as the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back with her saliva. After closing the door, it seemed to smell even better. I was so hungry. Evil disciple, do you want to starve your master to death? Teacher, you just happened to come. I made a delicious dish today and was just about to ask you to taste it. As a result, you came before I called you. It turns out that you are in tune with each other. Yi Bai said with a smile, and brought Zhang Lingxue to the dining table. Here were the freshly roasted little wind sparrows. Although each one was only the size of a palm, the weight of each one was quite sufficient. The clucking chicken, which usually wanders around, was so frightened when it saw the roasted little wind sparrow that it dared not breathe. It dared not urinate or defecate anywhere, for fear that it would become a delicious roasted clucking chicken one day. The charcoal dog and the snow dog gathered together and stuck out their tongues. Their eyes stayed on this delicious food with a charred aroma and could not move away. The first-level little wind sparrow looked small, but it contained a lot of energy. Yi Bai was worried that the snow dog and the charcoal dog would be burst by the energy, so he gave them one. However, the careful Yi Bai had divided it into 7 equal parts according to the size, ensuring that every snow dog and charcoal dog could be taken care of. There was a white jade plate next to Dahui and Bai Biancan. There was also a roasted little wind sparrow in it, with white steam coming out of it. Sunflowers prefer to eat raw food, but they are not interested in roasted little wind sparrows. Teacher, please try my cooking. Zhang Lingxue used chopsticks to push the belly of the little wind sparrow with reserve. The chopsticks easily tore open the belly of the little wind sparrow. A large amount of white steam came out from it, and the fragrance doubled. She picked up a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. With a click, the skin was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the meat inside was full of juice. The meat could be removed from the bones with a light lick of the tongue, and it simply melted in the mouth. At this moment, she seemed to be a little wind sparrow soaring in the sky, spreading her wings in the sky, and her wings never stopped flying. She was surrounded by countless little wind sparrows, like she had become their queen.
Soon Zhang Lingxue discovered that its bones could be eaten.
The bones were very crispy, and the bone marrow inside had a faint herbal fragrance. While eating, Zhang Lingxue found that she didn't know when she started to eat with her hands, and her hands were dipped in grease. Even the garlic and potatoes roasted with the fat of the little wind sparrow were filled with rich fat and exuded a rich aroma. No wonder the people of the Iron Chicken Kingdom had to cover the little wind sparrow with a red cloth when eating it, because it was so delicious. Everyone ate in silence, and only the sound of chewing could be heard at the table. At first, the Wandian silkworm swallowed it directly without tasting the taste, just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. When it ate the second one, after chewing it with its teeth, it regretted it very much, and it wanted to slap itself to death with a dozen consecutive slaps. Such a delicious thing, I didn't even taste it, I just swallowed it directly. At this time, the Bibian silkworm was very upset. When it wanted to taste a few more, it found that its stomach was full and was about to be blocked in its throat. Yi Bai only felt a warm current spreading in his body, and his fatigue for days disappeared. After eating and drinking, Yi Bai made a cup of sunflower nectar for Zhang Lingxue. At this time, Zhang Lingxue remembered her purpose. Yi Bai, your master will come to the institute tomorrow. We need to write the experimental report in advance. She will ask a lot of questions, so you should be mentally prepared. Although I am her last disciple, but relatively speaking, she has high requirements for us. You just need to be mentally prepared to be scolded. Zhang Lingxue simply gave a few instructions and left with a step that did not recognize any relatives. After Zhang Lingxue's reminder, Yi Bai knew the exact time when the master came. I might as well tell the Pet Beast Union about the fact that the security members of the master were undercover yesterday. If the Pet Beast Union can't do it well, I will tell the teacher again and let the master take precautions in advance. After eating and drinking enough, Yi Bai was also a little sleepy. He forced himself to sleep and continued to send an email to President Wang. He asked Da Hui to close early. Yi Bai wanted to rest so that he would have energy to welcome the master tomorrow. The Mandragora king who was guarding outside was cautious. It waited until the lights in Fengyuan cultivation house were turned off before quietly crawling out of the soil. The humans are asleep. Now is the end of my revenge. The Mandragora king muttered to himself. He didn't notice that the ground was shaking slightly at this time, and a dazzling light was emitted from behind. When the Mandragora king found out, it was too late. It was completely surrounded, and the dazzling light fell into its eyes. It burst into tears again, and at the same time, its skin felt burning. Damn humans, they only know how to play these little tricks. It seems that they have discovered my existence a long time ago. The sunflowers looked at this guy who suddenly came out of the ground and wanted to conquer them by force with curiosity. It was quite thin and looked a little wretched. Its eyes were rolling around, and it was not well intentioned at first glance. The muscles on the Mandragora king swelled up, like a well-trained muscular man. It also has 4 arms, and at this moment it is like a war tree man. The Mandragora king looked at the helpless and somewhat helpless sunflowers, and an extremely cold smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. It decided to collect some interest first, and it planned to tear the sunflowers apart and devour their crystal cores. Then it would brutally kill the humans. You should be that guy's pet. It's a pity that you followed the wrong master. The body of the Mandragora king continued to swell, and blood-red evil spirits surrounded the Mandragora king, forming a phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms. One of its arms was as thick as an elephant's leg, with tangled roots and many roots entangled in it. It looked like it was not easy to mess with. At this time, the Mandragora king showed a ferocious face and walked towards the sunflowers step by step. It hammered heavily in the direction of the sunflowers, and a sound of breaking air came from the air. The target of the Mandragora king was the Sunflower King. It swung heavily at the flower disc of the Sunflower King, intending to blow up the Sunflower King's head with one punch. Little did it know that the Sunflower King raised its emerald green leaves to block the Mandragora King's heavy punch. Bang! A spider web-like crack appeared on the ground where the Sunflower King stood. But the Sunflower King was not hurt at all. It looked at the Mandragora King with contempt, as if to say, "That's it?" The Mandragora King's eyes widened, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. How could it be? Even ordinary third-level pets can't withstand his heavy punch. Why can this seemingly ordinary sunflower actually catch his attack? Damn, has his strength been weakened to this extent? The bloody breath entangled the Mandragora King again. It took a deep breath and swung endless fist shadows at the Sunflower King. Smash Farudo, just kidding, bang bang bang. The emerald green leaves also appeared like a 1,000-handed guanine. The power of the heavy punch was directed into the ground by the Sunflower King. The ground cracked, but the Sunflower King was not affected at all. The Mandragora King was panting heavily, and the Sunflower King was breathing steadily. How could this guy be so perverted? Is this cultivation house a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons are hidden? Seeing that the Mandragora King was powerless, the Sunflower King used a rattan whip to hit the Mandragora King heavily. Only a heavy snapping sound was heard, and a scream was heard. Ah! My handsome face, my handsome face. There was a heavy red mark on the forehead of the Mandragora King. At this time, the Mandragora King was like a deflated balloon, and his body was extremely shrunk. You pissed me off, totally pissed me off. Snap. Hit me again if you dare. Snap. Humph, I won't surrender. Snap. The Mandragora King yelled again and again, but the Sunflower King ignored him and raised the whip to whip him over and over again. At first, the Mandragora King was very tough and kept yelling, "Go ahead and hit me. I won't surrender even if you kill me." After the beating, the Mandragora King, with a bruised face and pig-like head, knelt down and raised a white flag to beg for mercy. Several of its ferocious fangs were pulled out, and now it can't speak as loudly as before. Snap. I've surrendered, why are you still hitting me? The Mandragora King covered his face that was hit by the whip, showing an unbelievable look, and his whole body was burning with pain. The Sunflower King scratched his head with a leaf, spread out the leaf, and shrugged his shoulders. Sorry, I was so used to it that it almost became a reflex. I will pay attention next time. So the Sunflower King called on his subordinates, tied up the crying Mandrake King, and marched into the cultivation house. They dumped their spoils on the floor of the cultivation house, making a thumping sound. The sound woke Yi Bai up. Yi Bai thought there was a thief in the cultivation house. He and Dev Hui quickly opened their eyes. Yi Bai picked up the frying pan, and Dev Hui put the cooking pot on his head as a protective device. One person and one pet came to the first floor on tiptoe. The first floor was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. At this time, Dahui felt as if he had stepped on something again. He raised his foot and saw that it was a fat carrot that was beaten black and blue and whose face could no longer be seen. His kick just now had knocked it unconscious. At this time, its body was tightly attached to the floor, and its leaves were hanging on the ground, like a big white carrot that had been left for a long time and had wilted. At this time, Yi Bai's eye of insight was activated. Name, Mandrake King, gender, genderless, attribute, wood, level 3, level 1, skill, clone, proficient create 2 independent clones. After the clones die, their memories will be recalled to the original body. Earth escape, proficient, innate skill the body can escape into the ground and shuttle without obstacles. Tree man form, proficient transform into a tree man to attack the enemy. Evolutionary route, none. This is a herb elf with independent consciousness, which is equivalent to the birth of spiritual intelligence. It is rare. Yi Bai was stunned. This Mandrake King has independent consciousness. This is a major discovery in the herb world. I remember it. That Mandrake that has no desire to live is your clone, right? Yi Bai suddenly remembered the Mandrake he pulled out. At that time, he was still very strange. Why did he feel that the Mandrake had its own consciousness? It turned out to be the clone of this Mandrake that awakened spiritual intelligence. No wonder, no wonder. You hateful human. I have 2 clones. I have worked hard for so many years to separate 2 clones. One was squeezed by you after playing with it, and the other was caught by you in the pet space. The Mandrake King cried with snot and tears. In its mouth, Yi Bai became an unforgivable sinner. So, the purpose of your sneaking here is to take revenge on me? Yi Bai guessed the idea of the Mandragora King directly, and the Mandragora King choked one by one. It looked at the Sunflower King who was staring at it and silently whipped it, and dared not speak. However, I have been looking for you for a long time, and you dared to fall into the trap, which saved me a lot of effort. Yi Bai smiled coldly. Humph, you can kill me or cut me up, it's all up to you. As soon as the Mandragora King finished speaking, he was whipped hard by the Sunflower King, making a harsh pig cry. Yi Bai looked a little dazed. Ha, human, you are really afraid of my scream. Come, serve me well. If you serve me well, maybe I will take you as my pet. You are blessed to be a pet of the awakened Mandragora King. You have cultivated for 3 lifetimes. When I become an immortal, you will be my #1 pet. The Mandragora King seemed to have selectively forgotten the dark history of being hung up and whipped by the Sunflower King. Sunflower King, this guy doesn't understand human language. You take him down and organize his language.
Remember to be gentle.
The Sunflower King smiled, but the Mandragora King felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head.
Wait, I was wrong. The Mandragora King was a flexible guy. He lowered his noble head. He slid to his knees. I shouldn't have said that. I was wrong.
Yi Bai nodded with a smile. It is a great improvement to know your mistakes. But in order to ensure that you don't make mistakes in the future, let the Sunflower King teach you a lesson.
Remember, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Learn a lesson. Otherwise, your fate may be the same as your clone. I plucked off the leaves on your head one by one, and then pulled out your roots one by one. In the end, your body was reduced to white juice. After all, this is your only use, isn't it? What a terrible human, sob.
At this time, the Mandrake Grass King was shaking like a sieve, and it regretted it.
Why did it provoke this human?
The clone is gone, the clone was captured, and a new one was created.
Why didn't he have eyes and wanted to teach this human a lesson? Sunflower King, drag him away. Be gentle, just leave him a breath. We must fully let the Mandragora King realize his mistakes.
Where did he go wrong, whether he showed remorse, whether he pleaded guilty and accepted punishment? You must know all these procedures. Please vote. The Mandragora King has awakened his intelligence and can communicate normally with people. The Mandragora King was severely punished by the Sunflower King. The Mandragora King who awakened his self-awareness is indeed precious, but his character is too bad and he is not obedient. If he wants to survive well as a member of the breeding house, he must first control his mouth and let him receive love education.
For example, the endless lightning of Dahue's love, the painful whipping of the Sunflower King's love, and the death gaze of the love of the changing silkworm.
Even the little charcoal dog and the little snow dog have ways to express their love. One spits fire and the other spits snow. The Mandragora King felt that he was restrained by the group of pets in this breeding house and was almost driven crazy. He might be the first herb that was driven crazy by humans and awakened his self-awareness. In order to prevent this old dang from escaping, the second-level clone of the Sunflower King was staring at him at 360 degrees without dead angles. Hundreds of eyes were looking at it, and it was eyes whether it was open or closed.
It was chilling to think about it.
In order to prevent its voice from hurting people, Yi Bai also used transparent tape to wrap the mouth of the Mandragora Grass King for more than 10 times.
The Mandragora Grass King shed tears of regret. He actually became a prisoner.
Especially the fat white silkworm, who was looking at him with greedy eyes, and licked his lips from time to time, revealing 8 neat teeth.
This guy definitely wanted to eat him.
It was scared, really scared.
It must have entered a den of thieves. Mom, I want to go home.
After cleaning up the Mandragora Grass King, Yi Bai counted the good things that the Sunflower King brought back after cleaning up the beast tide. The rewards of the pet beast unions in other cities have been transferred to the account of the Jiaying City Pet Beast Union. Among them, 20% is the reward for the introduction of the Jiaying City Union, 20% is given to the school, which is the reward for renting the school's second-level sunflower, and the remaining 60% will be paid to Yi Bai.
The Sunflower King brought back many golden round solids and many electric crystal cores. Thunder Gallbladder, a thunder treasure bred by the ancient lantern fish.
It can cause a violent explosion when it hits the ground, and its effect is comparable to that of the heavenly thunder seed.
Level 3 Electric Crystal Core. The electric crystal core condensed from the ancient lantern fish is usually together with the thunder gallbladder.
Humans only know that the ancient lantern fish is a poisonous pet, but they don't know that some ancient lantern fish can condense electric crystal cores.
Sapphire Heart, the most essential part of the ancient lantern fish, usually growing next to the poison sac.
Only skilled chefs can carefully remove the sapphire heart.
This is the treasure brought back by the Sunflower King from Deep Sea City.
Yi Bai has heard of this ingredient. It is known as the A8 level marbled beef in the deep sea, a level ingredient. The meat is very tender, just like eating tofu, and the juice is very full. This is the dream meat in the hearts of many gourmets. It is said that eating a piece can make people feel ecstatic. It's just that it grows together with the poison sac, which is only 1 micron thick, and grows together with the sapphire meat. If it is not handled properly, the chef will be infected with the poison and die, and the sapphire meat will also be inedible because of the poison. Therefore, chefs who can handle ancient lantern fish are not common, and each of them has a 3-year appointment. Colored pearls as big as a baby's fist rolled on the ground, they were big and round. Deep-sea pearls, natural pearls bred from deep-sea snail shells, pounded into pearl powder, have the effect of beauty and beauty.
This is a gift brought by the Sunflower King from Sanchue City. Although the snail shell-shaped beasts will lose corrosive and sticky liquids after death, they can breed pearls like shells. It's just that this kind of beast is too rare, so the Sunflower King picked up a bargain. This kind of colorful pearls will drive many ladies crazy. This is only part of it, and there are still many stored in other sunflowers. As for Sherhui City, in addition to the treasures that the Pet Beast Union bartered, there are also various high-purity metals, which are the metal substances condensed after the beast swallowed and digested. There are also the canine teeth of the beast, which are like two sharp daggers. This is the hardest part of its body. After the beast swallows the metal ore, it will extract a part of the metal essence and condense it on the canine teeth. However, the canine teeth of the beast are too hard. Even the cutting machine used to cut stone can't shake it a bit. So the people in the Pet Beast Union of Sherhui City know the value of the canine teeth of the beast, but they can't take it down. It is said that the people of the cleaning company took away the body of the beast, and then used the method of fixed-point blasting to take down the canine teeth of the beast and sell them at a high price. Sunflower King, you are now the general manager of the Sunflower King Cleaning Company. I'm sorry. The Sunflower King looked honest. No matter what his identity was, he was Yi Bai's pet. When Fanyuan Cultivation House was at its lowest point, Sunflower advanced from the first level to the second level. Yi Bai spent all his savings to treat himself and bought expensive medicine to save his life. Sunflower also broke through the bottleneck of the first level with his willpower. From that time on, Sunflower decided to spend his whole life to protect Yi Bai, even if it meant sacrificing his life. At this time, the Sunflower King clapped his hands, and 17 third-level sunflowers stood up. 3 cute pets like elves flew out from the Sunflower King's flower disc. The Sunflower King looked very proud. Although these were all level 3 sunflowers, at the same level as himself, most of them were subplants that were separated from him and were under his control. The other level 3 sunflowers were incorporated by him. He was the leader of the entire sunflower group. Even if these sunflowers were upgraded to level 3, he was still the leader. Level 3 sunflowers? Where did they come from? TSK Tisk. I remember that level 2 sunflowers must have level 3 sunstones to evolve to level 3. I was thinking about how to get some level 3 sunstones to evolve level 2 sunflowers. Yi Bai rubbed the flower disc of the Sunflower King, and the Sunflower King's eyebrows curved. Although Sherhui City produces evolution stones, it does not include sunstones and moonstones. Sunstones and moonstones require special environments to be produced, and their prices have always been more expensive than evolution stones of the same price. Moreover, it has been reported recently that a famous sunstone production area, the Sun Valley of the United States Alliance, collapsed. The accident had a great impact. It is said that the Sun Valley mining area will not be able to produce sunstones within a year, which has caused the price of sunstones to soar tenfold. Now a third-level sunstone is worth no less than 2 million Alliance coins. If there are 20 of them, that's 40 million Alliance coins. What a big deal. The Sunflower King gestured, trying to tell how these third-level sunstones came from. Unfortunately, after spending some effort, Yi Bai still didn't understand. It would be great if we could make a contract, so that I would roughly know what you mean. The Sunflower King was a little disappointed, but when its eyes fell on the gloating Mandrake King on the side, its eyes suddenly lit up. It walked closer to the King of Datura Grass step by step, with a sinister smile on its face. The language was out of sync, but at least there was a free online translator here. The King of Datura Grass saw the malicious smile of the King of Sunflower. Sigma, hey, don't come over here. Help! The Sunflower King yanked the transparent tape wrapped around the mouth of the Mandragora King. Ah! A scream came from the mouth of the Mandragora King, and the tape was covered with the broken roots of the Mandragora King. That feeling was more than 10 times more painful than sticking transparent tape on the leg hair. The Mandragora King was in so much pain that his tears and snot flowed out. This expression of his made Yi Bai very curious. Are these tears and snot real? Or is it the juice of the Mandragora? Yi Bai asked the Sunflower King to find a container and store the liquid in it. He will take it to the research institute for testing later. The Mandragora King. You don't let go of my tears and snot, you this guy who plunders the passing goose. Only then did the Mandrake King realize how sinister the human in front of him was. Mom, I want to go home. The Mandrake King felt a strong sense of regret. If time could be turned back, it would never be filled with righteous indignation and want to retaliate against humans, let alone be caught by the sunflower and step into the door of the cultivation house. It would hide far away, far away, far away, and it would be best if they never met in their lifetime. But it is already in prison. The tears it shed now were all the water that entered its head at that time. The Sunflower King passed his words to the Mandrake King and asked it to translate online.
Originally, the Mandrake King wanted to do something bad, but seeing the Sunflower King raise the small whip, he looked eager to try. It knew that as long as it said a wrong word, probably a whip would come over. So the Mandragora King stopped, put away his little thoughts, and translated word by word honestly. After online translation, Yibai knew how the third-level sunstone came from.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be the people from the cleaning company who did it. They are afraid. So they want to use the third-level sunstone to evolve sunflowers, so that these evolved sunflowers can compete with you. What a brilliant plan! If most of the sunflowers here were not separated by you, maybe the other party would really succeed. The people from the cleaning company shot themselves in the foot. Thank you for the cloud-piercing arrows, thank you for the happy gift package. At this time, the petals of the Sunflower King, a drop of beautiful liquid fell from the middle. Yibai felt a majestic breath of life coming out of it. This was the life crystal dew that Yibai had dreamed of. According to the records in the literature, this thing was called heavenly dew in ancient times. The eyes of the Mandragora King widened, and its gaze became scorching, so hot that it could burn a hole in the leaves of the Sunflower King. It could feel that this thing would be of great benefit to it. As long as it could swallow a drop, its strength would definitely increase greatly. Yibai carefully took out the reagent bottle, collected 6 drops of life crystal dew, and carefully placed them in the pet space. At this time, the Sunflower King clapped his hands, and a big guy appeared. Please vote. Sorry, I'm late. The sunflowers carried a huge black rock 2 meters high and placed it in the backyard of the cultivation house. When the rock fell heavily, the ground trembled twice. Yibai looked at the black rock, and from the side, it looked like a unicorn lying on the ground. He used the eye of insight, and when he opened his eyes, 2 huge gray mists emerged from the black rock. The gray mist continued to spread, covering the entire stone, making it impossible for Yibai to see the entire outline of the rock. He seemed to see the terrifying breath from the wild beast coming out of the gray mist. In just a moment, Yibai's eyes shed 2 lines of blood and tears. There was an unbearable sour feeling in his eyes. After a while, Yibai opened his eyes, but his vision was still a little blurry. After about a quarter of an hour, he completely recovered. Although his eyes were pierced by the breath of the treasure, Yibai had remembered the location where the treasure appeared. Next, just avoid the location of the treasure and smash the black rock with 1 punch. But Yibai felt that things were not as simple as he thought. Dahui, use a heavy punch to the middle of the black rock. Dahui spit on his claws and began to rub his hands. He raised his fist the size of a sandbag and punched the black rock. The fist wind rubbed against the air violently, and a trace of flame emerged. Dahui's mouth corners rose. He had seen the scene of the black rock in front of him being blown up by his punch. There was only a heavy muffled sound, and a strong wind came, and Dahui stepped back several steps. A trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, and his hands were twisted and deformed, and became swollen, but under the treatment of the life spirit seed, it quickly recovered. Dahui was a little unbelievable. This black rock actually injured it, and there was not a crack at the place where it was hit just now. You know, it can easily lift a 1-ton rock, and when it explodes, its punch can even reach 5 tons. As a result, the 5-ton force hit the black rock hard, but the rock was not hurt at all, but it was injured. After seeing this, Wanbayankan showed a look of "you can't do it" to Dahui, and it directly separated its own blood-poison butterfly clone. It planned to use the power of the clone to corrode the black rock. The stone saw that brute force alone would not work, and it had to use a little bit of skill. Watch me. The blood-poison butterfly was wrapped in blood-red mist, which was extremely corrosive. The clone flapped its wings, and blood-red mist flew over. Whether it was a small stone or a small grass, after touching the blood-red fog, it was directly corroded into slag. As a result, after the rock was surrounded by blood mist, there was no sign of corrosion. Instead, the clone's volume was exhausted and disappeared in midair. Wanbayankan was stunned. Seeing this, the Sunflower King laughed at the 2 of them for being weaklings, and it stretched out its roots as strong as steel. The roots spread out and wrapped around the shiny black rock, making a creaking sound. But the rock remained motionless. This was a bit embarrassing, and the 3 pets were all stumped by the shiny black rock. Ha ha ha, do you think it's that easy to break the stone? It's useless to rely on brute force alone, you need wisdom and experience. Finally seeing them being defeated, the Mandragora King couldn't help but mock them. You 3, one is a reckless man who relies on brute force, one is a fool who doesn't use his brain, and the other is obviously a fool without a brain.
After being mocked by the Mandragora King, Dahui, the Wanbian Silkworm, and the Sunflower King immediately stiffened their fists, and their faces were so gloomy that ink could be squeezed out. The three of them surrounded the Mandragora King, rubbing their hands, intending to loosen up the Mandragora King's muscles. It was a little itchy, and it had to be taught a lesson, otherwise it would be detrimental to the unity of the team.
Wait, don't do it yet, let the Mandragora King finish his words. Do you know how to unlock this stone?
Yi Bai waved his hand to stop the angry friends.
You want to know? I won't tell you, this despicable human. Unless you worship me as your ancestor, then I can consider it.
The Mandragora King looked mean, and the arrogance and domineering color was about to overflow from his face. For the first time, it felt how useful the memory inheritance it had awakened was. It just forgot its current situation, it was just a prisoner caught by the sunflower. At this moment, its peripheral vision suddenly saw the angry eyes of the Sunflower King, and the emerald green leaves rolled into a ball, making a crackling sound. The Sunflower King's eyes were blazing, and he wanted to swallow the Mandragora King alive, proving that its anger had soared to an unstoppable level. Just now, the Mandragora King was so arrogant, and the consequences can be imagined.
The Mandragora King swallowed his saliva, and it felt that the Sunflower King could blow it up with one punch.
Okay, since it doesn't want to, then you should teach the Mandragora King to be a good person, no, make it a specimen. Here, specimens can be worshipped, and you, a rare Mandragora King, are qualified to do so. Yi Bai smiled, and everyone could see the chill in Yi Bai's bones. Although herbs with wisdom are extremely rare, you can't step on their heads and shit.
What is its current situation? Doesn't it know what it is?
The Mandragora Grass King knew that if he didn't beg for mercy, he would probably be made into a specimen.
Ha, just kidding, I was just kidding. Your way of cutting the stone is wrong. I'll teach you how to do it.
The Mandragora Grass King finally got to the point, and it was cute and cowardly at this time. The treasure in the stone is sealed in the stone by itself, waiting for the destined person to wake it up.
Don't look at this kind of stone, it's actually very important.
They are called magic stones, which can block external interference and keep the treasures in the best condition.
You can understand it this way.
In fact, the magic stone is like a kind of amber, which wraps the treasure, and the treasure will remain in the most perfect state inside. At this time, Yi Bai interrupted the Mandragora Grass King.
Then how can I take out the treasure inside? This is what I want to know now.
The Mandragora Grass King thought for a while. Actually, this is difficult and easy, it just takes time. You just need to place this magic stone in your pet space and use your mental power to penetrate the entire magic stone. You can peel off the magic stone layer by layer like peeling an egg until the dust-sealed treasure inside is exposed. Of course, it is said that someone has invented a liquid that can be applied to the surface of the magic stone to dissolve the magic stone. The Mandragora Grass King shook his head. This is actually a huge waste. In fact, apart from the function of the magic stone to seal treasures, it is also a treasure that can enhance the pet master's mental power.
Finding the magic stone is like finding the real treasure. Because treasures are often sealed in the magic stone.
Yi Bai put his hand on the magic stone with doubt and forced it into the pet space. At this moment, Yi Bai's pet space trembled slightly, the pet space was forcibly widened, and the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness was drained. Yi Bai also felt a tyrannical spiritual power rushing into his sea of consciousness, widening it. He felt a dizziness coming over his brain and almost fell to the ground. Yi Bai's pet saw it and almost wanted to kill the Mandragora King with a knife.
Damn Mandragora King, dare to frame my pet master.
A terrifying lightning flashed from De Huey's claws. The Wanbian silkworm summoned the blood goo butterfly again, and the blood goo butterfly flapped the strong wind, looking extremely ferocious. The Sunflower King silently pulled out the rattan whip, and it wanted to whip the lazy Mandragora King in front of it. It planned to whip the Mandragora King to death.
Don't do it, it's not its fault, stop it. Yi Bai grabbed De Huey's hand.
He fainted because of the sudden increase in his mental power. What the Mandragora King said was right. This kind of treasure can only be penetrated by mental power. The divine stone can be gradually decomposed with mental power to reveal the treasure inside. This is also a way to enhance mental power. Although Yi Bai stopped the pet beast's action, the Mandragora King was still surrounded by Yi Bai's pet beasts. The pet beasts showed a sinister smile. The Mandragora King had a bad premonition. A shrill scream sounded, and the cry broke through the sky. When Yi Bai came to his senses, the Mandragora King had been wrapped in transparent tape like a large mummy.
That's good. This way you can't move your whole body and won't take the opportunity to escape.
Congratulations, King Datura, you have successfully passed my assessment and become a member of our breeding house.
Your name is a bit difficult to pronounce.
I'll call you Big White Radish from now on.
Big White Radish.
Damn it, I'm the King Datura who can stop crying at night, has a strong body, and is extremely tough.
Human. You are humiliating me severely. The King Datura looked very angry.
But its mouth was tightly blocked by transparent tape, and there was no way to make a sound.
Its eyes were like knives, staring at you and wanted to stab you twice. Big White Radish, sigh, you dare to say it out loud.
Ha, Big White Radish, you don't have to be so moved.
I know this name is pretty good.
Yi-Bai waved his hand, with a smile on his face. However, in the end, under the threat of death from the Mandragora King, its name was changed to Bailuo. On the side of the Jiaying City Pet Animal Union, President Zhang had arrived in Jiaying City a day earlier. The security of the entire Jiaying City was also upgraded to the highest level.
President Zhang, what did the higher-ups say?
Did they say to cancel the trip?
President Wang asked tentatively.
During this period, he felt exhausted.
At this stage, canceling the trip is the most appropriate.
I passed wise words to the higher-ups, but the higher-ups returned one sentence luring the snake out of the hole.
President Zhang's face was not very good. But this was an order from the higher-ups after all, and he couldn't refute it. But Y's second email made President Zhang a little defensive.
The second email said that the United States alliance had developed a subsonic weapon that could induce heart disease, and there was another more important thing, that is, a killer from the Iron Chicken country had mixed into the security team. It seems that the higher-ups are really trying to lure the snake out of its hole. Otherwise, they wouldn't let Academician Su take this risk.
Has Academician Su's itinerary been arranged? President Zhang asked Wang Jinin.
It has been arranged. Our people have gone to control the scene 24 hours in advance to ensure that no one can get in. As for the subsonic weapon, the range should not be very large. We must focus on searching the route that Academician Su passed through.
Ensuring Academician Su's safety is our top priority. President Zhang assigned the task. Academician Su's safety must be ensured. Academician Su will visit Principal Zhang Dashan first and then visit Shinshan Middle School when he comes to Jiaying City.
After having dinner at the institute, he will give a speech in the auditorium of Shinshan Middle School. He will leave here by special plane later.
The route is fixed.
Now we have to see how to find the undercover. President Zhang said with a serious face.
The next day, a medium-sized plane landed at the airport in Jiaying City.
The security level here has been raised to the highest level, and even a mosquito cannot fly in. A man in casual clothes with meticulously combed silver hair walked down from the plane. She looked up at the blue sky and a satisfied smile appeared in her eyes. A group of security members in suits and sunglasses surrounded Su Qingxian to prevent her from being hit by outsiders.
Once there is danger, they will immediately form a circle to protect Academician Su. However, at the airport, Academician Su saw an unexpected person. Zhang Dashan, I haven't seen you for so long. You are still in good health. I originally wanted to visit you first. Academician Su smiled and greeted him.
After she got on the plane, she learned that Zhang Dashan's stubborn disease had been cured.
The two of them are old acquaintances.
One is to defend the country, and the other is to make the country strong.
Both of them have devoted their lives.
The key is that both of them have never married, as if they are silently waiting for someone. Both of them have been stubborn for so many years, and Zhang Dashan almost died because of the outbreak of stubborn disease.
Then let's change the route and go to Xiaoxue first.
Academician Su smiled, and she and Zhang Dashan got on the special bulletproof car.
The two sat side by side.
Chairman Zhang came to act as their driver.
How have you been these years?
It took a long time for Zhang Dashan to ask this question. I didn't expect that you, a straight man, could still say such words.
Su Qingxian laughed. Zhang Dashan blushed.
He coughed a few times. I almost died this time, and I feel that some feelings cannot be missed. If it weren't for Xiaoxue's accidental discovery this time, I might have died of a myriad of diseases.
Of course I don't want to die this way.
I originally planned to sacrifice my soul, summon a super-large ultimate hellfire, and perish together with those bastards of the Gospel Society. In the end, Xiaoxue actually found a way to cure me. Qingxian, thank you for coming to see me, but you shouldn't leave the imperial capital.
You should know that you are vital to the entire Yin Kingdom alliance.
Zhang Dashan frowned and said to Su Qingxian in a preaching tone. Su Qingxian rolled her eyes. It seems that if I stay in the Imperial Capital Research Institute, I won't be in danger.
Please vote, please vote, please vote, I'm so sleepy.
Zhang Dashan smiled awkwardly. Xiao Xue has a great talent for research, and she will be my successor in the future. She can get few resources at Shinshan Middle School, far less than what she gets at Imperial University.
If it weren't for taking care of you, why would she quit her job at Imperial University and come to Shinshan Middle School? Su Qingxian continued to complain.
After Xiao Xue showed her strong research talent, she was taken by Su Qingxian. In her heart, she had already regarded Xiao Xue as her own granddaughter. Zhang Dashan also felt a little annoyed because his body delayed Xiao Xue's talent.
You don't have to feel upset. If you don't do some things, you will regret it in the future. This is also the reason why I promised Xiao Xue to come to Shinshan Middle School.
Otherwise, how could she, the founder of the Bibian Silkworm Research School and a professor in her 20s, condescend to become a small class teacher?
Zhang Dashan, you have always been lucky and a very upright person.
Back then, I took a great risk and entrusted the newly born Xiao Xue to you.
I think it was the best choice I have ever made in my life.
After Su Qingxian finished speaking, she stopped talking. Zhang Dashan didn't know what he was thinking about, and he didn't have the interest to continue chatting. Perhaps 40 years ago, they had the hope of being together, but they didn't wait for each other by mistake. Perhaps they only loved each other 40 years ago. Perhaps they hid their love in their hearts.
But they are all old and have hidden their thoughts. If you are well, it will be the best sunny day.
Otherwise, Su Qingxian would not come to Jiaying City regardless of everything after learning that Zhang Dashan had blood goo in his body. Chairman Zhang drove the car, looking at the nose and the heart. When the two were talking, he blocked his hearing directly, so as not to hear any shocking secrets and be silenced. Soon, Zhang Dashan and Su Qingxian came to the research institute established by Zhang Lingxue, and the security level here was also raised to the highest level.
You just wait here, Su Qingxian said to the security members.
The leading security member was a big bald head, codenamed Xuanwu, and his pet was a dragon turtle.
He was also Su Qingxian's personal bodyguard, the kind who specifically blocked bullets for Su Qingxian.
Just now, because Su Qingxian used the excuse of reminiscing about the past, and because old man Zhang Dashan was online, he was temporarily diverted to another car. Don't worry, Academician Su's safety is in my hands. You just stay outside.
The security level of the institute is extremely high. If anything happens, I will cover Academician Su's escape from the institute. If you want to hurt Academician Su, you must step over my body,
Zhang Dashan argued.
Seeing Zhang Dashan like this, Xuanwu could only retreat with a bitter face.
At this time, Zhang Lingxue and Yi Bai came out.
Xiao Xue, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Su Qingxian smiled happily. Zhang Lingxue saw Su Qingxian's smiling face, and with her grandfather accompanying her, she shouldn't be too strict with herself. There was no way Zhang Lingxue saw Su Qingxian like a mouse seeing a cat.
But Su Qingxian's next sentence made Zhang Lingxue shudder.
Your research should not have fallen behind. I will have to check your research results carefully later. If I find that your research progress is very slow or there are no research results, you should honestly follow me back to the capital. And you too, come back to the capital with me this time, check your body carefully, don't leave any sequelae.
At this time, Su Qingxian's eyes fell on Yi Bai. Xiao Xue, is this your new apprentice?
Su Qingxian looked up and down. She just heard that Xiao Xue had an apprentice, but she didn't know who it was, and today was the first time she saw him. She had a very good first impression of Yi Bai. I will study your basic skills carefully later.
If you want to engage in research, basic skills are the top priority. Zhang Lingxue pushed the door open and brought Su Qingxian to the laboratory.
She handed the experimental report she had recently compiled to Su Qingxian. Experimental report on the evolution of dark butterfly. Experimental report on the evolution of star-lawn butterfly. Experimental report on the evolution of blood poison moth. Experimental report on the evolution of blood poison butterfly. After Su Qingxian saw these 4 thick experimental reports that were as thick as dictionaries, a warm smile appeared on her face. Very good, Xiao Xue did not fall behind in her research here, and she also researched 4 new evolutionary routes for the 100-change silkworm. She quickly flipped through the pages one by one. When she encountered something she didn't understand, she would ask Zhang Lingxue a few questions. Judging from the expression on Su Qingxian's face, she was temporarily satisfied. It seems that your research has not been delayed. The 3 research routes of star-lawn butterfly, dark butterfly, and blood poison moth can be announced. But the evolutionary route of blood poison butterfly must be suppressed. If this evolutionary route is announced, it will be very disadvantageous to our Yin country alliance.
A first-level 100-change silkworm can actually evolve into a fourth-level blood-poison butterfly. This will make other countries quite wary of our yin country alliance. And if I remember correctly, the mysterious blood poison must be used if the 100 changes silkworm wants to evolve into a blood poison butterfly. This is the key factor that allows it to evolve into a blood poison butterfly. The secret that the blood poison butterfly can manipulate the poison must never be leaked, Su Qingxian said firmly. However, I can apply for an internal reward for this evolutionary route. With your newly discovered evolutionary route, it shouldn't be an obstacle for you to return to the capital to teach. Those old guys shouldn't be able to stop you either. By the way, I have a question. Why are the names of the second authors of these 4 research routes all Yi Bai? We don't care about nepotism, Su Qingxian said with a serious face, and Zhang Dashan's face beside him also became much uglier. People of their generation attach great importance to character, and they must accept disciples with good character. In fact, the evolutionary route of the blood poison moth and blood poison butterfly was not researched by me. Yi Bai discovered it accidentally. A high school student discovered the evolutionary route of the changeable silkworm. It was too conspicuous. I did this to protect my students, so I failed the first author and let Yi Bai fail the second author. These were all discussed with Yi Bai. At this time, Su Qingxian's eyes fell on Yi Bai. Yi Bai, is what Xiuxue said true? She didn't force you, did you do it voluntarily? You can speak out boldly. If your teacher has encroached on your research results, as long as it is found to be true, I will do justice for you. Su Qingxian's eyes have been injected into Yi Bai's eyes. If a person lies, his eyes will be more or less evasive. But Yi Bai's eyes were clear and bright, without a trace of evasion. He acted very frankly. Yes, master, I did all this voluntarily. I did this for a purpose. My deskmate awakened the talent of the Eye of Insight, and was assassinated by a killer on the day of awakening. Fortunately, she survived. From that day on, I have always been humble and low-key in my dealings with others. It would be fine if I was the first in the school, but if people knew that I, a high school student, had researched 2 evolutionary routes for the 100-change silkworm. Others' first reaction was that I had a very high research talent and might become the second teacher. In order to prevent me from growing up and being assassinated by a killer, I discussed it with the teacher. Being a second-rate author will only make others think that it was all the teacher's research, and I was just a nepotism. Yi Bai explained his reasons. As for Li Weiyang's ambush, academician Su had heard a little about it, and Zhang Dashan was an insider. The Eye of Insight is an A-level talent. As long as people with this talent grow up and deeply develop their Eye of Insight, their future is limitless. Since you volunteer, let's stop here. You will be Xia Xue's research assistant first. After you finish the college entrance examination, you will go to Imperial Capital University with Xiuxue. I think your grades should not be too bad. You should still be able to get into Imperial Capital University. At this time, Zhang Lingxue added, Teacher, we made a very important discovery during the experiment. The Bibian silkworm injected with blood poison turned into a blood poison moth after the evolution failed. Su Qingxian's face immediately showed joy. This is indeed a major discovery, breaking everyone's inherent impression. Unfortunately, it cannot be announced at present. You have passed this time. I will give you this year. After you finish being the class teacher of this class, you will return to Imperial Capital to teach. You are a bit of a waste of talent here. Remember that research should not be neglected. I have a topic here. I wonder if you are interested. Su Qingxian took out a piece of paper from the pet space and slowly spread it out. The 7 big words negatively charged rabbit evolution experiment were written on the paper. Negatively charged rabbit evolution experiment? The one that the Western Regional Research Institute is leading? Zhang Lingxue said excitedly. That is a research that benefits the country and the people. Yes, but this experiment is very difficult. Since the Western Regional Research Institute has been researching for 5 years without any results, the project has been cancelled and handed over to the Imperial Capital Research Institute for research. The project has fallen into my hands, but I am currently working on a major project. Now is the most critical moment and I can't leave for a while. And your senior brothers and sisters are following me in this project, so I thought of you. Now you have been studying the versatile silkworm for a long time. You can change your mind and try the negatively charged rabbit evolution experiment. If it succeeds, power generation in the western region will no longer be a problem. Zhang Lingxue hesitated for a while, and finally agreed. To be honest, she has reached a bottleneck in her research on the versatile silkworm.
In a short period of time, there will not be much breakthrough, so even if the teacher does not mention it, Zhang Lingxue will find a project to do first. Moreover, the negative charge rabbit project is a project that benefits the country and the people, otherwise the Yin Country Alliance would not have allocated a large amount of funds to this project for 5 consecutive years. Teacher, where is the research data of the Western Research Institute? Zhang Lingxue wanted to take a look at the data first. Su Qingxian's eyes fell on the white paper in her hand. This is the information. Zhang Lingxue? While the data sealed by the Western Research Institute was being transferred to the Imperial Research Institute, a fire broke out in the transport vehicle and was burned down. You also know that many current experiments are handwritten research materials, and there is no bottom line. Before they transported the data, all the data was scanned and stored on a laptop. It's just that the notebook containing all the information was also on the transport truck. Although the cause of the fire is very strange, the cause has not yet been investigated. By the way, the doctor who led the research was sent to lead the closed experiment for 1 year. So there's nothing I can do about it. Zhang Lingxue's expression froze, and her face turned the color of bitter melon. Without information, Zhang Lingxue would have to start from scratch. This workload is not 1 + 1 is equal to 2. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Good news. Zhang Lingxue made a choice with a grimace. The good news is that if the funds are enough, you can get as many negative electric rabbits as you want. You can get whatever you want. What about the bad news? The bad news is that you must have preliminary results within these 3 months. After hearing what Su Qingxian said, Zhang Lingxue became even more emo. My master is really good at tricking his disciples. The negative electric rabbit project and the incident of the Western Research Institute data being on fire will be investigated by the crime team. We will be given an explanation. As for the rest, don't think too much about it. Take a good rest these days. The research on the negative rabbit is very important. I hope you can spend more time on it. At this time, a strange fragrance suddenly came from a distance, and Dehui came over pushing the dining cart. Please vote, this chapter has been revised. In the dead of night, take out your heart, sew it up yourself, and then sleep, feeling 100 times more confident. No matter if no one cares about writing a book, or your skills are not as good as others, just do what you should do the right thing, instead of letting worry and anxiety destroy your little enthusiasm and concentration. The heart can be broken, but the hands cannot stop, just write when you need to write, and move forward in the midst of collapse. This may be the meaning of writing a book for me. Ding dang dang. Dahui came over with a dining cart and placed covered plates in front of everyone. A faint smell of the deep sea came from the lid, lingering between the wings of the nose, making people feel extremely relaxed. The 3 people who didn't feel very hungry before suddenly found themselves hungry after smelling the smell. It's time to eat. Today's main ingredient is the sapphire heart, which is taken from the ancient lantern fish. Yi Bai introduced to the 3 people like a waiter, and Dahui stood behind him. Dahui was wearing a white apron with a version pattern of Dahui and Yi Bai on it, and the 5 big words Fengyuan Breeding House were written on the top. Sapphire heart? The eyes of the 3 people fell on the plate. This kind of ingredient is very rare. It requires qualified and experienced chefs to peel it from the poison sac of the ancient lantern fish. It is an extremely high-end ingredient. This delicacy taken from the deep sea is not common in the Yin Country Alliance. At this time, the 3 of them opened the lid of the plate at the same time, and a wave of hot air rushed towards them, and the rich fragrance of sea water entangled between the wings of their noses. It made people fall into the illusion of being in the underwater world. Garlic butter fried sapphire heart. Since the ancient lantern fish was originally a deep-sea fish, it was not seasoned with salt. The butter is also unsalted butter. In order not to interfere with the original taste of the sapphire heart, rosemary and other spices are not added. Please enjoy it while it is hot. Yi Bai introduced it to the 3 people. The careful Yi Bai not only prepared a knife and fork, but also chopsticks and spoons. Zhang Lingxue and Su Qingxian chose a knife and fork, while Zhang Dashan chose chopsticks. The meat of the sapphire heart was very tender. The knife cut it with a light stroke, and the rich juice oozed out from the incision, just like gently piercing a thin film, and the rich fragrance came to the nose. Zhang Lingxue's saliva was secreted crazily at this time, and the piece of meat on the fork was deeply attracting her. Her mind was blank at this time. Zhang Lingxue just wanted to stuff the meat into her mouth and eat it with relish. She took a sip, and the meat was as soft as a cloud. The chewing between her lips and teeth released the deeper taste of the sapphire heart. The roaring sea rushed towards her, and she was fighting the wind and waves on the stormy sea. This is a delicacy from the deep sea, which makes people intoxicated. After taking only one bite, the three of them were silent at the same time. They were all amazed by the extreme deliciousness of the sapphire heart, and their faces showed extreme happiness. Then, they sped up the progress of eating, and every bite was an extreme enjoyment. The wine was nectar wine made from sun nectar, which had a very low alcohol content and had a slight feeling of intoxication after drinking. Zhang Lingxue and academician Su drank it in small sips. The light honey wine could further stimulate the taste buds and open the taste buds. And Principal Zhang Dashan drank a whole cup like a cow chewing a peony. The next dish was the extremely luxurious 3 fish noodles. Fish noodles are made by chopping up the sapphire heart and adding 4 rooster eggs from the clucking chicken. No noodles or water are added in the whole process, and the noodles are pressed by a noodle press. The pink fish meat covering the noodles is cooked at low temperature. The fried food is made by coating the sapphire heart with bread crumbs and deep frying at high temperature. Even the soup is made with sapphire heart and many vegetables to make it extremely delicious. Thanks to the efforts of the Sunflower Cleaning Company, there are so many rare ingredients. The steaming aroma hits us. The soup is clear and transparent, without any impurities. The three of them took a sip of the soup together. The rich sweetness poured into the taste buds. In addition to the unique taste of the sapphire heart, it also has the taste of cabbage, onion, and fresh mushrooms. Zhang Lingxue felt that she was surrounded by these cute little fairies. Just this sip of clear soup made the three of them salivate. Zhang Lingxue picked up the fish noodles with chopsticks and took a big bite. The bouncy fish noodles jumped in her mouth, just like the lantern fish came back to life. The teeth must chew quickly, otherwise they may be hit by the jumping fish noodles. The fish meat cooked at low temperature is more tender than tofu, and the fish meat wrapped in bread crumbs and fried is more fragrant. A bite of meat, a bite of soup, and a bite of noodles, this is simply a trio in the deep sea. After the whole bowl of noodles was eaten, the faces of the three people showed a look of consummation. Su Qingxian felt her stomach warm. She had been busy with research and had irregular meals. After being discovered by her life assistant, she would prepare meals at a certain time every day. But Su Qingxian felt that she had no appetite. She ate a few bites each time, put down her chopsticks, and continued the experiment. Originally, she always thought that she had a small appetite, but in fact, she didn't eat the right food. Su Qingxian stood up and stretched her muscles and bones. At this time, she felt very healthy. Even her heart didn't hurt anymore, like a heavy stone falling on her chest, and it suddenly went down. Strange, my heart suddenly got better, much better. Could it be because of the food? Su Qingxian looked strange, but she didn't think about it in other ways. In fact, Yi Bai took this opportunity to drop the crystal dew of life into the thick soup. At first, Zhang Lingxue wanted to outsource lunch to a high-end private restaurant, but Yi Bai said that the safety of the master was very important, so she gave up the idea. Yi Bai took the opportunity to propose that he would make lunch to entertain the master to show his filial piety. Zhang Lingxue originally wanted to refuse, but as soon as the words of refusal came to her lips, she remembered the roasted baby bird that Yi Bai made yesterday, so she nodded in agreement. This lunch was a great one and everyone was very satisfied. The outer perimeter of the auditorium of Shinshan Middle School has been controlled by security members. They are conducting a carpet search to eliminate all dangerous places. In another hour, academician Su Qingxian will give a speech in the auditorium. After President Wang inspected the work, he received a call from President Zhang and hurriedly left Shinshan Middle School. He passed by a school janitor. At this time, a successful smile appeared on the corner of the doorman's mouth. He walked over leisurely. At the corner that could not be captured by the surveillance camera, the clothes on his body suddenly changed, and the facial features on his face also changed to that of Wang Jinin. He was tall and tall. A little higher. He walked to the door of the auditorium and was looking around. President Wang, didn't you leave just now? Secretary Liang said with slight surprise after seeing Wang Jinin approaching. I'll check again. If something happens, my conscience will probably be condemned for the rest of my life. Wang Jinin pretended to say a few words. After passing strict security inspection, Wang Jinin walked into the school auditorium. After he pretended to check it, 5 pieces of insect eggs the size of rice grains suddenly appeared in his hand and fell on the ground. Soon, the eggs hatched, and 5 ant-like beasts appeared, holding an exquisitely crafted instrument in their jaws. When these pet beasts heard the heavy footsteps, their bodies quickly turned the same color as the ground. If you don't look carefully, you can't find them at all. Only one pet beast was seen heading to the rostrum, while the other four scattered and walked around. Su Qingxian and Zhang Lingxue discussed the research ideas of the negative rabbit, while Zhang Dashan acted as a door god. After his mental power recovered, he unexpectedly found that his strength had also recovered. The heroes who fought the wave are back. Yi Bai, who had been busy for a long time, finally had time to check the new information. 1. High explosives have been planted in the auditorium of Shinshan Middle School, and infrasonic devices have been placed. Once the high explosives explode, the auditorium will explode instantly, causing heavy casualties among students. It is known as the most vicious campus in the Yangui Alliance. Tragedy. 2. The plane numbered 12375 was equipped with a barometric bomb. When the plane flew to a certain altitude, the air pressure difference would detonate the bomb, and the entire plane would be wiped out. 3. The undercover of the Iron Chicken Country is well hidden, but no one can humiliate the national delicacy pizza in front of him, especially when he puts ketchup on the pizza. For Thousand Faces, the beautiful country killer has arrived at Shinshan Middle School. He can transform into different people. He is good at playing various characters. Even the most familiar people cannot easily distinguish them. He has of the treasure, the Mirage Pearl, can shield one's own breath. 5. Adding the life crystal due to the Datura Kinggrass can make it undergo a jump in life level and transform it into a more advanced medicinal herb. Good guy. 4 of the 5 pieces of information in total are about this assassination operation. It seems that someone just wants Master to die here. When they find that infrasonic weapons are useless, they will detonate high explosives frantically, blowing up the entire auditorium completely. Yi Bai forwarded these 4 pieces of information as soon as possible. President Wang's expression suddenly changed after receiving the message. High explosives were planted in the auditorium of Shinshan Middle School. The scene has been searched extensively. How did this person get in? But when President Wang saw the 4th message, he understood what was going on. President Wang only felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the sky. Help, President Zhang, something big is going to happen. The matter is too serious, I can't hold it any longer. Soon Principal Zhang Dashan got the information. Humph, high explosives? Not a single explosive can be successfully detonated in the presence of my hellfire. However, academician Su's safety must be more careful. Let's go ahead and inform you that we won't be giving live speeches, and we'll be broadcasting them live instead. Xiaoxue, I remember you have live broadcast equipment here, right? Zhang Dashan's eyes fell on Zhang Lingxue. Zhang Lingxue nodded. Okay, then Qingxian, you can broadcast it live. When you go back, I will follow you back to the imperial capital. I promised you that I will protect your safety for the rest of my life. After hearing this sentence, Su Qingxian remembered the young Zhang Dashan and made a promise to herself to protect her throughout her life. Please vote, however, in order not to alert the killer Qianmian, and to find the real undercover of the security team. They just informed Su Qingxian's personal bodyguards Xuanwu and Principal Lu that the plan had changed. After Principal Lu heard the old principal's instructions, although he didn't know why the plan suddenly changed, he still gave the instructions secretly. The time was coming soon. Qian Mian, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. According to the feedback from the pet beasts he sent out, the auditorium was still empty. Could it be that something happened? Plans changed? And there wasn't a single student in the auditorium. What has actually happened? If Su Qingxian didn't come, all his arrangements would be in vain. Qian Mian secretly resented that he had spent a lot of effort to sneak in here. As a result, there was not a single student, and the auditorium was empty. If the explosives were detonated at this time, it would alarm the enemy. Forget it, I'll ask that undercover agent from the Iron Chicken Country to find out what happened and why the originally planned things suddenly changed. Qian Mian believed that his actions were very covert and could not be exposed. At this moment, Su Qingxian's avatar appeared on the projection screens in various classrooms. She has silver hair, but it is combed meticulously, and her face is covered with wrinkles, which is the charm left by the years on her face. Hello everyone, I am Su Qingxian, and I am also the director of the Imperial Research Institute. I have studied many things and brought out many students. The theme of my speech today is reading for the rise of the Yin Kingdom. The atmosphere in today's society is too impetuous. There is a theory called the theory that reading is useless, and it is also praised by many people. But is reading really useless? Not necessarily. Reading can help people understand things, shape their outlook, see more scenery, and gain more knowledge. This is a way to break the information cocoon. Su Qingxian is very talkative and uses small examples to highlight the importance of reading. Every one of the students was greatly encouraged, and their faces were all red with excitement, not to mention how excited they were. The topic of studying for the rise of the Yin Kingdom suddenly dropped to the top of the trending search list an hour after Su Qingxian gave her speech, suppressing the trending searches in the entertainment industry. Her speech was also made into a video and promoted in major media. That's good. If you don't study, you won't even know how to read financial statements, and you won't even know you were deceived by your subordinates. Academician Su said it well. To study for the rise of the Yin Kingdom, we should also put down our mobile phones and pick up books. Yeah, it's been a long time since I touched a book, and I've forgotten a lot of knowledge. After hearing Su Qingxian's words, many people slowly lowered their heads to express their shame. It's not that reading is useless, it's that I haven't read enough books. After Qianmian saw Su Qingxian's live broadcast, he still didn't understand that he was being fooled. The itinerary revealed by the Pet Beast Union was wrong, and the purpose was to divert other people's attention and protect the safety of academician Su Qingxian. Hateful. Chen Nian punched the wall hard. No, if we lose this opportunity, when Su Qingxian returns to the imperial capital, the security level will be strengthened tenfold. Then it will be harder to get close to them. And the target I want to assassinate this time, besides Su Qingxian, is also Zhan Lingxue, the founder of the Variety Silkworm School. If she does not die, we will be uneasy. Technology has no borders, because it belongs to our alliance of beautiful countries. The high-end technologies you have developed that have national borders make it difficult for us to sleep and eat well. Qianmian made a hoarse voice and murmured. Security team. Only then did everyone have time to start having lunch. This time everyone was given out boxes of thick pizza. These pizzas come in Orleans grilled chicken, cheesy tomato, and sunshine fruit flavors. And every pizza is covered with a thick layer of tomato sauce. There was a strong fragrance in the air, and Xuanwu was secretly observing everyone's expressions. He wanted to find the undercover agent hiding in the security team to prevent academician Su's physical condition from being revealed. After all, only a few people and members of the security team knew that academician Su suffered from heart disease. As a result, the email sent by the person with the gift of predicting the future revealed many details. It can be inferred from these details that there must be undercover agents from other countries in the security team. This borer must be found as soon as possible before it has a greater impact. When he saw one of them frowning in a Sichuan shape, his heart skipped a beat. He recognized this person as Wu Laoqi, the deputy captain of the security team. He had been favored by Su Qingxian in his early years and became a member of the security team early on. Xuanwu thought about many people, but he did not think that Wu Laoqi was an undercover agent of the Iron Chicken Kingdom. Those foreign people are indeed powerful, and often the people they think are impossible are often undercover agents from other countries. It can only be said that the people in the Foreign Intelligence Service are really cunning. In order to obtain information, they started planning very early. Wu Laoqi felt a slight discomfort in his stomach as he looked at the pizza covered with tomatoes. He was born in the Iron Chicken Kingdom. He was trained by the Iron Chicken Kingdom's intelligence officers in various methods of stealing intelligence since he was a child. He was trained as an agent and successfully infiltrated into Su Qingxian's security team. The information that Su Qingxian suffered from heart disease was passed on by him. Wu Laoqi has received a lot of training, but the only thing he can't tolerate is seeing a layer of tomato sauce on pizza. He is a staunch supporter of original pizza. He believes that pizza is pizza and adding ketchup is an insult to pizza. Wu Laoqi endured the discomfort and wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, a big hand placed on Wu Laoqi's shoulder. Old Wu, don't you usually like pizza? Eat a piece. If you don't eat, you won't give me face. Wu Laoqi lowered his head, his eyes flashing fiercely, but his mouth was full of smiles. He forced himself to eat it, and then pretended to leave as if nothing had happened, so as not to attract Xuanwu's attention. Xuanwu's detective ability is very strong. He can definitely detect his own abnormalities through his expression. But looking at the pizza smeared with red tomato sauce, Wu Laoqi's stomach hurt more and more. This was a physiological discomfort, which was a blasphemy to his own beliefs. You. He vomited it out on the spot. Sorry, I seem to have a bad stomach. I have to find a bathroom. Wu Laoqi wanted to turn around and leave on the spot, but at this moment, Xuanwu stood in front of him. Ha, I'll take you there. Xuanwu smiled happily. Hearing only a click, Wu Laoqi found that his wrist suddenly felt heavy. As soon as he reached out, he discovered that a huge silver bracelet was clasped on his wrist. His pet space was shielded by a silver bracelet.
This is a prop that only appears when capturing criminals.
It can block the connection between the pet master and the pet space, and prohibit the pet master from summoning the pet beast.
Xuanwu, what do you want to do?
Wu Laoqi scolded loudly, his brows furrowed into a Sichuan shape. At this time Xuanwu made a gesture of encirclement. The security members on the side also vaguely surrounded him.
Wu Laoqi, an undercover agent of the Tiji Kingdom, your identity has been exposed. Wu Laoqi was suddenly shocked.
He had been anonymous for so many years. Where did he show his flaws? When his eyes fell on the pizza smeared with tomato sauce, he understood immediately. I didn't expect that I would be ruined by a little ketchup after lurking for so many years.
It was a mistake. Now that I've been exposed, I can't bear it anymore. Wu Laoqi changed his usual serious demeanor.
He took a comb and combed his hair upwards.
Let's do it, 9 poison giant scorpion.
However, at this moment, the ground shook, and then a big hole opened.
A huge black shiny scorpion appeared.
It has bright black eyes, a pair of large pincers, its back is covered with sharp barbs, and a scorpion tail as sharp as a blade. The moment it appeared, black poisonous mist erupted from its body. The poisonous mist spread to the surroundings, and there was only a dang sound.
The silver bracelet was stabbed by the tail of the 9 poison giant scorpion, splitting in two and falling to the ground. My undercover mission came to nothing. But Su Qingxian will definitely die today.
Come on, 9 poison giant scorpion. Surge into the research institute and kill Su Qingxian and Zhang Lingxue.
I can't let my exposure go to waste. Wu Laoqi shouted loudly. This giant scorpion, which was as big as a calf, rushed directly towards the research institute.
It crashed directly through the iron door of the institute. The iron door was hit by brute force and directly deformed and fell off. The alarm sounded.
Yi Bai and others were alarmed.
Zhang Lingxue discovered through surveillance that a huge black and shiny scorpion rushed open the door of the laboratory, and the security team outside also took emergency action. Yi Bai quietly took out the beast card and released the blood poison moth. He remembered that the blood poison moth could absorb the toxins of the 9 poison giant scorpion. The 9 poison giant scorpion rushed directly into the courtyard of the institute, where many precious medicinal herbs were planted.
My 9 poison giant scorpion is a 5th level pet beast.
No one can cure its poison, so you just watch Su Qingxian being killed by me.
Wu Laoqi laughed wildly.
As a result, before the 9 poison giant scorpions rushed into the research institute, several pet beasts exuding blood-red mist rushed out of the research institute.
This is a pet beast that no one has seen before.
Its wings are blood red, it has a pair of huge compound eyes, and its wings have a skull pattern. The 9 poison giant scorpion, which originally wanted to rush into the research institute, rushed directly towards these blood poison moths as if it had encountered a life-or-death enemy.
Damn it, what kind of pet beast is this? Could it be that Zhang Lingxue researched it again? Wu Laoqi felt that Zhang Lingxue's research talent was really terrifying.
At this time, a huge dragon turtle broke out. A golden light appeared on its body, like a golden bell. The tail of the 9 poison giant scorpion stabbed upward suddenly, but it made a clanging sound. It took a few steps back, its huge pupils staring intently at the ferocious dragon turtle. Reading will not be useless, you can gain knowledge and understand things, and no matter how bad you are, you can still write novels without being beaten by your boss. This dragon turtle is 2 meters tall, with its entire body the size of a millstone. It has 2 long dragon horns on its head, and the edges of its shell are covered with spikes. Its claws are extremely sharp and can easily penetrate half a meter thick iron plate. This is a 5th level dragon turtle, which is good at defense.
Wu Laoqi, how about I be your opponent? Xuanwu walked forward step by step. I don't have time. 9 poison giant scorpion, use poisonous mist. The 9 poison giant scorpion opened its huge pincers and sprayed out a purple poisonous mist.
The poisonous mist spread immediately, spreading in all directions, and was about to reach the place where Zhang Lingxue planted medicinal herbs.
No, get away quickly.
Although he didn't know what kind of poison it was, Xuanwu could feel that it was obviously not a good thing.
Wu Laoqi has hidden it too deeply. We have never seen this pet beast at all. We don't even know what shortcomings it has.
On the contrary, Wu Laoqi knows all about the shortcomings of my pet beast.
Xuanwu felt that his security work was quite a failure.
The deputy captain of the security team was an undercover agent from another country. They had worked together for so long and he didn't even notice it. At this moment, the blood poison moths flapped their wings and flew down. They opened their big mouths and swallowed the poisonous mist of the 9 poison giant scorpion. Their original food consists of various highly toxic materials, and the toxins of the 9-poison giant scorpion are a tempting meal for them. They need to absorb the toxins in various poisonous beasts, or absorb a large number of poisonous crystal nuclei before they can evolve further. After some exploration, Yibai discovered that due to the limitations of the Eye of Insight, he could not see the evolution route of the blood venom moth at first. However, as he became familiar with the blood venomous moth and the blood venomous moth's favorability towards him increased, Yibai found that he saw that the next evolutionary path of the blood venomous moth was the 100 venomous moth, which required absorbing hundreds of toxins to evolve. Therefore, Yibai discovered that if his friendship with a certain pet animal reaches a certain value, it seems that he can see their evolutionary path. However, Yibai is still testing whether the Eye of Insight really has this function. So he planned to target Zhang Lingshua's gray poison moth. Through the intelligence system, Yibai already knew that the gray poisonous moth could evolve into a poisonous dragon butterfly after absorbing the flesh and blood of the poisonous dragon. He now wants to test whether he will be able to see the evolutionary path of the gray venomous moth when his favorability with the gray venomous moth reaches a certain value. Qian Mian took advantage of the chaos and became a security member, and he threw the ant eggs again. Not long after, the ant eggs hatched into dozens of explosive ants carrying high explosives in their mouths. They will take the opportunity to attack the institute and turn the entire institute into the most beautiful fireworks in the world. In the institute, Principal Zhang Dashan, who was closing his eyes to rest, immediately opened his eyes. Here, something is coming. Everyone, step back and don't stand here. Only a loud bang was heard, and the entire institute began to shake. A huge crack appeared on the floor of the laboratory, and a small earth bag emerged. A bright black scorpion, only the size of a palm, emerged from the earthen bun. They all bared their teeth and claws, and rushed towards Su Qingxian's position. At this moment, Principal Zhang Dashan waved his hand suddenly, and a Tunderhai hellfire appeared behind the principal. It is composed of countless rocks, and green flames burst out from the gaps in the rocks. After the hellfire appeared, the bright black giant scorpion lingered. They can feel the power in hellfire's body that can turn scorpions into ashes. At the moment Zhang Dashan summoned the hellfire, Qian Mian also decided to completely detonate the high explosives in the explosive ants, turning the entire institute into a mushroom cloud. Unfortunately, after he gave this order, the explosive ants exploded, but no trace of fire came out of the research institute. This made Qian Mian feel extremely strange. What exactly went wrong? He felt that there were too many emo today. As a killer, as a successful killer, all assassination plans will proceed as he planned. Occasionally it goes beyond his plan once or twice, but he can still accept it. Qian Mian took a deep breath. He was now thinking about a question, whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to rush in. I heard that Zhang Dashan's strength has not yet recovered, and Zhang Lingxue is a 3rd-level beast pet master. As a dignified 5th-level beast master, it should be easy for him to rush in and crush the 3 of them. But when he stepped forward, he still hesitated. After all, more than a dozen explosive ants entered, and suddenly there was no sound. He was afraid that some mechanism was arranged inside. Caution is Qian Mian's rule as a killer. It is better not to execute the target than to ensure your own safety. Being cautious and careful is the reason why Qian Mian is still alive today. The soil in front of the graves of some of his arrogant friends is already 2 meters high. Forget it, the undercover agent of the Iron Chicken Country has been exposed anyway, let him test the depth of the institute. As the flames emitted by the hellfire slowly fell, countless green flames submerged into the scorpion's body. Countless scorpions were lit up as sky lanterns by the hellfire, and the mighty army of poisonous scorpions fell silent instantly. There is a burning smell in the air. After smelling this smell, Wandian's silkworm became greedy. It rolled up a cooked scorpion with its tongue and stuffed it directly into its mouth. Wanbiankan's eyes lit up. My god, this is so delicious. The scorpion tasted like chicken and was crunchy. And the scorpion was slightly salty, so it was delicious. Wanbiankan ate the roasted scorpion in silence. Zhang Dashan watched the 9 poisonous giant scorpion fight with the dragon turtle. Ha ha! Wu Laoqi laughed out loud. Now the poisonous scorpion army sent by my 9 poisonous giant scorpion should succeed. No one can escape the attack of the poisonous scorpion army. After hearing this, Xuanwu's face changed drastically. It was bad, he was lured away from the mountain. Wu Laoqi's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance, and at this moment, the huge scorpion tail pierced Xuanwu's back. If it could hit Xuanwu would be killed immediately by the venom of the 9 poisonous giant scorpion.
After Xuanwu died, the rest of the people were just chickens and dogs. Bang! A hellfire suddenly appeared and grabbed the tail of the 9 poisonous giant scorpion with its giant rock hand. It pulled hard, and there was a sound of cotton being flicked. The tail of the 9 poisonous giant scorpion was torn off directly, and the 9 poisonous giant scorpion let out a scream. Hellfire? Wu Laoqi's eyes widened. Aren't you already infected with the blood poison? Why can you still summon the hellfire? Logically speaking, your current strength should have fallen below the 3rd level. Wu Laoqi's words made Zhang Dashan frown. It seems that you are an insider. Maybe you are a participant. Very good, Hellfire, capture him. I want to interrogate him in person and learn the truth about my poison from him. At this time, the ferocious 9 poisonous giant scorpion waved its huge claws and pounced on the hellfire. At the moment of contact with the hellfire, the black flames fell on the claws of the 9 poisonous giant scorpion. Wu Laoqi's pupils suddenly shrank. He certainly knew the power of hellfire. Quick, 9 poison giant scorpion, cut off both of your pincers. As soon as Wu Laoqi finished speaking, the body of the 9 poison giant scorpion was covered by black flames. It twisted painfully in the flames, and finally lost its voice. The 9 poison giant scorpion died, and the contract was broken. Red blood flowed from the corners of Wu Laoqi's mouth. All the tricks, but in the end, they failed. Black flames emerged from Wu Laoqi's body. He endured the pain of the burning fire and looked at Zhang Dashan calmly. I lost this round. But I will come back. Don't think you can control my soul. I know you have the ability. Wu Laoqi's body gradually turned into a huge scarecrow. The black flames burned on the scarecrow, making a crackling sound, and soon burned to ashes. I didn't expect Wu Laoqi to contract a scapegoat. This guy escaped. But after losing 2 pets, his strength is bound to decline a lot. Qingxian, I have prepared your plane, and we must leave as soon as possible. There were so many dangers in just one day. If Su Qingxian died here, Zhang Dashan would probably never forgive himself for the rest of his life. At this moment, Yi Bai suddenly found a gray mist appearing at the corner of the wall not far from the research institute. From the intensity of the gray mist, it was at least level 5. Is there someone there? The killer called Qianmian? Yi Bai thought secretly, he was calculating how to expose Qianmian in public. At this time, Yi Bai saw the stinging bee shuttling back and forth in the flowers. This is a palm-sized first-level bee-like beast with a relatively docile personality. They will shuttle through flowers to collect nectar. But this beast has a characteristic, that is, they are very interested in the nectar of sunflowers. When the cultivation house was making honey before, a large number of stinging bees would be attracted every day. Although this strange beast is non-toxic, it has a characteristic that its sting is very painful. It is a burning pain, like thousands of needles piercing your fingers. As long as you don't deliberately provoke the stinging bees, they will not attack actively. Due to the clearing of the beast tide, the second-level sunflowers have multiplied in large numbers. Zhang Lingshua's entire research institute, including the area around the institute, is full of second-level sunflowers. They were arranged by Yi Bai to be stationed here to watch the herbs. Yi Bai is deeply afraid that such precious herbs will be stolen, and sunflowers can be used as good eyes. When they find someone stealing herbs, they will use ruthless mind whips to severely whip the intruder. He whispered to the sunflower. Yi Bai's instructions were then passed to the Sunflower King. Qianmian was lying in the corner with his butt sticking up. His talent is that he can change the color of his body to the same color as the surroundings, just like a chameleon. The periphery of the research institute was covered with a circle of second-level sunflowers. There were also many stingtail bees flying around in the sunflowers, but what disappointed the stingtail bees was that there was not much nectar in the petals of these sunflowers. At this moment, the petals of the sunflowers drooped down. Drops of golden and transparent nectar dripped down. Nectar dripped onto Qianmian's clothes. Qianmian hadn't noticed it yet. He was still lying on the ground, secretly looking for an opportunity to attack. Qianmian didn't notice it, but the stingtail bees noticed it first. They flew over with their wings buzzing. Gradually, Qianmian found that something seemed wrong. He exuded a sweet fragrance. There were more and more stingtail bees around. He suddenly felt an itch on his butt, so he reached out and scratched it. But he touched a pool of sticky liquid. Not only on his butt, but also on his back. The stingtailed bees that were disturbed while collecting nectar were angry. They raised their heads and exposed their stingers. The stingtailed bees swarmed up and stung Qianmian's butt fiercely. Before Qianmian could react, a piercing pain came from his butt. Qiannian jumped up immediately, jumping up and down like a Mara.
The sting-tailed bees buzzed and stared at Qiannian closely, hitting Qiannian from time to time. The place where he was hit was burning with pain, and the front part was grinning in pain. The security members around saw the transformation and immediately realized that this person was not right. They hurriedly chased after him, risking being stung by the sting-tailed bee, and captured Qiannian directly, and put on a silver bracelet that could isolate the pet space. Because the incident happened too suddenly, Qiannian was pressed to the ground before he could react. Looking at Qiannian, who was stung by the sting-tailed bee, everyone had not yet reacted to what kind of existence they had caught. After Qiannian was escorted to the Pet Association for interrogation, everyone knew that this was Qiannian, the notorious killer in the world. He once assassinated the leader of a small country, but inexplicably fell on the small sting-tailed bee.
A single misstep can lead to eternal regret.
At the moment when he was hit by the sting-tailed bee, Qiannian could actually summon his pet to escape. But his body was in too much pain, and he was being chased by the sting-tailed bee, so he didn't think of this at all. At this time, Qiannian realized that the sticky substance on his body was the nectar of sunflowers.
Qiannian didn't know that his arrest was actually related to the Sunflower King. He just thought he was unlucky.
Wu Laoqi escaped, Qiannian was arrested, and this operation finally came to an end. In order to protect Su Qingxian's safety, Zhang Dashan also took the same special plane with Su Qingxian to the imperial capital. Before leaving, Su Qingxian also specifically explained that he should pay attention to the negatively charged rabbit experiment. This made Zhang Lingxue, who was originally in a good mood, look depressed again.
When they returned to the research institute, Yi Bai found that the Wanbian silkworm was still eating there.
However, next to the level of the Wanbian silkworm, there was an additional toxic resistance. Yi Bai, if you have nothing to do recently, please help me study the negatively charged rabbit. Let me tell you first why we want to study the negatively charged rabbit. The negatively charged rabbit is a pet in the shape of a rabbit, with a lightning strike between its eyebrows.
It likes to appear on thunderstorm days to collect the electric current falling from the sky.
The negatively charged rabbit can grow to more than 100 kilograms, and it feeds on a plant called thunder grass. We want to study the negatively charged rabbit because of a character trait of the negatively charged rabbit.
After absorbing the overloaded lightning, the negatively charged rabbit will definitely find a place to release the overloaded current.
So someone proposed a plan, which is to graze the negatively charged rabbit and collect electricity for the country. Zhang Lingxue felt her throat was a little dry, so she picked up the cup and poured herself a glass of water. This proposal is very good, but now it has encountered a bottleneck, that is, as the research progresses. Researchers have found that the negatively charged rabbit's body can store too little current.
And the electrical energy of lightning is too huge.
This causes the negatively charged rabbit to rush towards lightning, no less than a moth to a flame. The negatively charged rabbit will die immediately when it hits the lightning, which will cause great waste. And after the sudden death of the negatively charged rabbit, a very special toxin will be produced in the body.
This toxin enters the human body and affects the mental power of the pet owner.
And normal people who eat negatively charged rabbits will also fall into a state of madness. So there are currently two research directions for negatively charged rabbits. One research direction is to expand the current reserve intensity in the negatively charged rabbit's body, so that it can accept the huge power of lightning. The other is to disperse the intensity of lightning so that the negatively charged rabbit can bear it.
Happy Dragon Boat Festival, dear Yi Bai understood what Zhang Lingxue meant.
The first method is to evolve the negative rabbit. The evolved negative rabbit can withstand more thunder power.
Naturally, it is not easy to be blasted by lightning.
The second method is to weaken the intensity of lightning, which is more complicated. After all, the intensity of each lightning bolt is uneven. Besides, we can invent ways to weaken thunder and lightning.
Why not just collect sky thunder directly? It would be more direct. Actually, your master has seen some of their information.
It's just that due to limited permissions, she only read the most basic research content. They are taking the first research route. In order to evolve the negatively charged rabbit, they started from the genetic level of the negatively charged rabbit and studied it from scratch. From the reproduction of embryos to the birth of negative charged rabbit pet eggs, and then to adulthood, every step is being studied. They have studied the negatively charged rabbits very carefully. They have carefully selected food, water, and living environment to provide them with the best. In order to conduct better research, they also used a small secret place as a breeding base for negative electric rabbits. However, they have been researching for 5 years, but in the end there is still no progress. Negatively charged rabbits will not evolve either alive or dead, and it is quite difficult for them to advance. Every time they fail to advance, their bodies will explode completely, and their power is about the same as a grenade. In desperation, we had no choice but to stop this plan. My teacher felt it was a pity and wanted to take the materials over to see what went wrong, but the news came that the materials had been burned halfway. Zhang Lingxue said slightly speechlessly. Failure is the mother of success. With the information on failure, Zhang Lingxue was able to find a shortcut to success. She is not afraid even if there is a mountain of information. After all, Yi Bai has the gift of photographic memory. He can remember the information as long as he scans it once, but it will be a bit painful to flip through the information with his hands. It's fine now, Barbie is cute, it's all over. Starting from scratch is very difficult. Because they don't know to what extent the Western Research Institute has conducted research on negatively charged rabbits. If they continue in the wrong direction, the result is that they will continue in the wrong direction. Not only will you fail, but you will also be laughed at. People who have studied it will ridicule that they have already studied this road, thereby belittling Zhang Lingxue. That is a different kind of pua. The negatively charged rabbit is a relatively niche pet animal, and the Western Research Institute has the most thorough research on it. I think there must be a backup of the information, but those people don't want to give it out and want to see our jokes. The Yenghua Research Institute is divided into 5 major research institutes: Imperial, Central, Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern. The research institutes are in a competitive relationship with each other. The Imperial Research Institute is slightly higher because of the academician Su Qingxian. The Western Research Institute has spent so much effort on researching the negative rabbit, invested so much money and energy, but produced no results, and has been ridiculed for many years. If this project had just been transferred to the Imperial City Research Institute, it would have been researched by people from the Imperial City Research Institute. Isn't this a stab in their heart? There is an old saying that goes well. I'm not only afraid that my brother will suffer hardship, but also I'm afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. If I haven't researched anything, you can't research it either. Zhang Lingxue knew what the Western Research Institute was thinking without even thinking about it. And it happened to be at this juncture that the information was burned. The coincidence couldn't be more coincidental. Even if the teacher guessed it, she would see through it without telling anyone. She would just leave it to the crime team to deal with. If she said too much, it would lead to disputes. If it is really found that they have a problem, I hope they will not push a temporary worker to take care of it. This will show off their IQ. It would be great if I could have the gift of the eye of insight. This way I can know how the negative rabbit can evolve. Otherwise, a group of people have been fooling around for so long, and the negative rabbit has not evolved. Either the negative rabbit has not evolved at all, or these people have never gotten to the point. Zhang Lingxue felt that there was a high possibility that the negative rabbit would not evolve. She let out a long sigh, and then looked at Yi Bai with a resentful look on her face. One of his students has awakened the eye of insight, and the other has awakened the photographic memory. These are top talents used for scientific research. Although photographic memory is rated as a level talent, its potential is huge. According to records in ancient books, this talent can be awakened a second time, and then evolve into an even more terrifying talent. However, there is very little information handed down about how to awaken. It is regarded as a secret of the Yin Kingdom and is only in the hands of a few people. However, Zhang Lingxue also knew that although the talent of the Eye of Insight was terrifying, there was a price to pay for using this talent. The more terrifying the talent, the greater the price you pay for using it. So if she had a choice, she might choose the talent of photographic memory. She couldn't play the high-end game of Eye of Insight. At this time, Zhang Lingxue thought of why. His talent was to predict the future. Would that cost him his own vitality? Yi Bai, please be prepared for the time being as you will be very busy recently. The negative rabbit secret realm will be transferred to our hands. And the secret realm of the drilling rat will be transferred here recently. These two secret realms have been bought by the Imperial Capital Research Institute. They are temporarily lent to us for research purposes. When I return to the Imperial Capital Research Institute, these two secret realms will also be transferred back to the Imperial Capital Research Institute. This time, the burrowing rats have an outbreak of beasts. I want to see how to breed the mutated Blood Rat King and Blood Rat Emperor. Their crystal cores have great research value. Yi Bai understood that Zhang Lingxue was planning to open 2 accounts at once.
No, if the experiment of the 100 changes silkworm was to continue, then it was very likely that 3 accounts would be opened. Oh my god, Yibai took a breath. Just the 2 of them, they had to conduct countless experiments. Just thinking about it, their days were over. Zhang Lingxue seemed to see what Yibai was thinking. She smiled and said, let's put the research on the versatile silkworm aside for now. We have discovered 4 evolutionary routes for the versatile silkworm, and I have also reached my KPI for this year. If I continue to research, I will definitely be feared by others, and I will also be labeled as someone who only knows how to study the versatile silkworm. The upper management must want me to concentrate on the field of the versatile silkworm, and will not give me too many projects. Then I won't have too many suitable research projects, which will narrow my path. It's like a star nowadays. She is very successful in playing the villain, but the audience only remembers her role. No matter what she plays later, others think she plays like that role, and she will never be able to get rid of the shackles of that role in her life. And Zhang Lingxue's current situation is very similar to that of that star. Yes, she is the founder of the Versatile Silkworm School, but she can't always be without other research projects. Once she can't find any results in the Versatile Silkworm, others will say that she has run out of ideas. This is very disadvantageous for Zhang Lingxue. So Zhang Lingxue took it up even though she knew that studying the negatively charged rabbit would be painful. The negatively charged rabbit project was actually a test for herself from teacher Su Qingxian. If she passed the test, she would have more resources coming to her, which would also be an important achievement for her return to Imperial Capital University. The Phoenix Cup and the Young Lin Cup are about to start. Are you confident? Zhang Lingxue suddenly remembered this. She was once the first place winner of the Young Lin Cup Yin Country competition and had a lot of experience in the Young Lin Cup. The Young Lin Cup should not be a problem, but I still lack experience in the Phoenix Cup. I have now contracted the Wanbian silkworm and the little charcoal dog. These are my pets for the Phoenix Cup. It's just that I think with my current strength, it's a little unsafe to participate in the Phoenix Cup. And I can't expose the Wanbian silkworm's clone in front of outsiders. The Wanbian silkworm's clone is a means for the Wanbian silkworm to hide its true colors. Yibai doesn't plan to expose it in the Phoenix Cup, lest the Wanbian silkworm be coveted by other forces. As for the little charcoal dog, it has just been contracted and its strength is still very weak. That's easy. Let your Wanbian silkworm and the little charcoal dog fight with my pets every day. Practice makes perfect. The pets in your breeding house are a little weak. Go and practice. Zhang Lingxue's simple words made the originally leisurely Wanbian silkworm and the little charcoal dog undergo inhuman training every day. By the way, Principal Lu said that the Fengchu Cup city-level competition will start in 5 days. You should go back and prepare well. After you finish the battle, we will start research. If you feel that you don't have confidence in the Fengchu Cup, we can also have a battle after the experiment to increase your understanding of your own pet. Zhang Lingxue took the dual route of researcher and pet master. She is also very strong. Yibai nodded. He planned to get some free treasures mentioned by the intelligence system first. For example, the essence of Gangjin, the tortoise shell of the Tianming turtle, and the dragon-slaying sword. At this time, Sophia came again in Fengyuan breeding house. After getting familiar with Dahui, Sophia hugged Dahui directly and felt the soft fur on Dahui's body. She felt that her mood at this moment could soar to the sky. The fatigue of the past few days also dissipated at this moment. Dahui hugged the much fatter Lightning Cat. Lightning Cat's eyebrows were curved, and he lay comfortably in Dahui's arms. There was a chameleon on the butler's shoulder, which stretched out its long tongue and licked the butler's face. Dahui, give me 1,000 barrels of sun nectar this time. Your nectar is of extremely high quality and contains many nutrients. It can be used to prepare good nutritional potions. I will take care of all your sun nectar in the future. Recently, Xinhuan Group launched an expensive nutritional potion, which accidentally became the most popular product of Xinhuan Group. Please vote, please vote, please vote, look in the mirror, and be amazed by my beauty again. This nutritional potion contains many nutrients, which can help pets in their infancy grow very well. At the same time, the taste of the nutritional potion has also been improved, making it more suitable for pets. It also has a light floral fragrance and a hint of sweetness. This nutritional potion was originally just an iteration of an ordinary product, without much technology and hard work. The only difference from other products is that it contains sunflower nectar. A worker who often stays up late got confused and accidentally drank the nutritional potion. He was surprised that it not only tasted great,
but also dispelled the fatigue of the past few days. His waist was no longer sore, his legs were no longer painful, and he could climb more than 20 floors in one breath. He had nowhere to vent his energy. Worried about problems, he quickly sent the nutritional potion to an institution for testing. Not only did the potion contain no harmful ingredients, but it could also supplement the necessary substances needed by the body. Long-term drinking can even strengthen the body. He also posted this discovery on Zaya Hongshu, and as a result, this nutritional potion suddenly became popular. Many people take this nutritional potion as a tonic, and drink a bottle of Minute Maid every day. The current production line of Shinhuan Group is running at full capacity, and the whole line is in operation, but it is still in short supply. During this period, even the stock price of Shinhuan Group has risen a lot, which has increased the number of Sophia, a small rich woman. When a person is rich enough, money is just a string of numbers for them. But now there is a problem that bothers Sophia. That is, a very important raw material for making the latest awakening potion, the roots of the king of mandrake grass, has not been found. The roots of the king of mandrake grass are a catalyst in a potion, which can fully improve the quality of the potion. And each batch only needs a little root. Shinhuan Group has issued a huge reward and mobilized many relationships to find the whereabouts of the king of mandrake grass. But so far, it is not good news. Many people even hold big fat carrots and say that this is the king of mandrake grass. Of course, those who dare to deceive Shinhuan Group have been directly blacklisted by Shinhuan Group. Now the progress of the awakening potion is stuck here, and Sophia's lips are covered with small blood blisters. The release time of this awakening potion is something that the group has already set. If it is overdue, it will affect the credibility of the Shinhuan Group. And it will also do something to competitors and release some false information. It will take some time from clinical to formal production. It is also possible to use the best mandrake grass, but the effect will be worse, and it will not be able to completely crush competitors and completely monopolize the market. Sophia plans to wait and see. If you can find the mandrake grass king, use the mandrake grass king. If you can't find it, you can only use mandrake grass. Hey, if there is a mandrake grass king in front of me, I will definitely worship it well. I only need a little root every month. Sophia hugged Dahui and rubbed her cheek against Dahui's belly, as if she would forget all her troubles as long as she was buried in Dahui's belly. After hearing Sophia's words, Dahui looked at Bai Luo, the king of mandrake grass, who was bandaged like Patrick, with a strange expression. This guy has been trying to escape recently, so he received the most severe punishment. He was wrapped in transparent tape into the shape of Patrick and guarded by 16 second-level sunflowers. The name was to help Bai Luo subdue the monkey and the horse. Dahui scratched his head. As long as there were a few roots, there would be more than one root torn off from the king of mandrake grass every day. Not only these roots, but also the snot and tears of the king of mandrake grass crying and shouting were collected, and 3 large jars were already stored. Dahui had an expression of helplessness. Although he wanted to help, the decision-making power was in Yi Bai's hands. If Yi Bai didn't allow it, Dahui would not act. He was also a principled chinchilla. At this time, Yi Bai pushed the door in, and the Wanbiankin jumped behind him. It came to the side of the Mandragora Grass King, stretched out its tongue, rolled it into a ball and punched the Mandragora Grass King hard. Bang! Bai Luo was hit so hard that stars appeared in his eyes and his eyes were about to bulge out. But the Wanbian silkworm ignored it and continued to punch him. It didn't stop until its tongue became sore, and it showed an extremely comfortable expression. Eating, sleeping and beating Bai Luo, this is the inherent life trajectory of the Wanbian silkworm every day. The tongue of the Wanbian silkworm has been trained into 8-pack abdominal muscles. Bai Luo, who was hit hard by the Wanbian silkworm, did not show any hatred in his eyes, but instead showed a spring-like smile. This made Yi Bai shudder. Could this guy have awakened some special shaking physique? Only Bai Luo knew in his heart what was going on. After it came to the breeding house, it wanted to escape at all times at first. But it was being watched closely by the sunflowers, and it couldn't do it at all. Although the second-level sunflowers were no match for it, these tough guys would give warnings, and at this time the Sunflower King would appear and beat Bai Luo. After being tortured inhumanely, Bai Luo found that his body was transforming, that is, it was transforming towards the 4th level. The 3rd level is the king, and the 4th level is the emperor. Bai Luo has been stuck at the bottleneck of the 3rd level for a long time. It is eager to break through the current bottleneck. It finds that after being beaten, the speed of transformation will speed up, so now it is very looking forward to the myriad transformation silkworm beating itself a few more times to speed up the process of transformation.
After Bai Luo gained consciousness, she no longer thought about escaping. Even if she chased him away now, it would not leave. From time to time, Bai Luo would use her poisonous tongue to irritate the silkworm and sun cow, letting them use more ruthless methods to flog her. Ha, when I transform into an emperor, I will summon an army of datura grass and kill all the chickens and dogs in this breeding house to repay you for taking care of me during this period. Bai Luo was bearing the humiliation and bearing the burden, and her mentality was quietly changing. It's not shaking, it's just learning to hide its thoughts. All this is for the purpose of breaking through and transforming into a king. Yi Bai nodded to Sophia and walked towards the second floor. He had not thought of any way to deliver Bai Luo's roots to Sophia's hands. Originally, he planned to give it directly as a gift. Someone with a family as big as Sophia would not treat him badly. Unfortunately, this idea died after the Datura Grass King opened his spiritual wisdom. It is very precious to the herb spirit that has opened up its spiritual wisdom. If anyone knew that he had such a precious thing in his hands, he wouldn't be able to keep it at all, and it might also implicate other pet beasts in the breeding house. Yi Bai thought for a while and decided to use black market bartering on the dark web. This can minimize the risk of being exposed. Yi Bai took his backpack, and this time he planned to take the dragon-slaying sword first. The underground black market in Jiaying City will not start until the night of the full moon. It is still early in the month and it is not yet time to hold the black market. As for the statue in the old house of the He family, he had to find someone he could trust and couldn't do it himself. Otherwise, He Guangda will soon discover his purpose. The He family is now bankrupt, and Yi Bai doesn't want to provoke a mad dog. The essence of Gangjin is the legendary essence of the 5 elements, which is extremely useful for metallic beasts. He family. He Guangda was so drunk that his cheeks turned red. The He family was bankrupt and he had nothing. His wife and children all ran away, especially that little white-eyed wolf He Qing Yuan, who actually said that he didn't want to live a poor life with him, so he left him and ran away. He Guangda is hiding in a rental house alone, and his phone has been blasted. The He family pawned everything they could. After his father learned that the He family had been bankrupted by He Guangda, he couldn't even breathe. The dignified 5th-level beast pet master died suddenly. No one knows where the He family's ancestral property is hidden. My good eldest brother split the family property with me before going bankrupt, but he escaped the disaster. He Guangda was now slovenly and stinking of alcohol. He was no longer the elite he was before. No, I don't believe in fate. My pet beast is a 4th-level black iron crow, and I am a 4th-level beast master. I absolutely cannot stay like this for the rest of my life. He Guangda stood up unsteadily, with 2 fierce gleams in his eyes. The beer bottle hit the wall, shattering with a loud crack, and glass scattered on the floor. Where can I get some money? He Guangda plans to escape from the city and start over in a place where no one knows him, but he needs some money. By the way, that classmate of He Qing Yuan defrauded a 3rd-level sunstone from me before. If the He family was still there and the He family was still at its peak, He Guang would not take this kind of thing seriously. But now, it's different. Let me see how much this 3rd-level sunstone is worth now. He Guangda picked up the phone with a cracked screen and thousands of debt collection calls on it. The phone was very laggy, and it took him a while before he found the price of the 3rd-level sunstone. Good guys, you have already reached 2 million alliance coins. He Guangda's eyes suddenly lit up, full of excitement. 2 million alliance coins were nothing to him before. But it's different now. After he gets 2 million alliance coins, he can secretly leave Jiaying City and find a place to make a comeback. Anyway, that sunstone was extorted from me because of what happened to the little brat. Now that it's returned to its original owner, I don't count it as stealing. The brat owes it to me. I remember that guy seems to be running a breeding house, and he should be able to get a lot of money. I just don't stop doing it and kill him. Anyway, he was just an orphan. His death shouldn't attract too many people's attention. They might just think it was an accident. He Guangda grinned widely, showing his yellow teeth. He licked his dry lips with his tongue and kept moving his eyes, as if he was thinking about how to start so as not to attract the attention of the sheriff. Forget it, I'll just make a quick decision. I'm a 4th-level beast master, so I can't beat a 2nd-level beast master. Please vote. Update so late, no little cutie will say anything about me starting tomorrow at 12 noon, 6 p.m., and updating before 12 p.m. I swear that my brother will be single for the rest of his life. Yi Bai didn't expect that even though he didn't provoke Mad Dog would still miss him. But even if Yi Bai knew, he wouldn't care. The trouble is the He family, a group of people, not He Guangda. So what if he is a 4th-level pet master? He probably can't stand a slap from Divhui.
When Yi Bai went downstairs, he happened to meet Divhui, who was seeing Sophia off.
Who wouldn't be confused when meeting a big spender like Sophia? If it were in the past, 1,000 barrels of sunflower nectar would be unthinkable.
Besides, as long as the spender can satisfy his belly, he will place an order.
Divhui thinks it is very cost-effective.
Looking at Sophia's back, Divhui showed a sincere smile.
Divhui, I'm going out for a while.
You stay at home to look after the house. Sunflower King, come with me.
Yi Bai just selected the ancient bridges still on the Jiaying River through the map.
Most of the ancient bridges have been demolished, and the remaining ancient bridges are either broken or dangerous.
The only ancient bridge still standing on the Jiaying River is the Jiaying Bridge. The dragon-slaying sword is likely to be on the Jiaying Bridge. This is an ancient bridge similar to the dragon-slaying bridge.
If the Jiaying River is compared to a giant python, then the location of the Jiaying Bridge is at the 7-inch position of the Jiaying River. The bridge body is like a huge nail, suppressing the center of the Jiaying River. 50 or 60 years ago, the Jiaying River often flooded, and powerful water-based beasts would transform into dragons by walking on the dragon. The continuous heavy rain would continue to fall, the clear river became turbid, and the turbulent water rushed downstream. The dragon-slaying sword was placed under the bridge to kill the dragon. There was a dragon-slaying sword under each bridge to eliminate the harm of the dragon beast. When walking on the dragon-slaying sword would make a rustling sound, and any water-based beast that passed by the dragon-slaying sword would be beheaded by the crazy sword energy. Their souls would be sucked into the dragon-slaying sword, and their flesh and blood would nourish the land and water. The water beasts that pass through the Dragon Gate formation will turn into dragons, while those that fail will become a lonely soul on the dragon-slaying sword.
Every time after the dragon walks, the fish catch in Jiaying River will become very good.
Yi Bai sat on a small electric donkey and came to the Jiaying River. The breeze blew gently on his face.
Jiaying Bridge is carved from bluestone, with various runes carved on it.
However, because it is too old, many runes have weathered and the original patterns cannot be seen. Yi Bai walked up the bridge step by step. He could feel the ancient charm of the bridge, which was the trace of years engraved on the bridge. It is now night, and the orange-yellow streetlights are on.
The orange-yellow light fell on Yi Bai. Small dark night bats are flying in the night sky.
They eat mosquitoes by sound wave positioning.
Wanbian silkworm has become alert at this time.
It hates mosquitoes and has a blood feud with dark night mosquitoes.
The last time Wanbian silkworm's tongue was bitten and swollen, it was the masterpiece of dark night mosquitoes. The night mosquito is only the size of a thumb.
It has a long straw, and it makes a buzzing sound when it flaps its wings. It has black and white patterns on its legs, and its wings are as thin as cicada wings. It can approach you silently and then pierce your body with its needle-like straw. The key is that its straw can also secrete a paralyzing hormone, which can suck blood from people without anyone noticing. Afterwards, a big lump as big as a bowl will appear on the arm, making people feel miserable. A group of night mosquitoes gathered together and could suck a steel wild boar as big as an elephant into a piece of skin within the time of an incense stick.
There were actually many night mosquitoes above Jiaying Bridge, and the night bats were working overtime to catch mosquitoes. Strange, why are there groups of night mosquitoes here? Yi Bai looked at the night bats chasing the night mosquitoes and suddenly felt very strange. It seems that there have been more and more cases of people being injured by dark night mosquitoes recently. Something must have happened, otherwise there wouldn't be so many first-level exotic beasts. Yi Bai frowned. I shouldn't be so unlucky that another beast tide would break out. If a beast tide breaks out with dark night mosquitoes, it will be difficult to deal with. Dark night mosquitoes are small and can fly. If they spread, it will definitely be a disaster. Once there was a small country where a beast tide of dark night mosquitoes broke out, and all the living creatures in the country were sucked into bones. The leader of the dark night mosquitoes almost advanced to a 9th-level creature. It was still the Yen Country Alliance that took action and used the national artifact the Roar of the Flame Dragon. When one was thrown down, a huge mushroom cloud emerged, guaranteeing that no dark night mosquitoes could be found. Usually, dark night mosquitoes live in swamps, and they are rarely seen on weekdays. Occasionally, one or two of them can't make a difference. They are easily killed by the natural enemies of dark night mosquitoes. At this time, a group of people beat gongs and drums, and they were also carrying a heavy square bucket. There seemed to be a lot of things swimming in the bucket. Greatly compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva. Today I am here to do a water and land ceremony to release the young creatures. Please bless us. Bodhisattva, I will definitely do more good deeds. Please bless my family and be safe. This is a release meeting.
Some people who have nothing to do will release some alien species to the riverside under the banner of release.
In other worlds, Yibai has even seen mineral water released.
When these people opened the bucket, Yibai found out what was inside.
There were birds swimming inside. Each of these black larvae is as thick as a thumb and looks like a large tadpole.
Larvae are the larval stage of night mosquitoes, between eggs and pupae. They are hatched from mosquito eggs in water. The body of the larvae is slender, dark brown in color, and its head has a mouthpart full of sharp teeth. It is a very ferocious aquatic creature. A bird this big will eat all the small fish in the river to the point of extinction.
Do not move.
Yibai roared so loudly that the hands of those who were about to release him trembled in fear. Most of the mosquitoes here have completed pupation 4 times and are about to emerge as mosquitoes. Yibai finally found the culprit for the increase in mosquitoes in the dark night, and it turned out to be these kind-hearted people. You think good things in your heart, but do evil things in your hands. If the Bodhisattva knew about it, he would probably want to slap him in the face a few times. I let you do bad things, but I also use my name to let you go, let you go.
This is a first-order exotic beast and cannot be released, otherwise it will pose a threat to the ecology of the Jiaying River.
Yibai yelled loudly.
Why do you care so much? How could we not know that this is a first-order alien beast?
We also know that these are the larvae of the night mosquito.
But first-order alien beasts are also living things.
You can't stop us today, we will dump these larvae into the river.
The leader of the old woman is very stubborn.
She wears many Buddhist beads on her hands and has madness in her eyes. I have done good deeds and accumulated virtues all my life, been a vegetarian all my life, and saved lives all my life.
Yibai was happy to hear this. Aren't you afraid of triggering a tide of beasts? If you cause a beast wave, you will be the sinner of the entire Jiaying city.
The old woman ignored her and picked up the bucket to dump the larvae into the Jiaying River. At this time, the sun cow took action. It stretched out a large number of roots and wrapped the bucket around and around, stopping the old woman.
Come quickly, the pet master is bullying the lonely old man.
The old woman collapsed on the ground and cried loudly.
Is it easy for me to do something good? Aren't they just some larvae?
This man was so arrogant that he refused to let me go, and even let his pet beast attack me. The group of people from the life release party led by the old woman all lay down on the ground. With such professionalism, Yibai felt that these people were just trying. At this time, President Wang of the Pet Union happened to be walking by the river. He saw so many people gathered around, and immediately squeezed in curiously.
What's the matter? I want to hear it, I want to hear it.
As a result, as soon as he pushed his way to the front, he was caught by Yibai.
President Wang, oh me damn legs, I shouldn't have actively squeezed in.
President Wang, these people are suspected of releasing dangerous creatures, which not only has a serious impact on the ecology of the Jiaying River. It may also trigger a beast tide.
Yibai said righteously.
When President Wang heard the word beast tide, he immediately touched his extremely sensitive nerves.
Let me go, who is so bold? What kind of things can cause a beast wave? Could it be that Yibai was lying to me to exaggerate the crimes of these people?
When President Wang saw the larvae of the dark night mosquito, his eyes widened as he realized the seriousness of the situation. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings, and sure enough, the number of night mosquitoes had increased significantly. If this ridiculous thing is not stopped, everyone may follow suit. At that time, the entire Jiaying city will erupt into an extremely terrifying tide of night mosquitoes, which will be much more difficult to deal with than the bloody rats.
Thinking of this, President Wang's scalp went numb.
At this time, the old woman rolled her eyes and immediately changed her words. Master Qing Tian, I can't read, and I don't know what this is. I only know that releasing animals can accumulate merit and protect our family. At this time, Yibai played the video he had just taken. The old woman's voice came from inside.
Why do you care so much? How could we not know that this is a first-order alien beast?
We also know that these are the larvae of the night mosquito.
But first-order alien beasts are also living things.
You can't stop us today, we will dump these larvae into the river. The evidence was conclusive, and President Wang personally sent someone to lead a team, and all the people from the release group were put on silver bracelets and taken away. After some interrogation, they found a secret den for producing dark night larvae. Many night bugs here have turned into night mosquitoes. The night mosquito can lay 3,000 eggs at a time, which is crazier than the blood-violent rat.
Fortunately, President Wang was secretly glad.
The night mosquitoes were afraid of fire, so President Wang called in a fire animal pet master to burn these night mosquitoes to death. A fist-sized night mosquito leader looked at the soaring fire with his dark eyes, and flew away while flapping his wings angrily. At this time, Yi Bai had already taken the dragon sword into his hand. The body of this dragon sword is silver white, with complete dragon scales visible on the sword. Flicking the sword blade, you can feel a dragon's roar falling in your ears. This sword is 1.2 meters long, the blade is about 2 thumbs wide, and the handle is a ferocious dragon head. There is also a golden sword on the sword. At this time, the leader of the night mosquito flew to the sky not far from Yi Bai. Its huge compound eyes stared at Yi Bai's direction, and it hated Yi Bai completely. But it was afraid of the extremely sharp dragon's slashing sword in Yi Bai's hand. The leader of the dark night mosquito could feel that if it approached Yi Bai, it would be cut by the sharp sword energy of the dragon's slashing sword. Many of its people died under the dragon's slashing sword. It was also the leader of the dark night mosquito that set his sights on Yi Bai's pet. It wanted to kill Yi Bai's pet to avenge Yi Bai for killing its people. Its eyes first fell on the honest Wanbian silkworm. That round and smooth buttocks, like a beautiful woman with a plump buttocks, was attracting the leader of the dark night mosquito. It's decided, it's you. The leader of the dark night mosquito turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards the Wanbian silkworm. Its sharp mouthparts were like a sharp dagger. When it was about to pierce the Wanbian silkworm's buttocks, a sound of breaking through the air sounded. The big red tongue flapped fiercely. This was the conditioned reflex formed by the Wanbian silkworm when it heard the sound of the mosquito flapping its wings. The leader of the dark night mosquito only felt a huge force coming, and it was blown away with a buzzing sound. His body hit the bluestone slab of the ancient bridge heavily. If his people had not protected him in time, the leader of the dark night mosquito might have fallen into the roaring river. Although the leader of the dark night mosquito could swim when it was a mosquito larva, it could not swim after it emerged. The leader of the dark night mosquito hated secretly, and its eyes fell on the Sunflower King again. After just one glance, it moved its eyes away. Although this wood-type pet looks petty and cute on the surface, it is actually a huge beast in the perception of the dark night mosquito. It exudes an extremely terrifying aura. If it is discovered by this guy, it is estimated that it will be killed immediately. The dark night mosquito is deep in the way of hiding, and the way to grow in a wretched way is the kingly way. When the dark night mosquitoes gather millions of troops, the leader of the dark night mosquitoes dares to fight even a 7th-level beast. Little charcoal dog, come out for a ride. Yi Bai released the sleepy little charcoal dog. The leader of the dark night mosquitoes immediately showed a gleam of light in his eyes. Very good, it's you. I can deal with it if it's not strong, and it looks like it hasn't been weaned yet. Most importantly, the leader of the dark night mosquitoes clearly saw that this pet was summoned by this human on the spot. If the pet dies, it should have a great impact on humans. The leader of the dark night mosquitoes accelerated and dived, and it turned into an arrow from the string. It's getting closer and closer. When it was about to pierce the mouth of the little charcoal dog yawned and burst out a flame. Looking at the flames rushing towards him, the leader of the dark night mosquitoes showed a look of horror in his eyes. Damn, you are not a man of honor. It was just that its speed was too fast, and it actually rushed directly into the sea of fire. Its body was blown into pieces by the flames, and a black crystal core fell into the mouth of the little charcoal dog. The little charcoal dog suddenly felt a choking in the neck, and something fell down the throat. It suddenly looked strange, and it had just swallowed something. Cough, cough, cough. The little charcoal dog coughed violently a few times. But the swallowed things couldn't be spit out at all. And the little charcoal dog felt that his body was slightly uncomfortable, and his body was a little cold. Could it be that the thing he just swallowed was causing trouble? The little charcoal dog fell to the ground, and Yi Bai could feel that the little charcoal dog was abnormal at this time through the contract. Did you accidentally swallow something just now? Yi Bai was also a little surprised. What on earth was going on? Please vote. What do you think of mixing it with food articles? Yi Bai quickly put the little charcoal dog into the pet space, and then rode the electric donkey all the way back to the breeding house. The little charcoal dog felt as if his body was filled with lava. Its body temperature was extremely high, and the little charcoal dog felt that his arms were as heavy as 1,000 pounds and he couldn't lift them at all. When Yi Bai returned to the breeding house and released the little charcoal dog, its body was already covered with black flames. The little charcoal dog's voice had been hoarse. These black flames seemed to be mixed with the little charcoal dog's body, without distinction. If the little charcoal dog was not a fire pet, It would have been burned to death by the black flames at this time. After Yibai opened the Eye of Insight, he found that a skill with a shadow on the skill bar of the little charcoal dog was looming. Fuck! Combined with the information that the little charcoal dog had just conveyed to him. The little charcoal dog swallowed the crystal core of the leader of the Dark Night Mosquito. Damn, wasn't the little charcoal dog just summoned? How did it bite the crystal core of the Night Mosquito leader? You can't say that the crystal core flew to the little charcoal dog's mouth by itself, that's a bit nonsense. Yibai sighed and didn't analyze the specific reason. Even if he analyzed it, it wouldn't make much sense. Let's save the little charcoal dog first. The little charcoal dog was burning with black flames at this time, and it looked very painful. A pungent smell came out of the little charcoal dog. It was rolling on the ground in pain. At this time, should I inject a sedative into the little charcoal dog? Yibai thought about this question secretly. Looking at the black flames on the little charcoal dog, Yibai shook his head. The flames on its body contained high temperature, and ordinary syringes couldn't get close to the little charcoal dog at all. It is necessary to use the high-temperature resistant syringes specially developed for fire pets. Sunflower King used the flower fragrance to ease the pain of the little charcoal dog. Yibai also discovered by chance that the flower fragrance of the Sunflower King, which can brew the crystal dew of life, has the effect of calming the mind. The Sunflower King exudes a faint flower fragrance. The little charcoal dog feels that the severe pain in his body begins to ease. It begins to calm down and feel the changes in his body. The little charcoal dog feels that his body can turn into a shadow at any time. But it is as if there is an invisible barrier trapping him. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot successfully turn his body into a shadow. The condition of the little charcoal dog began to stabilize, and the flames on his body began to converge. Yibai also saw that the skill of shadow transformation has been formed, but the skill name is gray. Is it still not usable? Yibai raised his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. Is there any prerequisite for this skill? So Yibai logged into the dark web account and searched for the skill of shadow transformation. Shadow, transform your own flesh and blood into shadows, immerse in the shadows and lurk, and be able to attack the enemy silently. This skill is a dark skill, and generally only dark pets can comprehend it. Seeing this, Yibai suddenly realized it. The little charcoal dog now only has fire attributes and has not yet awakened the dark attribute, and this skill requires the dark attribute to be activated. Yibai continued to search for information on the dark web. He wanted to know how to make the little charcoal dog awaken the dark attribute in advance. However, the information on the dark web is varied and not very comprehensive. Some people say that letting pets swallow dark attribute crystal cores may change the attributes of pets in the long run. Some people say that looking for dark attribute natural treasures can subtly change the attributes of pets. Others have put forward a suggestion, which Yibai thinks is more reliable, that is, the Dark Attribute Awakening Potion. Through the Dark Attribute Awakening Potion, there is a certain probability that the second attribute can be awakened. If that's the case, I should find a time to send out the roots of the Mandragora King. Now Yibai feels that his previous thoughts were a bit naive. He clearly knew through the intelligence system that the first batch of awakening potions produced was the best, so he should just ask Shinhuan Group for this batch of goods. He controls the main source of raw materials and can bargain with Shinhuan Group. Going to be a volunteer is a waste of time. So far, he has no shortage of money. The reputation of the Sunflower Cleaning Company has been established. It is efficient, has a good service attitude, and is cheap. Now, as long as there is a beast tied in Yandong province, the Sunflower Cleaning Company will be hired to deal with it. When the sunflower cleans the flesh and blood, it will use the energy of the blood essence to brew nectar, and the nectar can be sold to Shinhuan Group, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. Yibai found the secret contact email of Shinhuan Group on the dark web. He sent an email to this mailbox, expressing that he had a batch of roots of the Mandrake King and the juice of the Mandrake King, and asked if anyone needed it. If needed, he needed the first batch of medicines produced by the Shinhuan Group, the batch used for clinical trials. At the same time, he also wanted the Shinhuan Group to help collect the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying sword and the Hellfire. Yibai had 3 requests in total. The email was sent, and at the same time, at the headquarters of the Shinhuan Group. Sophia changed her image of a girl next door, she let her hair down, and several large screens appeared on the table. She was quickly flipping through various reports and quickly writing comments. Just as she was busy, an email suddenly came to her mailbox. She didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but she suddenly found that it was sent from a secret email she left on the dark web, a secret email that no one else knew about.
Sophia opened the email for some reason, and the first sentence made Sophia's pupils tremble. I have a batch of top-quality roots of the Mandarin King and the juice flowing from it. I wonder if you are interested.
My conditions are very simple. First, I need your first batch of awakening potions, the batch used in clinical practice. Don't use inferior products to deceive me, unless you don't want fresh roots of the Mandarin King.
Second, I need you to collect dragon-slaying swords, which must be silver-white dragon-slaying swords. The more dragon-slaying swords are placed with you, the better. When you have collected almost all of them, I will come to get them. Third, I want the whereabouts of the Hellfire. I only have these 3 conditions. If you are willing to accept them, you can reply with an OK. Within 3 days, you will receive the roots of the Mandragora King.
Sophia's fingers tapped on the table. It seemed that this person had a lot of inventory, so he dared to make a deal with her. At this time, Sophia pressed the red button on the table, and the butler came out from behind the door.
Miss Sophia, do you have any instructions?
The butler asked respectfully.
Notify the IT technical department to come to my office.
Forget it, I'll go there myself. Sophia closed the laptop and followed the butler out of the office. It's not that she didn't consider hiring a secretary, but her butler was an old man who had served her for a long time. And he was proficient in 8 foreign languages and was known as the Axis of the United Nations. In addition, the butler was unwilling to step down from the position of secretary, so Sophia simply let the old butler continue to do it. During the time Sophia was gone, the old butler had already delivered the instructions. A group of IT department bosses were already waiting in the IT department.
Chairman.
When the elevator door was opened, a group of people bowed to Sophia. When you have a monthly salary of 3,000, the chairman is not worth my bowing down. When you have a monthly salary of 30,000, the chairman is my godfather. When you have a monthly salary of 100,000, the chairman is my god.
And the treatment of Xinuan Group is famous for being good.
Employees are never forced to work overtime, so when the bosses of the IT department heard that the chairman needed them, they were moved to tears.
Help me check the origin of this email sent to me. Can you trace the specific location? Sophia gave an email address.
The boss of the technical department immediately tapped on his keyboard and soon found that it was sent from the dark web. Then they showed bitterness on their faces. President, we don't have the technology to break through the firewall of the dark web. Those who can find your private email in the dark web are basically the top 10 hackers in the world. Because this email was set up by the top 20 hackers, only the top 10 hackers in the world can break through the firewall of the dark web and find this private email. President, you might as well believe him. The top 10 hackers in the world don't bother to set up a trap to deceive you.
These IT technology bosses gave the answer.
Sophia thought for a while. She didn't say anything, but left silently. These usually arrogant IT bosses were sweating silently, thinking that they could solve the president's problem.
As a result, their 3-legged cat level was not worth mentioning in front of the world's top hackers. Miss, do you want me to use the dark web to investigate? The housekeeper looked at Sophia's silent face and asked kindly. No, it's too troublesome. Just do what he asked. Dragon-slaying sword, I remember that my family collected several of them, and we used them as decorations. What use does this guy have for this thing? Butler, help me find the function of the dragon-slaying sword. I need to evaluate its value before I can give an answer. Anyway, that guy also said that as long as I reply with an OK, he can give me the thing within 3 days. By the way, this email is bound to my personal phone number. Once an email is sent, notify me urgently. Sophia issued a series of instructions. At this time, another email came. Yes, you have to reply before 12 o'clock tonight. You know, I don't have to be you. Sophia felt a chill on her back. She felt that this person seemed to have installed surveillance around her and actually guessed her thoughts. Here, please vote. After checking the information of the dragon-slaying sword, Sophia found that the dragon-slaying sword was only recorded in the county annals. The dragon-slaying sword was infused with the essence of Dangjin, and the sword body was engraved with special runes. It had its own spirituality and was specially used to kill the strange beasts that turned the world upside down. From the records in the county annals, the dragon-slaying sword seemed to have nothing special about it, and it was more of a myth. But the more this was the case, the more curious Sophia became. Since the dragon-slaying sword had nothing special about it, why did that person still want to collect it? Did he have any conspiracy? And he wanted the first batch of awakening potions. The more Sophia thought about it, the more confused she became.
But in the end she agreed. After all, there was no big harm to her.
She immediately replied with an OK in the email. Soon Bai replied again. What a wise choice.
Delivery can be made within 3 days, and there will be surprises waiting for you.
After getting an accurate answer, Sophia looked at the time. After getting the roots of the Mandrake King, the awakening potion will not be a bottleneck.
If the speed is accelerated, it should be able to pass the clinical test. The next day, there was a buzzing sound outside the institute. A huge transport plane descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Zhang Lingxue put his hands in his pockets and watched a security member hand a silver white password box to him.
Professor Zhang, these 2 secret realms are handed over to you.
Please make sure to arrange them properly. The security member solemnly said.
Zhang Lingxue nodded, indicating that he already knew.
Yi Bai was also awakened by the buzzing sound of the helicopter. He walked out of the cultivation house and looked outside. A large helicopter flew up from the institute and flew towards the sky. It turned into a black dot in a short while. Could it be that the secret realm was delivered?
It was about this time.
Yi Bai ran to the institute in a flash. Zhang Lingxue was carrying a suitcase at this time, looking at the helicopter flying away. She smoothed her messy hair, revealing her beautiful profile. Zhang Lingxue was usually a bit lazy, as cold as the bright new moon in the starry sky, with bright eyes as cold as glass, which was her usual appearance. If she was not too familiar with someone, she would usually be so distant. Once she immersed herself in research, she would not care about anything else, even eating on time.
However, under Daihui's excellent cooking skills, the teacher changed this point and ate on time as soon as it was time. Any hesitation for a second was disrespect for Dahui's cooking skills.
However, Zhang Lingxue felt that these things were delicious, but lacked some special taste. She really wanted Yi Bai to cook another meal for her, but Zhang Lingxue was embarrassed to ask. Here, this burrowing rat secret realm and negatively charged rabbit secret realm, both can't wait to be delivered to me.
Zhang Lingxue has not yet reported that the burrowing rat secret realm can produce mutant crystal cores.
Although this secret realm was said to be purchased by the Imperial Capital Research Institute, the actual buyer was Zhang Lingxue. She just pretended to be a sign of the Imperial Capital Research Institute, and the secret realm was still transferred to Zhang Lingxue's name. However, only Zhang Lingxue, Su Qingxian and Zhang Dashan knew about this matter, and everyone else was kept in the dark. No one thought that the mole secret realm could produce this kind of crystal core that heals spiritual power, and blood that can activate cells. These are rare treasures. However, Zhang Lingxue wanted to study how to research the mutated bloody rat king. After all, normal evolution and evolution during the beast tide are 2 different things. The purpose of the research is to restore this evolutionary state.
Come with me. Zhang Lingxue walked in with a suitcase. There was something like a key in the suitcase. This is the space key.
It is made by a pet master with space talent. Hold the space key tightly and inject mental power into it, and the space key will be completely activated, and people within 1 meter will be brought into the secret realm. So once you see someone use the space key, you have to be careful. However, those who can possess the space key are generally some powerful families. At this time, Yi Bai had a question. Teacher, I want to know one thing.
Didn't the Gopher's secret realm appear in the western suburbs? How did they move the Gopher's secret realm here? Zhang Lingxue smiled. We haven't talked about this knowledge point yet.
In fact, the world is a huge bubble, and the secret realm is just a tiny bubble surrounding this huge bubble. You have observed bubbles. In fact, bubbles can also move. We invested a lot of space stones in the secret realm, which made it repel the world and move naturally. But if the secret realm moves to another place, we have to take away some space stones and fix it. And the space key is the key to open this secret realm. Come on, let's go and see the negatively charged rabbit. This is the object we need to study in the future. Let's get to know it in advance. Zhang Lingxue held the space key tightly, and she injected mental power into the space key. Soon a strong light emanated, teleporting Zhang Lingxue and Yi Bai to the secret realm. Negatively charged rabbit secret realm. There are a large number of negatively charged rabbits living here. In order to provide them with an excellent living environment, the researchers also set up a small lake in the secret realm, and planted thunder alfalfa for the negatively charged rabbits to eat.
This is a plant that can absorb thunder and lightning, and it tastes a bit numb when eaten.
It is the main food of negatively charged rabbits. If the negatively charged rabbits don't eat a bite of thunder alfalfa every day, they will be sick and sick. Yi Bai watched the negatively charged rabbits chewing the alfalfa, and soon the chewed part of the alfalfa recovered. The madness in the eyes of the negatively charged rabbits increased a little. During the peak period of the experiment, there were negatively charged rabbits all over the mountains and plains here. The number of negatively charged rabbits now is only 1/3 of the original number, but it is still so spectacular. Zhang Lingxue sighed a little, which shows how huge the negatively charged rabbit population was at the beginning. A negatively charged rabbit is about 1 meter long, they have buck teeth flashing with lightning, and a red 3-petal mouth. The fur is gray, and the rabbit's blood-red eyes are rolling around, as if they have some ill intentions. They surrounded Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue one after another, led by a rabbit leader the size of a calf. Name, negative charge rabbit leader, gender, male, level, peak level 2, skills, herbivory, proficient eat a lot of wild grass to restore your own physical strength and heal your own injuries. 2-stage kick, proficient use your powerful hind legs to kick the enemy hard. Even hard stones can be broken by the negative charge rabbit. This move is also called rabbit kicking. Power generation, beginner release the current absorbed by the body, and there is a certain probability that it will fall into a paralyzed state. Digging holes, proficient as a rabbit, if you can't dig holes, you are simply embarrassing your rabbit grandfather. Evolution Route 1, Thunderstorm Rabbit. The rabbit evolved after enduring the bombardment of 9981 thunderbolts. It is a super thunder bomb. The final trick is thunder explosion. It uses itself as a bomb to smash the opponent. If the opponent is smashed, you will also be smashed. It requires the strength of the negative charged rabbit to reach the peak of the 3rd level. Evolution Route 2, Thunder Rabbit. Find a strange beast called Positive Charged Rabbit. After the two are gathered together and experience the baptism of thunder, they can evolve. The positive charged rabbit and the negative charged rabbit must reach the peak of the 3rd level at the same time. After seeing the evolutionary route of the negative charged rabbit, Yi Bai widened his eyes. Damn it, no wonder the Western Research Institute stopped researching at the end. This evolutionary condition is too harsh. They must have used a high price to find someone with the talent of the Eye of Insight. After seeing the evolutionary route of the negative charged rabbit, they completely gave up. The first option is that the negative charged rabbit must not only advance to the 3rd level, but also endure the attack of 9981 thunderbolts. Putting aside the 9981 difficulties, just breaking through to the 3rd level is probably going to cost these rabbits their lives. Every time they break through, it's like going through a tribulation. During the breakthrough process, the body of the negatively charged rabbit will be like an unstable thunder bomb. As long as there is something wrong, its body will explode. And after the explosion, the body of the negatively charged rabbit will have an abnormal hormone. The spirit of the exotic beast or pet master who eats this hormone will be tainted, and there is a risk of deviation in the mental threshold. And this guy has to go through 9981 difficulties to evolve, which is more troublesome than the journey to the west. As for the other evolutionary route, we have to find positively charged rabbits. Damn, no one knows what positively charged rabbits look like. I guess the researchers there are confused from beginning to end. As long as there is a little hope of success, they probably won't give up. Yi Bai thinks the research on negatively charged rabbits is quite tricky. He really wants to know what the purpose is for making such a crazy decision to study negatively charged rabbits. By the way, teacher, I just heard you mention it before. Why do we need to study negatively charged rabbits? What is the significance of negatively charged rabbits to the ecology of the West? Yi Bai suddenly asked. He also heard Zhang Lingxue's retelling of what he wanted to study negatively charged rabbits for. See if there is a new way to complete this research task. Zhang Lingxue thought about it and organized her words. Negatively charged rabbits are relatively docile pets with strong reproductive capacity, but they only eat a kind of food called thunder alfalfa, and the meat of negatively charged rabbits is very plump. It is said that its rabbit meat will have a tingling electric feeling, and it is also an exotic animal that ordinary people can eat. Yi Bai shrugged, then reproduce on a large scale. Just like domesticating wild boars, wouldn't it be better to domesticate negatively charged rabbits? Yi Bai raised the question in his mind. Originally, negatively charged rabbits were pretty good, so why did you do these little sons? Evolution, why do you want it to evolve? Please vote, please vote, please vote, my brother is destined to be alone. This involves another problem. The genes of negatively charged rabbits are unstable. They can spit out electricity from their mouths that their bodies cannot absorb. But as they age, they can't spit out more and more electricity. They will be like walking bombs. As long as they are lightly touched, they will explode. This will cause great damage to the environment in the West. This is the ins and outs of starting the research on negatively charged rabbits.
Negatively charged rabbits have a strong reproductive ability, so they can't be killed. If they are forced into a corner, they will explode and hurt the enemy. Zhang Lingxue seemed to think of something unhappy.
No wonder, this really needs to be studied carefully, so the ultimate goal of our experiment is not to make negatively charged rabbits evolve, nor to make negatively charged rabbits expand the amount of electricity stored in their bodies.
But to make negatively charged rabbits not explode easily, this is the focus of the research, right?
Yi Bai asked softly. It is important to understand the purpose of the experiment.
We must solve the problem from the root, rather than treating the symptoms.
Some of the information Zhang Lingxue said before actually misled Yi Bai.
Zhang Lingxue said the goals and directions that the Western Research Institute wanted to research, not the goals and directions set at the beginning.
This is actually like going off the deep end, narrowing the road, and limiting the direction of research to this range. So our real goal is to study how to prevent the negative charged rabbits from exploding and affecting the ecological environment in the West.
If possible, we can let the negative charged rabbits supply some current so that the electricity in the western region can be adequately supplied. Is that what you mean? After Yi Bai's layer-by-layer analysis, Zhang Lingxue walked out of the blind spot set for her by the Western Research Institute.
Yes, wasn't the original purpose to prevent the negative charged rabbits from self-destructing? Why did it rise to the point of letting the negative charged rabbits evolve?
Zhang Lingxue was also deeply doubting why she had walked into a dead end and couldn't get out.
Right, the plan to herd negative charged rabbits.
Zhang Lingxue's mind flashed with inspiration.
Because she lacked a lot of information, her sources of intelligence were mainly through her master's retelling, and some hearsay. The plan of herding negatively charged rabbits is just a derivative of the research on negatively charged rabbits.
This is actually a cocoon of information.
Some fragmentary information will hint to oneself in the mind to go in that direction, instead of thinking about why to do so. If you really do it in that direction, you may not be able to research anything in your life and will be led by the nose.
I almost fell into the pit. Fortunately, those people didn't give me the information. If we read the information, we might follow their ideas and be led by the nose. It's really insidious, dirty tactics.
Zhang Lingxue was pointed out by Yi Bai and had a new research direction. Now we have to find a way to find the reason why negatively charged rabbits will explode when they reach a certain age.
When they reach the advanced stage, they will also explode. Is there any connection between the two?
Zhang Lingxue thought deeply. She always felt that there was a certain connection between the two. The leader of the negatively charged rabbits looked at Zhang Lingxue and Yi Bai with a ferocious look. It licked its lips and felt that Yi Bai's delicate skin and tender flesh seemed to be delicious. At the scream of the leader of the negatively charged rabbits, endless negatively charged rabbits swarmed in this direction, showing their sharp teeth, and thunder wrapped around their huge buck teeth. At this moment, a delicate gasp came from behind. Yi Bai was about to look back, but he found that his body could not move, and his whole body was emitting golden arcs, and his whole body was numb. At this moment, the Sunflower King stood up. When it was about to wave its vine whip to disperse the negatively charged rabbits, golden arcs also appeared on its body. This guy also fell into a paralyzed state. The corners of the negatively charged rabbit leader's mouth showed a sinister smile. Wood-type pets are its favorite. It likes to gnaw on wood-type pets and listen to their screams. When the researchers were still there, they often released some wood-type pets for themselves to gnaw. After the disappearance of humans, it misses the screams of wood-type pets every day. At this moment, the petals of the Sunflower King moved, and a fist-sized golden ball fell from the petals of the Sunflower King and hit the ground heavily. There was only a loud rumbling sound, and the dazzling strong light surrounded the surroundings. The violent shock wave spread out from the ball as the center. Just when Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue were about to be submerged, two black shadows flapped their wings and rescued them. Yi Bai looked closely and found that it was the goddess of light butterfly and the blood goo butterfly.
The Sunflower King was rescued by the goddess of light butterfly at the moment of the explosion. The Wanbian silkworm raised his nose high, looking very proud. Goddess of light butterfly, use purification.
Zhang Lingxue shouted loudly, and the milky white light fell on the two people and one pet. The paralyzed state they fell into was instantly lifted. It was a close call. I was almost killed by the negatively charged rabbit. The goddess of light butterfly and the blood goo butterfly turned into dots of light and poured into the body of the Wanbian silkworm. The Wanbian silkworm only felt a strong sense of fatigue, and it fell asleep. I was saved by the Wanbian silkworm this time. Its clone is quite useful. What did the Sunflower King throw just now? Why is it so powerful? I think that attack just now was as powerful as a third-level peak pet. Zhang Lingxue asked doubtfully. As a fifth-level pet master, she could certainly resist it, but Yi Bai was not sure. That's called thunder gallbladder, which comes from the body of the ancient lantern fish. There are not many of them, but their power is comparable to that of the heavenly thunder sun. The explosion just now brought a lot of gunpowder smoke. After the smoke dissipated, a group of negatively charged rabbits had fallen into a deep pit. The bottom of the pit was emitting hot air, and it can be seen that the power of thunder gallbladder is amazing enough. The leader of the negatively charged rabbits lay at the bottom of the pit motionless, and I don't know if he is dead. The eye of insight is turned on. If he is not dead, Yi Bai plans to make up a knife. At this time, Yi Bai looked a little strange. Because he saw the third evolutionary route of the negatively charged rabbits through the eye of insight. Evolution Route 3, Hidden Evolution Route Thunder Rabbit, Thunder Gallbladder *3, Level 3 Electric Crystal Core *3, Level 2 Peak. The more Thunder Gallbladders you have, the higher the success rate of evolution will be. Oh my god, Thunder Gallbladder is actually the evolutionary condition that can make negative electric rabbit evolve. If it weren't for the Sunflower King's random explosion that achieved the hidden evolutionary condition, Yi Bai might have never known that negative electric rabbit had another evolutionary route. This evolutionary route looks much more reasonable. The negative electric rabbit leader's eyelids twitched, and it was about to wake up. At this moment, a vine whip pierced through the negative electric rabbit leader's eyebrows. The negative electric rabbit leader was pierced directly in the head by the Sunflower King. Its pupils were wide open, and its blood-red eyes stared at the direction of Yi Bai. It seemed to be questioning why he was killed. Unfortunately, there was no answer, and the negative electric rabbit leader died. The Sunflower King extracted a cracked crystal core from the head of the negatively charged rabbit leader, which was still emitting electrical energy. Teacher, I think we should dissect the body of the negatively charged rabbit now to see what's wrong. According to the information I found, the negatively charged rabbit was originally a very docile beast. How come the negatively charged rabbit just now wanted to eat us all? Take some of these lightning clover away for research. Let's dissect this negatively charged rabbit leader first to see what's wrong. Yi Bai planned to dissect this guy while he was still warm to see what was wrong. The lightning clover was also pulled up by the Sunflower King and taken away. The two returned to the research institute in a flash. The weight of the negatively charged rabbit leader was about 30 kilograms, and his body was heavy. The fur was very thick, and the hair on his body was tangled. Yi Bai and Zhang Lingxue put on lab coats, masks and goggles directly to conduct dissection experiments. The headlights in the dissection room were turned on. This was a combination of more than a dozen lights. Zhang Lingxue cut a knife on the head of the negatively charged rabbit, and fresh blood was still flowing on the hideous blood hole. When he opened the skull, Yi Bai felt something was wrong at the first moment. Why is this negatively charged rabbit so big, but its brain is so small? Excluding the location of the crystal nucleus, the head occupies less than half of the skull. This doesn't look normal. Zhang Lingxue said with certainty. Scalpel. Pliers. Zhang Lingxue pulled apart the hair of the negatively charged rabbit, and the scalpel cut through its muscle group. Its muscles were still beating slightly. The muscles are normal. The internal organs are all normal. Is there something wrong with the brain? Zhang Lingxue felt as if she had found a breakthrough. But she felt it was unlikely. After all, the people at the Western Research Institute have been studying negatively charged rabbits, and they wish they could do CT scans on the negatively charged rabbits every day for full-body examinations. So they would definitely not ignore this detail. Zhang Lingxue felt more and more confused. Teacher, we should not always think about what others have done. You will be easily led into a ditch this way. You should think about what clues you can find when you encounter this matter. I haven't even looked at the crystal core that was extracted by the Sunflower King just now. Yi Bai felt that it should be a clue. And we also need to catch a few newly born, larval, growing, and adolescent negatively charged rabbits for comparison. In this way, we can know where the experiment went wrong. Zhang Lingxue felt that what Yi Bai said made sense. Her teacher would feel that others had already studied what she had studied. If she had been stuck in this mood, she would not be able to conduct the experiment properly. Yi Bai was still bold and jumped out of the rules and regulations. In fact, it was not that Zhang Lingxue was not good, but that she was worried that she would make mistakes. Because she was worried that if she made a mistake, she would be laughed at and her teacher's reputation would be affected. Yi Bai did not have this concern, but was a bystander.
Zhang Lingxue took the crystal core handed over by Yi Bai. She put it into the crystal core scanner and started scanning. The results came out soon. The inside of this crystal core has long been worn out. Once it encounters stimulation, it will completely explode.
Zhang Lingxue frowned, and the two of them looked at each other at the same time. Is this why negative rabbits tend to self-destruct as soon as they reach adulthood, and why they tend to self-destruct when they get excited?
The crystal core is broken like this.
No wonder the negative rabbit is risking his life every time he advances. It turns out there is a time bomb in my head. I don't think the people at the Western Research Institute have not discovered this, but they have done it all and have fallen into despair. That's why they handed over the project so readily.
They are looking for someone to take the blame. Zhang Lingxue quickly came to this conclusion. No wonder there is a lot of funding for this project. That's it.
Zhang Lingxue understood that this was a conspiracy of the Western Research Institute, and it also gave him an excuse to spend so much money in 5 years. You see, as the leader of the variety silkworm, he can't even handle this negative rabbit.
So, bosses, you know that we really want to achieve results, but we can't do it. Teacher, let's not panic. We're going to slap the Western Institute in the face this time.
Tell them that our Dongchang, no, the Research Institute can handle the cases that you can't handle.
If you can handle the case, our institute can also handle it. Zhang Lingxue's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing Yi Bai's domineering words. Have you thought of a research direction? Yi Bai shook his head. We have now figured out the possibility of why the negative rabbit blew itself up. The next step is the experiment part.
It is very possible that the negative electric rabbit can withstand less and less current, which is also related to the rupture of the crystal nucleus.
This crystal core is like a leaky bucket. No matter how you inject current into it, it will overflow.
And after it overflows, it will also stimulate the brain of the negatively charged rabbit. So by the end, the negative rabbit looked crazy.
But
Yi Bai's but made Zhang Lingxue's heart skip a beat.
But what?
Yi Bai raised a second question. We still need to find out why the meat of the negatively charged rabbit is poisonous after it explodes.
People who eat it will go insane.
If we can solve these two questions, we will surely be able to solve the mystery of the negatively charged rabbit. We need the assistance of a poison expert.
Teacher Zhang, do you have a suitable candidate in mind?
Although Yi Bai has the skill of photographic memory, he has never been exposed to this knowledge and is still blank in terms of toxicology.
I'm not talented, I'm just a 5th-level poison master.
Zhang Lingxue patted her chest and said proudly.
5th-level poison master? I can't tell. Please vote. Zhang Lingxue took out the certificate of the 5th-level poison master from the pet space with a bang.
The golden pattern on the certificate shone brightly under the light.
Yi Bai's face twitched when he saw it. He still carried such a thing with him. According to my speculation, those researchers should have found out what caused it. It is largely related to lightning alfalfa.
But they should be powerless to do anything about it.
These negatively charged rabbits seem to only eat lightning alfalfa.
Teacher, then I would like to trouble you to examine the relationship between negatively charged rabbits and lightning alfalfa. By the way, find out the source of the toxins after the negatively charged rabbits exploded, so that we can continue to move forward better. I will drag the corpse of this negatively charged rabbit away to deal with it.
It will save it from being an eyesore. The Sunflower King used the rattan whip very neatly to tie up the fat rabbit.
Yi Bai looked at the perfect muscle contours and blood-red rabbit meat and swallowed his saliva. The meat of this negatively charged rabbit is really good, but the brain is a little atrophied, and the muscles are still beating, which proves that the meat is very fresh.
By the way, Yi Bai, we need to catch a few moles from the mole secret realm.
Conduct experiments to see how to research the mutated Bloody Rat King in addition to the Beast Tide. Only the mutated Bloody Rat King has the spiritual power crystal core.
In the mole secret realm, those high-level Bloody Rat Kings were killed by Zhang Lingxue and President Wang.
She found that only the mutated Bloody Rat King can produce spiritual power crystal cores, while the ordinary Bloody Rat King has blood cores.
Those spiritual power crystal cores are very useful and can cure some pet masters whose spiritual power is tainted.
Every year, there are not a few pet masters who go crazy because of spiritual power being tainted.
We have found a way to cure them.
If we can research the mutated Bloody Rat King, it will be a great merit. It is more awesome and meaningful than my founding a school of the 100-change silkworm. These two are my main research projects at present. The research on the 100-change silkworm has come to an end for the time being, so let it go. I'll give you this space key first. Go catch a few moles later.
I'll leave the space key of the mole's secret realm with you for the time being. Yi Bai was stunned. Teacher, you put such an important thing here with me? What if it is stolen or lost?
Zhang Lingxue rolled her eyes. The space key has been bound by my spiritual power.
No one can steal it except me.
As long as I have a thought, the space key will be back in my hands immediately. As for unbinding the space key, it will take at least 24 hours, which is enough time for me to recall the space key.
Let me study the poison first. Go and catch a few moles, and let your pet exercise.
But you have to be careful, there are still 4th-level monsters in the mole secret realm. Although President Wang and I worked together to clear most of them last time, there should still be some that slipped through the net. These slipped fish will hate humans very much, and will attack humans at all costs when they encounter humans.
You have to be careful and don't be ambushed by them.
Once you encounter a 4th-level monster, just hold the space key and recite it silently in your mind.
You will come out of the secret realm. However, you will appear in the same position of the secret realm when you go back in, no matter where you leave from.
Zhang Lingxue carefully warned Yi Bai.
After that, she went to do her own thing. Testing for toxins is a big project.
It is estimated that it will take less than 2 or 3 days to get the results. Toxicological tests are easy, but it will take a long time to test what kind of toxins it is. Yi Bai took the time to let the negatively charged rabbit die more peacefully. Then let's have spicy rabbit head, kung pao rabbit cubes, fresh pot rabbit, and boiled rabbit to make the burial set meal more complete. The negatively charged rabbit is too big to be stewed in one pot, so it is divided into 2 pots. The rabbit bones are used to stew soup. Yi Bai carefully removed the white fascia from the tendon meat of the rabbit meat and fried it with number 98 bean oil. Simmer it slowly over low heat, add onions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers, stir-fry it over high heat, and add a spoonful of cooking oil and garlic sprouts.
The taste comes out immediately. Yi Bai picked up a piece and tasted it. His eyes lit up.
It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, full of juice. It really tasted very delicious. The spices will not overshadow the main dish, but will bring out the aroma hidden deep inside the rabbit meat.
After preparing the dishes, Yi Bai was ready to eat, to have a feast.
He placed the black and white photo of the negatively charged rabbit with a hole punched through its head in the middle of the dining table. A pair of helpless dead fish eyes were looking at Yi Bai through the photo frame.
It left peacefully, but its eyes were still staring, and there was a hole between its eyebrows.
Zhang Lingxue came over just in time because of the smell. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of double pepper rabbit meat and put it into her mouth to devour it. The meat in her mouth had a kind of crispy and numbing pleasure, just like putting a lot of peppercorns in the meat, and the more she chewed, the more fragrant it became. However, when she saw the pale photo frame of the negatively charged rabbit, her eyes trembled, and the rabbit meat on the chopsticks fell off.
She said with difficulty, Yi Bai, could this thing be?
Yi Bai nodded, and he brought the rabbit bone soup in front of Zhang Lingxue. That's the negatively charged rabbit.
If we want to benefit the people, we must first taste the negative electricity rabbit.
And we also need to study various ways to eat negatively charged rabbits.
After our experiment is successful, we will promote the negatively charged rabbits, so that the resistance of citizens will be much smaller.
The concept we promote from now on is that no negatively charged rabbit can make it out of the West. After hearing this, Zhang Lingxue thought it made sense and ate 3 large bowls of rice with tears in her eyes. She planned to lose weight after eating this meal, and finally came up with the idea that the meat of the negatively charged rabbit was really delicious. After drinking and eating, Zhang Lingxue slumped down on the sofa in the breeding room and fell asleep. Because there were little snow dogs in the breeding room, the temperature was kept low. Yi Bai took a thin blanket and gently covered the teacher's body. Next, he will give the variety silkworm and little tan dog a good workout, especially the little tan dog who just signed a contract. If the variety silkworm does not use its clones, it is a defensive pet. However, Yi Bai felt that he could completely rely on its nearly invincible defense capabilities to attack the enemy. As for the little charcoal dog, there are a lot more areas that need training. Yi Bai greeted Di Hui and Sun Cao and followed him into the secret realm. The door of the breeding house was also locked by Yi Bai, and the sign outside also changed to closed for business. He Guanda hid at the intersection and secretly observed the Fang Yuan cultivation house. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes. After much inquiry, He Guanda found this place.
I actually moved here.
The shops in front of the school are very expensive.
It seems like this guy should have gotten a lot of money. Originally I wanted to get my sunstone back.
But seeing how well you're doing, it's not too much for me to get a few more things.
Iguanda licked his lips. There were so many people there now that he planned to take action at night.
It'll be up to that guy to see if he knows what he's doing. If you are wise, let him die a happy death. As long as his hands and feet are concealed, he should not be discovered by the sheriff. At that time, I took the money and fled to other places to make a comeback. Iguanda has made his choice, with a fierce look in his eyes. Now he is waiting for it to get dark before taking action. He had even prepared his escape route and boat tickets, and he planned to make a desperate move. The secret land of the burrower. The white leaves fell to the grassy ground. The gopher is a pet animal that lives underground and digs holes like a rabbit. Normally, they are quite docile, but once their reproductive capacity exceeds the burden of the entire secret realm, the burrowing rats will begin to kill each other, and the flesh and blood of the loser will become the rations of their companions. After the previous wave of major purges, there were not even a single burrower left in the entire burrower secret realm. All we see now are first-level burrowers. Is there any chance of finding a second-level burrower or a blood-violent rat so that the little charcoal dog can practice its skills? Yi Bai murmured. However, Yi Bai found it difficult. After all, Wang Jining had already killed a number of the burrowing rats here. Yi Bai saw the white bones falling on the ground. Each of these skulls was as big as a cow's head. The ribs are covered with a large number of cracks, and it can be seen that these high-level burrowers were killed by brute force. Sunflower King, please help me catch a few burrowers to study. The Sunflower King stretched out its rhizomes, and the rhizomes suddenly penetrated into the ground. After a while, a soil bag popped up. Yi Bai saw a big rat that looked like it was covered with hard hairs, and was caught by Sun Cow King. This big rat has black fur and a long tail. It was looking at Yi Bai with bared teeth, its body struggling constantly. Hey, is this another branch evolution of the burrower? Yi Bai smiled. Name, wire-haired black rat, venomous rat, gender, male, character, stubborn, attribute, poison, level 2 and level 1, skill, hard thorns, skill turn the hair on the body into hard thorns to block the enemy's attack. Poison mist, introduction spray poison containing viruses from the mouth to attack the opponent. Claws, skilled attack the opponent with sharp claws. Bite, skilled bite the opponent with sharp teeth, causing the opponent to feel pain that goes deep into the bone marrow. Evolution route, none, this is a good opponent. Little tan dog, I leave it to you. Not every exotic beast will have a new evolutionary route. Ordinary alien beasts are basically as powerful as the 4th level. The little charcoal dog rushed out of the pet space with great interest. It looked at the one-emerald hard-haired black rat with an excited look on its face. It's finally time to show off your skills. Please vote, please vote. Thank you to the book friend, go to hell for the tip. Thank you to the book friend, I only want to be drunk in the mortal world. Thank you to the book friend whose last number is 4728. The hard-haired black rat rushed over with a squeak, and green liquid flowed from the corner of its mouth. Little charcoal dog, let your body burn. Black flames surged from the body of the little charcoal dog. These dark flames merged with the little charcoal dog. This is the little charcoal dog's latest skill, the flame shield. After swallowing the crystal core of the shadow mosquito, the little charcoal dog learned this skill while being burned by the flames. This skill can cover the little charcoal dog with a thick layer of flames. The flames can not only block the skills of some beasts, but also burn the opponent with the flames on its body when the little charcoal dog pounces. The hard-haired black rat suddenly sprayed green mist from its mouth. However, when this layer of poisonous mist touched the little charcoal dog's flame shield, it made a sizzling sound. A black smoke came out and spread in the air. After the mole on the side accidentally smelled the black smoke, it kicked its 4 legs, twitched its body, and fell down with foam at the mouth. The green mist contains viruses. Even if it is burned by flames, the black smoke that is released is poisonous. I don't know how many viruses this hard-haired black rat has. We have to be careful. Yi Bai thought for a while. After the green poisonous mist was burned by the little charcoal dog, the hard-haired black rat became furious. It waved its thick black claws and slapped the little charcoal dog directly. If the claws hit the little charcoal dog might lose its combat ability directly. Little charcoal dog, spray sparks at the claws of the hard-haired black rat. The little charcoal dog opened its mouth after hearing the order, and fire surged in its mouth, and sparks flew out like bullets. It seems that after the blessing of the flame shield, the power of the sparks has increased a lot. All the sparks fell on the hands of the hard-haired black rat, and some fell on its body, and it made a miserable cry. The hard-haired black rat with a part of its body on fire rolled around on the ground frantically, and finally put out the flames on its body.
It was in a very bad state now. Its entire paw was burned and a big blister appeared, and it grimaced in pain. It also had multiple burns on its body, and its hard hair was bald here and there. At this time, the hard-haired black rat had a fierce look on its face, and it sprayed green poisonous mist directly at the surrounding moles. The moles who were watching the fun on the side were in bad luck. The poisonous mist made it difficult for the moles to breathe. They pinched their necks tightly, their faces were flushed, and their tongues were directly stretched out, like fish out of water. Their eyeballs were bulging out, and their stomachs were bulging like balloons, getting bigger and bigger. Bang, bang, bang. These moles exploded like firecrackers. A large amount of green fog spread, and these moles seemed to have become vessels for cultivating poisonous fog. As the hard-haired black rat sucked with its big mouth, green mist poured into its mouth. The injured part of it actually began to scab. What an awesome skill. This poison mist skill has been developed to this extent. Why is it only an entry-level skill? Is the upper limit too high? Yi Bai scratched his forehead, indicating that he didn't understand. It doesn't matter. If this skill is so awesome, just let the Thousand Changes silkworm devour this guy's crystal core. The Thousand Changes silkworm with the berserk skill will have a higher attack power. If it can have the poison mist skill, it can kill 7 in and 7 out of the beast tide. Little charcoal dog, run all the way and hit it. The charcoal dog kicked its limbs violently, and it turned into a line of fire, leaving a burnt mark wherever it passed. The hard-haired black rat only saw a fierce flame coming towards its direction. Its pupils were wide open, and it didn't even have time to dodge. The speed of the little charcoal dog was much faster than before. In desperation, the hard-haired black rat could only curl up and use its hard hair to defend itself. The long black hair was long and sharp, like a hedgehog. If the little charcoal dog accidentally bumped into it, it was very likely that several hard thorns would be pierced into its body. Little charcoal dog, change direction, run around this hard-haired black rat, and at the same time, spray sparks at the hard-haired black rat. The little charcoal dog ran quickly around a circle, and the flames began to burn on the grass, and the surroundings became hotter and hotter. At the same time, the little charcoal dog also sprayed sparks on the hard-haired black rat. The sparks fell on the black hard hair, and a wisp of black smoke came out. The hard-haired black rat felt that it was getting hotter and hotter, and it felt a burning pain on its body. When it wanted to resist, it was surrounded by endless flames. It had no room for resistance. The flames engulfed the hard hair on its body. It wanted to roar, but it couldn't. It could only watch itself being surrounded by flames and then burn to death. When the little charcoal dog stopped, the hard-haired black rat had been completely burned to charcoal. Its eyeballs had been burned white, and its mouth was wide open, as if it was screaming in the fire. The little charcoal dog felt his limbs go limp, and he stuck out his tongue and lay on the ground. Not bad, little charcoal dog, your strength has improved a lot compared to before. At least the flames on your body have never gone out during the battle. Go back to the pet space and rest first. Yi Bai touched the head of the little charcoal dog. After he made a contract with the little charcoal dog, he was immune to the fire on the little charcoal dog. The little charcoal dog turned into a stream of light and sank into Yi Bai's body. Sunflower King, take out the crystal core in the hard-haired black rat. The ground cracked, and a series of hair-thin roots passed through the charred corpse and took out a green crystal core from it. The crystal core emitted an emerald green light, like a fine emerald. This should be the core of the plague of the hard-haired black rat. Dave Hui, let's continue, let's go. At this time, the Sunflower King pulled Yi Bai's trouser leg, and it suddenly pointed to the ground. What's on the ground? Yi Bai asked curiously, and saw the Sunflower King rolled up the leaves and punched hard at the bottom. Bang! The ground suddenly broke apart, revealing a hole, a lot of smoke came out, and the ground also shook slightly. After the smoke dissipated, a hole appeared on the ground. This hole can accommodate 2 people, even a big guy like Dahui can get in. Could it be that this hole leads to the mole's nest? Yi Bai smiled. He remembered that the system had reminded him that there were 3rd-level ground gems here. Although the value of ground gems is not as good as 3rd-level sunstones, the price is not much different. Many claw marks can be seen throughout the cave. It seems that this huge cave was dug out bit by moles. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Bai saw the fragments of ground gems embedded in the passage. Many moles were gnawing on the gems in secret, making a crackling sound. However, when these moles saw Yi Bai coming in, they scattered directly. He could see the flash of fear in the eyes of these moles. Obviously, these moles were afraid of the scene of Zhang Lingshui and President Wang killing people.
Yi Bai used the Eye of Insight to select several moles that could evolve into blood violence rats, and let the Sunflower King catch them directly with his rhizomes. The rhizomes of the Sunflower King intertwined together to form cages, and the moles were trapped in the cages, making miserable cries. However, after hearing the sound, their companions fled further. These moles were abandoned by their companions. As they got closer to the underground, more and more ground gems appeared in the passage. The moles here have all become third-level moles, and there are also mole kings. They gathered together, as if waiting for something. At this time, a strange beast with a body as big as a calf and covered with many rocks appeared. There was a big drill on its nose, and its claws were as sharp as the drill. At the moment this strange beast appeared, almost all the moles knelt on the ground. Several mole kings surrounded this strange beast and became its guards. If Yi Bai guessed correctly, this guy should be the king of the drilling rat, the king of the drilling rat clan. At the same time, Yi Bai's Eye of Insight also felt that there were two gray mists on the body of the drilling rat king. Judging from the size of the gray mist, it should be around the 4th level. At this moment, the drilling rat king's eyes suddenly looked at Yi Bai, and a sharp scream came out of its mouth. Is it discovered? Yi Bai raised his eyebrows and didn't take it seriously. The 3rd-level drilling rat surrounded Yi Bai and his pets. Big Gray, Sunflower King, come closer to me. Yi Bai held the space key tightly in his hand. Now is not the time to fight with those drilling rat. The best way is to leave quickly. Before the drilling rat rushed over like a tide, Yi Bai turned into a white light and disappeared. Many drilling rat collided with each other and were hit with blood on their heads. A white light appeared in the breeding house. Yi Bai appeared with a slight breath, while Big Gray looked indifferent. The rhizome of the Sunflower King imprisons 6 moles. Go into the beast card obediently. Yi Bai placed a stack of blank beast cards in front of the mole. A strong suction came out of the beast card. At this moment, a series of steel chains were wrapped around the mole. The chain was pulled hard, and the mole was collected into the beast card. There are many types of beast cards. There are beast cards that can help pets recover their physical strength and spirit. There are beast cards that allow pets to rest with them. Da Hui usually uses this type. There is also a beast card for forcibly capturing alien beasts, but the alien beasts must be suppressed to the point that they have no fighting ability. This kind of beast card is used to capture moles. The 6 moles were collected by the chains one after another. Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief. The thin blanket on the sofa was neatly folded. It seemed that Zhang Lingxue had gone back to do experiments. Please vote, please vote, please vote. The moon gradually emerged from the horizon, and the bright moonlight fell on the ground. He Guangda had been waiting in the alley for a whole day. He was now hungry and tired, but the breeding house was still emitting a strong smell of food. He Guangda swallowed his saliva, his stomach was rumbling, but He Guangda knew that he had to be patient to achieve the final victory. Yi Bai had already prepared the meal and asked De Hui to send a copy to the research institute. After dinner, De Hui picked up a rag to wipe the table, and Yi Bai took out his mobile phone and began to look up the information of the negatively charged rabbit. He also used the dark web to find out what the positively charged rabbit looked like. In fact, Yi Bai had a guess, whether it was because the negatively charged rabbit's body carried a negative charge for a long time, so it would make the negatively charged rabbit explosive. If the negatively charged rabbit and the positively charged rabbit were raised together from childhood, would the crystal core of the negatively charged rabbit not be full of cracks like it is now? If there is a positively charged rabbit, and then grow up with the negatively charged rabbit, will the negatively charged rabbit easily reach the 3rd level, so that the difficulty of the 3 evolutionary routes is greatly reduced? Yi Bai searched a lot of information through the dark web, and finally found a netizen named Knowledge is Power somewhere on the dark web, and posted a post. Do you believe in positively charged rabbits? I have encountered it. Yi Bai was trying to find the whereabouts of this person through the dark web, and then locked the location of the positively charged rabbit, and the door of the breeding house was pushed open directly. Sorry, it's closed now, come back tomorrow. Yi Bai raised his head, but he soon realized that something was wrong. After all, he had locked the door of the breeding house before. Who came in now? Yi Bai saw a sloppy man with yellow teeth, and he smiled at himself with ill intentions. It seems that you don't welcome me. It doesn't matter, you are going to die tonight anyway. Go, fire poison giant scorpion. A scorpion with fire all over its body appeared. Its body was the size of a millstone, with fiery red flames on it. Its tail was like a torch, and it whipped it violently, knocking the furniture in the breeding house to the ground. Da Hui's pupils contracted, and it was very angry at this time.
This is Dahue's home, and Dahue will never allow anyone to destroy his home.
Those floors are made of pine wood, which is very expensive. Dahue was so angry that his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he planned to teach this guy who didn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth a lesson. Although they were both fourth level, there were also deviations among the fourth level. For example, the bloody rat king who fled in panic couldn't beat Dahue, and was slapped in the head by Dahue. Just when Dahue was about to transform, Yi Bai grabbed his hand. Wait, Dahue, don't be here. It will destroy the breeding house. This is our home. And I don't want you to be in any danger. At this time, Yi Bai remembered the space key in his hand, and he could completely transfer the person in front of him to the secret realm of the mole. It just so happened that the drilling rat king in the drilling rat secret realm was an earth-attributed beast, which could fully restrain the fire poison giant scorpion in front of him. But he felt that the man in front of him looked familiar. Where had he seen him before? If you shave off his beard and cut his hair short, you can remember that he is He Guangda. Are you He Guangda? Yi Bai finally remembered who he was? Ha, Yi Bai, thanks to you, the entire He family is completely bankrupt. Yi Bai was stunned. Did he know what he had done? Then, He Guangda said something that dispelled Yi Bai's concerns. If you hadn't taken the third-level sunstone from me, my luck wouldn't have been taken away by you. The entire He family wouldn't have failed. I wouldn't have been separated from my wife and children, and then fallen to this extent. He Guangda said in a very crazy way, with a crazy look in his eyes. Yi Bai curled his lips. Why don't you say it was your son who did the evil? If your son hadn't provoked me, the sunstone wouldn't have fallen into my hands, and your family wouldn't have gone bankrupt. You are still the head of the Yi family, and by the way, the word agent should be added in front. It seems that He Qingyuan didn't fight enough when he was young, otherwise He Qingyuan wouldn't be so stupid. The purpose of my coming today is to take the third-level sunstone from you. I want to make the Yi family stand up again. The flames on the fire-poison giant scorpion made the wooden floor of the breeding house start to smoke and emit a pungent smell. Dahue was so angry that he was about to explode. If this guy stayed here all the time, it is estimated that the entire breeding house would turn into a sea of fire soon. His own home was about to be gone, and Dahue couldn't help it. He was shaking with anger. I think you are crazy, He Guangda. When you were the head of the He family, I was not afraid of you. You are down and out now, and I am even less afraid of you. Yi Bai still used words to stimulate He Guangda. He reached into his trouser pocket and held the space key. Oomph, you don't need to provoke me. When I was the head of the He family, I was subject to many restrictions. I couldn't do this or that. For the honor of the family, I couldn't do many things. As long as it's for the family, I even gave up my dignity. But now I'm just a homeless person. I'm barefoot. How can I be afraid of someone like you who wears shoes? I've been forced into a dead end. What else can I be afraid of? Because I have nothing left. Hand over the sunstone to me. I can still leave you a whole body. Yi Bai pretended to be stunned by He Guangda. He walked towards He Guangda step by step and took out the space key flashing with white light from his trouser pocket. Come, let's change the battlefield. He Guangda recognized what it was at a glance. It was the space key leading to the secret realm. When the He family was at its peak, there were even 2 or 3 secret realms. As the He family declined, the secret realms gradually fell into the hands of others. When He Guangda was in his 20s, he saw the space key once. That was when his father had no choice but to hand the space key to a powerful family in exchange for their protection. How could Yi Bai have this thing in his hand? He Guangda's breathing began to quicken. No matter where Yi Bai's thing came from now on, it was his own. A strong light flashed by. Yi Bai appeared in the position where he had left. He Guangda looked at the space key in Yi Bai's hand with greed. Ah, Yi Bai, as long as I kill you, I can monopolize the space key. Do you know how much a secret realm is worth? Billions of alliance coins. If the products are more abundant, the price will probably go up a bit. The Mole King had not gone far. After hearing He Guangda's voice, it rushed back with the mole army. When it saw humans attacking again, it let out a sharp whistle. Countless moles rushed over like a tide. Yi Bai then stepped back a few steps to distance himself from He Guangda, and hid behind Dahue. He Guangda, this is the burial place I arranged for you. As a 4th-level pet master, it's a bit extravagant to use a secret realm as your burial place. But who makes me a generous person? Just enjoy it. You will be eaten up by the mole bit by bit, and then you will turn into nutrients for the mole to evolve. Yi Bai sprayed a special potion on Dahue.
After using this potion, the moles can't find where they are, which is equivalent to being invisible. If the moles haven't formed a circle at the beginning, Higuangda should be able to escape if he keeps running away. This will make Yi Bai a little tricky. As a result, the mole army surrounded Higuangda, and the moles were all over the sky. Humph, Yi Bai, you ought to take advantage of the conflict between the snipe and the clam. But who told you that I only have one pet, and I am at least a 4th level pet master? A voice that broke through the air came from above. A silver-white butterfly flew down from the sky. It was covered in silver light, filled with a terrifying metallic aura, and its 2 pairs of wings were like 2 sharp blades. This is a very precious beast, called the sword butterfly. It is difficult to breed and has extremely strong combat power. A young egg of the sword butterfly can be sold for tens of millions of alliance coins. However, it is difficult for this kind of beast to break through the 5th level, and the 4th level is basically the top, unless there is a gold-based treasure. Go, sword butterfly, cut Yi Bai's neck. The butterfly flapped its wings, and a series of deep cold sword energy fell from its wings, rushing towards Yi Bai. Dahui took a deep breath, and lightning flashed on its body. A huge thunderball condensed in Dahui's claws. It swung forward violently, and the thunderball was thrown out. The electric charge fell on the sword energy emitted by the sword butterfly, and it actually dispersed the sword energy. Higuangda felt as if he had seen Dahui before. Where? He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Ha ha, I finally remembered that your chinchilla was the one that escaped from the laboratory. The masked man searched for the lost chinchilla in Jiaying City for a long time, but couldn't find it. He thought it had run away to some other place. It turns out that this powerful thunder chinchilla is in your hands. Yi Bai, you are really my god of wealth. Do you know how many billions of rewards that person has issued to find this chinchilla? 1 billion, 1 billion. As long as you provide clues, you can get 50 million. Higuangda's eyes were full of excitement. If he had this 1 billion, he would not be able to escape. He could just build another He family on the spot. Brother, I am still lucky. Sword butterfly, capture the thunder chinchilla. Fire poison giant scorpion, kill the mole. Higuangda was still somewhat cultured, and he recognized the mole. Sword butterfly flapped its wings at low altitude, and suddenly a circle of crescent-like sword energy appeared on its body. Wherever he passed, the 3rd-level moles were cut in half by the sword energy, including a 3rd-level mole king. The 3rd-level mole king has the blessing of the tribe, and its defense is several times that of other moles. It never understood until its death why the 3rd-level sword butterfly could break its own defense. Yi Bai, the sword butterfly is the most powerful pet I have. I have been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for a long time. As long as I can find the essence of Gengjin, I can make the sword butterfly evolve. Higuangda's words made Yi Bai feel confused. You should go find the essence of Gengjin. I'm not stopping you. The drilling rat king was angry when he saw his people being mercilessly chopped into pieces by the sword butterfly. The drilling rat king quickly drilled into the ground, intending to take revenge. The sword butterfly was flying in the air, with cold sword energy entangled in it. It planned to use its strongest move to kill its opponent next. As a result, the drilling rat king drilled out of the rock wall, which scared the sword butterfly. All the sword energy on his body surged out, and sword lights hit the drilling rat king, emitting a lot of sparks. The drilling rat king curled up his body to avoid being hurt by the sword light again. Yi Bai felt that compared with the bloody rat king who only knew how to eat, this drilling rat king did a good job. At least it would not abandon its companions and run away. The bloody rat king was going to try his best and let his people cover his escape. After the drill rat king was hit by the blade storm, the rock armor on his body was broken a lot. It was in pain and grimaced. When Jiandai was not paying attention, it stretched out its claws and pounced on it. Jiandai didn't notice it for a while, and was pounced on by a huge black shadow. No matter how the black shadow struggled, the drill rat king refused to fight back. Go, fire poison giant scorpion, use your tail to penetrate the drill rat king's head. Yi Bai thought Higuangda was a bit stupid. Aren't you reminding the drill rat king to be careful? Do you want to save the drill rat king or not? The drill rat king turned his head and opened his mouth. It bit the tail of the fire poison giant scorpion with its teeth and bit off its tail. The fire poison giant scorpion rolled on the ground in pain, and fiery red blood came out of its tail and dripped on the ground, like a bright red winter plum. There was a sizzling sound on the ground, and a lot of white smoke came out at the same time. Now, Jiandai, self-destruct. At this moment, Jiandai, who was pressed under it, immediately emitted a dazzling strong light.
There was only a violent explosion, and the huge shockwave shook the entire ground. Yi Bai showed a look of surprise. What was wrong with He Guangda? Why did he suddenly let Jiandai self-destruct? The whole cave was shaking violently, and a lot of stones and soil fell from it. After a long time, the vibration stopped. Jiandai's body was blown to pieces, and most of the head of the Mole King was flattened. Its only remaining eye was wide open, and it seemed a little confused. It was obviously in the upper hand, so why did it suddenly crack? Ha ha ha. Yi Bai, you didn't expect that I would have such a big courage. In fact, even if my Yi family is down and out, there are still good things left. Please vote, please vote. I feel that this chapter did not express what I want to express. I will revise it tomorrow. As soon as He Guangda finished speaking, golden light spots condensed from midair, gradually forming the outline of the sword butterfly. After my sword butterfly can self-destruct, it can condense again. Don't you just want me and the Drill King to fight each other, and then you have a snake clam fight and the fisherman gets the benefit? When you are staring into the abyss is also staring into you. In the same way, when you are plotting against me, I am plotting against you. He Guangda sneered, but he didn't notice that Da Hui appeared behind He Guangda at some unknown time. The sharp claws penetrated He Guangda's back, and blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. He Guangda's eyes gradually dimmed, and his body twitched. He stretched out his hand, looked aimlessly in the direction where Jiandai had gathered, and used his last strength to shout, "Sword, Jiandai, run away quickly!" More blood overflowed from the corner of He Guangda's mouth, and finally his hand lowered. At this time, Sword Butterfly regrouped and looked at De Hui with dagger-like eyes. Sword Butterfly had already sensed that its pet master was dead, and it wanted to cut Da Hui into pieces at this moment. It rushed over like crazy, its crescent-shaped sword energy condensed, and it was about to fly out. Da Hui whipped his dick again. Only an unusually crisp snap was heard, and the Sword Butterfly was blown away. It hit the rock wall heavily, its wings twisted to varying degrees, and it seemed that the air coming out was more than the air entering. Beigui, catch it. Da Hui held Jiandai down with his claws. Yi Bai also acted cautiously. He was afraid that Sword Butterfly would silently release its ultimate move and force him to be buried with its pet master. Yi Bai took out a beast card and placed it not far from Jiandai. Countless chains rushed out from the beast card, pulling Sword Butterfly into the beast card bit by bit. Only then did Yi Bai pick up the beast card, and what appeared on it was a broken-winged butterfly sealed by a chain. The body of the fire-poison giant scorpion exploded as the Sword Butterfly clone self-destructed, and its body was also blown into countless pieces. The fourth-order crystal core fell to the ground, stained with a lot of dust. But Yi Bai, who had the eye of insight, picked it up from the ground. Its crystal core is purplured and contains poison and fire energy. A dual-attribute crystal core is far more precious than a single-attribute crystal core. At this time, Yi Bai discovered that many things appeared next to He Guangda's body, including various living utensils and several large metal statues. It's like a piece of equipment, with unwashed squares and smelly socks inside. Opening his eyes of insight, he found that only the gray mist came from the belly of the metal statue. Could it be? Yi Bai thought of the metal statue he was going to look for in the courtyard of the He family. Could it be that one? He Guangda must not be so poor that he stole all the metal statues. No wonder the intelligence said that it was He Guangda who discovered the gang gene essence in the belly of the statue. This should have been discovered by his Sword Butterfly. Yi Bai pointed at one of the statues and towards the Sun Cow King. The Sunflower King nodded, and it passed through the statue with its steel-like roots, forcibly splitting the statue into two. It found a palm-sized piece of golden metal from the statue, as well as an ancient parchment scroll. The parchment seemed to have been cut into only 1/3. The golden metal is the essence of Gang Gene, a 5th-level treasure that is extremely attractive to gold-type pets. The flesh and blood of the earth-drilling Rat King and the fire-poison giant scorpion are entangled with the roots of the Sun Cow King. Currently, there are only pet beasts of this level worthy of the Sun Cow King. Their flesh and blood contain extremely huge energy. After absorbing all of it, Sun Cow's body became extremely bloated, like a giant King Kong Barbie. The crystal core of the Gopher King is the size of a pigeon egg and exudes an earthy yellow luster. Thanks to the acting head of the Yi family for rushing to deliver the treasure. He also sent me the Gang Gene essence. Now all we need is the shell of the Destiny Turtle. The Sword Butterfly was about to die. After it died, Yi Bai had another 4th-level gold crystal core in his hand. Let's go, Sunflower King. Seeing the cowering burrowing Rat King and the 3rd-level burrowing rat remaining, Yi Bai had no interest in taking action. He kept these gophers not out of kindness, but because he regarded these gophers as leaks. Yi Bai will patrol regularly. Once a 4th level earth-drilling rat king appears, Beighui will use its powerful arms to directly obliterate the earth-drilling rat king. A 4th order crystal core is equivalent to 100 3rd order crystal nuclei, and is often priceless. After the burrowing rats saw Yi Bai disappear, their eyes fell on He Guangda's body and the things he exploded. They swarmed away, and soon there was the sound of crunching bones. After Yi Bai came out of the secret realm of the drilling rat, he used hackers to erase He Guangda's poor concealment methods. But thankfully, the time He Guangda chose to do it was at night, and almost no one passed by during this time. In this way, others would think that He Guangda left Jiaying City to avoid debts, and his death had nothing to do with Yi Bai. After Yi Bai arrived at the research institute, Zhang Lingxue replied lazily, "You're back. Have you caught the gopher?" She crushed the rhizomes of thunder clover. The purple thunder clover oozes out green juice. Zhang Lingxue extracted the juice for testing. Zhang Lingxue frowned and explained to Yi Bai, "There is indeed a problem with thunder clover. There is a special ingredient that makes negatively charged rabbits become more and more irritable. But this ingredient is very difficult to separate. I haven't completely extracted it yet." Zhang Lingxue felt a sharp pain in her brain. She has a terrible headache now. "Teacher, have you ever thought about it? Since there are negatively charged rabbits, will there be positively charged rabbits? Is there any relationship between them?" Yi Bai asked tentatively. Zhang Lingxue put down the test tube in her hand. "Of course we have considered this. The Western Research Institute once conducted a vigorous search. This incident caused a sensation, and almost all researchers knew about it. Finally, after a hard search, they came to the conclusion that there are no positively charged rabbits in the world. In fact, I can understand the people from the Western Research Institute. They really invested a lot of manpower and material resources in this project. They should have tried all the ways and struggled for 5 years before finally planning to give up. If we, the master and apprentice, can find it, we may be able to go down in history. But if we can't find it, we will only get a lot of bad reputation." Zhang Lingxue said helplessly that the negatively charged rabbit research project is a bottomless pit. By the way, it's better to deal with He Guangda more cleanly. Just get rid of his belongings. You don't need to explain. It must be He Guangda who is looking for trouble with you. My mental power is attached to the space key, and I can sense who you brought in. Your chinchilla is very powerful. He Guangda, a weak chicken, will naturally not be your opponent," Zhang Lingxue said at the end. Yi Bai shrugged his shoulders and took out a beast card. "This is He Guangda's sword butterfly. Teacher, see if it's useful. If not, I will kill it and take out the 4th level crystal core." Zhang Lingxue raised his eyebrows. "Sword butterfly, this rare beast, He Guangda hides it deep enough. Look in the stomach of the sword butterfly to see if there are any insect eggs. If there are insect eggs, then you will make a fortune." A gleam of brilliance flashed in Zhang Lingxue's eyes. The sword butterfly only mates once in its life, and only lays 1 egg at a time. Its eggs are more valuable than the sword butterfly. It can be used to cultivate a loyal sword butterfly, or to summon spirits. Zhang Lingxue opened the beast card casually, and the dying sword butterfly emerged from the beast card. Its wings were broken, and it had no strength to repair them. The sword butterfly felt that all its vitality was quickly fading away. When it was struggling hard, Zhang Lingxue pierced its head with a scalpel. Zhang Lingxue dug out a crystal core the size of a thumb from the sword butterfly's head. She put it on her white jade-like hand and looked at it for a few times, then threw it to Yi Bai. "You can use this crystal core to cultivate a gold-type pet. Of course, the body of the sword butterfly cannot be spared. It swallowed a lot of metals. As long as it is slightly refined with fire, it will be a metal of extremely high purity." Zhang Lingxue cut open the abdomen of the sword butterfly with a scalpel, and sure enough, there was a silver-white egg the size of a chicken egg. She carefully cut open the blood vessels connected to the eggs and touched the eggs to the palm of her hand. Yes, the eggs are in good condition. It's just right for summoning spirits. Yi Bai, it's normal that you don't know about summoning spirits. This kind of knowledge is impossible to be mentioned in books. Spirit summoning can summon the sleeping souls of ancient objects. The older the soul, the easier it is to summon successfully. Zhang Lingxue handed the eggs to Yi Bai and took out a yellowed ancient book from the pet space. "It may be a bit difficult for me to explain it to you, you should read it yourself." Zhang Lingxue stretched his muscles. "I am leading the experiment of negatively charged rabbits now, and I have no clue.
How about we switch places, Yi Bai? I will do the research on moles, and you will do the research on negatively charged rabbits. If you don't understand something, ask me. This is your chance to grow quickly. Zhang Lingxue looked at Yi Bai with an extremely sincere look. You won't refuse the teacher, will you? This is the first request the teacher has made to you. Anyway, if it's not researched, it's mine. After it's researched, it's both of us. Yi Bai blinked his eyes and finally nodded in agreement. He has seen the evolutionary path of negatively charged rabbits through the eye of insight. As for moles, he is really not interested. Please vote. I reflected on yesterday's chapter. I really shouldn't give too many scenes to insignificant characters. I was too wordy. I feel deeply guilty for everyone. I reflected on it for a day and I don't know what to change. Okay. Yi Bai showed a hint of hesitation, but finally agreed to his teacher's request. Yi Bai, you are really nice. In the future, if you commit any crime, as long as it is not illegal or disciplinary, the teacher will settle it for you. Of course, the incident with He Guangda does not count. You were acting in self-defense. The teacher will keep it a secret for you and will not spread it around. You can study the negatively charged rabbit experiment however you want. After 3 months, we must submit a preliminary conclusion. At this time, Zhang Lingxue yawned directly. It's late at night, I'm going to rest first. Zhang Lingxue patted Yi Bai's shoulder, yawned again, stretched, and went to sleep. Yi Bai silently calculated the next progress. The negatively charged rabbit experiment only needs to give a conclusion within 3 months. Now Yi Bai has 3 evolutionary routes, and he can work backwards. The most urgent task now is to find the positively charged rabbit. People on the dark web are experts in many fields, and they won't just post such a statement casually. It is very likely that he is hinting that he has information about the positive electric rabbit, or that he has the positive electric rabbit. Judging from these 3 evolutionary routes, the positive electric rabbit has a great effect. According to teacher Zhang Lingxue, the Western Research Institute once made a big fanfare to find the positive electric rabbit. It should be that they secretly invited someone with the talent of insight to check this evolutionary route. That's why they want to find the positive electric rabbit, but judging from the fact that the Western Research Institute finally gave up this project, they don't seem to have found the whereabouts of the positive electric rabbit. Yi Bai divided the recent tasks. 1. Find the whereabouts of the positive electric rabbit. 2. Complete the preliminary round of the Fengshu Cup. 3. Find the tortoise shell of the Tianning turtle in the black market. 4. Complete the preliminary round of the Yulin Cup. 5. Help the Sunflower King become the Sunflower Emperor. This time, the Fengshu Cup and the Yulin Cup are far apart. After the Fengshu Cup, the Yulin Cup will start 1 month later. Yi Bai had already read the notes sent by the teachers, and he also watched the experimental videos they sent. After all, Yi Bai was the seed player of the Yulin Cup this time, so he had to follow all kinds of special training. Anyway, Yi Bai also had a photographic memory, so the teachers sent him the information and then recorded the screen to explain. Let him watch the screen recording for the parts he didn't understand. After a dreamless night, Yi Bai woke up very early. He looked at the intelligence system that had just been refreshed today. 2 months later, Yandong province plans to auction land. The land numbered 98 has an ancient tomb group hidden under it. Whoever bids will die. The most precious is the land numbered 7, which is a piece of black land. 2. The eggs of sword butterflies can be summoned, but if the pet master uses his own blood to feed the summoned ancient objects in advance, the success rate will be greatly improved. 3. The positively charged rabbits are actually hidden in the negatively charged rabbits. Only the eyes of insight can see their clues. Whether you can find the positively charged rabbits depends on luck. 4. The dragon-slaying sword can form a sword formation. The more dragon-slaying swords collected, the greater the power of the sword formation. 5. Half a month later, in the pet market of Jiaying City, a black lizard had a red gem in its body, which could enhance the power of fire pet skills. Today, a very interesting information was provided. The positively charged rabbit is actually hidden in the negatively charged rabbit. What does this mean? The people of the Western Research Institute should monitor every negatively charged rabbit regularly. It is impossible not to find the abnormality of these rabbits. How did they hide? Did they eat something? Yi Bai felt more and more that these rabbits had 800 minds. The people of the Western Research Institute really couldn't beat these negatively charged rabbits. Sure enough, the most dangerous place is the safest place.
Even the people of the Western Research Institute couldn't think that the positively charged rabbit they had been looking for a long time was actually hidden in the negatively charged rabbit.
This is an important piece of information. And the second piece of information is about summoning spirits.
Yi Bai took out the book Zhang Lingxue had given him, and he looked through it carefully. Summoning spirits is an ancient ritual, which is equivalent to combining the soul in the sword butterfly egg with the soul of the artifact to form a very special pet.
This is equivalent to an alternative sword butterfly.
And the older the artifact is, the better the effect of summoning spirits will be.
If possible, metal antiques are most suitable. When summoning spirits, adding gold-based natural treasures may have unexpected benefits.
Yi Bai thinks that this summoning spirit is very suitable for the dragon-slaying sword.
It just so happens that the dragon-slaying sword is also made of gangjin and has a long history.
The Jiaying ancient bridge was built 300 years ago, and since then, the dragon-slaying sword has been hanging under the bridge. As the guardian god of one side, the dragon-slaying sword is the most suitable for summoning spirits.
However, Yi Bai currently has no contract position in his hand.
He has to wait until he is strong enough before summoning spirits, or buy natural treasures that can increase the contract position. This level of natural treasures cannot be bought without 9 digits. Yi Bai could only pin his hopes on the intelligence system to see if there would be any useful intelligence. As for the pet animal market in Jiaying City, it was a place where hunters who went out to capture exotic animals sold them. The pet market is also called the exotic animal market. Some powerful pet masters, after capturing exotic animals, will come to the pet market to sell their captured prey if their contract position is full or their strength is not enough. Yi Bai used to be a familiar customer of the pet market. He would look for some suitable pets in the pet market and buy them, and then sell them at a high price. The clucked chicken was picked up by Yi Bai in the pet market. As a result, he was fooled after picking up the clucked chicken.
This guy eats a lot and doesn't pay attention to hygiene. He urinates and defecates everywhere.
After being discovered by Yi Bai, he was severely punished, but he never changed his ways.
Recently, he has been more honest.
After seeing the roasted little wind sparrow, the clucked chicken was really afraid that one day he would make Yi Bai unhappy, so he cut open his stomach and made it into a roasted chicken. It heard that its clucked chicken tastes very delicious, and it can be said to be the best among broilers. Now that the breeding house has been open for a while, it is time to introduce some pets to the breeding house. Yi Bai thought about it. The pet market and the underground black market are just in the same place. By the way, we have to send the roots and juice of the king of mandrake grass over. Yi Bai placed an order on the dark web and placed the roots and juice of the king of mandrake grass on the trash can in the park not far from Shinshan Middle School.
After a while, these things disappeared out of thin air. Sophia and the housekeeper were discussing a project when a life assistant knocked on the door. She walked in holding a white phone box. "President, I suddenly received a courier."
There was no delivery information or courier number.
The thing appeared out of thin air, and your name was written on it. We have checked it with the detection machine. There are only some root-like things and 3 bottles and jars in it. The white phone box has been subjected to toxicological analysis. The life assistant said with a little embarrassment.
If Sophia hadn't made a request recently, all the express deliveries that were written for her to receive must be brought up. Otherwise, she would not accept such things of unknown origin.
"Miss?"
The butler put on white gloves and summoned a Tundur-high venomous snake like a king cobra. There were 2 huge skulls on the crown of this venomous snake. It spit out red snake tongues and was black and white. Sophia pressed the button on the ground, and a transparent protective cover protected Sophia. She was also a little nervous.
The venomous snake used its sharp fangs to open the white phone box, revealing the contents.
A bunch of roots tied with red ropes, and 3 bottles of white turbid liquid. Take these things to the Secret Research Institute to test what those things are.
The lightning cat was lying around and yawning, its sharp claws hidden on the meatball. It was guarding Sophia. The lightning cat was as big as a leopard at this time. At this time, Sophia's computer received another email.
"Bye, I received the things.
The white one is the juice from the king of mandrake grass.
I hope you can make good use of it and develop more things. I am looking forward to the whereabouts of Hellfire." Sophia was very calm at this time. Bai sent an email at this time, proving that everything was under his control.
He was secretly warning Sophia not to play tricks.
What a cautious guy.
Sophia smiled. "I hope there will be good news." Not long after, the phone on her desk rang.
The old housekeeper's excited voice came from the phone.
"Miss, good news. The Research Institute has confirmed that this is indeed the root of the Mandrake King. Prepare the second-level awakening potion. The catalytic conversion degree is 10 times that of the top-level Mandrake. Sophia grinned. This is indeed good news worth celebrating.
We have to prepare carefully what the mysterious man wants to show our sincerity. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cooperate with him later. Let someone do their best to find the whereabouts of the dragon-slaying sword and the hellfire. If possible, try to get the hellfire back, so that we can show our sincerity. Yi Bai probably didn't expect Sophia to be so rich. He originally just wanted the whereabouts of the hellfire, but he didn't expect Sophia to find the hellfire and give it to Yi Bai. Yi Bai searched in the secret realm of the negatively charged rabbit for several days in a row, but he couldn't find the whereabouts of the positively charged rabbit. This guy is really good at hiding. Yi Bai was a little speechless. Looking at the rabbits all over the mountain, each one is similar. Yi Bai feels that he has intensive phobia. Until the opening day of the Fengshu Cup, Yi Bai was at a loss. No wonder Zhang Lingxue threw this hot potato to him. After Yi Bai had been working on it for a few days, his head was also slightly swollen and painful. This is obviously a case of excessive mental computing load. Please vote, just keep your mind. Anyway, I try to think about each one and try to change it. Even if I fail, I have tried my best. I am now using the traditional slow writing method. I don't explain the plot through the first 3 golden chapters and make everything clear, but to unravel the mystery. The difficulty of writing about beasts is to think about the plot. I don't need to think about it when I write millions of words about elves. After all, the plot is there. Thank you for your continued support. In order to welcome the city-level Fengshu Cup, Zhang Lingxu especially changed into a black suit. Her black stockings wrapped her thin and long legs. Zhang Lingxue wore a pair of red-framed glasses. She was the team leader. Principal Lu Hang had something to do. He received a call and ran away in a hurry. Everyone, just work hard this time. The teacher thinks you will have no problem. There are team competitions and individual competitions at the city level. First the team competition, then the individual competition. The top 3 players in the individual competition will automatically advance to the provincial competition. Your opponent this time is quite strong, be careful. Don't hold on, remember that as long as the pet is alive, there is hope. The players participating in Xinshan Middle School this time are Yi Bai, Li Chen and Zhang Yi. The remaining few are substitutes. Wan Biancan sat in the front row and ate diamond figs with a crunch. Each of these figs costs 100,000 alliance coins. The fruit stem of the fig is all diamond. A very special cutting method is needed to remove the pulp of the figure. This pulp has a faint fragrance of mangosteen, pineapple and raspberry. A white napkin is tied around the neck of the Wanbian silkworm, and the fierce-looking boxing rabbit is feeding the Wanbian silkworm in a flattering manner. The boxing rabbit's waist is slightly bent down, and the fierce-looking social rabbit is smiling at this time, just like the madam of an ancient brothel. The fluorescent jellyfish landed lightly on the head of the Wanbian silkworm, and its body emitted a faint green light. Li Chen handed a thick stack of information to Yi Bai. Take a look, this is the information of our opponents. We are opponents in the individual competition, but we are partners in the team competition. Yi Bai quickly flipped through the pages one by one. The players participating in the Fengshu Cup this time are all very strong, and their pets have basically broken through the second level, and there are more than one pet. Yi Bai, you don't have only this Bibian silkworm in your hand? Li Chen asked tentatively. I also contracted a small charcoal dog. But it hasn't broken through the second level yet. Now it's at the peak of the first level. But it's more than enough to deal with a second level pet. What about you? In addition to the boxing rabbit, what other pets do you have? Tell me all of them. Li Chen summoned a black silkworm with a red cloth on its head. Its tongue turned into a fist, and all the muscles on its body bulged out. It turned out to be a fighting silkworm. This kind of insect plus fighting beast is not simple. Are you planning to go the fighting route? Yi Beimengxing found the point. Li Chen shrugged his shoulders, it depends on luck. I also took a long time to choose my second pet. And the fighting silkworm and the boxing rabbit often fight at home. I'm almost annoyed. The evolution of the fighting silkworm is the fighting pupa. After it successfully breaks out of the cocoon, it becomes a fighting beetle. This kind of fighting beetle is very handsome, with a pair of wings, and can fly in the air. It has a sharp horn, 2 red fists, and its fighting power is quite amazing. Your family can find you such a precious pet, Dotsan. It seems that your father really loves you. Li Chen snorted and didn't say much. At this time, Zhang Yi also summoned her second pet. The second pet is a fire sparrow. This sparrow, which is only the size of a palm, can spray multiple fireballs from its mouth. The three of them have contracted the second pet, which proves that they are all second-level pet masters.
Everyone, please pay attention. During the competition, you can only drink the water you bring. Even if the staff of the Fengshu Cup organizing committee handed you the water, you should not drink it. If you leave in the middle, your water, whether it is opened or not, cannot be drunk. There have been several cases of people framing and injecting mental stimulants before. You are all aiming to win the championship. Don't let others mess with this small detail. Do you understand? Zhang Lingxue repeatedly warned. The Municipal Fengshu Cup is held at the Municipal Sports Center. In previous years, the Fengshu Cup was later than the Yulin Cup because the Yulin Cup had a longer preparation period. As a result, this year, the Fengshu Cup was held earlier. After checking in and passing the security check, Yi Bai and the other two came to the players' lounge. Yi Bai, let's discuss how to proceed with the next team competition. Who will take the lead? The team competition adopts a unknown battle mode, that is, each person can only send one pet to fight. If you lose, you step down and replace your teammate, until everyone loses the game. Let's do this. Li Chen goes first. Zhang Yi goes second, and I go last. I'm afraid that if I go, it will undermine other people's self-confidence. Yi Bai's words were heard by the players next to him, and they laughed. Ha, I've never seen such a crazy person. Boy, you are from Shinshan Middle School, right? Every year in the Fengshu Cup, Shinshan Middle School can't even make it into the top 3 in the city-level competition. Every year, the students of Shinshan Middle School swear that they can make it into the top 3. In the end, it became a joke. A classmate with a crew cut stood up and said with a sneer. That's because I didn't come. Yi Bai said calmly. Okay, if you can get into the top 3 of Shinshan Middle School, I will perform handstand washing. If you lose, shout loudly to the big screen that the students of Shinshan Middle School are not as good as the students of Jiaying No. 2 Middle School. Yi Bai nodded and agreed. At this moment, a group of people wearing suits and ID cards walked in. Hello everyone, I am a staff member of the Municipal Fengshu Cup Organizing Committee. Next, we will divide the groups. We have a total of 16 middle schools this time, with a total of 48 people participating. We are now drawing lots for the team competition. The individual competition will be drawn after the team competition is over. The staff handed the box in his hand to the students, and the students took out a ball from the box, and a number was written on the ball. The groups with the same number are the opposing groups. Yi Bai looked down and saw that the ball in his hand was 1. Ha, it seems that even God can't stand your pretense. Very good, I, Zhang Ran, will kill you. After the draw, the opening ceremony of the Fengshu Cup will be held. All the major leaders in the city attended. Yi Bai saw Wang Jinin, who was smiling like a chrysanthemum. He was standing in the center at this time, and the camera was constantly shooting. The group Yi Bai was in was the first to appear. A host in a red suit came out. Hello everyone, I am the host Xiao and I am very happy to be the host of the city-level Fengshu Cup. Next, please let me solemnly introduce the players from both sides. From my left is the student team of Shinshan Middle School. From my right is the student team of Jiaying No. 2 Middle School. Jiaying No. 2 Middle School won the second place in the team competition in the last city-level Fengshu Cup. Now, the competition officially begins. Please welcome the first player. Li Chen took the lead. They agreed that the three of them would take turns to take the lead. Anyway, there are only 4 rounds of competition for the 16 groups. Whoever wants to lead the last match can go ahead. Li Chen walked onto the arena with the boxing rabbit. And the guy with the buzz cut also walked up. His pet was an explosive stone. My name is Wang Yan, from Shinshan No. 2 Middle School. My goal is to become a master of the Earth system. Wang Yan introduced himself. My name is Li Chen, my family is a little bit rich, and my pet is also very ordinary, a boxing rabbit. At this time, both sides looked at the host Xiao and I. Very good, both sides have sent players, and they are all in place. The first group of the Fengshu Cup, the first game, officially begins. Li Chen patted the boxing rabbit on the shoulder. Brother, I won't command you, you can play freely. Wang Yan's explosive stone is about the size of a basketball, and flames emerge from the gaps on its body. It has a pair of strong and powerful hands, and its 2 feet are much shorter than its hands and can hardly be seen, so the explosive stone usually attacks by rolling. Explosive stone, get closer to the boxing rabbit.
Wang Yan's eyes fell on the boxing rabbit with a blue dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, and a closed iguanodon tattooed on its back. At this time, the boxing rabbit actually closed its eyes, and its ears stood up high. Idiot, you dare to close your eyes in a pet battle. Wang Yan was ecstatic. Explosive stone, rush forward and explode yourself. The explosive stone rolled faster and faster, with electric light and sparks all the way. Just when it was about to hit the boxing rabbit suddenly opened its eyes. Its fist was glowing with a faint white light, and the boxing rabbit punched the explosive stone away. Bang! The explosive stone exploded in midair, emitting a lot of black smoke, and the stones were scattered everywhere. Wang Yan's eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my god, my explosive stone weighs more than 40 kilograms. How did your boxing rabbit blast the explosive stone into the sky with one punch? At this time, Li Chen looked up at the sky, and he put his hands behind his back. Nothing special, just practice. This man is so good at pretending. Wang Yan was killed by Li Chen before he could even last a single move. The second contestant of Jiaying No. 2 Middle School is a girl. My name is Zhang Jia, and my pet is a seagrass. Zhang Jia clapped his hands, and the ground cracked, and countless green grasses wrapped the boxing rabbit tightly. Each leaf of my sea grass can withstand a weight of 10 kilograms. Your boxing rabbit can't break free at all, you'd better surrender. As soon as Zhang Jia finished speaking, there was a snap, and the boxing rabbit, whose muscles had expanded several times, tore the sea grass apart. Her sea grass foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground. Da Hai Chow, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. The city-level Fengchu Cup was broadcast live, and the audience in front of the TV changed their views on boxing rabbit. Especially Li Chen's father, Li Fugui, saw his son kill two opponents so easily, he gently wiped the tears from his eyes. Butler, my Chenner has become so outstanding. The butler nodded, yes, since the young master contracted the boxing rabbit, he has become much more confident, and this is all thanks to the boxing rabbit. I think we should order more delicious food for the boxing rabbit, such as vegetables from the Sky Garden, to reward the boxing rabbit. The third round at the competition site. Li Chen saw a four-eyed boy typing on a laptop. I am Zhang Guang. As you can see, I am very strong. I can measure the strength of your pet and predict the movements of your pet through modeling. The pet of the four-eyed boy is a second-level dark night bat. Its wings are strong and powerful, and four sharp fangs are exposed at the corners of its mouth. And my wind-type pet can restrain your boxing rabbit. Go ahead, dark night bat. The four-eyed boy's laptop has several cameras, all of which are facing the boxing rabbit. He is conducting modeling analysis. After a while, beads of sweat flowed down his forehead. His face turned pale. Impossible, how could it be possible? How could this boxing rabbit be so strong? Be careful, dark night bat. The dark night bat flapped its wings lightly, making almost no sound. But the boxing rabbit's ears stood up, and it listened to the wind and determined its position. At the same time, it picked up two stones from the ground. These stones fell from the body of the explosive stone, and were about the size of a thumb. The boxing rabbit put the stone on the thumb. The boxing rabbit suddenly bounced, and two sounds of breaking through the air sounded. The stone flew out and hit the wings of the dark night bat. The dark night bat fell down and hit the ground headfirst. Zhang Guan, let me tell you a truth. In the face of absolute strength, it is useless to rely on external objects. My boxing rabbit has become so excellent because of its own efforts, money ability. I hope you can learn from it. Li Chen walked down with a swagger. He saw Yi Bai's half-smile face to face. Yi Bai gave Li Chen a thumbs up, you acted very well today. If boxing rabbit didn't eat sapphire carrots, ruby carrots, and tender lettuce every day, I would have almost believed your lies. Very good, in the next round, Zhang Yi will take the lead. Soon the top 8 were born. The people from the organizing committee did not stop and went straight to the second round. Zhang Yi successfully entered the semifinals with 1 against 3. Finally it was Yi Bai's turn to appear. Just when Yi Bai was about to summon the little charcoal dog, the Wanbian silkworm came over. The Wanbian silkworm was full and yawning with a round belly. Hey, Wanbian silkworm, don't sleep for me, you are going to embarrass me in front of so many people. When I return to the breeding house, I will let Da Hui practice with you. Yi Bai conveyed his words to the Wanbian silkworm through the contract. After hearing that he had to practice with Da Hui if he didn't perform well, the Wanbian silkworm successfully drove away the sleepy bug. It showed an energetic expression and looked at its opponent with a fierce look. Please vote this time. Yi Bai's opponent is a boy who looks equally handsome. His pet is very special.
It is a thunder pet with only one leg and one eye. It looks very much like the legendary beast Kuei-nyo.
It has a huge spiral horn on its head and a nose ring on its nose. It is covered with thick black fur. Its hair rubs against each other, and golden arcs appear.
Oh. Could this guy be a Kuei-nyo cub or a distant relative of Kuei-nyo?
I remember that Kuei-nyo has no horns on its head.
And it has no hair.
Its body is covered with green scales.
My name is Sunfeng.
My pet is a thunderbull, with the bloodline of Kuei-nyo, and I have the birth certificate of the thunderbull here. Your variety silkworm will not be my opponent, so you'd better retreat quickly.
I don't want to hurt innocent people.
Sun Feng's eyes flashed with contempt. In his opinion, ordinary pets are not his thunderbull's opponents at all, so don't come up to get in the way. Name, Thunderbull, gender, male, personality, stubborn, level 2, level 3, skills, roar, proficient. Open your mouth and roar loudly, and the opponent will fall into a state of confusion. Trampling, proficient. Use the big bull hoof to trample the opponent, and there is a certain probability that the opponent will fall into a state of fainting. Clash, proficient. Use the huge horn on the head to collide with the opponent. Lightning, beginner. A lightning flashes from the eyes to hit the opponent, and there is a certain probability that the opponent will fall into a state of paralysis. Thunderball, beginner. Summon a thunderball to attack the opponent. When the thunderball hits the opponent, it will explode instantly, comparable to the power of the explosion of the explosive stone. Thunderbull, play freely, it is not your opponent. Sunfeng put his hands in his pockets, looking handsome and cool. He is from Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School and is also the seed player of this city-level competition. The first pet he contracted was Thunderbull, which was said to be purchased at a high price from the breeding space of the Imperial Capital Research Institute. I heard that Yi Bai is the top student in Shinshan Middle School, but unfortunately his talent is to remember everything he sees, and his contracted pet is the common 100 changes silkworm, which is useless. Yes, if he had better talents, such as fire expertise, water affinity, etc., we would not despise him so much.
Memory? The battlefield is not an exam.
There was a person with a photographic memory in our school before, but the result was hard to describe. Yes, the photographic memory is good, and the test results are great, but the battlefield is different from the exam room.
No wonder this talent is rated as level. People with this talent should all do scientific research.
The students in the audience were whispering, looking at Yi Bai with a hint of sympathy. They all felt that Yi Bai was useless.
No need, my pet is good. 100 changes silkworm, go ahead. The 100 changes silkworm rolled its eyes at its opponent. At first, it was ready to fight, thinking that it could meet a strong opponent here. As a result, the Wandian silkworm felt that he only needed to keep using the toughening skill to stack up his defense.
This guy's aura is not as good as that of a boxing rabbit.
The Wandian silkworm's jade-white body turns silver-white.
So sleepy. What should I eat later? I'm a little tired of carrots, so why not eat some milk bananas?
The Wandian silkworm was thinking about what to eat later.
Yi Bai knew what it was thinking when he saw the Wandian silkworm sticking its butt out.
The thunderbull looked at the Wandian silkworm with its one eye. In its memory, the pet beast of the Bibian silkworm was just its food.
As food, it dared to fight against itself.
I don't want to teach it a little lesson.
A lightning bolt shot out from the thunderbull's one eye, and the golden current fell on the Wanbian silkworm's body. The Wanbian silkworm's eyes were wide open, and the current was like a soft little hand, gently massaging its stiff muscles, which was numb and very comfortable.
It didn't sleep well in the past few days and got a stiff neck.
The tingling sensation was just right, and it was so comfortable. The Wanbian silkworm was enjoying it so much that it almost hummed, but it controlled itself to avoid embarrassing Yi Bai.
Ha ha ha, your Wandian silkworm showed a painful expression on its face.
You are too weak, let your classmates come. My Lei Nyo said he wanted to have a good fight with the boxing rabbit.
After a flash of lightning, the Wandian silkworm looked at the Lei Nyo with a loving look. A gleam of determination flashed in its eyes. Why is the time of happiness always so short? The Wandian silkworm jumped in front of the Lei Nyo. It patted the Lei Nyo with its tongue, pointed at itself with its tongue, and signaled Lei Nyo to continue to shock it. Lei Nyo was frightened. When did this guy come over? It retreated in panic, its big eyes blinking, and lightning fell on the Wanbian silkworm. Oh, the mouth of the ever-changing silkworm formed an O shape.
Not bad, right there. The current intensity should be a little stronger, young man. I am very optimistic about you. From now on, you will be my exclusive technician number 88. Lane Yo felt that he was frightened by the ever-changing silkworm and lost face in front of everyone.
So Lane Yo's breathing became heavier and his eyes were full of bloodshot.
It blinked its eyes crazily, and lightning struck the Thousand Changes silkworm. It was comfortable, the Thousand Changes silkworm's eyebrows were curved. It turned out that fighting was such a happy thing. I couldn't help it, I was going to shout, just shout for a while, Yi Bai shouldn't be angry. Hearing the Thousand Changes silkworm's happy laughter, scream, like a mallow, the audience began to talk. Oh my god, Yi Bai is a little overestimating himself.
How could the 100 Changes silkworm beat the Thunder Bull?
If I had taken the 100 Changes silkworm back long ago, why would I humiliate myself? That's right, what level is the 100 Changes silkworm? What level is the Thunder Bull? This is no less than hitting a rock with an egg.
Yi Bai is too conceited, he has to prove something, isn't it better to do research?
He has to be a pet master, he can't want everything. Everyone was talking, and they all felt that Yi Bai was really overestimating himself and forcing his pet to suffer.
When the lightning finally stopped and the smoke dissipated, the energetic Wanbian silkworm appeared.
It was in great spirits now, and its tired body was rejuvenated. The eyes of the Thunder Bull were full of bloodshot, and its body was a little thin, as if it had been squeezed dry by something. Its eyes were wide open, as if it had seen something terrifying.
Don't be afraid, Thunder Bull, trample.
Sun Feng said loudly. He thought that this Bibian silkworm might have a prop that could avoid lightning. After hearing the command, the Thunder Bull jumped forward quickly, leaving deep footprints on the ground.
Although the Thunder Bull only has one leg, it runs very fast.
The Thunder Bull stomped heavily on the ground, jumped high into the air, and stomped heavily on the Wanbian silkworm.
Bang!
The ground sank instantly, and the Thunder Bull stomped wildly on the Wanbian silkworm, and thick smoke came out. There was only a crisp sound of click. The Thunder Ox let out a deafening roar from its mouth in pain. The roar spread out like a sound wave that had become real. Sun Feng, who was close by, was shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices, with blood oozing from his ears, eyes, and nose. He could feel that the Thunder Ox was in great pain at this moment.
Oh my god, no way, a big reversal. The snapping sound just now came from the Thunder Ox? No way, no way.
The classmates were all stunned.
100 Changes silkworm actually killed the Thunder Ox.
My god, that was a top pet that could be ranked among the second-level pets, and it was killed just like that. The 100 Changes silkworm listened to the loud wailing of the Thunder Ox, and it thought that the Thunder Ox's voice was a bit noisy. So it stretched out its tongue with 8-pack abdominal muscles and slapped the Thunder Ox heavily. Only a crisp snapping sound was heard, and the world was quiet. A heavy red mark appeared on the face of the Thunder Ox, and it fainted with its head tilted.
Lane Yo has lost his ability to fight. Please ask Sun Feng to take Lane Yo into the pet space as soon as possible. We will have a special therapist to treat Lane Yo. Wanbiankan looked at the number 88 technician with regret, who was taken into the pet space by the pet master. The host Xiao and I said loudly.
Sun Feng walked down dejectedly like a defeated rooster. When his classmate passed by him, he said weak chicken on the spot.
The second girl to come on stage was a wavy girl.
Her pet was a sharp claw cat, which was a gold pet. The claws of this pet were like sharp daggers, which could easily penetrate into rocks.
As it grows older, its claws will become longer and longer. My name is Joanan.
This is my sharp claw cat. It can smash your 100 Changes silkworm to pieces.
It can even penetrate thick steel plates easily.
You should tell your pet to be careful. My sharp claw cat goes crazy, even I can't stop it. The 100 Changes silkworm, who was originally a little unhappy, saw the long claws of the sharp claw cat, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Just after technician number 88 left, technician number 89 came?
It just so happens that my back has been itching recently. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night because of the itch. I can't reach the back with my tongue. Come quickly, come to my bowl. The sharp claw cat saw the burning eyes of the 100 Changes silkworm looking at itself, and it was a little unhappy. The pet in front of it must be seriously ill. I am a terrified sharp claw cat. My sharp claws will cut you into pieces with a slight chop. At this time, the sharp-clawed cat saw the ever-changing silkworm turned around and faced it with its back. And it also stuck out its big butt.
Oh, so crazy?
I have never seen such a crazy pet in my life.
The last time I was so speechless was the last time.
Xiao Anzi, bring me my 40-meter-long sword, I will chop it to death. The sharp-clawed cat was irritated by the ever-changing silkworm, and its pupils shrank rapidly. The sharp claws popped out of the meatball. It kicked its limbs violently and turned into a stream of light.
Please vote, please vote, please vote.